HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
That ball's hit pretty well to left. Stoerner's trouble. Watch this one go. Altuve with his third home run of the homestand and hit number 10 in this same homestand. He makes it 5-0 Astros. Altuve drills one to center field. Back Denzel Clark near the wall. Jumps up. It's gone again. 2 for Altuve. Two-home game in the homestand. And the Astros lead 9-0. Jose Altuve having himself a homestand. Trying to hold up. That's the ball game. Soderstrom strikes out for the fourth time. The Astros win it 11-1 to get to 4 games over 500 for the first time in 25.
Oh, yeah. That was fun. Pitch a left-hander against the Astros at your own risk. Yeah. They may be all righties. They may be all righties in that lineup, but that means when you toss a lefty at them, that's what happens. You get splattered against the wall, baby. Last night, 11-1, final score. Jose Altuve. We'll give you the post-Circle of Trust numbers in just a second, but we celebrate because for the first time all season, Seth, 4, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4 games over 500. 29 and 25. We celebrate.
Yeah. There's firmly at least a game or a game and a half above the wild card cutoff. So there you go. That's where we are. We adjusted to this last year, being in the wild card conversation.
That's okay.
And we're cool with it now. Yeah. We get it. You start doing more like that. And again, I'm glad you brought up the fact that they saw a lefty because they barely see any lefties at all year because they don't have any lefties in their lineup, especially now.
Right.
So they see a lefty and they feast on him. And they just kept taking turns. That was a lot of fun.
That was great.
I was way off on my I set the over-under at innings pitched for Hunter Brown at 7 1/3, or was him sitting on the bench for vast swaths of time early on because the Astros just kept scoring.
Yeah.
So he was on the bench for like 17 minutes at one point and 16 minutes the other. And it just the longer you stretch it out like that, he was everything he needed him to be.
He threw 88 pitches. I think if it was a 2-1 game and not a 10-1 game at that time or whatever, he would have stayed in for the 7th inning for sure, I would think, if it was a closer game.
And it looked like, I think it was the 4th inning where that's where he had one of the long layoffs. And it was it looked like he needed to almost warm back up at the beginning of the innings after some of those long stretches. He
threw 88 pitches in 6 innings, which isn't terrible.
Right.
But in a few of those innings, like he got double plays in half the innings he pitched in. And so that was, it's weird. Like he threw 6 innings, 6 hits, struck out 8, gave up a home run, a bomb, like a laser home run, and didn't walk anybody. And yet I felt like for him it was like a B+. He was good. He was really good. The strikeouts were all in one, for the most part, in one chunk in the middle of the game where he struck out 6 out of
7 of 8 or 6 of 7.
6 of 7 guys he struck out. And so this is where we're at with Hunter Brown. Like a start that is empirically dominant. You're like, well, the home run he gave, I am at least, like the home run he gave up was really hard hit, and there were some hard hit balls. There's a line drive double play that got him out of an inning. Even in the first inning, the double play that got him out of the first inning, that was smashed at Jeremy Pena. That's the standard that is there for Hunter Brown now. It's like 6 innings is good, but it's like it's a B+, A-, not his usual A, which is awesome. Like these are the conversations that you have about ace level pitchers, and you're right. It felt at home, Seth, just sitting in my chair, I'm like just sitting watching the Astros score run after run after run. I felt the same thing you were talking about, which is like, man, Hunter has been sitting for a long time right now.
Yeah.
Like these innings are going a long time,
And credit Forrest Whitley. Hey, if there's one thing I know about Forrest Whitley, you can be reasonably
kind of comfortable when he comes in and you've got a 9-run lead,
a mop up,
or a 10-run lead.
Yeah.
Or it's he goes 2 innings last night.
Yeah.
As you gush about the bullpen, it's a little bit of a reminder of but it's still there's still places we need to hem up a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. So they win last night, and this is a great way to get this part of the schedule started. As you and I have pointed out the last couple of days, this is a patch of schedule where they can make up some ground here, and they don't have a ton of ground to make up. I mean, they're doing fine in the division. I believe the Mariners won last night. They were winning when I went to bed, so they're
the Nationals. They're still 1.5 games.
Still a game and a half lead. Okay, so they're still chasing the Mariners, obviously. But they get the A's this afternoon, try to get a nice little 2-game sweep here before Tampa Bay comes down. Tampa Bay, the only team that won a series against you in that 17-game stretch was the Tampa Bay Rays, but they're not playing in that pop gun ballpark this time around. You got them at home, and the Astros have been good at home. It was a really nice start to this stretch last night. Good to see Christian Walker get a home run. Not a cheapie either. Like, that thing was up near the train tracks. But the big story, Seth, is the fire that you and I have lit under future Hall of Famer Jose Altuve. Yes. Since being excluded from the Payne and Pendergast Circle of Trust last week, Jose Altuve, these are the numbers: 12 for 21, 4 home runs, 7 RBI, 9 runs scored, and a slash line of a .571 batting average, .591 on base percentage, and an 1143 slugging. Add it all up, that is a 1734 OPS for Jose Altuve, who was so nonplussed by the Athletics last night that he's like, no, I don't even feel like coming back out to try to get my first 5-hit game. That's okay. You can let DeZenzo pinch hit for me. That's fine. Blum and Callis were so disappointed that Jose Altuve didn't come back out. He's never had a 5-hit game before. A lot of guys, like Jeremy Pena's had a 5-hit game. George Springer had a 6-hit game back in the day. For as great a hitter as Altuve is, and for as many batting titles as he won early in his career, he's never had a 5-hit game. So as soon as he got that 4th hit, it was really funny because Callis and Blum, appropriately so, started pitching the whole, like, hey, stick around. Jose Altuve is going for his first 5-hit game. And when they looked over in the 9th inning, or I guess it was the 8th inning, bottom of the 8th, and just who would have thought they canceled Christmas? Like, they're looking over there like, oh, Jose's not up there.
I like it better if it stays that way. I like it's a nice trivia question someday that however many Hall of Fame hitters never had a 5-hit game.
Yeah,
they'll be in that distinct list.
Yeah, yes. It doesn't bother me one way or the other. I just their reaction to it was so funny.
I thought because not just Altuve's home runs, but just the power in general, including Cam. I mean, that one out, the fly out Cam Smith had to center field, which would have been a home run, and I'm guessing the majority of ballparks. Like, that was a hard hit ball. He had his double later. Like, Dubon, flash power. Like, there was a lot.
Yeah, no, Dubon's been hitting well lately. Like, Dubon's hitting well enough where you go, okay, he's your second baseman now. Like, don't mess around with Brendan Rodgers anymore. You don't need to slide Altuve into second base twice a week or whatever. Dubon, we know Dubon, what he is defensively. He's been fine for an 8 and 9 hole hitter lately. The numbers on that Cam Smith fly ball, which, again, I'm with you. That might have been more impressive than any of the home runs just in terms of, just sheer power. He hit it to the deepest part of the ballpark. Expected batting average of .970, and it would have been a home run in 23 out of the 30 ballparks. Cam Smith, Seth, is still at a stage where I'm not totally judging him by the stats. The stats are getting better and better. His batting average is up to .264. Like, he's a perfectly viable, above-average major league hitter right now. His OPS is in the mid-700s.
He's been much higher than that. Yeah, he's been a really good player the last month.
He's ascending. He's still somebody who I'm not even looking at the stats, like the batting average and the OPS. Like, if he's looking stout, if he's having good at-bats, if he's making pitchers work, deep fly balls like he hit last night to the 409 center field sign right there, Those are all signs of progress to me with Cam Smith. There will come a day where that stuff doesn't matter. Today, it does matter to me.
In the month of May, he's hitting 322 with an 801 OPS.
Yeah.
OPS plus of 128. He's been a solidly above average baseball player in the month of May. It's a small sample size, but man, you compare him to the Kyle Tucker's first 30, 40 games. When he was a rookie, this is a much more impressive performance out of Cam
Tucker,
Smith.
Bregman, I like a lot of these guys that have come up and struggled at first, and he struggled at first, but he's getting it together pretty damn quick. I mean, he's the everyday right fielder now. Like, there's no need to have him take a day off before an off day. Like, he's got young legs, and I think the thing is too, man, if he starts to hit, I think from what we've seen the first couple of months, is you're not sacrificing anything defensively by having him out there.
No, and
he's
when
a
you
good
go to
defensively,
he's better than Kyle Tucker has been in the last 3 seasons now, because Kyle Tucker continues to be nothing like the guy he used to be defensively.
Yeah.
Whereas Cam Smith looks just like exactly like the young athletic dude that is willing to actually put out. Kyle Tucker's been. It's like he's a football player taking plays off in the outfield these last couple of years. So that's so far so good. And as long as Paredes keeps it up, then that trade's looking better and better.
Paredes and it looks like maybe Christian Walker, maybe this new locker is working out for him. He changed lockers, shaved his mustache, got a horseshoe.
Well, he had a mustache for like 2 days.
Hung a horseshoe, right? And then he shaved it. He's like, no, this ain't working. Like he seems incredibly superstitious, Christian Walker.
Or just changing up. Sometimes it's not superstition as much as just changing up your routine.
Okay.
Just doing something that just kind of tweaks your brain a little bit.
Okay. Well, whatever he's doing, keep doing it. Because Christian Walker has not been great this year. He's been a victim of some even last night, bad luck. He hit a laser right at somebody last night. But still, even the expected stats aren't great. Before we get too upset at him, I'm just going to remind everybody, 2 years ago today, Jose Abreu's first season with the Astros was the day he hit his first home run of the year. His first home run as an Astro came 2 months into the season against the A's. Ironically, I think it was in Oakland, and he had the mitigated gall to slide into home plate jokingly. I'm like, hey man, you're laughing about this being your first home run. This ain't no laughing matter to us out here on these streets, okay?
Yeah,
Abreu?
This is like a doctor coming in and telling you that the shape of your wife's tumor is hilarious. Like, yeah, all right, listen, this is landing differently for me than it is for you, Doc.
Big Bird, doesn't it?
It's a really, really big Bird.
Yeah.
It's crazy, isn't it?
No.
Guys in radiology and I were just cracking up over this.
Not funny. 2 things. My wife's MRI and Jose Abreu sliding into home plate after his first home run.
Sean, I'll do you one better.
Okay.
A year ago this time, Jose Abreu, this May 28th, when he awoke on May 28th last year.
Yep.
He had a 108 batting average.
Oh, my God.
His OPS was 284.
And that sounds high. That was 284 OPS. That's incredible. That's incredible. God, he was so bad. Oh, he was bad. What a nice guy, though. All right, off and running on a Wednesday. Payne and Pendergast with you. So big night for the Astros last night. We'll definitely circle back to that. Texans OTA start today. So they get on the practice field today. D'Amico Ryans will speak to the media later, as will some of the players. You'll hear that on the station, I'm sure, throughout the next couple of days. Big questions we've got for the Texans as they mix the rookies and the vets together at OTAs. We'll talk about that coming up next, but let's get you guys out to the men's
Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway exit Kirkwood Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, OTAs get started today for the Houston Texans. The one today and there's one on Friday. They're both open to the media, so there'll be plenty of coverage. Keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610 all week long, as you do during the season and throughout the offseason. We appreciate that. D'Amico Ryans will meet with the media today, as will some of the players, so it'll be interesting to see who we hear from. Big questions for OTAs today, Seth. These are the questions I have. And again, we should point out there are no pads. There's no hitting going on. Probably a lot of
one-on-one pass rush or anything. It's all just 7-on-7, 11-on-11, no pads.
Yeah. So, but to your point, we do get to see maybe some formations and things like that, and at least get the first glimpse of what they're thinking when it comes to first stringers and whatnot.
100% this is what's going to happen today. Whichever the first offensive line configuration that goes out there is going to be reported, and then immediately afterwards a coach or GM or somebody is going to remind everybody, hey, don't read into this too much.
Yep.
We're all just, it's going to change day by day. And that might make you feel nervous, and it might make you feel like less secure. Just remember that they're having that same conversation in Cleveland about the quarterbacks. At any given point, any of these 5 quarterbacks might go out there as a starter,
This is not the greatest spot to be in, where you've got 9 offensive linemen vying for 5 over. But yes, at least it's not 4 quarterbacks, including 2 rookies, battling for your starting QB job. Good job.
Don't worry. Any one of 5 quarterbacks might show up as the starter on this OTA, but rest assured, we don't feel great about any of them. Okay,
that's a good point.
This is a competition.
Seth. Yeah, that's a really good point. So you're absolutely right. Now it's interesting. Jonathan Alexander. I have a few more questions we'll hit here, but as long as we're talking about the offensive line, he made a prediction on his OTA question piece that went up on the Chronicle, left to right, as to what he thinks the starting offensive line is going to be.
Yeah.
He had Trent Brown at right tackle, and I feel like every time we talk about right tackle, it's like, okay, is Titus going to play tackle or guard, or is Blake Fisher going to resume the starting spot that he held at the end of last season? Boy, might Ariante Ursary get into the mix here? They used a second-round pick on him. I can't remember one time where you and I entertained the idea, at least me, I don't want to speak for you, where I've entertained the idea of Trent Brown being the starting right tackle for this team.
I've entertained it. With Trent Brown, he's well into his 30s, and he's coming off a torn patellar tendon.
Yeah.
So that's what I just don't know about him, and like how bad was the patellar tendon injury and all of that. But yeah, if he's healthy and he's not on the PUP in game 1, then I think there's a good chance he's the starting right tackle. I guess I'm just skeptical that at his age it's going to be a less than 1 year recovery from patellar tendon.
Yeah, dude, I feel like if Trent Brown is your starting right tackle, something's gone wrong with Blake Fisher. Like that's going to be out there, or that he got hurt in some way and it's Trent Brown. Like that, blindly, if you told me Trent Brown's your starting right tackle, I would say, okay, then Blake Fisher regressed somehow in the offseason.
Well, I mean, he is Trent Brown's a better offensive tackle than Blake Fisher was last year, 100%.
Yeah. It's
just a matter of if he's until I hear that if he goes out there today and he's running around and he's healthy and everything, then he'll be in the conversation.
Yep.
He's a good player, and all those other guys at right tackle other than Titus Howard are still a work in progress.
Yep. Question number 2, will Dameon Pierce capitalize on the reps he gets in 11-on-11, at least in terms of internalizing the new offense? Joe Mixon, according to Aaron Wilson, is going to miss practices here. He was in a walking boot. It doesn't sound like it's serious, but he's going to miss some time, which happened last year, too, in training camp. Remember, Joe Mixon missed a ton of training camp last year.
I believe Aaron Wilson was the first to report anything about Christian Harris, and at the time it was being treated like, just no big deal or whatever. We were out there first day of practice. Christian Harris had been he did an interview a week before training camp about how great he felt, and then we're out there on the first day of training camp practice, And about 10, 15 minutes into it, everybody's looking around like, where is Christian Harris, by the way?
And that persisted.
Don't worry about it. It's no big deal. He'll be fine by December.
And that persisted for 14 weeks into the season.
Yeah.
So the Mixon thing, so I guess a good point. If the point is let's wait and see on just how serious Mixon is, I can accept that. But contract year for Dameon Pierce. They drafted a running back who presumably is going to put some pressure on Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce was not getting on the field at the end of last season other than the Titans game where he looked really, really good. But at nut-cutting time, when the team needed to trust multiple running backs, they trusted one running back. It was Joe Mixon. That was it in playoff time. So this is a big OTA. This is a big offseason for Dameon Pierce. Let's just put it that way. The third question I have, Seth, what can we learn about Nick Caley's offense in an OTA environment? What is there anything, because this is going to, presumably, I hope, look different than Bobby Slowick's offense. A lot of similar elements, I would imagine, but certainly some differences. What can we glean?
I think you're going to read into it way too much because that's what we do. But I do think you're going to see a more evolved quick game and probably a real emphasis on getting the ball out quickly. C.J. Stroud potentially controlling more at the line of scrimmage.
Oh, yeah.
Might be able to really get a feel for that because that's going to be something that probably in the first day of OTAs they don't necessarily do a lot, but as things progress, if we start seeing C.J. A, get up to the line with time to do something, and then B, C.J. actually really working the pass protections, checking plays, more than just a quick, simple either-or audible. That's something we might be able to pick up on.
We know D'Amico will throw things at CJ. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
D'Amico, the DC, will throw things at CJ.
But with Slowick, the methodology was very much old school. Kubiak, the quarterback, thinking too much at the line of scrimmage. We're going to get up, and we're going to run the play, and there will be an option within the play. It sounds like from what Nick Caley has said and what C.J. Stroud has said, is that, no, this might hopefully look a little bit more like the true veteran quarterbacks. Get up to the line of scrimmage with 15 seconds left on the play clock, and you can sit and diagnose and actually do something intellectually as a quarterback instead of just getting the snap off on time.
This is I guess this is sort of a question, maybe more of an observation that I'm looking forward to is who's does C.J. Gardner-Johnson, any new guys, like who's bringing the juice to this stuff? Because last year, I mean, you were out there, Seth. You know, like Stephon Diggs brought a big energy to these practices, and he's not there anymore. So I'm not saying there's an energy vacuum or anything like that. There's a ton of guys that really like being out there. It's a swarmy team. But, you know, I'm anxious to see. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I think, was brought in as much for his energy as it was his productivity. You know, like he's a guy who brings the juice. So that part, in a practice where there's no hitting, there's no pads or anything like that, I'm anxious to see just the interactions with some of the new guys out there.
I think the one thing that stuck from OTAs last year was, wow, this team really likes Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah.
They're treating him like, oh yeah, he's 100% in the mix to be the starting cornerback. And with Kalen Bullock, it wasn't as clear cut and forthright. And that would match with the types of players they were. Kamari Lassiter as much as. So if we start to see either Jaden Higgins or Jalen Knoll really heavily involved with the ones, I'll read into that. I think that's fair enough to do. They trust them with running the offense and everything in OTAs, then that might mean something.
Yeah, for sure. And their spot's open at receiver right now, man. Like that is a big audition going on right now. So those are mine. Did you happen to see Diggs living his best life yesterday? Like Stephon Diggs,
he was out on a boat having a party, or participating at a party of his possible girlfriend Cardi B.
Right.
And people were making a big deal out of this one video. And the caption I saw, the one that had like 2 million retweets or whatever, said, Stephon Diggs caught flirting on video at a Cardi B party, or at a party that Cardi B was at.
Right.
And you watch the video, and you're like, he is not the flirter here. He is the flirtee.
Yeah.
There were 3 women just crowded around him with gaga eyes, just soaking in everything.
Touching his chains.
They were coming after him.
Yeah.
It looked like he was the prey.
Yeah.
I felt bad for him. Like when you watch a cute little koala bear get devoured by some beast. Yeah. He was, if anything, he needed to hashtag Me Too up out of there. all Stefon Diggs was doing was being himself, and these women were just pressing, like just in a competition with each other, like they were looking for a space at the bar.
Good looking guy, man. Money.
There wasn't anything that looked like he was paying a bunch of extra attention to one of them or anything.
Yeah.
Just leave Stefon Diggs alone.
That party.
Let him live his life at some party that 15 years from now is going to come up in a deposition. Okay?
That looked like a fun party, man. Did you see the other videos? The video you're talking about was just strictly honed in on Diggs with the 3 women around him.
Yeah.
But boy, some of the wide shots of that party that surfaced, that was a
It looked
hell
like
of a
any
time,
party that you and I would take our wives to.
100%,
you know?
yeah.
Brandy, get over there and shake it a little bit.
Yeah.
For the party, for the social media.
Like, is this a Diggs party or is this my 30th birthday party? I can't even tell. On a yacht with a bunch of women twerking. It was the same exact thing back in 1999. Yes, same exact thing.
I get the feel that Cardi B and Stefon Diggs are probably of a like mind, kind of like when Jack Nicholson and Shirley MacLaine were together. They're just kind of like, all right, listen, it's a free and swinging time in America and with society. We just, whatever happens, happens. We'll be cool.
Okay. I didn't even know Jack Nicholson was with Shirley MacLaine at one point.
I don't know if he was.
So
That's
I'm
just
assuming anybody under the age of 40 didn't know. That was great. You got anything?
I don't know if he actually. No, you know what? I'm messing up because terms of endearment. I don't think he dated Shirley MacLaine.
Okay.
He was just with her in terms of endearment.
Hey, are you excited that we get a joint practice? That was announced yesterday. It was reported. I don't know if the team announced anything, but analysts have mentioned it at their OTAs that the Texans and the Panthers, baby, going to be practicing leading up to that preseason game. That's fun.
Yeah, the good times.
Good times,
got
man.
Blake out there. We're going to get him mic'd up. Bryce Young, not Blake Young. Bryce Young.
Bryce Young. Yeah.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Yeah, he's going to walk over. He's going to walk over to the Texans, walk over to C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, and he's going to give them a little.
What's up, guys? How we doing? Everyone good?
Yeah, get away, little man. We're trying to have a practice.
There will be a feverish attempt to spin any and all comments by C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young.
Oh yeah, and I will be the one doing it. Yeah,
they're going to try to take some kind of banal statement one of those guys make and turn it into headline porn, and I think CJ's going to be the one that gets the brunt of it.
Yeah, you don't have to say...
Bryce Young, his actual voice, you can't interpret anything he says as malice.
Yeah.
CJ will try to say something nice about Bryce Young, and it's going to be interpreted as shade by somebody somewhere.
You don't have to say somebody or they. You know who's going to do it. It's going to be me. I'm going to do it. I will take the quotes from both of those guys and turn it into something that it's not. Of course,
CJ does a really good job with those types of questions because he goes over the top and professing his admiration and love for Bryce Young or Jaden Daniels. Anytime somebody brings up like, hey, what about Jaden Daniels breaking all your records? CJ goes over the top. Like, I've known him forever. It's
Empire,
awesome. Good for him.
Yeah, Inland Empire kid, blah, blah, blah. We also get this.
Oh, I worked at KFC probably a week and a half. For real. Getting the chicken liver, or they had me cooking the chicken and all that. The little tumbles.
I will be running to a Xavier Legette media scrum. I will be sprinting over there. That's Xavier Legette, for those who don't know. And for those of you wondering, what was he saying there? A, I get it. B, he was talking about his first job ever at KFC, cooking the gizzards and the chicken necks and the livers and things like that.
KFC should, at some point, I would imagine he'd get an endorsement out of that. I mean, I would love to. He's a great spokesperson. And he's willing to have fun. He's willing to have fun with people about how people have a hard time understanding what he's saying. So they could really have some fun with that. Subtitles and all that for whatever he's pushing at KFC.
This is what.
Tell me about these bowls.
Yeah.
These bowls look enticing.
Right,
that's how the commercials
got the macaroni and cheese with the chicken nuggets and this was him picking his winning horse in the Kentucky Derby with Kay Adams.
How should I pick my horse?
Well, me personally, I'm always trying to go for the underdog.
Okay, underdog.
Yeah, so I'm going for Chunk of Gold. Everybody, they think that he going to lose.
Who?
Chunk of Gold. That's his name. That's the horse I'm going for today.
I can't understand what you're saying. What?
Chunk of Gold.
Chunk of goat?
Gold. G-O-L-D.
Chunk of gold?
Yeah.
G-O-L-D. See, he gets it, though, man. Like, he loves that Adam Thielen is his translator.
Adam Thielen is...
Short, white Adam Thielen is
I love that little aspect of it because it removes all of anybody that wants to try to, bait or anything on the text line. Like, no, in the receivers room who understands what Xavier Legette is saying, all right? Okay, this is across the board. People from all locales and backgrounds don't understand what Xavier Legette is saying.
Unbelievable. We got to get David Tepper to throw a drink at us too, Seth. That's the other thing. The owner of the Panthers. He's very easily riled up.
Well, remember, the Panthers, they were hailed for sending basically their entire organization to all the pro days of the various players.
Yeah.
Whereas the Texans very lightly attended C.J. Stroud's pro day, if I remember correctly, which more people use that as fuel for the fire look, the Panthers are out here. They're sending people who definitely don't have a valid opinion to the pro day.
Right.
Meanwhile, the Texans didn't send half their organization. Obviously, the Texans aren't taking a quarterback.
Yeah, no. How about the Panthers sent a bunch of people to waste their time by going to this thing? Like that's the sign of what kind of organization.
It was some of the job titles of the people that were at the quarterback pro days. It was crazy how stupid it was.
All right, Astros win last night. We have a Yordan Alvarez update. We got NBA playoffs as well. We've got a ton of stuff to get to here in headlines, and we will do that coming up next.
We certainly will.
Trajan
Wealth, Sean. No, Trajan. You know who's not.
Radio.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Altuve drills one to center field. Back Denzel Clark near the wall. Jumps up. It's gone again! 2 for Altuve! His second 2-home run game in the homestand. And the Astros lead 9-0. Jose Altuve having himself a homestand.
Is he ever, man? He is having himself a homestand. 12 for 21 on this homestand. Ever since being left out of the Payne and Pendergast circle of trust, he's turned back into MVP level Altuve. 4 home runs, 7 RBIs over the course of the last several games here at home. Last night it was 4 for 4. Could come back out for potentially for a 5th hit. Although I don't even think DeZenzo even got up. I think, but Altuve, if they had gotten somebody on base in the 8th inning and Altuve stayed in the game, he would have had a chance for his first 5-hit game. Doesn't matter. The Astros win 11-1 last night. Hunter Brown was excellent as well. Here was Joe Espada, Astros manager, following the game on the Astros bats and their starting pitcher.
Yeah, but, that's 5 straight games with 11 or more hits. Swinging the bats well, hitting homers, really driving the ball, good at bats throughout, everyone contributing. But the guy on the mound for us was also really, really good. Hunter Brown, 6 innings, punch out 8. I thought his stuff was really good. They fouled some pitches off, kind of drove his pitch count up a little bit. But I thought he was outstanding.
The one thing last night, which we've talked about, for a long time now, is okay. The Astros basically only have righties in their lineup, so they hardly ever even see a left-handed pitcher. So they see a left-handed pitcher in J.P. Sears, and they just absolutely destroyed him.
Last night won't help.
Yeah. They got just a little bit of variety in this lineup could go do a lot, not just for guys individually, but just for how teams approach the Astros. But the other fun thing about last night was you and I, the Yiner, right before we came back from break, they showed when Yiner Diaz came home on that Chas McCormick double. And, Perez Chica did not hesitate, was waving him home the whole time. Perez Chica finally read the email about aggressive base running with the Astros and how they operate, because he's been sending everybody.
Maybe I should check my email.
Yiner came in with a Jose Altuve slide. He did. We're just navigated it perfectly, dropped at the last moment. It was less of a slide than more of a body blow.
Yeah.
And it was fun. It got started off very early last night.
Very strange statistical quirk. The game, I think it was the 9-2 game. I think it was the last game Altuve hit the 2 home runs against Seattle. In that game, same as last night, the only starter to not get a hit last night is the guy who's been their hottest hitter of late, Isaac Paredes.
Yeah.
He was the only one. Everybody else contributing. And this isn't me being angry with Isaac Paredes. I think it's interesting. It's just a weird statistical coincidence, probably more than anything, but the 2 games where they've had their biggest offensive explosions of late, they got an 0-for out of him, and they got at least 1 hit out of everybody else. And I think that's the most poignant thing that Joe Espada said in that cut we just played, because it's kind of been this way all year. The bottom of the order has been pretty good for the Astros all year. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but Jake Myers is always in the bottom 3 or 4 guys in the order. Cam Smith has started to hit quite a bit lately. Mauricio Dubon has started to hit. These guys have their averages now up. Dubon's up at 271 now. Cam Smith is up at 261. The OPS for Cam Smith is flirting with the mid-700s. It was all stuff that we knew wasn't going to completely hold. Looking at box scores when they were really, really, when they had, whatever it was, like 2/3 of their games are scoring 3 or less runs. And it's like they don't have a single guy with over an 800 OPS right now. Guys are starting to find their groove a little bit. That's been great to see. Pena continues. He was 2 for 5 last night. He hit a home run. It's a Crawford box cheapie, but it counts the same in the box score as a 500-foot bomb. So that was good last night. 11-1. They're back at it. 110 today. The update on little businessman special. The update on Yordan Alvarez per Joe Espada. Quote, waiting for him to say he's ready to go. He hasn't stopped hitting. Sometimes he hits multiple times a day. Once he feels he's ready to go out there and play, I'll pencil him in. End quote.
Okay, so they're 100% following the strategy of we want him feeling good for a long time before he goes out there and has to. We don't want this to be a season-long thing.
Right.
So the fact that he's hitting multiple times per day tells me that he probably feels pretty damn good right now.
I would guess so. If it's your typical major league batting practice where he's got he's in the cage and it's not just him swinging in a video booth downstairs.
Yeah. So it's I don't want to put any pressure on Yordan. He needs to come back when Yordan feels like Yordan. I hope he's speaking about himself in the third person to the training staff.
Yes.
I want him to be that. I want him to be
ready.
that careful with this. I want him to be a complete and total diva.
Yep.
Yordan's going to bat when Yordan's hand feels
right.
like it's ready to bat.
That's right. Texans starting OTAs today. We'll have eyes on that out there at the Methodist with the media after practice, as well as some of the players.
The two things that we're looking for that I feel like you can take some substance from these other just glorified walkthroughs is A, does C.J. Stroud have more command at the line of scrimmage? Are they getting up to the line of scrimmage with ample time for him to make adjustments and what have you and be more of a complete guy in control and in the cockpit?
He's supposed to in this offense, right? Yeah.
And then B is, just like we saw with Kamari Lassiter last year, are any of these rookies, do they start getting a lot of reps with the ones early on, and does it look like the team really trusts them? So for Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins especially, you can tell a lot more about the wide receivers and defensive backs in these OTAs than you can about the linemen. Do they start getting a lot of reps with the ones, and does it look like they're on a fast track like Kamari Lassiter
If you had to pick a most likely rookie to be that guy of this class, given what they have on the depth chart already and just given the the pedigree of these guys, who would it be?
I think Jaden Higgins.
Yeah,
I think
so too.
Higgins, because of his size and his sure hands alone, is going to be an option. Whether he's a polished enough route runner or what have you, when there's times where you just want to get some length out there, I think they use him. Jalen Noel is if he's used more in the slot, it takes a while for rookies to figure out the slot position, and they already have Christian Kirk there as a savvy veteran. So I think that there won't necessarily be the same urgency or expectation to get him as involved as quickly.
I remember Cecil Short said to me one time when we were doing the postgame show together back in the day, Cecil played slot, and he said it's the second speed intellectually other than quarterback.
You got to read the coverages like you're a quarterback.
Yeah.
To find that soft spot, there's a certain feel element to it, but a lot of it comes with just understanding exactly what you're seeing in coverage. And a lot of the rookies just have never seen just a lot of the little tricks of the trade that NFL defensive backs have. Their ability to disguise in the NFL is so much better than in college.
NBA playoffs last night. We are one game away from Knicks fans rioting. They'll riot either way, win or lose. But 130 to 121, the bad kind of rioting because the Pacers take a 3-1 lead. Angry rioting from New York. Game 5 will be back in New York tomorrow. But 130 to 121, the Pacers beat the Knicks. So the Pacers bounced back from that horrible coughing up of a 20-point lead in Game 3 of this series. It was funny. The firefighter who's from New York named Hans Perez, who's a Pacer fan living in New York, who wore a Halliburton jersey to a Knicks game and afterwards got all that garbage thrown at him, and that Halliburton himself invited to this game on the McAfee show. We played the audio of that last week. Matt, he was Tyrese Halliburton's guest at this game. The video that surfaced, this guy got a hero's welcome all over the city of Indianapolis yesterday. There were people from the Pacers waiting for him at the airport. He went to one of the firehouses there and was taking pictures with political figures and things like that. This guy got a hero's welcome just for sustaining a few garbage bags getting thrown at him.
That's good, and he's one of the. So it's not like a typical hero's welcome in Indianapolis where you're met by your fellow fan. This guy's from New York, and doesn't quite understand what he signed on to.
Yeah. He happens to be a Pacers fan who lives in New York. He's not your classic indie guy, I don't think.
Yeah,
that's
he's
your
not
point.
going to. I don't know if he's going to end up late at night finding himself at one of these singles mixers / family reunions or not.
Right, exactly.
Speed date your cousins. You get 1 minute with each cousin before you figure out which one you're going to marry.
15 seconds of bliss in that closet right there. Mm-hmm. All right. Those are your headlines for today. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we'll circle back to the Astros. So ESPN yesterday, I think it was ESPN, we're exactly 1/3 of the way into the season. So they did the MLB Awards Watch. Do you buy that the Astros have 2 of the top 8 candidates for MVP of the American League on their team? Who are they? Are you buying this? We will have that for you coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. Nice long segment coming up, so stay there. But first, let's get you.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. The Astros win last night, 11-1. Really not much to nitpick at here in this game. Everybody was getting hits, other than Isaac Paredes, who I will not nitpick. He's been excellent this season so far for the Astros. Everybody else chipping in, getting in on the act, and Hunter Brown bouncing back just fine from that outing in Tampa Bay last week where he gave up 5 runs in 5 innings. 6 innings, 6 hits, no walks, 8 strikeouts, just 1 home run. He's given up a little more, he's given up a few home runs in the last few games. I guess it's something to keep an eye on if we're going to nitpick Hunter Brown, but he's outstanding. And Hunter Brown and Isaac Paredes, those are names that popped up here, Seth, in this ESPN article. The ESPN, this is the 1/3 point of the season. The Astros are exactly 1/3 of the way into the season. It's nice if you're on pace, guy. You can just multiply times 3 today, and that's what the stats look like for the entire year. The arithmetic. But ESPN has an index called the AX Index where they take all the different the wins above replacement stats from Baseball Reference and from Fangraphs and a lot of the advanced stats and things like that, and they combine it into one big index to determine who at this point in the season, not only who at this point in the season would be the MVP, but what would the ballot look like? If the MVP, you vote 1 through 10, what would the total ballot look like for MVP of the American League? I was mildly surprised by this, but maybe I shouldn't be. The Astros have, for a team that's been hovering around 500, they've got, according to this index, 2 of the 6 most valuable players, or 2 of the 8 most valuable players in the American League right now. How about that? The MVP right now would be Aaron Judge, who, as they point out in this article, is basically competing against himself at this point for the MVP. Judge has been incredible. Now, I think the stance on this show is that, cool, go be incredible, wake me up in October when it comes to Aaron Judge.
We lived through James Harden era of the Rockets, okay?
Great comparison.
The season doesn't start until the postseason.
Thank you.
Anything good that happens during the regular season, you have to wait and say, all right, let's see what happens with James Harden in the playoffs or Aaron Judge in the playoffs.
That's right. But as far as the Astros go, Isaac Paredes, 6th. Jeremy Pena, tied for 8th with Stephen Kwan of the Guardians. It goes like this. Judge is the front runner by a landslide right now. Then Cal Raleigh, who we just saw this weekend of the Seattle Mariners, number 2. Played June, who we also just saw recently, shortstop for the Royals. He's number 3. Alex Bregman, we've heard of him before. He's number 4 on this list, but he will probably...
but now he's, he might not play for a couple months.
Yeah,
so just knock him off the list. That puts Paredes up at 5th.
Top 5, man. Yeah, Jacob Wilson, who the Astros are playing right now, he's a shortstop. He's a shortstop for the A's. Man, Pena's having a phenomenal season, and two of the guys ahead of him here are shortstops. Pena's having a great season, and it's still going to be really hard to make the All-Star team.
With both these guys, with both Paredes and Pena, it's kind of weighted towards the recent results because they've both been way, way better over the last month than they were early in the season. Paredes is 13th in the AL in OPS right now, and Pena is 20th in OPS. I'm guessing if you go for the numbers for May or the last 28 days, it's better than that. They've been coming on very strong, obviously.
Yeah. So this was cool to see, and without having watched all these other guys on a night-to-night basis, if you had to tell me who are the 2 most valuable everyday players, to me, the most valuable player on the Astros right now is probably Hunter Brown. If we're going to expand it to pitchers, but if we're just doing everyday players, these are Isaac Paredes and Jeremy Pena are easily the 2 most valuable everyday players, and there's a massive drop-off after that, as well as Jake Myers has played, as well as Cam Smith has come on of late. I'm probably missing somebody here, but it's Isaac Paredes and Jeremy Pena, and you're right, Seth, especially of late as the Astros have started to kind of gain some momentum here. The 2 most valuable players on this team, offense and defense, both of them have been phenomenal in the field as well.
You know where I was thinking about Jake Myers and how good he's been offensively so far, which, as you will point out, he was pretty much exactly the same spot this time last year.
Yeah.
So he's got to sustain that. But Jake Myers is 20th defensively and outs above average. Mauricio Dubon is 12th in the league defensively and outs above average. And that's where, man, like Dubon being at second base instead of Brendan Rodgers feels so much better. I mean, as notable as the Jose Abreu experiment was, it didn't almost anger me as much as the Brendan Rodgers experiment, because at least with Jose Abreu, it made sense that he was out there. With Brendan Rodgers, you're like, every time he screwed something up at second base, you're like, why is there a perfectly good Dubon not there instead? Yeah, and it's cool. Dubon's having a good season.
Well, Rodgers was hitting a little bit at the beginning of the year when nobody was hitting, and that's probably why. But Dubon has started to hit, and Dubon is somebody who, I know he's not in the circle of trust right now that we made. Hardly anybody is. There's only 5 players in the circle of trust that we did last week. But when Dubon gets swinging things a little bit, he doesn't hit for power or anything like that, but he's somebody that kind of keeps the train moving, and that's what he's been doing lately. So
the other, and then Cam Smith, and obviously Cam Smith in the month of May has been an above average baseball player. Yeah. It's just the Astros accept that, all right, my criticism of the Astros and the way they were handling Cam Smith was probably premature. Yeah. That it looked so much for a while. They're like, man, he needs some time in Double-A to get seasoned. They've done a great job of making those adjustments and helping him learn on the fly. Yeah. And defensively, Cam Smith is 37th in Major League Baseball and outs above average. Like, He's performing much better defensively than Kyle Tucker is this year.
He is. I mean, it's small sample size, but he is. He is an above average Major League Baseball player right now. There's no question about it. He ain't going back. Like, he is this team's right fielder now and for maybe a long, long time. So we'll see. As far as the other awards in this article go, I'll mention the National League MVP only because Kyle Tucker is tied for 4th in this index. It goes Pete Crow Armstrong. His teammate on the Cubs is the front runner for the MVP, barely ahead of Shohei Ohtani. I'll take Shohei right now. I'm kidding. And Shohei may start pitching again pretty soon. He's been doing a lot of his, there's 2 Shoheis. There's the hitter and the pitcher. The reports on him pitching, Seth, are kind of at that stage that Lance McCullers has been at various times the last few years, where it's like, oh, he's throwing to live hitters now at batting practice. Yeah, so he feels like he's in that spring training phase. So we may see Shohei on the mound at some point. Fernando Tatis.
Redefining expectations, Sean.
Changing the game as we know it, Gladstone. Yes. Yeah. Tatis is 3rd, and then Kyle Tucker is 4th. Glad you mentioned. I was a little surprised at this. Hunter Brown, again, I don't watch all these other guys on a regular basis. I follow them, but when I looked at Cy Young for the American League, I'm like, oh, Hunter's got to be 1 or 2. It's him or Skubal. It's got to be him or Skubal. No, Chris Bubich of the Royals is the front runner right now. Then Max Fried, Yankees. Then Nathan Eovaldi, Rangers. Then Skubal. Then Garrett Crochet. Hunter Brown, as great as he's been, is 6th on this index for the Cy Young right now. Been a lot of good pitching going on out there, man. So, yeah, he's 6th.
He's 7th in ERA right now. Okay. He's right at a flat 2.0. So that one, the one game in Tampa knocked him out of that top 2 or 3 that he'd been in all year long.
Margin for error is thin right now if you're a starting pitcher, man.
Sorry, that's 7th in all of Major League Baseball. Okay. In terms of the AL, he's 5th.
Dude, Skubal had that game this weekend that's getting so much love where he threw a complete game, less than 100 pitches, and his last pitch was the fastest pitch thrown in baseball this season, 102.9 miles an hour. He threw on his final pitch of a 9-inning shutout that he threw last week.
What was the fastest Hunter Brown threw? Did he have a 99? He came out gunning with a couple of 98s right off the bat.
I don't know,
he wants to touch 100 this year. He's gotten close.
Yeah, he's a lot like Skubal, where his usually with Hunter, he's throwing just as hard in the 6th and 7th inning, if not harder than he is early in the game. So I don't know. I didn't check the gun out on that last night. Last one.
Hunter's got the highest of all those guys, like in that top 5 in the AL. He's a beast. Second lowest whip.
He's a beast. Rookie of the year, Cam Smith, 5th on the board right now. He was top of the odds board going into the season because he was such a monster in spring training. But he's 5th right now, so that's fine. We'll take that. He's 5th among all the rookies. The front runner is a guy who you're going to get to see out at Dyken Park today if you go, Jacob Wilson. the shortstop for the Athletics. Really, really good player. So
where's Juan Soto in all this?
Juan Soto. Yeah,
I know we're in the other. I know you got the AL stuff open, but I just want to just a little bit Schadenfreude over somebody that I didn't really care all that much about because it didn't involve the Astros. So.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because the Astro fans. Somebody put together a stat head baseball graphic where you can compare two guys to each other, and it puts in bold the guy who's winning each stat. This is my favorite one.
That's a little bit ambitious. He took a screen grab of the stat head.
Whatever. Yeah. So, okay. So either way, there's a stat head thing.
Somebody put together an
and I'm sure that person is really angry right now that I didn't give them credit. Jake Myers and Juan Soto have the same wins above replacement right now, 1.6.
Yes.
Jake has more hits. Jake has a way higher batting average. Is not beating Juan Soto in really any other stats of significance. Stolen bases, he's got 8. Soto's got 7. But OPS, 777 for Soto, 770 for Myers. OPS plus, 123 for Soto, 119 for Myers is basically a slightly less rich.
Myers today should walk into the front office of the Astros and saying, I'm holding out unless you give me Juan Soto money. Damn it.
Can you imagine? And the Astros announced 15 years, $750 million for Jake.
And I'll tell you what, you could do this with Yordan too. I mean, just when you stack up guys who are having good seasons versus guys like Juan Soto, what the expectations are for a guy like just how good. Hey, Jake Myers having a hell of a year or whatever. But for Juan Soto to be even in the same conversation as Jake Myers, it's an incredibly vast disappointment.
To be clear, we are being entirely tongue-in-cheek on this thing, right? It's a great point. Like, Jake is a 770 OPS, and it's like, man, if this keeps up for Jake, ... like in a good way.
Yeah.
Soto, they're ready to run him out of town right now. It doesn't help that Juan Soto seems to be sulking, I guess, a bit up there right now. Doesn't run out ground balls, all those things.
They had criticized him for they were telling him to just be more selective or whatever it was, and he got up and didn't swing at a single pitch.
They bumped him down in the lineup is what they did.
That's right. They bumped him down in the lineup.
Yeah.
And then his first at bat, he just stood there and watched every pitch.
Yeah, I think it might have been his first 2. He watched like 15 straight pitches or something like that. It was something wild. It was crazy.
The funniest thing I ever had on a football field that I was involved with was Tony Bracken's. It was awesome. Tony Bracken's, Longhorns will remember him.
Yeah.
Very good defensive end. But kind of like he just marched to the tune of his own drummer. They were criticizing him for not staying backside in case, to cut off the run or whatever, because Tony would run all over the field and he was just trying to make plays. So they criticized him for chasing too aggressively when he was supposed to be holding backside contain. So they snapped the ball. Like, he's right defensive end. It's a bootleg to the left, and he just stands there. Just in his stance. Just stood there and stayed in his 3-point stance.
No way.
Yeah. So it was like a sprint out to his left or something. The quarterback was rolling out to his left, and Tony just stood there, in case there's a throwback or in case there's a reverse or something.
Okay, so was Tony justified in the protest that he had there? Was that undue criticism or was it just something
probably
funny?
Not, but it was kind of funny.
Well, yeah, it's hilarious.
He just did I'm going to do what you told me to do. I'm going to stay backside.
I love he stayed in his stance. It would have been one thing if he at least kind of played footsie, played handsy with the offensive lineman. The dude stayed in his 3-point stance.
He just said, because the offensive tackle blocked down, and so he just stayed there. There was nobody blocking him, so he just wanted to be sure he sealed off the backside.
That's
so
awesome.
He just stayed there in his stance.
That's hilarious.
Brackens and Kevin Hardy, the linebacker, they would have fun with Coughlin, because Coughlin wanted everybody 5 minutes early, and there were times where he would find guys who were only there 4 minutes early. So the meeting is supposed to start at 8, but everybody's expected to be there 5 minutes early, show up at 7:56, get fined.
Yeah.
So Hardy and Brackens were like, well, no, I'm not going to get making a point of showing up to meetings only 2 minutes early. They would just kind of hang outside the room.
Man.
And you get the Players Association involved with something as stupid as this.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it drove Coughlin insane.
That's hilarious. That is really funny. A few texts coming in. We've had 2 requests actually from people, multiple this morning. On the heels of Altuve going 4 for 4 last night and having an incredible homestand. He's torn it up at home in this homestand so far. We've had multiple people requesting an emergency vote for the Circle of Trust to put him back in.
No. That's not. That's like, you know what? That's like stopping your penicillin once you start feeling better.
That's right.
You have to take the full dose. That's part of the Circle of Trust being such a proven and effective remedy to getting guys out of slumps. Getting ejected from the Circle of Trust is the very thing that sparked the turnaround. Yes. We got to take the full dose of antibiotics before we can put him back in there.
He had baseball herpes is what Altuve had when he was batting, 176 over a 3-week period.
So you got to keep ideally you catch the herpes before the blister forms.
Right.
We do, but we didn't do it. We can't preemptively eject guys from the Circle of Trust.
No, we can't.
Once you feel that tingle in your lip, that's when you gotta slap on the Zovirax on.
I shouldn't have said anything.
It's true. A lot of young people don't realize. Listen, it's
hey kids.
Basically about a herpes. Yeah. If you get cold sores, you have herpes.
Yes.
Sorry if you didn't realize that. But for people that don't realize, once you start to feel that little tingle in your lip, because maybe you haven't had good sleep for a few nights, maybe you've been around a lot of people, go and get that Zovira or whatever the hell the cream is, the Abreva. Get the Abreva cream and start slathering it on. Because once the cold sore forms, it's too late. You're done for. You got to ride it out after that.
The episode of The Office was on the other day where Michael Scott got a cold sore and started calling all of his former lovers to tell them that he had herpes. It's one of the cringiest and funniest episodes ever. It's so good. Oh, God, it's so good.
47.8% of adults have the oral herpes virus.
Those are the analytics I need, Seth. Thank you. Stat nerd Seth.
Globally, it's around 67%.
Of course it is. The rest of the world's dirty, man.
That's out there French kissing like a bunch of... Yeah, in America, the people have very specific standards about when they'll French kiss.
Yeah.
Hey, did you brush your teeth?
Right.
Have you gone at least 30 seconds with some Listerine? Then I'll put your filthy tongue in my mouth.
Right,
yes.
right. At least 52.2% of us do. Yes, absolutely.
I was just wondering, how the 53% of Americans that don't have herpes, how the hell do you avoid it? Good for you.
Yeah.
I feel like it's just if you made out with just like a normal number of people in your life, there's probably a good chance you got herpes.
It's probably less of it now than there was before because the numbers have gone down. Kids are so much into gaming and staying at home these days. There is less intercourse going on these days, they say. So it's probably,
Seems like less romance, too,
right.
So they probably just skip the kissing altogether.
That's probably, yes.
They make it as just, I've got this on my to-do list today, so let's get at it.
Text message. Men, please put me out of the Circle of Trust this morning. I need an Altuve-like comeback in my life.
Okay.
All right.
Yes. I don't know what's troubling you or what's ailing you, but I hereby eliminate you from the Circle of Trust, the listener circle, the circle of listening.
Yes.
You are eliminated from the circle of listening.
Ejected. We're shooting lightning bolts at you out of our fingers right now.
Get out.
Yes, get out.
Now enjoy all of your forthcoming success, and don't let it go to your head, okay? Because we'll boot you right back out again.
That's
you got to
right.
stay hungry.
Someone's saying that the guys on the night show last night, here it is, just got in the car. This may have been covered already, but the guys last night, I'm assuming they mean Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani, were giving us bleep about Altuve being out of the Circle of Trust. I'm not surprised. I don't mean that like, of course those guys did that. That's what they're like. Patrick especially, but Sean alongside him have been very, very vocal about people giving up on Altuve or losing trust in Altuve. So if I were to pick another show on the station that would have that opinion, they would be the heavy, heavy favorite.
Yeah, which flies in the face of my chosen religion, which is hyper-reactionaryism. That's I'm going to be reactionary. Now, you and I have never once said this is the end of Altuve.
We've not.
I've said that as any player gets older, the dries exacerbate.
Yeah.
So you might expect more of this over the coming years. But I did not think that this was some kind of a Jose Abreu type fall off of a cliff.
God, no.
It was an extended slump, and he'd figure it out at some point. The Circle of the Trust, though, I think especially when people only consume it in small bits or if they just see a headline or something, it does look like it. I can see out of somebody that's not a connoisseur of the circle of trust, it sounds like a couple of loudmouth, annoying radio dudes just, giving up on Altuve.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
No, it's not that at all.
It's not the circle of washed. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. It's the trust. The lack of trust can be a temporary thing, and if Jose Altuve keeps this up, it will be the most temporary of all the circle of trusts.
47.8% of adults have oral herpes. Okay, sometimes they're going to be in the cold sore club. Sometimes they're going to be out of it. It's just not. It doesn't mean that it's not a character judgment or something.
If someone just got in their car just now, they're like, that is the greatest analogy of all time. Where did that come from? Text message. When Michael Scott, when he asked for Oscar's sexual history because he kissed him in that meeting that one time. I got to go back and watch that episode again. Hey, speaking of other shows on the station, I was listening to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. I recommend everybody do that. That's our afternoon show here, of course. I was listening while I was on my walk yesterday afternoon, and we played yesterday from the interview, the sit-down that he did with Vanessa Richardson when he was asked about chasing a star. They heard this through, I think, a very different filter than I heard it through. Maybe you as well, Seth. Let's play the cut. And then we'll assess, and then I got both Clint and Ron's take on the cut here. So here was Rafael Stone in his sit-down with Vanessa Richardson, and she asked him about trading for a superstar player.
Versus getting a superstar. I'm not going to ask you what you're going to do because I know that you wouldn't tell me, but what factors play into that decision?
Well, the superstar thing is it's largely, in the NBA, it's largely points, which is at least as much, points are a factor of who shoots. Some of that is offense driven. So it ends up being cyclical. If you engineer your offense around one player, they're going to score more, they're going to get more assists. I don't think that's in Ime's DNA. So some of this is just how we're going to go about it. I think we're going to be a team-focused team. And that doesn't mean we won't do a trade for a really talented player. But I also think we have really, really talented players on this roster. And I think they're all improving. And so before we trade one or two or three or four of those guys for a more veteran guy, we want to make sure that we give this current group room to grow. The huge caveat to all of that is the job is to win championships. That is my one. If we think there's a better path than continuity, we would pursue it. But right now, that bar is pretty high.
Okay. So, all right, I'm listening to all of that. That's the fourth or fifth time I've listened to it.
Yep.
I think, is this the old everything before the but is BS? Everything before the but in a sentence is BS that you get, because he says about 8 things there that sound like, no, we really don't. I mean, he said when we talk about superstars, it's about points. I don't think Udoka is wired in such a way to be so focused on points like that. And then reiterated that it was about the team and believing in the young guys. But then when he says but, he says the caveat. That's his but.
Yep.
The caveat is that it is all about winning championships.
It's my job to win championships.
So that last part there, I guess, is where you could read into it and think, okay, well, everything before he said the caveat is BS. When it comes down to it, they're totally willing to go trade for a superstar.
Yeah.
If that's the interpretation you're taking of it, I don't interpret it that way.
I don't interpret it that way. I don't, and we'll play Clint first here. But just to get on the record with my interpretation, I felt, first of all, none of us know. And it's also Rafael Stone's job to leave all avenues open, to shut nothing off with these answers. So I lead it with that. But if I'm trying to read the tea leaves here, if I'm doing the forensics on what Rafael Stone just said, to me the biggest thing is that he invoked Ime Udoka's name in that answer. And he said that that's not that the environment that comes is not in Ime Udoka's DNA. That type of vibe on the team. I do feel like this team, as constructed right now, just in terms of its willingness to play defense, its love of basketball, its love for each other, all of those things is exactly what Ime Udoka wants. I just think they need shooting. So I tend to veer towards betting against them making a big trade like that.
Yeah.
Because of Rafael Stone pulling Ime Udoka into that answer, and not just pulling him into that answer, but citing the fact that that's probably something that runs contrary to what Ime Udoka's ethos is as the head coach of this team. That's why I would bet against it, not for it.
Yeah, no, and I think when you talk about just surrounding them with shooters, in the same way that the Miami Heat, had their core players, obviously, but then they surrounded them with the Ray Allens and everybody else that just took the load off. Yeah. And like the various other guys that were three-point assassins on those teams, that makes a lot more sense in a lot of ways for this team right now.
I thought that everything after the butt was just lip service to like, hey, but I know, like I thought he was maybe even kind of catering to the people that do want to trade like that to kind of leave the door open. And Clint and Ron are heavily on the record that they want badly a trade like that. So maybe that kind of skews how you hear. Maybe you hear things the way you want to hear them. Here's what Clint thought after they played that audio on the drive yesterday.
Do you get a sense of which way he would lean? Is he going to go and go after maybe adding to this team? Because he said the caveat is winning a championship, and that's lean to a point where maybe he may not do anything big with it.
No, I think he's absolutely doing something big with it. I think he's protecting his coach. I think he's protecting his coach's messaging to his team. And I love everything he said. But the dismount of I'm here to win championships, and ultimately that's what I'm here to do, and it's what I'm going to try to do, and it's what I care about. And that tells you everything that you need to know.
See, I think the big question is, does Rafael Stone feel like they can win a championship with this core? And
then also the balance of it too is, can they win it with this core?
Clint and Ron don't feel that way. That's
moves
evident.
made at the margins over the next few years. Yeah. That if you can surround them, if you can get better shooters and introduce a little bit more variety into the way you operate offensively, then do we get the absolute most out of all these guys? Yeah, you and I are inclined to believe everything before the caveat, and basically at that I look at that caveat there at the end as him saying, but look, we're open to everything.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to, if the right deal comes along to where they don't have to give up much at all relatively for an Antetokounmpo or for a Kevin Durant, then sure, we're open to it. But it's got to be a real sweetheart of a deal.
Yes.
It can't just be something we're going to reach for no matter what.
100%. And I think those are the two names. I think any other name, you're just kind of wishful thinking. Those are the two names. Kevin Durant and Giannis Antetokounmpo. And by the way, we're not totally sure Giannis Antetokounmpo wants a trade yet. He's open to it. I don't know if he sat down with the Bucks yet. He's supposed to. Durant's situation feels a little closer to a trade because he's an aging player who's on a clear non-championship contender. He's agitated his way out of places before. He can do it again, that kind of thing. This is my thing with each of those guys is at age 37 or whatever Durant's going to be this season, I don't want to give up a lot to get Kevin Durant on this. Like, I don't want to give up – if there's a core three, if the core three are Alperen Şengün, Jalen Green, and certainly Amen Thompson, I don't want to give up Amen Thompson in a trade for either of those two guys at all. And we'll play some audio, people talking about Amen Thompson later in the show. So Durant is the one I don't want to give up a king's ransom for Kevin Durant just based on his age. He certainly scratches the Rockets where they itch shooting-wise. The Giannis thing is very interesting. The problem is every hypothetical trade I've seen for Giannis Antetokounmpo by experts, air quotes out there, it involves two of the three of Amen Thompson, Alperen Şengün, and Jalen Green, plus a bunch of other stuff, plus one of Jabari Smith or Tari Eason, plus the 10th pick overall this year, plus two more draft picks. I'll just start with the two out of the three core young guys, especially if one of them's Amen Thompson. That's a non-starter for me. And if you start gutting the roster and giving up four guys and three picks for Giannis Antetokounmpo, if it's the wrong four guys you're giving up, all you're doing is just trading for the right to be the Milwaukee Bucks of right now. The Bucks are like the 6th seed or the 5 seed in the East.
Everything out of it, take compensation out of it. And let's just take compensation out of it.
Okay.
And it's just make it all make sense. That it's the trade you'd feel good about, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, who in your gut do you want on the team? Do you want Kevin Durant or do you want Antetokounmpo? All things being equal.
I want Durant on it because I know you're saying if you're okay with the trade. I think we can both agree you'd have to give up way more to get Antetokounmpo.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm with that assumption that I'm having to give up more to get Antetokounmpo, who is 30 now and who has been injured quite a bit the last few years. He's missing 15, 20 games a year. Probably Durant for like the next 2 years because I don't think you're gutting your team to go get Kevin Durant.
The nature of the deal would be, all right, that's already accounted for. And I think that Durant provides more immediate solutions to the things that ail you. You bring in Antetokounmpo and you still haven't necessarily addressed some of the spacing issues that you already have.
Yeah.
So Durant makes a lot more sense in the short term, obviously. And if it's not a king's ransom, then so be it. I guess the thing that I would worry about is, given everything that Rafael Stone just said about Udoka and the way he operates and how it's got to be an entire team operation, you look at Golden State and the source of some of the rifting, despite the team being so great, was that Kevin Durant wasn't quite adopting the playing style of the Warriors and fitting with the flow of exactly everything they wanted to do.
It's a good point.
Didn't matter at the end of the day.
No,
but there was this, it was a thing. They had to work at it and overcome it. So I wonder how much you.
It's a really good point. If I were stumping for Durant, to counterpoint you here, I would say that maybe Durant's at a different stage of his career now than he was with the Warriors when he's in his prime, that he's more willing to blend in and kind of be more of a team guy. I would also say that, boy, Draymond can get under anybody's skin. I would imagine there could have been some oil and water personality stuff going on with Golden State as well. And the third thing I would say, Seth, too, is like whatever trade they end up making, it's going to have Ime Udoka's stamp of approval on it. Rafael Stone, I mean, it's clear in that audio one thing. He's not going to do something. He's not going to hand Ime Udoka something Ime Udoka doesn't want. Rafael Stone, this is a Caserio-D'Amico situation where Caserio always makes the point, I'm here to serve D'Amico Ryans. I think Rafael Stone kind of said that without saying it in that cut. And I trust Ime Udoka, to kind of wrap up that point, which is if it's got his stamp of approval on it, that culturally whatever move they make, Giannis or especially KD, who he spent some time with in Brooklyn, I know you brought that up before, I trust in whatever Ime Udoka's stamp of approval is on that.
What was Ron's opinion on this?
Oh, yeah, let's go with Ron. Yeah, Ron brought up Ime in Boston, which I thought was a really interesting point.
Ime Udoka went to the finals and had a chance to beat the Warriors and win a championship. He knew what it was like to have Jason Tatum on that team.
Yeah.
He knew what it was like to have Brown on that team. And that part there but the caveat is winning a championship, Clinton, he said that is the only goal. And there is no way to see what's happening in his own conference and say, to me, I would think, and say, like, I think I'm ready to and willing to run this thing back again
I agree.
with this crew.
Okay,
but I think there's that. It's not just a case of either or. It's not like they're going to do nothing about it.
Right.
That there are degrees to this. There's going after a superstar versus there's going after less headline-worthy signings, but that still are improving the team.
Yeah, I just think that I think it's highly possible that Rafael Stone said that at the end, and in his mind, he thinks full well that this group with a couple of tweaks can be a championship-level team. The other thing I would say to Ron, the valid point bringing up Boston and Ime being there, the only thing I would say is that Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum were both homegrown, drafted, high-pick superstars with Boston. They didn't, like that. That's an example to me. That's as much an example of keeping guys like Jalen Green and Amen Thompson, because that's what they did in Boston when they probably could have traded some of those guys and picks to go get a bigger star. They wrote it out. It took 5 years, but they wrote it out, and they made an NBA Finals, eventually won a title 2 years later. So that, to me, is as much a case of keeping guys like Thompson and Green as anything else. And the other thing I would say is that when Ron says, look in your own conference, and I don't know how he can look around his own conference and say that they can compete, Oklahoma City is an example of the other way. Like, they traded to get a bunch of guys, including the MVP of the league, So I think it's just, you can look around the Western Conference just as much and look around the league and the teams that are left over, and there's as much a case for being on the keep the young guy and grow them side of the argument as there is the trade for a superstar. There's a graveyard full of teams right now that have traded for superstars, and it hasn't worked out. Good stuff. That was I enjoyed listening to them yesterday because I always love hearing the contrary opinion, so that was good. Listen to The Drive, 2 to 6, here on Sports Radio 610. All right, up next, we've got a candidate for Take-A-Mania for Friday this week. How do you get this upset over somebody not being at OTAs for a team that they're not even signed with yet? Like, super upset. We'll have that for you coming up next.
The Drive with American flag. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so we take plenty of shots at Aaron Rodgers on this show, justifiably so. He deserves every shot he gets. Now, that said, this one felt strange yesterday. We know that Aaron Rodgers has there's a lot of people that are in his inner circle or that follow him closely, or even just people that follow the NFL closely, that feel like the favorite right now is he does wind up eventually being the quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Steelers don't have another great solution on their roster. Ian O'Connor, who wrote the Aaron Rodgers book, thinks there's a wink-wink agreement with Rodgers and the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers says that he's got people in his inner circle that are dealing with cancer right now, which is why he's not signed anywhere. He's kind of dealing. He's focusing on that. He dropped a hint at a Q&A, though, earlier this week where he said, hey, I may not play for the Bears, but take a look at the schedule. There's a team that plays the Bears this year, and I'm paraphrasing. So there is a lot of smoke around him being a Pittsburgh Steeler, but he's not signed there yet. And there's a chance he retires. I could see that happening with Aaron Rodgers. I think is great that Aaron Rodgers is not, despite not having signed with the team yet, is not at Steelers OTAs this week.
Why? Why? This is the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have six Lombardi. They're coached by first ballot Hall of Fame Mike Tomlin.
They don't have a quarterback.
Never had a losing
They don't have a
season.
quarterback.
And we're sitting around talking about Aaron Rodgers is not there on the first day of OTAs. Mandatory or not, where's your pride? Where's your dignity?
That's why I say I'm going to give him another day.
Where's your respect for the game? Where's your respect for this organization? Where's this organization's respect for the history that they have in this league? What are we talking about? He's never played there before. He doesn't know any of these teammates. He doesn't know the streets to get to the facility. He doesn't know the doctors. He doesn't know the rehab crew. He doesn't know anybody. He doesn't know anybody. He doesn't know where to get his smoothies. Nothing. Like, why would you not be there? Why am I supposed to take this seriously? It's not about him not being at non-mandatory OTAs for a team that he's been with for 22 years. Do what you want to do. You won 5 games last year. The year before that, you didn't play because you tore your Achilles. The year before that, you missed the playoffs. What are we talking about?
Okay, he's. Let me point out, he's not signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
He's not an employee of the Steelers, right? Yeah. I'm torn on that because I think that if it's, I agree with her. If it's a foregone conclusion that he's going to be with the Steelers at some point, then it's almost like she's operating as if, all right, why isn't he signed? And
Steeler fan right there.
Right,
it's probably
right.
how Steeler fans might feel.
No, and that's the part. It's dicey talking about this because it's good that he wants to take care of the people in his family that are apparently suffering or ill right now, or in his inner circle, as he said it. At the same time, like a younger, hungrier quarterback figures out a way to do it all, and it's like I'm not going to criticize a person for Aaron Rodgers putting himself in, like, him choosing to focus on that right now. But from the Steelers' perspective, you got to look at it rationally and objectively and say, well, man, what we need on this team right now is a guy that's going to do anything and everything to try to win a Super Bowl this season. Yeah. And those two, it doesn't make Aaron Rodgers a bad person or anything. No. He's just at a different spot in his life than a lot of quarterbacks are when they're at their peak. And that, like, those are very real considerations. There's a guy on a new team with a new offense, and he's not there developing a relationship and a rapport with everybody. Like, what exactly are you doing, Pittsburgh
Did she
Steelers?
point out at any point in that minute? I mean, I got so buried by just how angry she was. I mean, it popped.
That he's not officially, that he's not actually under contract?
No, she didn't mention that. That's what makes the take so strange. Did she mention that he bailed on mandatory minicamp with I know she mentioned his time with the Jets, but that would be one thing that if I were making the point she was making, I would lean heavily into. Look, this is a guy who, even when he was under contract to a team, didn't show up to blend in with his charity. You know,
it did sound, though, like, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. Just to listen to the clip, it sounds like she didn't realize that Aaron Rodgers isn't actually signed with the Steelers yet. But that's one for her co-hosts that you're sitting there and you're thinking, like, I don't know if I want to point this
Dude.
out or not because it's
Okay, I mean, you're laying out exactly how the end of that video looked. I mean, there's no audio to it because Keyshawn Johnson's not saying anything. He's just sort of flabbergasted at the whole take. He's just there's like a trail of like 5 seconds at the end of the video after she's done ranting, Joy Taylor, after she's done ranting, where Keyshawn is rendered speechless, which is not easy to do. Keyshawn is a guy who always has things to say, and he's just like,
you're like you're in a situation where like it's almost when you're debating somebody about something and they make a mistake that's so bad and it's in front of millions of people that like it almost feels unfair to point out the really simple basic fact that
text message, the Steelers are not themselves lately. I never saw the Steelers allowing Aaron Rodgers or anyone to lead them around, and I'm not even a Steeler fan. I actually hate them. Do you feel like the way this whole Rodgers thing or this offseason's been handled chips away at the Steelers' ethos or vibe?
Yeah, I think of what they've been doing at quarterback the last few years, really, where it's an organization that's had extreme stability, not just with its coaches, but they had a Hall of Fame quarterback for decades.
Yeah.
And you're kind of seeing them operate this way. Yeah, it does. There's times where I'm watching the Steelers operate in the offseason, and I say this seriously. What are you doing? This is beneath the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, it's a good way to
but
put it.
You've lost your way. It's like in a movie when you realize that the head mobster has lost his edge. He chooses not to fight when the other mafia family is threatening war.
Yeah.
And to all of the mafia boss's underlings, that signals a weakness.
Yes.
And that they're ripe for they're ripe to off this dude, and I can take over.
Anytime.
The Steelers got to watch it, man. Rooney family, head on a swivel.
Yep.
Head on a swivel, man.
Head on a swivel, yeah. Guys did not like it when Tony Soprano would say, I got to assess this. I got to assess. No, you don't, Tone. You got to whack that guy. Yeah.
Ironically enough, the Rooneys back in the day, the original Rooney was a bookkeeper. Yeah.
That's how he got his money.
A nonviolent bookkeeper, but a bookkeeper nonetheless.
The money that the original Rooney got the Steelers with was a win. It was a gambling win.
A big gambling win, yeah. It wasn't his full-time. They weren't full-time bookkeepers. That was just something people kind of did on the side as part of their core businesses sometimes, or as an accessory.
Yep.
It almost, the way that people in Pittsburgh will tell you, it was almost a service he was providing to the community. They did it out of the good of their own hearts to be sure that their mill workers never had enough money and were hungry to work.
Not that far removed from the Great Depression. They're like, this is how I made my money on the side. You know, it's your hustle. You do what you got to do.
Sports gambling, when they started the NFL, sports gambling laws were a lot more liberal in a lot of places.
Were they really?
The original Giants owners, the Maras were bookkeepers as well.
Man,
they were just full bore bookkeepers.
Yeah,
they had an whole operation going. Yeah,
boy, yeah.
What's the latest?
On that.
Where's my money? You're supposed to have the money. I'm gonna break your thumbs if you don't give me the money.
Can you imagine him walking up to somebody that owes him money and that's the question? Like, what's the latest? What's the latest on my money?
What's the latest? You said last Tuesday that you'd have it this Tuesday.
Yeah, I don't have it. Okay. Well, you know, that's Saquon's our most popular player. Oh my God, Mara. Tyreek Hill. I don't know if you saw this. Boy, some of the receivers were getting after it this week. Stephon Diggs was partying on a boat with Cardi B and about 50 other people.
And like having to stiff arm multiple admiring women.
Yeah, they were into
people accusing him hitting on these women. I watched the video. I'm like, this dude needs police protection.
They were into.
He's about to get assaulted.
How about this? Tyreek Hill was on some sort of party bus with Aiden Ross doing a stream and was asked about Bills fans.
The Bills, I don't with the Bills. Yeah. Every time when I used to play in Kansas City, bro, it was always the Bills every time we played against them, and we them up every time. Damn. But in Miami, it's the same thing too, though, but like 10 times harder. It's the Bills all day. All they want to do is jump through tables because they got CTE. Stupid ass fans.
Okay, stupid ass fans is what he said. I love how he accuses the Bills fans of having CTE. That's all they want to do is go through tables because they got CTE.
They've got CTE.
Like anybody who's dumb has CTE in Tyreek Hill's
Sounds like an endorsement of Western New York high school football and its hard-hitting ways.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Right.
That's I like that. I like players actually having hatred for a fan base.
The energy, yeah, it's good.
But also at the same time, there's a part of me that wants to tell Tyreek Hill, hey, listen, Tyreek, I know that you have a lot of, at any given time, it seems like you might be spending a lot of money on things that are going to detract from your fortune. There might come a day where you want that one last payday.
Yeah.
And the bills, you've erased the bills from that list.
That's it, man.
But from the WWE side of things, I like it.
I like it too.
Who's Aiden Ross? Am I supposed to know Aiden Ross?
I don't know.
The person who was interviewing
he's
him?
on the bus with. Maybe, I don't know.
He's probably super famous.
Either a rapper or a streamer or something like that, probably, yes. Somebody super famous. That is probably who he is. 2025 style fame. One more. This is a quick one from Tyreek Hill. One of the other kids on the bus asked him, what do you think about, how's Travis Hunter going to do?
Yo, Tyreek, what do you think about Travis Hunter?
He going to be ass.
Gonna be ass. So there you go, man. Tyreek Hill getting out there. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. All right, I have a quick announcement, a reveal that was made on CBS just moments ago that involves my family. Kind of. Proxy family, future family. We'll have that, and also Texans that could still get a contract extension this offseason. Jonathan Alexander had a piece on this. Do we agree with this list? We will have that for you coming up next. But prior
Wilson. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll circle back to the Texans here in just a second, but I was if I was a little distracted in the previous segment, it's because on a personal note, people that listen to the show probably remember Charlie Davis, who is my daughter's boyfriend. They live together up in Boston. They've been dating for several years now, 5 years. We hope it's going in the direction it appears to be going in, which I think it is. He was on Survivor 46. This is probably Seth, probably 2 years ago now almost, because they do 2 seasons a year. They're coming up on season 49 here shortly, and then season 50 is an all-star season where they invite people back from previous seasons, going all the way back to season 1. They invite 20 or so contestants back to have an all-star season of Survivor. If you remember season 46, if you listen to this show or watch the show itself, Charlie was the runner-up. He looked like he was going to win the thing, and then last-second swerve, he ends up the runner-up in all of it. Still did a really good job. Super proud of him. Played the game fantastically. It was just announced on CBS Mornings just now by Jeff Probst of Survivor, the host of Survivor.
And from 46, it was a cruel summer when he lost in the final 3. The question is, can he shake it off before Survivor 50?
Charlie, man. He's back. He's back for season 50 of Survivor.
Back up to the show.
Yes, he got the call.
That's right.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Super.
Sent him on the bus from Sugarland.
Yep.
It was just last year, by the way, Sean.
Was
May
it?
22nd was the finale of the 2024
Okay.
Of the Survivor 46. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
You remember because they filmed it the previous summer,
Yep.
so it was 2 summers ago that they filmed it. But I didn't know anything about any of it really until we were watching. I became a Survivor fan, and I was going to watch every season after that.
I know.
Except I haven't watched a single episode.
I've only watched them because Amy's picked it back up now since Charlie's season. She loves reality shows. Like, she loves Big Brother. She loves the Bachelor shows, Dancing with the Stars. So she's picked Survivor back up. That's right, yeah, because they just finished 48 like last week. So that would make sense. 47 was in the wintertime, and then 48 just happened. So this will run next spring. But I know this, like Charlie and the rest of the cast, they're on planes today and tomorrow to go film this season 50. So my daughter and Charlie have known about this for a while. I hadn't been paying much attention, and then across my timeline this weekend, a video dropped. It just got curated onto my timeline or algorithmed onto my timeline. A video drops of a prediction of what the cast for season 50 was going to be. And I'm like, I'll click this. Maybe this person thinks Charlie's going to be on it. And they did. And then I went to Reddit and was looking at all the strings on Reddit of people who think they have spoilers and whatnot. And it turns out these spoilers were super accurate. The people who knew, and all of those had Charlie. So I haven't called my daughter. Now I've texted with her because it's been revealed. But everything Charlie's had to do relative to Survivor, she's had to sign a non-disclosure also. So once I saw that Charlie was probably going to be on this season of Survivor, I just shut down all communication with her. I didn't want to put her.
Yeah, you didn't want to be prying.
Yeah.
You didn't want to be the dad that was prying for information, possibly to use for gambling.
Yep.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that.
That's got to be stressful as any kind of reality show producer when it comes to the non-disclosures or whatever they have they have to follow. You got to remember, in any given reality show, you're trying to have at least a few whack jobs on there.
Yes.
So you've got Charlie's strength was that he seemed to be one of the most sane of all of them.
Yeah.
So he was the opposite. They don't have to worry about his non-disclosure.
Yep.
I'm guessing that a full 25% of people who sign the disclosures on any given reality show have no idea what they're signing.
Right.
They're so far beyond the realm of normal human reasoning that they got to figure there's going to be leaks. So all those unnamed sources are coming from 100% the actual contestants themselves.
I feel like you're describing Q, who was one of the contestants on Charlie's season, who also got invited back for season 50. And Q was a lunatic who voted against Charlie, by the way, on the final tribal jury. voted against
and not
Charlie.
based on the way that Charlie played the game,
No.
but just for who was most deserving. It turned into a sob story about who was most deserving
of the money.
This show that is all about like abandoning any of your better human instincts and to just be all about numero uno. And, like, it's just vicious. No ethics to it whatsoever.
Nope.
He decided to vote based on who is the fluffiest puppy that deserves the most milk.
Someone says on here, I don't know, Sean, Houston. I think the Houston is the name of the texter. I don't know, Sean. To make it far in Survivor, you have to be good at lying to people. That is true. There were times during the season where Charlie was on there. I'm like, I sure hope you're not playing Judy right now the same way you're playing. Judy's my daughter. Playing Maria or whoever on the show. You know.
And you had to be like the person who nobody would ever suspect of cheating on their spouse, but who it turns out like they die and it turns out they had 7 actual lives. And they just look how they lied. So at the very least, Sean, you should appreciate that Charlie might be an effective sociopath.
Yeah.
If he was able to pull off the nice guy routine and yet still played the game, ended up betraying his closest ally in the game.
Yeah.
He was able to pull it all off.
If my daughter somehow benefits from that, then I'm cool with it. You know, like if
I can't imagine how that might benefit an attorney in his actual real.
He's an attorney in real life. Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure he's gonna be making 7 figures per annum.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because when you win Survivor, you win $1 million. So that night that he lost in excruciating fashion, there was an element, not for me, like it's his million, but my daughter is obviously in a relationship with him, and I'm like, wow, that would have been a really nice nest egg to start your lives with. That $1 million, after, whatever it is after taxes. He still got $100,000, so that's good. So he got some money out of it, and $100,000 is nothing to sneeze at. I'll have to ask Judy this. Like, I wonder, given the fact that Charlie is probably going to do very well in life, he's 27 or whatever he is. He's a very successful lawyer. He'll do just fine. I do wonder if there's a dollar amount where he's cool with being the runner-up, because I think his story and the way he lost probably plays big into him getting invited back.
Yeah.
Where if he had won, would he have rather won Survivor and not gotten invited back to this 50, or would he rather have gone through what he went through and gotten invited back to be with the best of the best to ever play it? What $900,000 would be my question. I don't know, but he's a Survivor junkie. So him getting invited back a second time,
he wants to win.
He wants to win.
He did a really good job with all the physical tests and everything because he actually trained for it.
Yeah, he's in shape.
He trained. He built all the games and he was like one of these guys that just totally like he'd spent his whole life preparing for this one moment.
That's not an exaggeration.
It was like the Olympics for him.
It was. Yes. He won the immunity challenge where you needed extreme hand strength. Like you had to hold a pulley with a weight on it for the longest, and he held it for like over an hour. And I text Judy, I'm like, has he been preparing for that? And she sends me a picture of her sitting next to him in class, and he's got one of those hand gripper things.
Yeah.
Like he had spent like time improving his grip because of that event. This is before he even got picked for Survivor. He was doing stuff like that.
That's an underrated moment, by the way. I don't know if you had any of those hand gripper things laying around when you were a kid, but a lot of people think, the first time I put 45s on the bar for a bench, like, oh, yeah, I feel like I'm lifting real weight.
Yeah.
For me as a little kid, being able to actually squeeze one of those things completely, I can remember being like, I'm a man!
With a much higher pitch.
You mess with it when you're like 4 years old and you can't even budge it.
Oh, yeah. It's a big step, man. It's a big step, the hand gripper.
It's a great moment in my life. It's like right just above getting married and having a child.
The gripper, man.
The first time I gripped fully.
Full squeeze on the gripper. Text message, OMG, so excited. Charlie Survivor is the only one I've ever seen. My brother's a diehard watcher and auditioned once. Charlie, here you go. We're Team Charlie. It'll air sometime next spring, probably.
I was looking around on the application form for Survivor, and it says that they really would like more contestants who are 50 years old or older.
Yeah,
the audience really likes those, especially if they're doing well physically. I couldn't handle the heat. I don't think. Just some of those, man. I'd be a mess. I could handle the weight loss, but I'd get dehydrated at some point because I sweat so much, and then I'd end up. I'd have to get taken off the island on a helicopter.
Some of the things too, your sheer size of just trying to get through some of the obstacle courses and stuff like that. That would be tough.
And any of the things like where you have to hang on a ledge or whatever, like those don't the big
for taller people.
The body weight hurts you on that stuff.
Yeah. And yet I would love to see you on that show. I think it would be awesome.
I'd flip out. No, that would be the worst version of myself. I'd be a star because I'd be acting so crazy.
Yeah.
But I'd be a star for all the wrong reasons.
It's because you can't eat. Like that's the thing. You need your nourishment.
I would prep for it. I would prep for it the entire year beforehand by being in keto a whole bunch.
Oh, there you go.
That's the key, is teaching yourself to burn fat as efficiently as possible.
There you go.
But I don't know if that would be enough.
Yeah. All right, so there you go. That was the big news. Charlie, back in Survivor 50. Go Charlie. Jonathan Alexander had a piece.
Sorry, just one more thing about Charlie.
Yeah.
I'm just really thinking about this now. Yeah, he's got to be out for blood. I can feel it.
That would be amazing.
He's had a year to regroup and focus, and he's probably never stopped training.
Yeah.
But now he needs to go off to Siberia for 3 weeks. He's got to take any pictures of Judy and get rid of them, take them off the mirror, until weirdly at the very end of his training, Judy shows back up.
Oh.
Like Adrian did.
Yeah.
We're like, okay, Rocky has been just solely focused on beating Drago. He's eliminated all outside world distractions, takes the pictures of his family off the mirror, and then all of a sudden at the very end, she shows up.
Yeah.
That's a weak knees scenario right there.
Man. If Judy acts like Adrian did in those movies, I'm disowning her. Adrian, you can't win, Rocky. Like if Judy on Charlie's way out the door, for some reason doesn't want him to fly to wherever they're filming this and do Survivor 50 and screams at him about how Q and Joe and all these other guys who I don't know in the cast. You can't win, Charlie. If she did that, I would disown her. If you're channeling Adrian, Judy, change your last name right now.
You know what Judy would do if she were Arian is that Charlie wins one of these challenges where he actually gets to read a letter from a loved one or something. So he reads a letter from Judy, and it's an escape plan. We're like, we can get you out of there. I just don't know. You're never going to make it. We can get you out of there. Just be at this spot at the beach at 2 a.m.
Dude, don't do that. Judy's
You're going to die, Charlie.
She's a positive influence. Okay, now people are weighing in on you being on Survivor. Seth could stir up trouble and cause chaos. Bamboo, live off of coconuts, and poop in a hole without dude wipes. That's from Brent in the Heights.
Yeah, I could do all that stuff.
Yeah.
I trained myself to sleep on the floor recently. I had to spend a night in an airport, and I was disgusted with myself about how soft I was being. So I spent a couple weeks kind of easing myself into sleeping on a carpeted floor.
Did you really?
Yes.
That's amazing.
Remember when I was really grumpy a few weeks ago?
I do.
That was what I was doing.
That was when you were working on it.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Well, hey, man, if that's something you want to accomplish, I'm here for the sacrifice. All right, real quick, let's get to this Jonathan Alexander. Are there any more players, Seth, that you would like the Texans to drop an extension on before the season starts? Because Jonathan Alexander has a list of possibilities and then ultimately kind of assesses whether or not they should do this sort of thing. I feel like the extension window is closed right now for the Texans, especially given what they're planning for, in all likelihood, next year with CJ and Will, the two most, which will absolutely be the two most expensive contracts on the team. Where are you on this? Are there any? And you got the list in front of you, just like I do. Are there any names on here you feel like, let's get this guy locked up for a little while?
No, there's nobody that I'm eager about. I already feel like the Texans are a little too aggressive in re-signing their own guys, and I'm 100% comfortable with. I'm finding it hard to relinquish the old ways where, man, if you want to get an extension after 3 years, you better have been an MVP or something, or damn near close to it.
Yeah.
Times are a-changing, but I still don't feel right now that I would feel awesome about giving an extension. Joe Mixon is one that it's going to get interesting after this season. He's signed through 2026, but he's an aging running back, and I think you can't. It's not like he had the kind of season where you give him a Saquon Barkley type reward.
No. I mean, and even at this contract he's at now, Jonathan points out he's a top 10 paid running back, even on the $8 or $9 million a year he's making right now. I think that the wild card with Joe Mixon is he is an influential voice in that locker room.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it's so So is that something where if he's going into a contract year and he wants a new deal that you're going to have to deal with, you know?
C.J. Gardner-Johnson's an interesting one because you trade for him, so he comes here on a contract, and you always wonder if a guy's going to be happy playing on the contract he's on or not.
Yeah.
The fact that he's been on 4 different teams of 5 different stays, is that the correct number?
Yeah.
I think there's something about you got to give it a year with him and just see exactly if there is a shelf life on C.J. Gardner-Johnson or not.
Yep. Those are the names. Joe Mixon, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Christian Harris I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole and a contract extension right now, unless they're really comfortable with his injury and you feel like you can get him at a discount because he's been – it wasn't just last season. He missed the first half of his rookie year, too.
The tough one, in a lot of ways, I would look at him almost like Brevin Jordan, in that you've got a small sampling of what you think you can do with him. But, Brevin Jordan was injured last year, and they ended up agreeing to an extension with him.
Yeah.
So there's, like with Christian Harris, the ceiling for what he could potentially make if he starts for an entire season and plays and delivers on some of the promise that he showed 2 years ago, I think the upside for him is so high that it's unlikely that they come to terms.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if he ends up signing a deal that the Texans are comfortable
I think
with.
he becomes a free agent at some point, honestly. And then he lists Titus Howard. I would let that one play out as well.
The Christian Harris one, it's an interesting competition between him and To'oTo'o.
Yeah.
That I think a lot of people aren't necessarily thinking about because To'oTo'o ended up starting the whole year last year.
Mm-hmm.
Christian Harris, theoretically, I think, can be better in pass coverage than Henry To'oTo'o probably has the ability to do. Christian Harris is just a different type of athlete. And that's where a lot of the competition is going to come during training camp is, all right, how do these guys look in coverage?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe some of these guys, like Dameon Pierce is one of them that Jonathan lists here. Some of these guys, they did it with Davis Mills. They did it with Brevin Jordan, as you mentioned. Just tack one. If you get them and they've got a year left on their deal, tack one more year on at a reasonable amount if they're amenable to that. Like I think part of getting a group of guys together like this, part of what you target in players, if the Texans, they are hyper targeting things like love of football and chemistry and camaraderie, is you are more inclined to try to find some way to keep guys like that. And I don't know that that's always good. You fall in love with your own guys maybe a little too much sometimes. But we'll see. I will see. I think the extension window is closed, but maybe one of these guys gets something between now and we mentioned this in the previous segment when we were talking about Rafael Stone and the Rockets. The love for Amen Thompson right now around the NBA just continues into the offseason, where we even have one particular NBA voice answering who is the next SGA. The answer, Amen Thompson. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Amen Thompson. We'll let you hear that. We'll hear from one of Amen's teammates as well. That's all coming up next.
Hey, big event coming.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
It's Payne and Pendergast.
This text is good proof that I feel like you and I have each sort of carved out our brand with the audience, Seth. Let's be real. Watching Sean on Survivor would be 100 times more entertaining than watching Seth on Survivor. Now, Seth would be better at Survivor than me, there's no question. But what I'm gleaning from this text, faithful listener, is that you think I would be horrible at the immunity challenges, would probably last about 2 hours in the heat, eating bugs or fruit or coconut or whatever it is they eat off the trees there. And I will tell you this right now, You are 100% correct. I would be awful at Survivor. It would be a hilarious watch, but I promise you, I would only last one episode.
You think you'd be one of the first ones out?
I would try to be one of the first ones out.
The very
Just
beginning
vote for
there,
me. Yeah.
the very beginning, it's all about how much value can you provide to your tribe. And they might look at your weaving skills and fishing skills and everything and give a hard pass on
all the
it.
things I would pay other people to do for me if we were on, back on the continental U.S.
You would have it. Your best shot would be to smuggle a whole bunch of stuff in there in your rectum, and basically, just figure out who's the recovering alcoholic here. I'm going to bribe him with the travel bottles of booze I got on the plane on the ride here. Yeah.
Sean is walking much funnier than he did in his tryout video. That is interesting.
Sean's gone off to go to the bathroom 6 times already, and come back with trinkets every time.
Every time. It's weird. Trinkets that would not be on an island somewhere. I'm bringing that up. Charlie, my daughter's boyfriend, selected for Survivor 50. Just announced on CBS Mornings an hour ago. All right, Amen Thompson. I think he would do well on Survivor, I think. In good shape, good explosiveness, survival skills, pretty good. Amen Thompson is still one of the most beloved offseason figures. When it comes to sort of the rising stars right now in the NBA, it feels like Amen Thompson is on everybody's list. Him just now getting announced within the last week, first team all defense, I think really hammers it home. Brian Windhorst was on, I believe it was Get Up yesterday. It was Get Up yesterday, and they had Adam Schefter on there for whatever reason talking about basketball. They had the Morris twins on there. They asked the Morris twins and Brian Windhorst, who's the next Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Who's the next guy to kind of rise and take the league by the throat? Here was Brian Windhorst's answer.
Let me give you a name of somebody that you should take and keep an eye on next year, and he's a twin. Amen Thompson from the Houston Rockets. He's not going to win MVP, but he is a guy that you should pay attention to. By the way, his twin brother, Azar Thompson from the Detroit Pistons, should be on your list. Amen Thompson just made first team all defense. He is going to get better offensively. He is a future all-star. He is a potential future franchise player in Houston or elsewhere, because if the Rockets are going to look to make any sort of major trade, any team is going to want him. So keep an eye on Amen Thompson.
Okay. That's Brian Windhorst talking right there. I agree. He's the one untouchable guy in this whole thing for me.
It seems like around the NBA. He's almost like that up-and-coming band that only the real music insiders know about. The people that have watched him play, and he catches their eye. Lots and lots of people keep noticing him, and so it's almost always brought up as, hey, you know who you got to keep an eye on? We got like 70% of NBA players saying, hey, I'll clue you in on something. You got to keep an eye on Amen Thompson.
Funny you say that. Hey, Ben, can you cue that Windhorst one up again? I'll tell you when to down cue it here. The way he leads into this is exactly what you're talking about.
Let me give you a name of somebody that you should take and keep an eye on next year.
Okay, bingo. That's all we need.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about this guy who might be the best player on the 2 seed in the Western Conference. Guy's name is Amen Thompson, all right? Been watching this guy. He's like a garage band. He's going to be a
I got
big
a hunch
star.
about this guy.
I think he's going to be something.
Yeah, he was already recognized as a first-team All-Star, defensive All-Star, or defensive team.
Yeah.
But keep an eye on him.
Keep an eye on him, man. We'll get to Jock Lawndale here in just a second. Amen's teammate. I always love listening to people with Australian accents. It makes the cut at least 25% better. But when I think of Amen, let's play Lawndale here, and I'll give you my main thought on Amen in a second. This was Jock Lawndale. I apologize. I have no idea what podcast this was, but he's talking to somebody else who appears to be Australian in this podcast. So maybe he's back home for the offseason now. But this is Amen Thompson's teammate, Jock Lawndale. Good assessment. I think some pretty funny anecdotes, too.
Amen Thompson's going to be an all-star next year. And that's on him.
How many years has he been around for now?
2. That was his second year.
He'd be pushing for that most improved player award as well, wouldn't he, next year?
For sure.
You can see he's about to just explode.
Well, you forget that he only starting, I think, when Jabari Smith Jr. went down with an injury, like 60 games into the year or 50 games into the year. So from there, he just blossomed. And it was like, oh my God. Like, we knew that he was good, but I don't think anyone was like, holy shit. A lot of us at the end of last season were like, this dude's the future of the program.
Yeah, wow.
And then to see that kind of come to fruition, we were like, yeah, like this dude's
Good-
something
good
else.
bloke.
Unbelievable guy. And again, I do not compliment this guy to his face. I love to hang on him and Thompson, and he knows it too. Like, we do this thing every time, we go to give each other a high five, we pull our hands away at the last minute, and we try and, like, mess with the other person, So I love messing with him, man. But, yeah, he's a cracking bloke.
He's a cracking bloke.
Cracking bloke. Yeah.
Oh, he's a cracking bloke.
He's a cracking bloke. We got Steven Adams talking about the lads on the team.
Yeah.
We got to keep all of our foreign big men. We have to.
I think I came up with a new nickname for you. Cracker bloke.
That would be my rapper name.
He's my cracker bloke.
That would be my rapper name if I became a
No,
rapper.
my other bloke. Yeah, cracker
I'd be
bloke.
the Cracker Bloke. I'd have all kinds of rappers on the Cracker Bloke podcast and everything.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, I like
twerking
them.
on Steph's boat and everything. Oh, look at Cracker Bloke over there. Yeah.
Amen Thompson, at the end of last season, he was referencing is in 2020. Oh man, this guy's really the real deal.
Yeah.
That's the Amen Thompson dynamic. It's one of those things where I feel like as appreciated as he is in Houston, I don't think it's fully hit how much of a found money delight factor that could be when you look back to the the Warriors and how well they drafted. They were homegrown, and it wasn't guys that were slam dunk. Oh yeah, this guy's the next superstar of the league.
Nope.
And yet they ended up with one of the greatest products ever. And by just drafting really, really well.
Yes. Well, he was the number 4 overall pick, but that was the Wembayama draft,
right?
And people thought that was a 3-person draft. It was Wembayama, Brandon Miller, if I'm remembering correctly, was the 2nd pick, and I think Scoot Henderson was the 3rd pick. And that was a draft where the narrative was, you got to get one of these top 3 picks. And when the lottery came up and the Rockets were 4th, it was like, oh, can't catch a break, man. And don't get me wrong, like Wembayama, assuming that whatever health issues he was dealing with are a thing of the past, is the future of the league. Like you call up the Spurs saying we'll trade you Amen Thompson for Victor Wembanyama, they'd probably hang up. But Amen Thompson is going to be a great player in this league, and I think he's probably going to end up being better than the 2 guys that got taken ahead of him. And that just goes to show sometimes the lottery, like the night of the lottery, you look at it and go, well, boy, we can't catch a break. And the fact of the matter was, if you were picking 2 or 3, you probably wouldn't have picked Amen Thompson in that draft, just by the way that was going. So you're absolutely right about that. The Jabari thing is interesting that Londale brought up. But Jabari Smith Jr. breaking his hand for Amen Thompson to get bumped up from being a 6th man to getting 40 minutes a night in the starting lineup, and it makes you wonder, like, how long would that have ever happened this year, or would he have just been along with Tari, the two? He and Tari were the Terror. He and Tari are the original Terror twins, not Jabari and Tari.
I should be more. I need to be retroactively livid with Udoka for waiting as long as he did and having his hand forced on that. I don't know if I can trust this organization anymore.
The other thing Londale said, the host that he was with said that Amen he's a guy who could be most improved next year. Now, look, it's hard to win most improved when you're already thought to be one of the 5 best on one side of the basketball. You're already thought to be one of the 5 best defensive players in the league. You've got no room for improvement defensively. I guess, Seth, if all of a sudden Amen Thompson became a 20-point-a-night guy, like if all of a sudden offensively he was somebody you really had to account for. You don't super hyper have to account for Amen Thompson offensively the way you do somebody who's got consistent range on their jump shot.
And that's where, just getting a way to get some space into this offense and everything else, whether it's just by adding shooters or however you do it, or by adding a superstar in Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Some of what Raphael Stone was talking about in the clips we played, of just not being so solely focused on the one individual. It's a team effect.
Yep, no doubt. Text messages coming in. Great program by the 2 of you. You talk like 2 GMs. Football's of this reality. Again, great show. I thank the texter for that compliment. I don't read it for self-gratification. I read it to point out to that texter that sometimes that view gets us portrayed as the responsible curmudgeons on the station.
Yeah,
we're not the ones out there making it rain the first day of free agency.
When I wasn't ready to fire Nick Caserio based on the first 2 hours of day 1 of free agency in 2024, I was an old man, don't you know? It's all about the .coms these days. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfumania. That's the stock I'm buying.
All these kids on the Soch. Yeah. So thank you for the nice compliment, but just know that it's a blessing and a curse. Having the responsible point of view that Seth and I have about contracts and the salary cap gets us in trouble with the hot take community sometimes, okay?
It's a stupid way to dig for ratings.
It's definitely going to put
yeah.
the hourglass is dripping out of sand on the two of us right now because of that. And the fact that
podcasters, the podcast listeners love you. Yeah, I know. Yeah. They're the people that they buy stuff. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, exactly. 2 hours in the heat for you is a stretch, Pendergast. It is. No, I was giving myself too much credit saying I survived 2 hours in the heat.
You did a good job at spring training. You sat down in the sun with no hat on your head.
Yep.
Your bald head.
Yep.
When you were just wanted to get video footage of Altuve in left field for the first time in spring training. And it was kind of hot that day.
It was hot that day, yeah.
I was sitting up in the shade drinking one of those mojitos that's like a triple mojito in a can.
Yeah, those were good. That's
what it's all about.
I forgot about that, man. Yeah, I did. I stuck it out. And boy, every time we thought he was coming out of the game, he kept staying in because he didn't get a ball hit to him the entire time.
Yeah.
He was supposed to play like 4 innings. Like, here he comes back out for the 5th. I'm like,
he might have missed his
slathering more
tea time.
sunscreen. Yeah.
That's how much he cares. He sacrificed the potential tee time to stay out there. So those of you who don't know, in spring training, when the starters leave, they just leave. There's no hanging around the clubhouse or anything. Yeah.
He didn't even go back to the dugout. He walked out through the bullpen in the outfield. He didn't go back to say goodbye to anybody. There were no scraps in his scrapbook. Altuve, innings over. He just turns around back and walks backwards, basically. Instead of going in towards the diamond, he walks through the wall. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Keep texting, 713-572-4610. Getting some good amen texts. We'll read some of those. All right, I am the same. A future Hall of Famer had this to say about a Super Bowl that he lost. Happened to be right in a building I can see out the window right now. This guy handles losses the exact same way I do. Do you handle it the same way that this particular player does? We've got the audio. We've got that for you. Coming up next, Academy Sports and Outdoors.
term. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Well, I'm guessing OTAs are supposed to start at 9:30 today, and I'm guessing they will. I am 100% guessing they're going to be indoors. It is nasty out there today, boy. It is raining fierce. So probably indoors today. But we'll have eyes on it for you here on Sports Radio 610. Texans OTAs getting cranked up. Before you know it, it'll be minicamp. And next thing you know, yada, yada, yada. Training camp will be here, and this is going to be a fun season. Keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610. All right, I saw this cut yesterday, Seth, from Julio Jones. Julio Jones, future Hall of Famer. Of course, Atlanta Falcon, just an amazing player for the Atlanta Falcons for many, many years, including 2016 when the Atlanta Falcons made it all the way to the 2017 Super Bowl here at NRG Stadium in Houston. We all remember that one. 28-3, the Falcons are up. Just run the football a couple of times, and you probably end up winning that game. You run the clock out. But Julio Jones was on a podcast. It looked to be with maybe a couple of his former teammates or guys he was talking to in this particular clip. But I watch this, and I can totally relate from this standpoint. When a team I root for loses a game that's that catastrophic in nature, I do the same thing Julio Jones does. I do not watch that game ever again.
Mm-hmm. Man, about the Super Bowl, I have yet to go back and watch it.
Oh, the game?
Yeah, I haven't went back to watch the game. And too, like, for me, just like in that game, it was just like I had 4 opportunities in that game. In that whole game too, though, like all this, what I've done and, as the team, and we got to the Super Bowl, it's just like I had 4 opportunities.
Bro, that one catch you had on the sideline?
I had 4 opportunities, though, the whole game. That's insane.
That is
4 targets in the Super Bowl.
No, that's ridiculous.
But, again, I did what was asked of me. That would have.
That's some bitterness right there, man.
Oh, that's. I wonder. Is that a shot at Kyle Shanahan?
It's a shot at somebody.
Yeah. So Kyle Shanahan was the offensive coordinator. After that game, he would accept the job with the 49ers, and that's all she wrote.
And the rest.
Yeah, I totally agree. I would guess the majority of Super Bowl losers never go back and watch the whole game.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I can't. When teams I watch lose games like that, I don't go back. I've never watched a single game like. When the Astros lose the World Series, I can't even go back and watch the Altuve home run that got them to the World Series because they lost the World Series. You know what I mean? Like the whole offseason.
You can't enjoy any part of it.
I can't enjoy any part of it because, you know, especially when you lose and you're such a head favorite to the Nationals. And I don't know, in that Super Bowl, I don't know that the Falcons, I can't remember they were the favorite or the underdog. I'm guessing they were the underdog because you're going against Belichick, who at that point had won 4 Super Bowls as the coach of the Patriots. But you're up 28-3. Like that, it was an all-time choke job. Like, I don't know how you can go back. I am guessing that there are no Oiler fans, virtually, who have gone back to rewatch the 35-3 game against the Buffalo Bills. Who wants to relive that?
Every now and then you might watch it. They've done enough little documentaries on it on YouTube and what have you. You've probably done that.
Yeah.
But you want to go back, and if you had a version of the whole game, I doubt you're watching it.
Burn that thing.
The entire game might be on YouTube. They do leave the NFL YouTube channel to have some of the classic games up there. So if you feel like punishing yourself before the Astros game starts, go ahead and watch that.
That would be the hard part of being a football player. Like, when you were on a team that was losing, did it suck going to watch film?
Well, no, the worst. Yeah, it always sucks when you're. Yeah, I mean and then you go through waves where the coaches are trying to figure out. All right, well, maybe we need to be extra nice to these guys.
Tough love.
Then it's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
No, not tough love. Like, okay, we need to be nice to them.
Yeah.
Because everybody else is beating them down. But then you can tell that they don't mean it when they compliment you. Yeah. No, but the hardest thing is the next year after games like this. Let's say the Falcons had played the Patriots and had the same coordinator and everything the next year. They keep showing up in the cut-ups. The hardest thing to watch and preparing for the Titans, it's for the first time in 2025. And it's, let's say, when do they play them for the first time this year?
Week 4, yeah.
Yeah, week 4. All right, so it's week 4. And since the last disappointing Titans game, some other things have happened. But then all of a sudden, there you are, 8 months later watching yourself screw up against the Titans from last year. Because you're watching the film and the cut-ups and everything and try to figure out, So you get to relive your mistakes over again.
Yeah.
So if it happened in a Super Bowl, you'd be watching, those would be part of the cut-ups, and you'd have to watch your bad plays from one of the worst games you ever played in.
One of the worst choke jobs that your team was ever involved in.
Patriots were a 3-point favorite over the Falcons.
That sounds about right. That sounds in neutral field. That sounds about right. And I'm looking right now. Yeah, Julio Jones is right, man. Chapter and verse. 4 targets. Now, 4 catches on 4 targets. Mm-hmm. That might make me even angrier. Like, hey, look, man, everything you're throwing my way, I'm catching. And whoever he was doing that podcast with, that's the first thing I think of when I think of Julio Jones in that Super Bowl. He had a catch along the sidelines on, I don't think it was a go route, but it was probably about a 25-yard catch down the sideline where it was something else, man. It was one of those catches like, all right, there's 5 guys on the planet that can make that catch. But, boy, he is still carrying that around with him, man. In that game, Taylor Gabriel and Austin Hooper had more targets than Julio Jones did in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's a shot at Kyle Shanahan. I give Julio credit for not just naming Kyle Shanahan by name.
Yeah. Yeah, they only threw 23 passes in that game, the Falcons did at all the wrong times.
They're throwing them exactly when you didn't want to pass all game long, but now here at the end, when we don't need to, that's when you want to just release the hounds.
It is crazy in a game where their offense averaged 5.8 yards per carry. They rushed 18 times for 104 yards. God, maybe what jumps out is how few plays they ran for a team that scored 28 points. They threw the ball 23 times and ran it 18 times. That's 41 plays plus 5 sacks. That's 46 plays. That's nothing.
Well, they were running the type of strategy because they were soaking up clock and everything. Exactly what you should do they knew how to manage the game while they had a lead.
Yeah.
And yet at the very end just couldn't take the foot off the gas.
They averaged 12.3 yards per completion or per attempt. 12 points per attempt. 23 attempts for 284 yards. Your quarterback had a 144 passer rating and you lose that game. Like that's just, it's weird to say, like in that game, not to rehash the Super Bowl from 8 years ago, but like just looking at it now, like it's weird to think like you look at the box score, you go, well, the offense didn't lose the game, but then you look at it, you go back and watch the game, you're like, well, yeah, they did. They couldn't grind the clock out at the end of the game. Yeah. Kept giving the ball back to the New England Patriots. So anyways, I say all this to say, I play that audio to say, I am a lot like Julio Jones. If my team loses a catastrophic loss, the tape gets burnt and I never ever watch it again. I feel you, Julio Jones. Amen Thompson, this is Ocho weighing in. Amen Thompson will need to make some meteoric improvements to meet the expectations that we were just talking about. I don't know if they were expectations or just what he would have to do. If he were to get into the most improved player conversation, it's going to be largely based on him making a huge leap as an offensive player. Ocho does say it would be something to behold. Yeah, Amen Thompson becoming a dangerous offensive player should scare the hell out of the rest of the league if he's able to do that. I think a lot of it can get accomplished just with the repetition of shooting a bunch of elbow jumpers and three-pointers in the offseason. Mm-hmm. He just needs to become a more consistent shooter of the basketball.
He's, I think in terms of like how you feel about the upside, and some of this just comes from the nature of how he plays, you feel like he's the guy that just flat out wants it more than a lot of other promising young NBA players. Mm-hmm. So it's hard not to envision him just steadily getting better every year and improving on something.
Yep.
Now everybody works hard, everybody does summer league, all of that, but there's just his mode of operation is just 1,000 miles per hour all the time.
Yep. Text message. This goes back to the Astros. We'll hit the Astros in the next segment. Sean, I agree. Let Dubon have a shot at being the everyday second baseman, and DeCenzo can be the new utility guy. Dubon's playing at a level now offensively. He's on a streak enough now where I'm like, yeah, don't jerk around with second base anymore. Let Dubon be your second baseman. Keep Altuve in left field if you want to. The issue.
They turned that first double play they turned to last night. Pena kind of had an awkward throw to Dubon, who was running towards second base. So for Dubon to be able to handle that throw and then handle that catch and then make the throw to first, he doesn't do it as impressively but he just flat out gets the job done.
It was smooth, man. That was smooth, and the guy was out by like 3 steps. Like the transfer from glove to hand to Walker was something to watch, man. So yeah, I'm cool We'll see what the lineup is today. It's a day game after a night game, so maybe they're doing some, maybe I'm guessing Caratini's going to be in the lineup today because you're not going to have Yiner catching again on a day game. That day game, that kind of thing.
Well, the story
say
for
day
today's
gay.
game
I know he said day gay, Ben. You're laughing in there. I meant day game. Yeah.
The story for today's game is Lance McCullers, and just
Yes.
all right, just keep stacking another one on. So Lance McCullers versus I think Severino is pitching for the A's. If he goes 6 innings, I'll have a ticker tape parade in my own house.
That was my question. Okay, you made the bold prediction
I'll get
on
out
Hunter
the old
Brown
dot
yesterday.
matrix printer. Yeah.
Are you making a bold prediction on how many innings he's going to pitch? I know you're hoping.
I'm not
going to
make a. Let's see. I'm gonna versus the A's especially.
Yeah.
He goes 6 innings today.
6 innings.
Yes.
Guy hasn't gone 5
That's my
yet.
bold prediction.
That is a bold prediction. I will give you that. That's bold as hell. Yes. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Stay safe out there. The weather is nasty. Let's circle back to the Astros and last night's game. Altuve since last Thursday. We're still waiting for the thank you text from all of you about lighting a fire under Altuve. Seth has an interesting question. Why this version of Jake Myers, or an assessment maybe, why this version of Jake Myers, this one, the one that a year ago expired on May 31st, why might this would have it does? We'll have that for you as well coming up in the next segment. Stay there.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
That ball's hit pretty well to left. Stoerner will watch this one go! Altuve with his third home run of the homestand and hit number 10 in this same homestand. He makes it 5-0. Astros. Altuve drills one to center field. Back Denzel Clark near the wall. Jumps up. It's gone again! 2 for Altuve! His second 2-home run game in the homestand. And the Astros lead 9-0. Jose Altuve having himself a homestand. Trying to hold up. That's the ball game. Soderstrom strikes out for the 4th time, and the Astros win it 11-1 to get to 4 games over 500 for the first time in 25.
Hell yeah. Oh, yeah. Crank it up, Ben. We did it at 6. We'll do it at 9. Yeah, 4 games over 500. As of right now, in 2025, that is enough to dust off Cool and the gang. Because they've not been 4 games over 500 yet until last night. 11-1 the final score. I didn't realize Soderstrom struck out 4 times in that game. Rough night for that dude. Not a rough night for Jose Altuve. It was the opposite. He was on base 4 times in that game. 4 for 4, 2 bombs, and he's on fire, Seth. Since you and I took him to task.
Well over 500 in this homestand. I think that Altuve is back. I think he's definitively broken his slump. Where does he settle in this year? I think probably somewhere typically where he does settle in, around really good baseball player.
Yeah, really.
So the big question is, all right, now when Jordan comes back, if we just get old classic Jordan back, and we're off to the races, Sean.
That would be
We're
great.
off to the races, damn it.
That would be beautiful. It's funny. Someone said on the text page, where is it? Have the Astros considered making Altuve the DH and someone else the thing? You're forgetting that Yordan Alvarez, that text almost seems like somebody is forgetting Yordan Alvarez is on the team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, hey, let's make Altuve the DH. Well, there is this guy named Yordan Alvarez who this team is hell-bent on making practically the full-time DH. Occasional games in left field. So, no, Altuve is going to be out there. Once Yordan comes back, Altuve is going to be out there defensively way more often than not. Either at second base or in left field, he's going to be out there. And you know what? So far in left field, it hasn't been terrible out there. It's been okay. It's for Altuve. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, no, there's times where, the throw he had home, the nice throw that he made to get Raleigh out at home a few days ago was, like, the only reason there was a play to be made was because it was Jose Altuve in left field.
Yeah, they challenged
him. So it was, they wouldn't have sent him against hardly any other left fielder out there. So there's going to be weaknesses. But, yeah, as long as he's hitting the way he's hitting right now, or that he was early in the season, then you're okay with that trade-off. But he's not going to be a full-time DH.
Look, that throw is not going to scare most of the league, but it will keep some third base coaches like, all right, well, the guy's not a joke in left field. That was a good throw. You know, it was one hop on the money, and he threw out a very slow catcher on the Seattle Mariners. That's it. There, you know, if he had 3-hopped it, if it had been Chaz's throw on the walk-off play last week on the sac fly walk-off, I forget. I think that was against Tampa Bay, maybe. I forget who that was against. Might have been against Seattle, whatever, where he 3-hopped it. Then you're like, all right, well, but at least, you know, Altuve made a throw that third base coaches at least have to think before sending a really slow player to try to challenge the arm. 12 for 21, 4 home runs, 7 RBIs, 9 runs scored, OPS of 1734. That's what Jose Altuve has done since what some of you think was the ultimate show of disrespect happened, me and Seth leaving him out of the circle of trust, when in fact all it was A, an appropriate assessment of where he was at as a player at that point, and B, it would appear something that lit a fire under Altuve and is now taking the Astros to heights that they have not seen yet thus far in the 2025 season.
You know, it's if you look at his outs defensively, if you look at his outs above average, you're like, oh, he's at a 1. All right, that's way better. You know, 2023 and 2024, he was in the negatives and outs above average, and then you realize he's at a 1 because he's got 3 outs above average at second base, -2 in left field.
Okay.
So he's looked as we've noticed. He's looked like a very promising young second baseman when he's played second base this year. He's made some nice plays.
Those are actually really good second base numbers. Look, I'm not saying he's winning a Gold Glove in left field. I'm having a hard time finding times where I'm having a hard time finding instances I can remember where he lost games for them in left field. And let's face it, the first few times he was out there in spring training, it was a circus out there. He's misplaying fly balls, and he's trying to get the ball out of his glove to his throwing hand, and it's rolling 10 feet to his right. So that's been good. Well on my way to cashing my over 14.5 home run ticket for Pena. I'll take it, even though he hit it to the sliver of the ballpark where there and Tampa Bay's ballpark are the only two stadiums where that would have been a home run.
Yeah.
The bandbox, it is Tampa Bay and Daikin Park, but we'll take it with Jeremy Pena. You raise an interesting point here on Jake Myers. Okay, if they can get an everyday center fielder here that you feel like isn't a hole in the lineup and is giving you good defense, boy, this would be a real find for the Astros 5 years into Jake Myers' career. Why should I feel better about this version of Jake Myers? I'm the Jake Myers skeptic on this show.
I think, and I'll be totally transparent because it's impossible to ignore. You have pointed out, man, Jake Myers this time last year was pretty much the exact same player that Jake Myers is this time year, statistically. And then Myers just fell off a cliff for the last 2/3 of the season. So I think for me, it's that they made definitive changes in his approach and in his swing that seemed to be yielding the results they wanted. He added the leg kick, and it's just that part of it where he's shown better judgment at the plate. It all seems tied together, including his performance in spring training. The thing that scares me a little bit is there was an article in the Chronicle. Yeah, it was in the Chronicle about like how well he's doing this year and how the numbers are different than his career. So swinging at pitches outside the strike zone at a rate.
Okay, that's significant.
Just 8 qualified hitters had lowered their year-over-year chase rate by a larger percentage. Okay, I like that, but I still don't know. Like, what about this year compared to this time last year? His strikeout rate last year at this time was 19%.
Yeah.
This year it's 17.4%.
Okay.
It's not like he's striking out that much less. His career is 25.1%.
Yeah. As of a couple days ago, he'd only struck out 9 times this month. He struck out 16 times in the big month he had last year in May when he had a 924 OPS, but he was still, 16's a bunch. But yeah, look, I'm not expecting him to all of a sudden become this great contact hitter, but if he's having more competitive at-bats and he's just, quite frankly, when he does hit the ball, if he's hitting it harder, I am here to embrace and love Jake Myers. It's just he's, one, over the last few years, not given me that much to love about him, and two, the one time he did give me something to love about him, he betrayed me personally in the worst possible way by having a 586 OPS the remainder of the season. Mm-hmm. So fool me once, shame on Jake. Fool me twice, shame on me, I think is how the old saying
You've
goes.
been burned. You've been hurt before.
I have,
and
man.
You don't want to get hurt again.
I want to love him.
You've built calluses on your soul.
I want to love him.
You're not just going to fall in love with just what any howdy-doody hayseed that falls off the bus from Nebraska.
Yes.
They're like, no, listen, kid, you're going to have to prove yourself in the big city.
That's out of the strike zone thing is big because that was, there's strikeouts and then there's strikeouts where you look like you're just guessing and you're completely overwhelmed up there.
Yeah.
That is something. You convincing me via numbers hasn't pushed me all the way to trust Jake Myers that this will continue, but I'm closer than I was before.
He also talked in that article by Matt Kawahara that he's learned about how pitchers make you adjust.
Yeah.
And that in the past, when they've pushed him into an adjustment period, he's lost focus on some of the basics or some of the things that he should be focused on. So it does sound like he's learned some hard lessons from going through those. It's the old cliche of, pitchers catch on to you, they start, attacking you differently, then you got to make an adjustment.
Yeah.
He's been through a few cycles of that now that maybe this is the final one.
Yep. Let's hope so, man. I'm here for it. Text messages coming in. This goes back to us playing the Julio Jones audio of him not being able to rewatch the Super Bowl. Still can't watch the U of H NC State championship game but every year they roll out the highlights during March Madness. That's a good question. I feel like this is right up our alley. Is it wrong that I still hate Jim Valvano, but he's no longer with us? Do you still?
No, that's all right.
Yeah.
That's because you could separate it. There's sports hatred, and then there's others. Yeah,
Right.
It's not like all of a sudden if you. This is a judgment I use also when people are old, crotchety people. You tend to think, okay, they're old, give it a break. Just let's be patient. If they were a-holes when they were young adults, and a-holes when they were middle-aged, and then continue to be citizens. They are afforded no extra. There's no generosity in my soul for the grumpy old man who is always a grumpy.
I like that. This. I think, sir or ma'am, what you're asking is this similar to how Rob Manfred treated Pete Rose, where like, oh, he's dead now, we can reinstate him in baseball. Like, it's okay, Valvano's dead, I can stop hating him. I would tell you, no, it's sports hate, just like you said, Seth. This is not. It's as long as you're not showing up at his descendants'
a memorial,
houses.
like a 25-year memoriam of his death or something.
Right. And then spray painting the grave afterwards, like with graffiti and whatnot. Don't do that. But it's okay to sports hate him still. This goes back to our Amen Thompson conversation. To be fair, the whole Rockets offense needs Jesus, and our free throws need as much prayer as we can get. I'm guessing that's a play off the name Amen, I'm guessing, but I would say accurate. They should all be shooting the Kelvin Sampson 150 free throws a day. All of them.
Yeah, that does seem one of the ones that
that's fixable.
Despite all of their shooting woes, yes, this you can't accept from a non-Shaq or Dwight Howard type human being, you can't accept routine 50% free throw shooting.
Yeah. Survivor is such trash now. Y'all need to watch season 20 and 28. Sorry, Pendergast, Penter. Sorry, you can't spell.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna get right on that. All right. Yeah.
The reason we brought up Survivor.
Trust me. Sorry, Astros. I'm not watching this afternoon. I'm going to go watch seasons 20 and 28.
20 and 28. The thing's been around for damn near 50 years. These are the random two-sub. If you missed it, my daughter's boyfriend, Charlie, is invited back to Survivor to be on season 50. It's like the all-star season. So he was on 46, finished runner-up. People really liked him. And he was really good at the game, too. So he's invited back to play against some of the legends.
So, as Sean's telling you some news he's excited about, you're showing up and saying, like, that all sucks anyway.
Right.
Yeah, like, what the hell what do you like at parties?
Yeah. Must be a whole lot of fun.
Talking about how cool things were in the 70s?
Yeah.
No, this music's... You're always complaining about the music that's playing in any given place. 1974, that was when music stopped being good.
This is the guy who you tell, this texter is the guy that you tell you just got a promotion with a big raise, and he shows you what tax bracket you're now in. Like, oh, okay, well, you're in the 33% bracket. Hope you enjoyed being in the 29%, because guess what? That job really sucks. You're going to have to pay more taxes.
Yeah, a lot of extra responsibility.
Whoa,
I don't know, man. Boy, are you sure you really wanted this?
Random question, does Jose Altuve get to 3,000 hits? I've mashed the numbers on this many times. I think it's going to be close for Jose Altuve. He's somewhere in that 2,300 range right now, or 2,200 hits. You've got the I'm looking it up look on your face right now, Seth, so I trust that's what you're doing.
He's got 2,284 hits.
Okay, so right there, he's averaging, he used to average over 200 hits a season before he developed all this power. Now he's more of a power guy with about 160, 170 hits. He did have 200 hits, I think, a couple of years ago when he 23. So he's going to need... He's going to need a good after this year. Let's say he gets to 2,400 hits, somewhere around there. I think he's going to need 4 years to do it. I guess maybe if he sticks around, that's how many years he'll have left on his contract with the Astros. That'll be kind of fun. If his last year is the last year of that deal at age 39, kind of like Biggio, and goes over that 3,000 hit mark, that would be cool. I don't think he needs to get into the Hall of Fame. I wonder if that's why people are asking, why this particular texter is asking that. It is a ticket into the Hall of Fame, but it's not necessary to get in. I think it really helped Biggio get in.
Yeah. For him, I think he's pretty much considered a slam dunk Hall of Famer unless something horrific happens over the next few years.
Yep.
He would need 179 hits per season, including. Well, no, I'm sorry, I messed that up. So he needs. Over the course of the next 4 calendar years, he'd have to get 179.
Yeah.
Let's just call it. Yeah, I don't. It's really just a matter of how long he decides to keep playing.
It's going to be close. I think it's going to be really close for Altuve on the 3,000 hits. We left you out of our circle. You guys, we left you out of the circle of trust. Altuve. When did that happen that we left Altuve out of the circle of trust? I think is what they're trying to ask. It was last Thursday.
The day before the A's series started.
Yeah. The day before the Mariners series started. The day of the Mariners series.
Yeah.
Day of the Mariners series beginning. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. All right, the criteria of being the face of a league. A take on ESPN yesterday as well. Kendrick Perkins on why Anthony Edwards cannot be the face of the NBA right now, and it has nothing to do with how good he is at basketball. That is coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
That's one of the things I'm excited about.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, face of the league. For whatever reason, that's been a big deal lately, man. WNBA, Caitlin Clark, is she the face of the league? Playoffs, especially now that we're into conference finals where there's going to be a new champion. There's going to be a new superstar who gets inside the velvet rope of champions in the NBA. So who is the face of the league? I do feel like Anthony Edwards' name has been brought up a lot over the last, not just this season, Seth, but last year they made the conference finals. So they've done that for the second year in a row. He's a spectacular player. He's got all the physical traits, the explosiveness, the things you can put on a poster and on sizzle reels that pop for a face of the league type player, Anthony Edwards. We can all agree on that. He's really, really good. And yet there's a bunch of guys in this postseason now who I think you could make arguments for as well. LeBron is probably to a degree still the face of the league, but he's 40 years old. That's not going to last forever. Kendrick Perkins had a very interesting criteria when he took Anthony Edwards kind of off of the pedestal of face of the league. Here's old Kendrick Perkins, old Perk, his criteria. Why Anthony Edwards cannot be the face of the league right now.
Here's the bigger picture, right? You got to check the boxes when you're the face of the league. Yes, we know you got to have your signature shoe. You're going to be in commercials. You're going to have the highlights. You got to have the game. But you know what else you got to have? You got to be a role model, right? And things outside the lines matter. Now, if you go down the list of all the faces of the league in the history of the game, you look at Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Shaq, LeBron, Steph. What they was playing in the league, they all were family men. They all were married with kids. And if you think that don't play a role as far as the role model, this is facts. This is not something that I'm making. Hold on. But this is not something that I'm making up. Now, what happened to them after they retired? That's their business. But while they are playing or was playing, they were family men, married with kids.
All right, so married, Seth, married with kids. He's emphatic about this.
Yeah, that's the thing. Part of that is going to be the guys who are the face of the league are also guys who have a long stretch of awesome play. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, at some point, those guys are going to be married while they're playing. For whatever it's worth, Michael Jordan got married in 1989. Okay. What year did he become the face of the league?
I would say before that, he was. He became a champion 2 years after that. Michael Jordan is probably the rare exception who almost became the face of the league within a year or two after he got there, with Nike and with the shoes and everything else.
Yeah, the shoe deal made it just a completely different sensation than anything we've ever seen.
No doubt.
Maybe a guy who, before LeBron at least, was the face of the league to the most extreme degree that we've probably ever seen.
Yeah.
And I would say no. Given what Michael Jordan was, he was way more the face of the league than LeBron James was.
Yeah.
Just because there was so much hyper focus on it.
Yeah.
So and got married, had kids, and all that. So I reject it on the basis of the absolute best face of the league wasn't actually married when he became the face of the league.
Well, it's like, to me, it's funny. Like, these are all guys who ultimately had some family issues going, you know?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's like, hey, they got to at least publicly put on a picture of a happy life and whatnot.
Yeah. Like in retrospect,
one of Larry Bird's children was growing up unknown to him.
Yeah.
Somewhere else in America.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
He had a bastard child out there somewhere.
So you got that. Like, Magic had to retire for a while because he had HIV because he was partying with other women. You know, like that weren't his wife. Kobe. Kobe, Colorado. I'll leave it at that with Kobe. Like, Kobe had a major issue off the court. I tend to disagree with the notion. I think the examples he brings up is almost a counter argument to what he's trying to say. Like, these are all guys who were faces of the league, who I think had a lot of qualities to them where they weren't role models at all, you know?
Right. Yeah. It's not necessarily, I think it's just more of a coincidence, or at least it's there is a connection there probably between the guys that have some kind of stability in their life and what have you, and over time that, yeah, they're also like great players. But if you just play long enough in the league, I disallow this based on the stupidity of it.
Well, it's okay, and yes.
Plus, I like that he's kind of arguing about it almost like it's an actual designation or something.
Face of the league, there's
like
check
the
marks.
NBA is going to actually.
I did my application for face of the league, and I've not heard back yet. Can you please get back to me? I think too. I mean, we're talking specifically about Anthony Edwards, who reportedly recently he has a kid with a baby mama, a new baby, who he is not into this baby mama at all, and he went to court and got it approved where he can just scratch out the 18 years worth of child support up front, so he never has to see her again. I'm like, okay, well, I don't know if that's the healthiest environment for that kid to eventually be brought up in, but that's something. And the other thing I think with Anthony Edwards, this is where I always cringe a little bit about him being the face of the league, and it's a little thing, but he does interview, like he can't stop cursing in interviews. Like he drops F-bombs and S-bombs all the time, just sitting at his locker and stuff like that. And it's not that I've got these virgin ears where I'm offended by it, but there is a threshold for being the face of a league where you can't just be sailor cussing out there all the time.
Right.
You know, like he's very unvarnished when it comes to his the way his delivery, I'll say.
We have to retroactively erase Larry Bird as one of the faces of the leagues based on Kendrick Perkins' criteria, because he was married from 1975 to 1976, which was right around his rookie year or so.
No, that was in high school. He came into the league in 79, 80.
Was it 79 or 80? It says married in 1975.
No. I'm saying he came into the NBA in like 1980 or 1979.
Right, I know, and I'm saying that it says he was married from 1975 to 76.
Yeah,
Maybe he married at his high school sweetheart.
That's cool when that happened. Holy crap! And that must be
his first year was 79, 80.
Yeah. What
the hell?
Yeah. Well,
so he was,
Seth,
and then he didn't get married again until 1989. So he was the face of the league for a good, or one of the faces of the league. He kind of shared it with Magic for a good duration of time where he wasn't married with kids, Kendrick.
I'm a little disappointed you're leaving this one on the table. You just put that on a softball for yourself. Larry Bird, married in high school, 75, 76. He is from French Lick, Indiana, Seth. The floor is yours.
Damn it.
The floor is yours.
Damn. Married his high school sweetheart in 1975.
May or may not be his cousin.
The marriage was a short one, lasting less than a year, and they divorced. However, Janet did give birth to a daughter/cousin of his in 1977.
Seth added the cousin. We need to be clear about that.
Daughter/niece. Whatever it is.
Here was Stephen A. Smith's reply to Kendrick Perkins.
First of all, let's be fair here. Here's what I mean by that. I get where you're coming from, and I understand that. And when you talk about being the face of the league, it's not just about your game on the court. It's about what you do off the court. I think that we ain't gonna get into anybody's business. We don't do that on this show. But what we will say is that sometimes you've had people in the modern era who've made mistakes because in the age of social media and beyond, fellas, they put too much of their business out there. They talk a little bit too much, and you letting people in to stuff that they don't need to be in. Ain't none about damn bit talking about Crown and Ant-Man. We were just talking basketball.
Okay, you're just talking basketball. We don't get into people's business on this show.
Yeah, not on this show.
Not on First Take, man. Take that crap somewhere else.
Draw out a feud between you and LeBron James about his son and how he's handling his son.
Where did that come from?
You don't talk about it on this show.
When did First Take become holier than thou? Like, that is your show. You get into people's business. That is what you do.
Face of the NFL right now, how long can Pat Mahomes credibly claim to be the face of the league? Not that he claims it, but I would say Pat Mahomes is the first one I think of. He's front and center and everything. He's got a relatively wholesome image and all that.
Kisses his wife on the sideline before every game.
He's married to his high school sweetheart. He's Kendrick Perkins' dream example of a face of the league.
Yeah.
He'd probably do without some of the public drinking, but other than that, there you go.
I feel like Mahomes feels authentic to me. You know, like the
Oh yeah, he seems like a regular guy.
Yeah.
In a lot of in a weird way. Even when it comes to his family issues, it's kind of like,
but that's,
my dad drinks a little much sometimes.
But but Kendrick Perkins invoking those names. First of all, I think the notion that you have to be a family man with kids to be the face of the league, I think is at best overblown. At worst, he's just way off base. But
Shohei Ohtani's got a vow of celibacy.
That's okay. Face of baseball.
He's the face of MLB. Yeah.
But my point with basketball was like him rattling off those lists of names, and as he's rattling them off, I'm like, man, these guys court this degree. Not to the degree it offended me or anything like that. And I don't really care about the married with kids when it comes to face of the league. It's a subjective argument. That's not part of my criteria. But if you're trying to make that argument, like you're bringing up those names, I'm like, all right, what you're telling me is I should be skeptical of anybody who's getting brought up about that. Like LeBron is probably the one, like outwardly, I can't think of a time LeBron's had any sort of off-the-court stuff like we had with Kobe and Michael with the gambling and everything else. Magic, he lived a life off the court. All that stuff. Like LeBron in this age, you can say a lot of things about LeBron. You can disagree with some of the things he says. He gets annoying sometimes, I think. But but outwardly at least, a very loyal husband who's a really good father to his kids, So that's what's interesting to me. Like LeBron and Steph are probably the two examples he brought up that might be the best examples of that. And they're doing it in an age where everything is way more out there and scrutinized than the age of all those other guys.
But again, it's pointing to the stupidity of Kendrick Perkins' point is LeBron got married in 2013.
Yeah.
Like was he somehow
he's face
not
of the league already?
He had been the face of the league for a long time.
Yeah.
It's just that it's such an absurdly stupid take that it backed up by no evidence whatsoever.
Yep. Text message just goes back to Altuve. He shouldn't need 3,000 hits for the Hall of Fame, but I feel like he will need it to counteract the buzzer BS. I think. Don't conflate society at large with the baseball writer and the Hall of Fame selection community. Now, trust me, I'm not saying they've got very much a gatekeeper mentality, but from all the ones I've been reading as we've gotten further and further away from the sign stealing scandal, first of all, I don't think there's any writers out there with a brain that think Jose Altuve had a buzzer on him. I think I don't think you need to worry about the buzzers when it comes to the people picking the Hall of Fame. I think what you do probably need to worry about is it going to take him a while to get in? Because this is going to be the writers' chances to invoke some sort of punishment on the Astros and their fans by not keeping Jose Altuve out like they kept Pete Rose out or keeping Barry Bonds out or Roger Clemens, but keeping him out for 2 or 3 years longer than he should be kept out. He's not going to be a first ballot. No.
The big thing is I think people inside baseball generally know, and they made it tougher to be a voter. For a while there were a lot of people voting on the Hall of Fame that didn't really pay attention to baseball at all. Where now the people voting on the Hall of Fame, I think, they know that story and they know the circumstances, and I don't think, taking their cues from people around baseball and other teams, nobody holds it against Jose Altuve.
No, I'm with you on that.
And they also know, and the difference between a lot of people like that cover the sport versus the average fan around the league is that they know that it was just 2017 and that it wasn't like so many people still believe that it was 2017 through 2019 and they think that the buzzer story is 100%. They don't even question it in their minds. It's just a fact in their mind that Jose Altuve wore a buzzer. I would submit that there's probably zero people and plugged in people that actually believe that.
Yep. Face of the league must be known by one name: Magic, Bird, Dr. J, LeBron, etc.
Well,
that's a better criteria than having to be married with kids.
Right. Yeah, like face of golf, Tiger Woods. Yeah. It was a long time before he met his wife and married, and then then something happened. I don't remember what happened with the end of that marriage.
Some stuff happened to him. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, did Tiger stop being the face of golf even through any of that? No. Stop it.
Yep.
Let's be serious.
Dude, he still is to a degree. I mean, not even being able to play, he's still the face of golf to a degree. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
Was Larry Bird. Larry, I guess if you say Larry, it just doesn't have the same cachet as a Magic or a Tiger.
Yeah, this guy said Bird.
If you're going to say Larry Bird.
This guy says Bird. Bird is the one word.
If he's known by his last name, see, Pat Mahomes, you say Mahomes, but there's a lot of athletes you can say by their last name.
No, it's got to be by their first name, I think, if it's a one-word thing. It's either their first name or a nickname, It's That's what it's got to be.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe Pat Mahomes. If you just say Pat automatically, I think more of the SNL character before I think of Pat Mahomes.
Yes. All right. Payne and Pendergast. A lot of people, there's at least one person agreeing with Perk. We'll get to some of your texts. 713-572.
What does he say about the vast,
this
all of this evidence that says that it doesn't matter?
We're up against it. We'll read it when we come back. We'll get to that. OTAs started 9 minutes ago for the Texans. What are we expecting to hear out of what do we want to hear? What are we expecting to hear out of OT? Where you come next?
The Drive with from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Let me clean a couple things up here. As a texter points out, and texter, I'm trusting you that you're right on this, but says that, Anthony Edwards scratched out the entire child support check for 18 years for his kid that he had with a baby mama, but that he is, according to this texter, he's looking to get custody of the kid. Okay, well, that's good. He doesn't, he wants to be in the kid's life. I think that's very, very good. Does that make him the face of the league? I mean, I don't know that matters for face of the league. The other thing pointed out is when I gave LeBron props, which doesn't happen a ton on this show, but I gave LeBron props because he's been married to the same woman for all these years, and he's been a really good father to his kids, all those things. Several people pointing out on the text page, his name just came up in the Diddy trial, Sean.
Right. Which is goes to our point against Kendrick Perkins, who claims that the face of a league has to be married with children. You have to be good enough you have to be a good enough player that by and large, any of those little things kind of get swept under the rug.
Yes.
That's how good a player you are.
Yeah.
Whether you're a family man or not, whether it's all a charade or not, then it doesn't matter if you're good enough to be the face of the league.
Yep.
Then all of these other things just become little smatterings around the interwebs.
Yeah.
The Brett Favre documentary. You got all these people from Green Bay on there saying, like, nope, wasn't a surprise to us that he sent pictures of his junk to the list. He's been acting a fool for years.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so they've OTAs should be underway. 9:30 was the start time. I'm guessing they're not doing them outdoors because it is nasty. There's lightning out there and whatnot. So I'm going to guess that they're doing them in the bubble right now. Of the things that we expect to hear after today's practice set, the questions that we have, what we're hoping to hear, I think I would guess that for most of the people listening right now, it's stuff on the offensive side of the ball. With Nick Caley,
I think
the offensive
100%.
line. Yeah.
As soon as they line up, which is probably happening right about now, the first time they do an offensive drill, 11 on 11, the offensive line configuration is, that's going to be much retweeted and commented upon.
Yes.
And somebody's going to be asked about it afterwards, and if I'm guessing D'Amico's going to be asked about it, D'Amico will say something along the lines of, you can't read into these, this is just going to change from day to day, et cetera, which is very true. There is genuine competition on the offensive line, and whoever they choose on day one, it's going to be guys who are veterans and on the team already or what have you, but the depth charts are definitely very fluid.
This is the total opposite of last year. You know what I mean? Like like last year, the offensive line, they had it in ink starting training camp. They shouldn't have. It should have been competitive. But last year, it was, especially by the time training camp rolled around, I don't remember what it looked like in OTAs, but in training camp, it was Juice Scruggs at center, Kenyon Green at left guard, Shaq Mason at right guard, and your two tackles were, and Larry Tunsil working out on another field the entire time with a training staff member at left tackle. That was it. Yeah,
there was no competition at all, and you've got the exact opposite situation this year.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody is secure in their job.
No.
If they don't prove it during camp.
They're definitely indoors.
Titus is the one guy that he doesn't have to prove it in camp, but if somebody but it's not 100% guaranteed that he's going to have a starting spot.
So Aaron Wilson is at the practice. Aaron Wilson tweeted out a video. He's indoors. He's got about a 30-second video that's just sort of panning the indoor facility there. Everybody's just kind of stretching in the video, but the camera does get stuck on Blake Fisher for a good long time here at the end. Like Blake Fisher is kind of standing. He's not stretching. He's standing up. He's got his jersey on. He looks a little thicker. He looks a little bigger, Seth. He looks through the torso.
In a good way or in a bad way?
In a good way,
your midsection.
In a good way. I will admit it's not the ideal angle nor amount of time for me to gander at him and take a look.
Yeah.
But he looks a little.
We've been wondering if he was going to put on some of his adult weight and adult muscle mass.
Yeah.
When you said he looks thicker, you pointed right to your midsection. I was like, well, that doesn't sound good at all. It sounds like he discovered beer.
Not the stomach, just like the torso. He looks like a bigger individual. Yeah, that's all. Okay. It's not bad. We'll see. But we'll be getting a lot of reports from out there today. Offensive line, definitely a big one. Damian Pierce, is he going to be able to catch? Looks like Mixon's going to miss OTAs. He had a walking boot on recently.
Yeah, and Aaron Wilson had reported that on his YouTube channel that Joe Mixon may have been in a walking boot or wasn't a walking boot, but whatever he's dealing with, I'm not going to worry about it at this point because he's a veteran running back, and they're going to be as careful as possible with him for any little thing. But I'm not just fresh off the heels of Christian Harris having a minor strain at the beginning of training camp last year and then disappearing off the face of the earth for 3 months.
Yeah.
I'm not going to act like it's completely nothing. I would prefer for Joe Mixon to be feeling better than he's ever felt before.
Yes, that's what I was hoping for.
I don't know how much. Now, the other big thing is from OTAs, we're not going to be able to tell much about. Guess what? Somebody's going to note that, wow, Dameon Pierce looks really quick this year. Because that's what they do every year.
Every year
since year one. They'll say, wow, he looks a little sleeker. He looks a little faster. All right, great. There's no pads on. I don't need Dameon Pierce to be a scat back all of a sudden. I need him to break tackles and bust heads. If anything, I want to hear that he looks a little logy and fat out there. That'll tell me that he spent his offseason the right way.
I just want him to look like, and I don't know we'll glean any of this from OTAs, but ultimately when the pads go on, I just need him to look like he knows what he's doing. I just need him to look comfortable in the offense again. I don't care how he gets it done. My guess is he looks more comfortable doing what you just said, cracking skulls and running over people, than he does, kind of being patient, running to the left, planting a foot, and then finding a seam to run through there. He's more of a north-south guy. So
yeah, Bobby Slowick's offense with Dameon, it felt like you were trying to do trim carpentry with a sledgehammer.
Yeah.
It's there's just different. You need a different tool for this. This is not what sledgehammers are for.
Yeah.
Yeah, outside zone is not his friend.
No.
All right? Get him to work on a demo project.
It's funny you mentioned Slowick. Derwin texts in, they'll put in work to not blame Bobby Slowick. I think the questions have probably moved beyond, what happened last year. I can tell you right now, if they ask questions about last year, the answer is going to be, we're all about 2025. We're not looking back. We're moving forward. So I don't know that they need to put in work to not blame Bobby Slowick. I think if they get asked about anything that has to do with last year, it's like we're on to 2025. That's how it is every year with these guys.
Yeah, the biggest thing I think that you're going to be tempted. I'll be tempted to draw conclusions based on just what the offense looks like, what plays they're running and calling, that's a stupid thing to do, and yet we'll do it anyway.
Totally.
The biggest thing I'd like to see is that CJ have more command and time at the line of scrimmage. They don't look like this team that's just struggling to get out of the huddle, get up, and run whatever play was called.
Mm-hmm.
That CJ genuinely has more command over the entire offense.
Yeah, that'll be interesting for sure. Multiple people saying Kendrick Perkins just won the #1 contender match for Take-A-Mania this week, LOL. I will not be here for that. I'm going to be out Thursday and Friday, so that's up to Seth.
I have to organize it?
That's up to Seth. It's up to you. I'm just saying the people want Perkins.
When do we do Take-A-Mania?
Friday at 9 o'clock.
What else do I need to know about?
About your show that you're on? I think that's the only benchmark you need to know about.
All right.
The look on Ben's face.
Just to remind me, Ben.
Yeah.
Remind me tomorrow night. Like, hey, Seth, Take-A-Mania
There's
tomorrow.
a few. I don't know that you'll need to go finding any on the internet. There's a few that we've had this week already that'll play just fine against old Andrew Perloff. Yeah.
So give our listeners the rundown of your vacation so they can enjoy it with you.
Yeah, so we leave tomorrow, Amy and I do, and we're flying up to Boston. We're flying into Boston. We're going up to New Hampshire to go see Zach Brown Band in New Hampshire. Nice outdoor amphitheater kind of place. And the weather's really nice up there. The lows are in like the high 50s and low 60s right now. So it's nice and cool.
Bundle up under a blanket, you and Amy.
It'll be great. Yeah, it'll be great. We're going to hit Vermont because Amy hasn't been to Vermont. We're trying to get Amy up to 49 states so we can both close out the United States in Alaska together, probably in a year or so. She's only got 8 states left, so 3 of them are Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. So we're going to hit all those on this trip. Going to the concert in New Hampshire, going to Portland, Maine, highest bars per capita of any city in the United States. So we'll confirm that that's the case by going to all of them. And then Sunday we're coming back down to Boston. We're going to have dinner. We were supposed to have dinner with my daughter and her boyfriend Charlie, but he is now on a plane to go film Survivor 50.
He's off to Fiji.
He's up, yeah. So I think that's where it is. So yeah, so he won't be there, but we're having dinner, me, Amy, Judy, and Charlie's parents. So we will all celebrate Charlie while we are there. And then we're going to a Red Sox game on Monday. We're back on Tuesday. We're going to a Red Sox game on Monday. So
wow.
Yeah.
That's a jam-packed vacation, man.
It's gonna be fun. Short drives, that's the thing. everything's like up there. Everything's like 2-hour drive. It's 2-hour drive to dip into Vermont. 2-hour drive to Boston, back down from Maine. Everything, you can.
When you guys finish off visiting all 50 states, you should drive through Canada to Alaska, just in case. It's, just in case all of a sudden one day there's an extra one big, huge star on the flag.
Big state up there in case they get annexed. We've been to that state as well.
You're not going to have to go right,
That's good. Preemptive.
You better pop into Canada just to be safe.
That was the joke.
I know. Yeah.
I just want to make sure that was
That
clear.
was the exact thing I said.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, fine fellas, appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for allowing us to jump in
thank you.
here.
Yeah. I would like to give my appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing as well for the crosstalk.
What constitutes checking off a state? Like, what can you do in order? Because there's people that stop in the airport. Maybe will amble around outside of the airport for a little bit. What are we counting as? You have been and visited this state.
I will say
with Sean and Amy, it's clear that they've had sex in that state.
Some were quicker than others. I mean, we were only in West Virginia for 15 minutes, but it's
booths outside the airport.
It's definitely. Well, we drive through all.
No, I'm
of
saying,
them.
but like what he's talking about.
Yeah, airports don't count for us.
Yeah, you got to put boots outside
Airports
the airport.
don't count. No, it's what Seth said. Sex in all of them. Yeah, no, it's no,
I like
that's not it. No, it depends. I would say
713-572-4610 if you want to help me check off some states.
Yeah, for most of them, it's been we've stayed there, we've done something that's indigenous, an activity that's part of the state, or been to a landmark or whatever. Or stayed. The floor is probably states like Delaware, where that was just driving through there to get from Philly to Baltimore, and it's like it's like in Wayne's World. They said that about Delaware. They were joking about all the places they were going to go. And we're going to go to France. We're going to go to Mount Rushmore, and we're going to go to Delaware. Yay! I'm in
there's
Delaware.
Something I might have to change your standards on that, and that you have to at least get your feet out, touch the ground.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
We did
talk to locals,
and we did. No, so I said Delaware was just passing through, but in all of them, we got out, took a picture. In front of something. We take the picture of welcome to of all the states we go.
Because the one thing that's happened since GPS became so essential is that I do feel. I kind of regret sometimes. I'll drive 2,000 miles and I won't know where I am the entire time. I don't know what state I'm in when I'm getting gas or whatever. I'm just not paying attention.
Yeah.
I'm just on the road and driving to wherever they tell me to turn.
I'm just
next.
sitting here thinking if I followed Seth's parameters about sex in every state, I'd be in a lot of trouble.
Oh, yeah?
Because I've been to like
in
40,
what way?
I've been to like 46 or 47, but only like 6 with Jan.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, she'd understand. You got to take these off.
A lot of
And kids, earlier this show, guys, we were talking about how 47.8% of American adults have herpes.
Yes.
John Lopez is one of the big reasons why.
Yeah,
It used to be confined to a pretty small area, and then Lopez got a car.
Probably, Reggie, to answer your question, the floor for what we've constituted as a state, because like even in Rhode Island, we got out and saw lunch on the water. We were only there for a day, but whatever. We didn't even stay there. But it was probably West Virginia, which actually, if you go to the right place, is a beautiful state. We've all been to the Greenbrier. It's awesome. I would love to. But just the way our trip was going, we didn't have time. So we literally went through this little nub of West Virginia where you kind of cross through there, and it's like I think Wheeling's up there. So we just stopped and got out and took a selfie in front of a Walmart in West Virginia. I felt like that captured West Virginia as well.
That's actually a historical landmark.
Yeah, the Walmart might be.
By the way, I cannot, in good conscience, bury the question of the day.
No, we're going to ask you. Yeah,
that's a good point. Because this is a Sean Pendergast inspired question of the day.
Oh, wow.
Which reality show would you do best in, based on Charlie getting into Survivor 50?
Yeah.
And I kind of want to add a caveat where, like, once you pick your show, what Houston athlete would do the best on it as well? Because I kind of want to, for me, I don't know why. I don't think it'd be the best. I'd be best at it either. Yeah. But I always immediately think of Amazing Race.
Yeah, that was one of mine.
I would not be good at it. Yeah. I know that for certain.
Oh, but it's deductive reasoning. It's adapting. It's knowing different countries. Mine is Chopped.
Okay, so like a reality show.
I don't believe you.
Oh, I could kill it.
Chopped. I think you could cook. Don't get me wrong. Like all these special, additives. That
every time I watch that show and they open the box, I'm like, okay, I would make this with that, and I'd make that with that.
Mine would be the South Korean sensation on Netflix. At least in America, it's on Netflix. Physical 100.
Oh,
yeah. Now, all those shows, at some point, the big guys kind of get you get that's where you rolled out. But that's a show where you can just win with brute force a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So I would just do a few cycles of steroids and get on that.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Represent America well over there.
Let's Google that real quick, and all I see is dudes cut up like a pack of ground beef. Yep,
Yeah.
go ahead and do that.
The guys that ultimately end up winning look like, CrossFit type dudes or whatever. But the big guys, there's a place for the big guys. For
reality show you would be good on. See, these reality, like I would suck on Dancing with the Stars. I would be terrible on The Bachelor. I'd be good on The Bachelorette. I could be one of the bachelors going after The Bachelor. I would be a bad bachelor, like the one that has the 25 women coming at him.
Yeah.
I would be bad at that. Like the breakups, I would not be good at. I would be good at getting broken up with. You know what I mean? Like I think I would be.
And you could make them laugh.
I think I would. The very first season of The Bachelor, they had this one bachelor who stuck out like a sore thumb named Bob, and became he
would be a Bob.
He became a bachelor. That's what happens on that show a lot is they take one of the guys or gals who got eliminated from the season of Bachelor or Bachelorette, and they make them the next single person on there. This guy he stuck out like a sore thumb. He was like kind of overweight, not he's a good looking guy, but not like these oily bohunks that were on there. Yeah. But he was hilarious, and that got him. Yeah. It's from 16 Candles. Yeah,
I love that. You know what? I'm picturing. It's not like the Silver Bachelor or anything. It's the normal version of the Bachelor, and it's you. Present day you versus like all these 24-year-old dudes.
I've said 25 guys that look like Cheetah Craft's husband.
No, but make it past the first round. Yeah. All of a sudden, people are going to be nervous because maybe she's into older men.
Yes,
all of a sudden, you've got an advantage.
Everybody fetishes over something.
Yes.
Something.
Yes.
Somebody's something out there.
Oh, yeah.
In the Bachelor.
The key moment where you go over the top and win her over is where you're like, honestly, my sex drive isn't that high anymore. And she's like, oh. Thank God. I don't have to fake like I am with all these other people. It's like,
this is looking like it was going to be a lot of work. This is a good idea. Now all I have to do is clear it with Amy, and I'm good to go. Yeah.
All right. Seth, is Sean conniving enough to be like on Big Brother?
Oh, Sean totally is. Yeah. I would be really bad at the conniving part of
That's
stuff.
Why I asked
I would be awful at any kind of. I'm bad at that kind of stuff. I cannot betray somebody's confidence. Where's Sean?
Whereas Sean,
it's true. Don't tell me anything.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, this is a good one. I like this.
I feel like we need a 6'10" Family Feud team, though.
Well, I've applied for Family Feud multiple times. And
really? Can I be a part of your family?
Yeah. Well, they do have rules on this. Now, you and I, they might look at us and go, yeah, I could see that. Same family and everything.
I just like the comedy of it. Like, it's you, your wife, your children. It's just like, and my coworker.
It's my nephew.
So we have to make somebody
my nephew.
Yeah, exactly. No, if game shows counted as reality shows, there's a ton of them I think I would be good at.
No, just reality.
Just reality shows, yeah. So I'll go with, I would be good as one of the, either Big Brother conniving, as Seth points out, or one of the fake.
Let me tell you about John Gruden.
Yeah, or just do impersonations of people.
You gotta be extra schmaltzy though, like dad jokes all over the place. Waka waka.
Impersonations of people she has no idea about. Hey, listen, Catherine, let me tell you something about being a bachelorette. And love, it's about a love, a trust, and a commitment. Like you're lisping all over, you're spraying all over me right now. What is it?
You open with your Harry Carey.
No, that's my lead-in. Like, this is how this guy talks. All right, we are done. Seth, antibodies, and have a good few days with it's B. Scott the next couple days.
Hey,
antibodies and a $39 tiny tube of Abreva to you.
Thank you. Gotta listen on the rewind.
Right.
Okay, he's not giving that to me because I need it. It was a topip earlier in the show.
Sure.
Ooh, you're one of the lucky 52%.
I am, actually.
There's no shame in it.
As far as I know.
You don't have to hide it. You can be.
Why y'all looking at me like
it's a safe space?
No, it's not me. All right, we are done. We're out of time. I will see all of you next week. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, also part of the 52.2%. All three of them. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Are we? All right, enough fooling around. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It is a Wednesday here, and more importantly, OTAs
are here, baby. They are on the field as we speak. Well, I guess they're in the bubble.
They're in the bubble. They're right now in the greater Houston area. You will see the color gray, baby.
Yep. That's football weather to me, man. They better be out on the field.
It is indeed. It is football weather. Let's get going here on this Wednesday. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. And let us know. I forgot what I was going to ask. What does constitute as setting foot in a particular state? Because I kind of like.
Oh yeah, I do.
I kind of like some of the things that have come in from the 929 on the text line. No airports, gas station, rest stops, or fast food. I do like the idea that you got to have a meal.
Down.
You got to have a meal there, and I kind of like that. I at least feel like you've experienced the area.
Now, do you have to do a chain restaurant or something
you
local?
can go to Chili's, I guess. You have to sit down.
I feel like
have a meal.
You should do something that is local, something that's mom and pop.
Yeah.
I feel like some instances.
So if you
might not be
driving
able to
through
find
a state and you stop at Chili's, you can say, "Hey, I've been to that state."
I'll let the people adjudicate this. 713-572-4610 or appreciations to the MoKerim injury lawyers for the
We
live
keep it
streams.
100.
My bad.
Yeah.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. But let's get to it. It's OTA days, and D'Amico always talks about competition. Let's get to the meat and potatoes of this. What is the most real and most important of the competitions that are there that begin today with OTA?
Yes, and we definitely want to dig in on that. I do want to give a little bit of news that's breaking. I don't know. That's too big to say breaking. A little bit of news coming out of OTAs.
You want the breaking news sound?
No.
Sure.
Are you sure? But it is an eyebrow raiser.
This went from breaking news to an eyebrow raiser in like 5 seconds.
Well,
It is interesting.
No, God, no. So, two notable non-participants at Texans OTAs.
Oh, yes.
According to Jonathan Alexander.
Oh,
the first one, okay, no big deal to me anyway. Joe Mixon.
And we knew that. We knew that Aaron Wilson was high on that. And I'm actually interested to see what that is, because that is probably one of the competition that I find is interesting. I don't know that I'd raise it to the level as most important for the competition that this team has, but finding out what that running back room is, specifically with Dameon Pierce. Can he exist in a place where he is a 1B, where he is obviously your running back too, however he is capable? Should you have another stretch of Joe Mixon missing games of toting the rock in a way that is palatable, that is passable? Because he got passed up for Cam Akers last time, right?
Second one is I want to gauge the temperature of the room. Christian Harris.
Oh no, baby. Oh no, I don't like that. And this is the thing.
Gauging the temperature of the room.
I'm used to it. I've become accustomed to it.
Boy.
All right, we now
kind of with Sean on that one.
We free you to your vacation via con deals.
Christian Harris.
Yeah, that one hit me. Does that make that linebacker competition more important?
I don't know what it does. It's just OTAs, but I mean, obviously it's voluntary. But it's Christian Harris.
What is his deal?
What is his deal? That is the best way to put it.
What is his deal? And obviously that sounds very pejorative, judgmental towards him as an individual. I mean that to be all encompassing, which is what is happening with him, because we know when he is playing, he is very good, but there's just been a barrier to him playing, and at this point, just not being able to be here for OTAs. And as you did mention, there's a voluntary aspect of this. It could just be that he's dealing with some personal, what have you. It could be a lot of other things. But with the backdrop of last year, him missing all these games to, what was that, week 15? Was it 14 or 15?
And then when he was healthy?
And then when he had a healthy scratch, sensibly, and some of these other games, this does not quiet my nerves, but I guess what helps me is that you've addressed that position to a point where you have Azeez, you have Henry, you also have EJ Speed, and so you've got a level of depth, but I really wanted him to get in here, and I guess I've talked myself down the ledge. If he ends up being there for training camp, cool, and you have your three that I think you would really want to lean upon linebacker-wise.
Yeah, to me, I think that last part you said with them having EJ Speed and Henry To'oTo'o, I'm like, Lopez gonna hate this, but it is what it is with him. It is what it is. If he's there, cool. If he's not, I'm glad they kind of addressed it. I'm glad they didn't say no EJ Speed because we got Christian Harris. Well, I felt like they were loading up at linebacker just in case he wasn't available.
I want to agree with you both. I really do. I want to agree with you because it's just OTAs.
It is.
It's voluntary. It's early, etc.
Is it a marathon, not a sprint? Does that one apply here. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Here's where I just raise the old eyebrows. Like I said, it's oh, that's interesting. If there was a certain narrative about you, wouldn't you try to nip that in the bud and end it ASAP and just be out there?
Who's the narrative with?
Everybody.
Because that's the thing, right?
He hears it.
No, I hear you, and I don't think you're wrong in that regard. I think I'm just always very cognizant to try, or at least I try to be, to let's be very particular who we're talking about.
Yeah.
With us,
right?
Us in front of these microphones, us out here, talking on social media, us out here just on the outside of that building. Yeah, we got our questions as to what's happening with Christian Harris. Mind you, in a contract year for him, right? This is the final year of that rookie deal. And then you might have to make a decision on how you pay him, which is going to be an interesting proposition if this does end up being an issue, because the talent says one thing, the availability says something completely different. However, what is the narrative on him in that building, right? And that's something I can't get a full gauge on.
You asked the question, what's going on? In that building, you don't think they want to see him out there?
I mean, yes, but I don't. This is where I'm always cognizant, or I try to be careful. I use the word cognizant too much. Careful about. What we know on the outside is not all that there is to be known.
Sure.
And then when we learn something isn't when something happened. Those are things that I try and be careful about. And do we know if there wasn't some conversation with Christian Harris, with D'Amico and Nick Casario or whoever else as to, hey, just letting y'all know I got this, and this. I'll catch y'all on the flip side or what have you. I don't know. So I think we'll get more. We get into training camp, those type of things. That will give us more of an insight into that. So I don't want to jump out the gym on that.
No, I don't either. Like I said, it just sort of hit me a little funny of all the things that could have not been there. It being him, it does tie into the question that you asked.
It does.
Where is the competition most real and most important? Let me add linebacker to the two that came to mind were wide receiver and running back. That is the most important place to me, where D'Amico Ryan's talking about competition. And I'm sure he's going to talk about it again today when we hear from him in the noon hour.
You will be hearing from D'Amico Ryans today.
Not the noon o'clock hour, the noon hour. I'm sure he'll talk about competition.
You are making that a thing. All right. I'm going to start saying it more just to get on your nerves.
Wide receiver and running back are on the list for me, because if you get really good competition there, you can't help but be better. But I'm going to throw linebacker in there now as well, because I think it's going to become an ongoing thing with this team. What the linebacker rotation looks like.
All right, I think that you're right in that regard, and I pull up the depth chart just to remind myself of who you have in that space. Obviously, Azeez, Henry, Toto, Christian Harris, EJ Speed are the names you know. Nick Neiman, I always forget how to pronounce his name. Apologies to that man, a free agent that you signed, who last year played for the Chargers. Aren't you proud of me that I didn't say Clippers? Who last year played for the Chargers. He strikes me as dude who is here to be special teams guy. However, right, will he be in a place where you need him at some level of depth? And then Jake Hansen is there. But it very much felt like a cool, you can play however we don't want you to if you don't have to. But it does feel like you have a linebacker core that is solid enough, especially with at least three guys outside of Christian Harris that I'd be comfortable starting, and then having a couple of guys that I think would be strong enough to fill in a pinch. So I hear
the competition is going to be big there.
I hear you that the competition is big, but I feel like the hierarchy of stratification of that position is in a place where I'm already fairly comfortable to where it does not hit me as most important. But I hear what you're talking about there.
I think the most important part is what's up with Christian Harris, though. Is he, because I felt like going into last season, he was like the starter, right? He was the guy.
Projected to be a star.
That's what I'm saying, especially after that playoff game.
Yeah.
And now it's like, man, is he going to start this season, or is EJ Speed going to step in? And so I think that's the competition we probably looking at.
And here's why I said wide receiver and running back. If you have great competition there, and all of a sudden we're out at training camp and we're saying, man, look at Xavier Hutchinson. Yeah, but I thought they had, whomever, that was penciled in. That is going to elevate the wide receiver room. We talk a lot about, John Mechie. What if all of a sudden we're like, hey, and I know we've done this three times already. He's looking pretty dang good. That's going to elevate everything at the wide receiver.
100%. I think wide receiver is the place that I agree the most with. I think that is the place outside of the incredibly obvious, which is offensive line.
Yeah. outside of
flickering signal, all that. But yeah, wide receiver is absolutely that, because for me, remember, take yourself back 11, 12 months ago when we're looking at the wide receiver room and we're like, oh, look at all of this depth. You got to a point where once Stephon Diggs was injured, once Tank Dell was injured, you looked around at that wide receiver room and you were like, actually, you're kind of out here with very little, and Nico Collins almost standing alone. Now, yes, dear listener, that does fall very much on Bobby Slowick and the offense that he had. These guys running. However, if you have better competition and that competition raises the boats as competition is wont to do, you end up in a place where do you then have not just your starters or 6 wide receivers or what have you, but do you have 5, 6 guys that you feel comfortable running out here to give you a level of production that that would be comparable and allow you to compete on any given day? I think that's the big distinction when we start talking about depth, at least from my perspective this year. Last year it was depth, and hey, these are guys that that you feel like have the possibility of producing.
Sure.
I would like to get to the place, and maybe this is a Fool's errand, this is foolhardy, what have you. Give me 5 dudes that I feel comfortable putting out there at any given time, and then we're talking about real.
No, I agree, and I think shoulder to shoulder, right there with wide receiver, to me anyway, is running back. You've got Woody Marks, obviously, a relatively high pick, and then who knows with Dameon Pierce. If those guys get in, and hell, remember last year British Brooks was all the rage. J.J. Taylor,
what happened to him?
He's still here. I think
British Brooks got hurt later on.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
And if all of a sudden we're looking behind Joe Mixon, and you alluded to this, earlier, and you're like, man, Dameon Pierce is giving Woody Marks all he can handle. That is the best development that can happen at OTAs and beyond.
I think I agree. I 100% agree with that. And I'm really interested to see what some more of these guys do. Some questions that came in here on the text line. Remember, 713-572-4610. Somebody said, can you, I believe this is Derwin actually, can you clarify the not practicing versus not in the building? Because Mixon not being in the building would worry them. I don't really have eyes on this. And you know what? I might send a text to see from somebody who's out there. However, again, leaning on Jonathan Alexander, who is one of the many folks who are out there at the bubble at NRG Stadium. The words that he used were non-participants. And so he said that he also hasn't seen Dameon Pierce, but that was 12 minutes ago. That doesn't necessarily mean – I don't know what that means, in fact, for OTAs. In fact, does that change any way how you feel if Dameon Pierce is not in voluntary OTA?
That one I wouldn't it would get my attention, but we haven't confirmed that one. The only 2 that were reported were Mixon and Christian Harris. I'll tell you one thing. Christian Kirk looks pretty dang good in that number 13.
Just like, okay.
In that number, he looks the part. Definitely looks the part.
Yeah, so we'll be trying to keep an eye on the things that come out of the first day of OTAs out there at NRG Stadium, including we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans and hopefully some other players later on in the program. Just getting going on a Wednesday here from the 832. No, Reggie is very right. Him, meaning Christian Harris, and Mechie are in cut me territory. Straight up cut. Interesting perspective there. And then the Chili does count when we're talking about crossing off states that you've been to. The Chili's does count if you've had sex in there, which I think raises a lot more questions than it answers. Yeah, we'll keep that going. What constitutes you actually having visited a state if you're trying to check those off on the map? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about the Rockets, because Rafael Stone provided more insight into their team-building outlook, or what seems like that. Do you agree with him? Plus, is this what the Spurs doing maybe making him changing the way that his words can be taken? 713-572-4610. We discuss that next.
All right.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. Happy OTA day to you as they're getting going out there. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans hopefully in the 11 o'clock hour. We will give that to you live as he speaks there. So get used to that. Oh, a little nugget that comes from DJ Bijani of ES cornerback Derek Stingley, also known as All-Pro Sting, is catching punts. So they're having fun.
Hey now.
They're having fun.
Hey now.
I think I might have
Get your money's worth.
I might have almost hurt Sean. I think Sean
get your money's worth.
Choked on his spit when he heard the idea of Derek Stingley Jr. catching punts. But
next week we're gonna see lining up at receiver.
Well, I mean, it might be just that funny business that you do in these instances because C.J. Stroud, I also saw him doing like toe tap drill,s where wide receivers get to the edge and catch the football a little bit outside of the bounds. So yeah, I feel like that this might just be one of those things where you get around to just move your body a little bit, try some various different things. However,
yeah, but at the same time, this is kick the tires season. OTAs is let's have some fun, but let's kick the tires on Derek Stingley returning punts. I mean, we're not kicking the tires on C.J. Stroud being a receiver, but let's why not? It's the time to do that.
Yeah, I guess so. We'll give you more on OTAs as we get it, and yes, one of the notes as well. Per Brian McTaggart, who covers the Astros for MLB.com, Ronel Blanco will undergo right elbow surgery next week. That'll sideline him for the remainder of this season and will make his anticipated return somewhere during the 2026 season. And we'll talk more about what's happening there a little bit later.
Damn shame what they did to that dog.
It is. Because that raises some questions about the Astros. But how about this when it comes to the Rockets? I do want to get to this because I did tease it. Rafael Stone was talking with Vanessa Richardson on she had an interview, and you've probably heard this early for you. This is Rafael Stone seemingly giving insight into their team building outlook. Do you agree with them?
Versus getting a superstar. I'm not going to ask you what you're going to do because I know that you wouldn't tell me, but what factors play into that decision?
Well, the superstar thing is it's largely, in the NBA, it's largely points, which is at least as much, points are a factor of who shoots. Some of that is offense driven, so it ends up being cyclical. If you engineer your offense around one player, they're going to score more, they're going to get more assists. I don't think that's in Ime's DNA. So some of this is just how we're going to go about it. I think we're going to be a team-focused team. And that doesn't mean we won't do a trade for a really talented player. But I also think we have really, really talented players on this roster. And I think they're all improving. And so before we trade one or two or three or four of those guys for a more veteran guy, we want to make sure that we give this current group room to grow. The huge caveat to all of that is the job is to win championships. That is my one and only goal. And if we think there's a better path than continuity, we would pursue it. But right now that bar is pretty high.
That hit me in a very particular way. Because we are team oriented, which obviously everybody is team oriented, want to be, all on the same page and ball and run your offense and all that. I get it. But we are seeing it. We've talked about it. We're seeing it. You do need that guy. Is he saying that guy is going to be developed in the next 6 months?
Well, and I think that would be the question to some degree there. And I do think he's right in talking about being team-oriented. The NBA has orchestrated and kind of legislated itself into a place where if you want to be good, you need to be team-oriented,
yes,
right? And
yes, I agree with
I don't
that.
want to be prisoner of the moment, but look at the Final Four teams, and these are teams that are well-built all the way around.
Yeah.
You look at the Oklahoma City Thunder, and they have a whole bunch of these guys who operate in different roles, play various different styles, but they all fit together snugly like a puzzle piece. You can talk about the Indiana Pacers, where everybody kind of fits toward the larger team goal of having pace and space You look at the Knicks rather, and the way that they play. It very much fits the general team ethos that they're going for with guys that are rugged and hard-nosed and all of these things. Like you have to have this team element. It's no longer you get these 3 guys or 2 guys at the top and you just kind of filter everything around. However, the thing that I keep stopping down on is having that structure takes you to a point, and the thing that gets you over to the championship level, which is what he talked about as the caveat here, and I think it's very much the caveat, is do you have a guy that once that structure stops, just goes, okay, and I'm doing this above that? Because
thank you.
I talked about that when we talked about the Western Conference final game that happened 2 nights ago, but we talked about it yesterday, was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander got to a point where he was just like, I'm going to take this mid-range contested jumper and I'm going to knock him down in the fourth quarter to get us over. Tyrese Halliburton, as you've mentioned, burden on the other coin would be something that points to what they're trying to do here in the Sacramento Kings kind of gave up on Tyrese Halliburton too early. There was opportunity. I mean, they traded him for Domantas Sabonis because they looked at it and they went, De'Aaron Fox is the guy that we believe in, to get Domantas Sabonis, pair them up, and they did good things, but they ultimately did not reach the place. They didn't reach the places that Tyrese Halliburton is now reaching with his next team as he finds himself more along those lines. And so the question then becomes, do you think you have a guy that could become Tyrese Halliburton? Which, again, is the question that we've constantly had and that we've constantly asked ourselves, and I don't know how comfortable I am with trying to answer that. Why do you put the 6 months?
4 months, 6 months, whatever it is, because Halliburton – this is 3 years removed from the trade.
It is.
So are you willing to wait 3 years for one of these guys to maybe, kind of become someone like that? No, you can't do that. That's what I'm saying. It kind of hit me funny. Like, we want to build, we want to be a team. I agree with all that. But you still, at some point, are you just going to wait, or are you going to have that guy develop that quickly into that? I don't see.
I mean, you could wait if you want to, but other teams probably gonna pass you up.
Well,
and that might not even work.
It's funny you say that.
You might have wasted 3 years hoping somebody develop into something, and it don't work out.
It's funny you say that because there were reports yesterday of the San Antonio Spurs. It was Shams, wasn't it? That was
Shams Charania. I think he was actually on Pat McAfee talking about the idea that the Spurs at the trade deadline had interest in KD, and that interest could be explored again
before Wemby's injury.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm talking about. Like, it's 2 paths by 2 young teams trying to get to the same place. The Spurs, apparently, reportedly, however you want to put it, are saying, we've got the alien, we've got Wemby, we've got the number 2 overall pick, which apparently they're not willing to give up. They were willing to give up 14 and another one for Durant. But we still need to accelerate the process with a 37-year-old Durant who can maybe certainly give space to Wemby inside, or outside, which would be, key. They want to get there sooner rather than later with a star. You just heard Raphael Stone say it's a very high bar and we want to build from within. To me, that's a wait.
Yeah, possibly. And to be fair, and somebody said this on the text line from the 281, he might just be saying that they won't overpay, right?
Yeah.
Like the posturing.
Yeah,
but
that's what I was thinking.
Here's the thing that I find interesting, though. If the Spurs are in this place where they actually do explore this KD interest, if they do go for KD, does that not inherently take them off the table for Giannis Antetokounmpo? Like, in order to get
probably
to use the capital that they need to get KD, I don't think you'd have enough left. Who then would fit the parameters of a team that has the stuff to go get Giannis, but then also Giannis would want to go play for in a championship team? Because I know the teams that I could think of that maybe would have the stuff. You think about Brooklyn. You think he wants to go play there? Miami. Orlando, I don't even know if Miami has the stuff, but Orlando seems like a place that could have the stuff. Would that be of interest to him? The only other team I could think of is the Oklahoma City Thunder, which that would be an absolute menace, but do they feel the need to do that after a season? So that almost might bring them to a place, the Rockets that is, where Giannis is, you have the best path there and have an opportunity to kind of negotiate from a place of strength, which might kind of fit all the parameters involved here. Don't you think so?
I absolutely think that would be, and that would be maybe best case. Younger, I think he's 30, than Durant. The double bigs would be a menace, at least what I think. But no, that would be absolutely ideal. But again, you do have to pull the trigger on that.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think I agree with him to some extent. The way that he'll ultimately leverage this, the way that he'll ultimately do this, right? Because the parameters of this is the decision-making matrix. It's just do you see Jalen Green becoming the guy that then, bursts through this particular plateau that he has found himself at?
Yeah.
Amen Thompson is the interesting one. He's gotten a lot of love of late, and we'll play some more of that audio as we continue, but I know Brian Windhurst has given him a lot of love, talking about him being essentially the next superstar a la SGA. Do you believe that within the next 2 seasons that you can find him in a similar place? Because if that's the case, then you feel great about that. By the way, you started talking about timelines. Does 2 years feel like the right timeline, considering the way that the West is kind of stacking up? The youth in the West of the high level players. You look at the Thunder, even the Timberwolves, where Anthony Edwards still finding his own. I don't have to run down the standings. You kind of know some of the teams involved here. Do you feel like, okay, if Amen Thompson becomes some facsimile of early SGA, where we're like, okay, we're in that spot where he looks like he is, or do you feel that's the right timeline for him?
They were right there this year. So 2 years for sure. I'd like to see it even accelerated to next year. I think there's opportunities there.
But the acceleration to next year is tough, and I think we've talked about why, because of the shooting. The shooting element is still one of those things that scares me for Amen. But yeah, I think that's interesting, and it's fair also to point out from the 8-2 superstar trades don't always work. I think that's where it's incumbent upon you to not give up too much for this, right? I think oftentimes the superstar trade is not that the player himself is not good enough. That's why you go get the bona fide superstar. It's that the circumstance around him needs to operate, and I think that you can thread that needle. And it seems like Rafael Stone has left that path open. It just feels like that's the path that you need to find a way to actually exhibit. There you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, which inspired by a family member of Sean, right? Making Survivor 50. Which reality show could you do the best in? 713-572-4610. And especially if you have an opportunity to have a partner on that, which Houston sports figure would you want along with you? Let's talk about that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we'll get to our question of the day here in one moment. Which reality show do you think you could do the best on in honor of Sean Pendergast's family? I believe is his technically
future son-in-law?
Yeah, I was like,
well, he better put a ring on that finger.
I only said that. Yeah, I'm not sure where they at, so I wasn't sure.
I'll say it. Put a ring on that finger, man. It's been 3 years.
So they're not married. Hey, 3 years.
I think it's pushing 3 years.
You are all up.
Why you rushing stuff, man?
I'm not rushing stuff.
You are rushing stuff.
All right,
3 years?
No. Press pause.
Yeah, it's 3 years.
You can't say put a ring on it. It's been 3 years and say I'm not rushing stuff.
3 years is not rushing.
Oh, okay. So
man,
you're coming from the
713-572-4610.
Serious relationship for 3 years.
Yeah,
that's rushing.
Yeah, I think that's rushing.
Hell no.
Is that rushing? Let us know on the text line. Also, which reality show would you be best in? Because Charlie is he's going to be on Survivor.
Why don't you get
50.
Jalen Green a couple 3 years? See how that work out.
Anyways, real quick before we get there, there is eyes on the very first offensive line that got put out there for the Texans. We'll talk more about it here in the next segment, especially once we hear from D'Amico Ryans. But mind you, left tackle, Cam Robinson. That's about what we kind of expected. Left guard, Laken Tomlinson, the man that you bring in from oh wow, that one threw you, huh?
Yeah.
All right, then this one will definitely throw you. Center, Jake Anderson. Neither of the two who played center for you last year. It's the man who you brought in.
Jake Andrews.
All right,
Andrews rather.
All right, do we need to take OTA serious right now? All right, let's wait to training camp.
Allow me to get these out. All right, right guard is Titus Howard, which that's interesting in its own right, and then Blake Fisher at right tackle. That is the 5 that they went with to very much start with. Again, we'll talk more about that here in a little bit, but just letting you know that. All right, which reality show could you be best in? John Lopez.
Chopped. 100%. I love that show. They have a chopped barber, they call it. Every time they put that.
Wait, they have a barbecue edition of
they
this?
have a chopped pitmasters.
Okay.
Yeah.
How fancy can you? Because I think the big thing for me with chopped is
I
that
know all the chopped.
They get you. It seems like it. They get you with the, here is the special item that makes it difficult and makes you kind of have to be innovative with your food, right?
Yeah, they mix up weird stuff.
How do you do that with the barbecue?
Well, they'll put some weird spices, weird vegetables in there. Like, all right, so here's a pork loin, and in the box also is cherries, or something weird, and then like an Indian spice, and you're like, holy smoke, what am I going to do with this? I love that stuff. I'm always playing that game in my mind. Like, okay, I would make this, and then I'd make this sauce, and then I'd make this, and this. But chopped for me would be, and I think I'm with you. You mentioned this earlier. The Amazing Race is kind of for people like us. They kind of, you sort of try to figure things out. You're in a different country. You have to take public transportation. You have to a little bit of physicalness to it. But
the more that I think about it, I think that might actually be my answer, because that was one of the ones where I was like, I don't know if I'd be all that good at it.
I think it's in our wheelhouse.
I do think, I think I can manage it. I think that'd be one that I just feel like the stress of it would be an absolute menace. But I think about some of these other things, like somebody talking about, like, one, chopped. Like, I can cook a little bit, I can follow directions. The idea of, like, the innovation,
creating.
Like, that's the different level, the creation of it, like, and being innovative in that place. That's a whole different level for me. Some of the other ones that maybe, like, I'm not going on American Idol. I'm not doing any of those, right? I'm not doing any of these amazing. I'm not doing like Big Brother.
Yes.
I don't. I hate all the conniving of it.
Reggie got to do Love Is Blind.
Oh yeah.
You got to be on Love Is Blind. I can see you on there, man.
He would blow them away. Man. He would blow them away.
I feel like you'll be a fan favorite too, man. You got that dark skin and that smile.
That's great.
Got the beard.
Yeah.
That is true. I do have a beard.
I'd like to try Life Below Zero. Are you familiar with that one? Living up in the bush in Alaska.
I feel like you can't go Life Below Zero without bringing them Naked and Afraid. That one feels like the more hilarious of. Is anybody like willingly signing up for Survivor? I understand that's the one that Charlie has been on and will be on once more. Is anybody like, I want to do Survivor?
Yes, I mean
you're in on the Survivor here,
this
huh?
Is season 50. 50.
I remember when it started.
Yes.
Man.
What would Figgy be good at? That's an interesting one.
I feel like Figgy's a real world.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I can see. The first thing I thought about, because I'm a music guy, I thought about, and this probably won't age well, but Making the Band.
Oh,
I remember that.
Yeah, it's a P. Diddy show, so that don't really age as well, but I can see myself on a reality show like that. Maybe Love and Hip Hop.
Is that a reality? Well, I guess that's technically a reality show. It is a reality show.
How would Love Island?
But I don't. But there's no competition in that show, though. So
competition is being as messy as you can.
Yeah.
Somebody said bring back Fear Factor, but in the Astrodome. Are y'all Fear Factor? Like, would y'all be able to handle? Are you guys kind of fearful of the things that like, I just will not do?
The part that I couldn't handle was the stuff like jumping off of a helicopter over an ocean or something like that. That's the part I couldn't do. I could eat whatever.
Oh, you got the eating challenges that like they're like, here's
you would eat caterpillars and
here's Rocky Mountain oysters.
I would do that. But when it's on some James Bond type stuff, jump from the helicopter to the other helicopter.
Yeah.
That's when I'm out.
All right, so I feel like of the ones that we've mentioned here, who do you think of Houston sports figures, Houston athletes, would you want to see on various ones of these? Like,
well, former. Did you see the latest video from Stephon Diggs?
Put Diggs in the Big Brother. Diggs,
put him on Love
Diggs
Is
in
Blind,
any of those,
or Real World, or Love Is Blind.
Real World.
Yeah.
Love is Blind. I feel like you're hurting some of his charm here. I feel like you got to put him in one of these where Love Island.
Yeah.
One of these.
It got to be the Love, because I think it's a Spanish one, Mexican one, where they were just going all crazy, man. I can see him on that.
What would CJ Stroud be good at? He might be an amazing race guy.
Ooh,
figuring stuff out, a little bit of athletic stuff. No,
I don't see that from CJ, man.
Naked and Afraid is always just fun to say and think about. Who is the Naked and Afraid person? Like, is that it? I start thinking of like folks who are rugged, and my mind immediately went to Steven Adams, even though I don't know that he's like I don't know what his like survival skills would be.
Oh boy, he looks the
You know what I mean? Like he feels like he would just handle up very well.
He from Australia.
New Zealand.
New
By the way,
Zealand.
Never say that to him because he would be very there.
Houston. Is Jock Landale from? Is he Australian?
I believe he is.
I think so. Okay, that's what I was thinking about.
Yes, yeah. Somebody said Survivor for fat people. I would take Vince Wilfork. What does that mean?
My 600-pound life.
Wow. Who are you putting on that? Who would you like to come see you and talk to you about the fact that you put them on my 600-pound life?
James Harden.
Oh, well. Good shout. Good shout. Somebody, pursuant to the question we asked earlier about Charlie, who will be on Survivor 50, we will be watching him. And the 3-year relationship that is not necessarily culminated in a ring. Somebody said, no, it is not rushing. Get married, you godless heathen.
Thank you.
And then I believe we got a text in who said, it's time. It's been 5 years. And that is from Ron the Show Hughley as well. So
5 years. See, I undershot it.
Oh, yeah.
Put a ring on that finger, man.
Yeah, so maybe that is one of these getting married ones, right? Like
maybe after he wins the $1 million.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
Maybe he's gonna do something.
Maybe he was supposed to do that before.
When he kind of got
he got stabbed in the back.
He got stabbed in the back. Maybe that was gonna be his finishing move.
Yeah.
Was going.
It's kind of like when you go to the World Series but you lose and you just kind of keep that ring in the back pocket.
Yeah.
For the next time you go to the World Series,
or just do it on another day.
Yeah.
Don't do it at the World Series.
No, not after you lose.
This is a great question. Does old school Gladiator count? Like Gladiators, American Gladiator, I'm guessing is where we're going there.
Sure.
Oh, that's old school, too.
Yeah, I think actually I would love that.
Oh, what's the one with all the apparatus that you got to go across? Like, you run your war.
Okay.
Now we're just getting into game shows.
Yeah.
Wipeout?
Wipeout.
That too.
I'll be going in the first 5 seconds.
Somebody said OG would be Dr. NGO on 600-pound life. Okay, very good. Evan Gaddis on Naked and Afraid.
I don't mind Evan Gaddis on Naked and Afraid.
Yeah, just good. Like the general ethos of I don't need no gloves feels like it is the person who's like, I am on Naked and Afraid, and all I need is a machete. That's it. That is the one thing I need. Road rules always look like it would have been fun. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, keep sending those in.
Josh Hader, he's an outdoorsy kind of guy.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, we need somebody. I think I'd put him on Naked and Afraid. I think I like what we're doing there. Bill Belichick, 90 Day Fiance. You are a winner. And then 512 said Deshaun Watson on Let's Make a Deal.
Let's see behind what's curtain number 1.
All right. Okay. And that's how you know.
You should have took that deal early on.
Yeah. All right. There you go. That's the question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around to. It's not quite around the NFL because we will be hearing from D'Amico Ryans live from OTAs, hear what he has to say. But also, let's break down this offensive line that we've seen out there as the first one that this team has put out. How do we feel about it? We'll talk about that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
That's one of the things I'm excited about early.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL, and part of it will soon, at least we're hoping to hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans, as it seems like they should be wrapping up their very first OTA practice. We're looking to hear about that, but it seems like there's a few news items, at least with the Texans, particularly some of the things that we're seeing on the field at practice there. And, I mean, obviously, the place to watch, we're going to be watching all season long, I guess, as we gear up for the regular season, is the offensive line. And we've gotten a number of offensive line permutations to start with. So at the very first offensive line that seems like they threw out there is as follows, with Cam Robinson at left tackle, fair, Laken Tomlinson at left guard, Jake Andrews, the man who you brought in from New England, at center, Titus Howard at right guard, a position that he did not play last year. He played right tackle, and then when you needed him, he moved in and played left guard. And then Blake Fisher at right tackle, ostensibly a first team of that. According to DJ Bieniemy of ESPN, Jarrett Patterson also rotated in with the ones at center. And then Ariante Ursery also rotated in at right tackle. Notably, we've talked about the fact that he played a majority of his snaps, 90+% of his snaps at left tackle there in Minnesota when he did that. He got his first looks at right tackle. In addition to that, we've seen some other kind of permutations pop out here, including
Ursery at left tackle.
You saw Ursery at left tackle as well? Okay.
Left tackle as well.
So having Ursery at left tackle, having Ed Ingram at right guard, where you also have Juice Scruggs at left guard. So I don't know that I've seen him mentioned at center at this point. Are they viewing him as some level of guard now, as well as Aldeculus at right tackle? Hopefully we get some level of answers to that. We'll talk more about that, but we'll see what the head coach has to say about that, as right now D'Amico Ryans is talking in front of the assembled media.
Doing great. How you guys doing?
Your impressions, just kind of getting started. What did you think the group get out there?
First day of OTAs, we're very excited to get on the grass and actually be able to, go against each other, compete in a controlled environment. Thought guys did a really good job of handling the way we came out today. And so I told our guys this is a great first day, great starting point. Now it's just about stacking days and getting better each day. And feel like we have the right guys with the right attitude who will do that.
How beneficial is it for you guys to have, most of, not all of your linemen in camp today?
It's beneficial to always have, during this time, a voluntary time where guys don't have to be here. I think it's very beneficial if guys are here, because you can get a lot of good productive work done. Understanding the scheme, understanding the terminology, things that we're using, actually performing the techniques and executing. Everything about our off-season program sets you up to compete come training camp. So the more time on task, the more you're able to be here, get coaching from our guys, it's only going to help us when it comes training camp. So every person who's here will benefit from being here.
You can manage the guys who aren't here.
This is voluntary. It's not about managing guys who aren't here. They aren't here. It's voluntary.
CJ was observing as Davis was saying the snaps.
For all the guys you see here, guys, there will be guys on different schedules, different routines. So you'll see some guys out, some guys won't be out there, some guys will be, some guys will be on different snap count, different pitch count. So there's nothing going on right now within our guys. Everybody's just on their own schedule.
When it came to banning the tush push and the pushing and the pulling of guys, what was your take on what shouldn't have been done? I think at the combine you didn't really take a stance on that.
Yeah, I think the Eagles have done a really nice job with the play. Right, they're using a play that benefits them, and they have the quarterback who does a really good job of making that play successful. I think other people have tried that play and it hasn't been so successful. So I think first off, the play, it goes to Jalen Hurts and a credit to him and the strength that he has. The way the O-line are executing the play is a credit to Philly for them putting their players in position to make plays, and that's what coaching is all about. So, I mean, they've done a really great job of doing that.
What did you see from Christian Kirk today, and how is he fitting in to what you're planning for the offense?
Yeah, Christian's been everything we could ask for. Talk about a guy he's dedicated to getting better. He's honed in on his craft. He's leading our young guys. He's a hard worker. He shows up every day with the right attitude, working hard, showing guys how it's done. And that's what I've seen from him his entire career. So just pleased to now have him on our side, being able to help us and help our younger guys.
Coach, although it was voluntary, how much of that competitive nature did you see, a competitive spirit, did you see from those guys on the
up, trying to compete, and that's what I felt from our guys. You felt that competitive energy. I think everybody who's here at practice today probably felt that energy, and that's what we're about. We're about competing. We're about challenging each other to make each other better, and that's what I love about the group of guys that we have. And to be able to do it in an environment where you can't go too far, but you got to toe that line just a little bit. Our guys done a great job of that, of just being safe, first and foremost, protecting each other, but also getting good quality work in.
But there's been a lot of new pieces that you guys have brought into the offense. How have you kind of seen them mesh together?
We're still in that process, that phase of getting guys to gel together and work through our system. This is our first time lining up against an actual defense, so it takes time. It takes a process to get there. We're not just going to line up and be where we want to be the first day. That's not how I want it. You want to see that continued growth. You want to see guys continue to push and get better each day, and that's where we are.
You've had meetings and had conversations with Nick Haley, of course, behind the scenes, but what was it like for you to see him interact with his guys?
Nick is the same. It doesn't change from the moment I interviewed him to his meetings with the players to him being out here on the field. Again, I spoke about it before. You see constant energy from the guy. He's constantly teaching the guys, trying to help the guys as best he can. So he's done a great job of leading the group, leading the coaching staff, leading the players, and I'm excited to see his growth throughout this process.
It seems like NFL players going to be allowed to compete in the Olympics in flag football competition. What do you think about the Texans participating in that?
Whatever guys want to do, that's up to them. When it comes to, if they want to compete in the Olympics and they're allowed to, that's a personal choice. I really don't care. If it helps us, I care about the Texans winning games. That's it.
Who on the stuff do you think would be best for that?
Say that again?
Who on the Texans do you think would be specifically for that?
I have no idea. Whoever you think, buddy.
When it comes to offensive linemen in these type of workouts, is there a specific focus that you give those guys to work on in a workout like this?
Yeah, that's great, man. Really, to have our OTA practices be successful, it takes a lot of give and take between the offensive and defensive line. So there is a fine line of, just working your technique, being in the right position, but not going too far where you get in a bad spot where you want to push a guy in the back or D-line, you want to finish a guy. So it's a lot of give and take there. And I commend, Cole and Rod for doing a great job of leading their groups to allow us to have a safe, productive practice. But one thing where our O-line can benefit, and they've been working all phase 2 on just working really good low pads, like working great pad level, hand placement, footwork, those fundamental, those small details that allow you to be great as an offensive line. That's what you can work here.
On the line, when it comes to finding the best spot, what's the philosophy about how you determine that? Obviously, a lot of months till you play a real football game.
Yeah, this is our first day of OTA, so when it comes to finding our best group, it'll be a lot of mixing and matching guys, putting guys in different spots, and seeing, which 5 guys work well. One thing about the O-line is a lot of smart guys in that room, and they can move around, they can play multiple spots, and so that helps them. But it's just a matter of finding that 5 once we actually can get in training camp, put pads on. Nobody's making a team right now in shorts and helmets.
From where you were in the beginning to now, are there any players that stick out as kind of like a little bit more vocal, kind of leader, better communicators from when you first got here to now?
From my standpoint, it's guys have been the same. The guys when I first got in, Will, CJ, those guys have been the same. Nico has been the same. Jalen Petrie. That's the one thing I love about our guys. They're steady, right? Nobody has to rise up and do anything different. They're steady. Guys have done a good job of just gelling together as a group. We got a really good core of leaders, who are leading our guys. They know how to practice. I don't have to spend a ton of time of teaching guys how to practice anymore. Our leaders are showing these guys the way, so they make it easy on me.
Will seem to get a lot better in the second year, and obviously he wants to reach really big heights. What do you think he has to do to continue on that trajectory that
Yeah, what Will has to do to continue to step his game up and take it to another level is just really, again, football is just about the fine, smaller details. So it's about, the get off, the hand placement as a rusher, like being able to convert on his. There's so many technical things that he can get better at as a rusher that would allow him to take his game to the next level. So we'll be doing joint practices with the Panthers and with the Lions this training camp. So we'll do one day with both teams. Excited to work against those teams. You get different defensive looks from both teams, different offensive looks. And you get to do it in a competitive environment where you're not live on the quarterback. So it's the safest way that I feel like we can get really good work for our starters against other teams. And so I'm excited to go against the Panthers, excited to go against the Lions. Two head coaches who I respect a lot. Dave has done a great job there. And so I'm excited to see him. I think they're on the rise. They've done a really good job with what he's had so far. So I'm excited to see that team come in. And we know what the Lions are about. Coach Campbell and his energy, his spirit as a head coach is just second to none. So I'm excited to work with both guys. I think we can gain a lot out of both practices.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, appreciate it.
There you go. That's D'Amico Ryans, who is the head coach of this Texans team, addressing the media after day one of OTAs out there. A few interesting things that he mentioned in there. One of the things, obviously, is that CJ was there, but just observing, and he talked about how guys are just kind of on different schedules and routines. What would be that? What in your mind? Because I mean, or rather, Davis Mills threw, and he threw to all these guys, and I don't know. I can't imagine what would be like the harm in him kind of doing the same throwing, rotate the guys, where one guy will throw one day and the other guy will not.
Yeah, they might do that, but I actually don't mind that. Obviously, you're talking about when you talk about managing reps and throws, that's thousands of throws on each quarterback's arms. It starts now. It's not once you get tired.
Yeah.
Once you get tired in week 8 or whatever, after the bye week, week 6, something like that. No, it starts now. So I really don't have a big problem with that. We'll probably see C.J. Stroud, as you mentioned, some sort of rotation to manage it for Davis Mills as well, for all their quarterbacks. The thing that stood out to me, I cannot tell you, I'm looking at my notes here, he mentioned technique and footwork and hand placement at least 9 or 10 times.
With the offensive line.
Mm-hmm. And that speaks to why they changed, and what was maybe one of the big issues last year and what they're emphasizing. And the other thing that stood out, and I think I said this to you during the break, this isn't a bad thing either. But I kind of feel, and he referenced this when he said a lot of mixing and matching and seeing which 5 guys work. I referenced, like, right now they're kind of spitballing, and I don't mean that in a bad connotation. I think they truly are. We got to find 5. How many times have I mentioned, like, 17 guys that are on the offensive linemen that are on the roster? There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's what this is for. And so technique, footwork, hand placement, I think that's the point of emphasis. And then they're
but I think that within that, right, like I agree with the kind of ideas, especially if you have guys that feel relatively interchangeable.
Mm-hmm.
Just have these guys, throw them out there, at least give them a vision of these various different positions. Whether and then once you give them an opportunity to like actually suit up in pads and try them, if they don't work, then you can ramp that back, and then by process of elimination find your 5. I think that kind of makes sense in the places that they've put themselves in to this point. I think it is telling, though, with the, I guess, first kind of batch of, shotguns that they've thrown out here on offensive linemen, where they're throwing folks and who they're throwing in different places, where, like, Cam Robinson has not moved off of left tackle in these early goings. We'll see if in the next few days of OTAs that does shift, right? Because tomorrow and the day after, we will still have instances of them being out there. So we'll see if that shifts at all. But it feels very, very fair to say that's a place where they're going to be steady. In that same way, Titus Howard is pretty steady at right guard, it feels like. So it feels like that might be a home for him at right guard, unless I missed one of the other permutations where he was at left. Did you see something?
I did not. A little bit of a surprise. I was expecting him to be at left guard, but I could see that, especially if you want him to get some reps at right guard, and there might be a rookie to his right in Ursery. Ursery got one, sequence of reps at left tackle, but the remainder of them were at right tackle. So maybe that's the theory. Let's see how those two guys can work together.
Yeah, and then in addition to that, as we mentioned, Leggett Thompson got some at left guard. Juice Scruggs, I don't think I saw him at all worked in with the centers. Of course, a number of them that will come over the entirety of OTAs and then, once you get to training camp and everything. But he was worked at left guard, however. Is it possible that they're viewing him more as a guard? Do you like the idea of Juice Scruggs being nominally a guard moving forward if that's indeed the way that they go?
I not to be wishy-washy, I don't know. I keep going back to, I think, and they've said this, that his best position might be center, but they might be, it might be a necessity thing, with a guy like that. Maybe he's gotten bigger. We haven't seen reports of that, bigger and stronger with the marching orders of playing left guard. So that's something to monitor that we are going to monitor. But center was very interesting with Jake Andrews and Jarrett Patterson. That might be the early signs of what that competition is going to be.
And what the offense might be, because, again, that was the thing that we were talking about with the Jake Andrews coming from a Patriot system could that possibly be in part what he brings to the table here, which is an understanding of what's going on there, and I imagine how to make those calls. A couple more things. D'Amico Ryans talked about the Panthers and the Lions being joint practices that they'll have for a single day. I think also specifically within the context of this offensive line, that'll be interesting because he mentioned that they bring different things, and not to say that this would just be on the defense, but a 4-2 defense for the Lions, so a 4 down front versus what would kind of be a 5 down front for the Panthers and a 3-4 defense. Like, just opportunities to see these guys operate against the variety of, or I guess the two major different defensive fronts that they'll see over the season. That feels, I like to see your guys, but then also get an opportunity to see what I imagine will be where they're feeling for those two preseason games in those later points of training camp, on how they feel about their offensive line, the better ideas of what they have, of what their 5 will be against these two different kind of sets.
I love joint practices. You guys know that. I think it's better than preseason games, although maybe not as much fun for fans. And I also feel, let's put a pin in that Lions one, because keep in mind, a lot of times, I think the Panthers joint practice is going to be big time. It's the game that's going to be here, so it'll be here. But a lot of times if you start getting beat up, get somebody hurt, they just cancel that last joint practice and play the game.
Yeah, we'll see what that ultimately looks like. And players, just doing a little head count, players that were not at OTAs, mind you, voluntary OTAs again, and D'Amico did talk about how, it is voluntary. He's basically not doing a head count, working on who is there. Dalton Schultz, because I do know that Dalton Schultz and Henry To'oTo'o, Braxton Berrios, and Damian Pierce were in the training room rehabbing, so they were there. However, Sheldon Rankins, Brevin Jordan, Joe Mixon, Christian Harris, Justin Watson, Daniil Hunter, and CD, who is CJ Gardner-Johnson, all not at OTAs today.
Don't call him 8. He's not 8 anymore.
He is an 8.
I thought you were saying CD.
CD?
CD who?
Yeah.
CJ Gardner-Johnson. That's what he want. He want to be called that, right? So that is what I will attempt to do, although I feel like I'm going to default to CJ GJ, with all due respect to that man. Reports of what we're hearing from OTAs and hearing from the head coach of the team, D'Amico Ryans, here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We'll circle back around to more OTA, more Texas talk as we go. But coming up next, let's talk about the Astros, because we just got a little bit of news down after, what was a fantastic game for the Astros, 11-1 victory over the A's. Are the stars aligning for the Astros? Except when we talk about stars aligning, they might had a negative one on the other side with an injury. So we'll talk about that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
The stars aligning for your Houston Astros. Let's talk about that in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. Which you as one of the better performances offensively that I've seen in a little while, as they absolutely dogged the A's at Dyken Park yesterday, 11-1. Hunter Brown did what he does on a Hunter Brown day. Quality start, in fact, his 9th of the season. Nice 2.0 ERA as he continues. I think I was looking at Cy Young power rankings or what have you at this point, and they had him like 6th in the AL. Which
good value right there.
Good value, but obviously if he continues to do this, which I have no doubt that he will. Like, I don't have any reason to think that he will stop on this trajectory that he's going. He will make it difficult for AL MVP voters, or rather Cy Young voters. But there's that, and then you have another Jose Altuve kind of day, right? Multi-home run day. I think the 13th that he's had. 11 of his last 20 in this stretch, and that's just a couple of the guys who were producing at a high level. It seemed like everybody had hits. They were doing the Oprah thing. You get a hit, you get a hit, you get a hit. Yeah. Are the stars aligning for this Astros team? Because there also are some. If you want to look at the negatives, they do exist there as well.
To be fair, we were talking about this question before the show, and since the show has begun. One of the, I guess, whatever stars, whatever you want to call them, has not aligned quite the way we thought it might. No, we didn't think it would align well, but certainly got confirmation with Ronald Blanco.
Yeah, so he is going to have season-ending surgery on his elbow that will obviously make it so that the expected return, which you could take that for whatever you believe, next season, 26th season, it has been confirmed that'll be Tommy John.
It'll be Tommy John.
Makes it how many pitchers have you had that have had the kind of extensive arm injuries?
8 since 2020, and I'll get the list for you because I had it a couple of weeks ago when it was 6, and then it became 7 with Wisniewski having elbow or arm surgery, and now Blanco. That is by far the most in Major League Baseball over that span. And let's get to the good stuff first. The good stuff is the stars have been aligning here. I was really impressed. We talked about it yesterday with the way they wrapped up that and clinched that 1-3 out of 4 of that Mariners series. I thought it would go a long way with this team. They feed off of Altuve for years now and others, but Altuve's left. And I thought it was a good start. And then lo and behold, yesterday against a team that they should have easily beaten. With Hunter Brown on the mound, but still, they put 11 up on them. They put 11 up on their ass, and not only that, I've got 2 home runs out of Altuve. So Altuve, there's a star that's aligning right now. Christian Walker got another one. I don't know if you want to call him a star, but he was one that you're counting on.
I mean, Christian Walker, that's huge, right? Like, I think that if you look at him, especially over his last 6-7 days, or it's like 7 games rather. You're seeing his offense come together. So whatever other goofy stuff that he wants to put out here, if he wants to wear his socks inside out or what have you, I encourage him doing that. Yeah. He's finding himself as he's trending upwards of 320 batting average and an 868 OPS over his last 7 days. Like, a lot more in line, even like well above what you were hoping for Christian Walker, if you were to extrapolate through the entirety of the season. And so if he's a lot closer to this rather than where he had been prior, I'd be very happy about it. And
Jeremy Pena's still doing his thing.
In fact, this is Jose Altuve talking after the game yesterday about just all the bats. Obviously, the bats that allowed you to get 11 runs yesterday. How they're going.
I think everybody looked good today, and everybody's been working really hard on the approach and the pitch selection, and just trying to get better every day.
Yeah, and then he went further in talking about the thing that he's unlocked with his swing to help him find success.
Yeah, I've been, last 2 weeks coming early and hit early with Cintron and the guys and try to, find a good swing. And, it takes time, I think you got to work hard every day. It's a long season, so.
Is there anything different that you're doing now than maybe a week and a half or 2 weeks ago that's kind of led to some of these results?
Yeah, probably focus on one pitch to hit versus try to cover, everything. You ended up chasing too much, and I think that was a problem, and we're slowly getting better at it.
Shout out to Alex Centrone, getting a level of love.
Got a little bit. He's been getting bashed. He's been getting bashed.
And he's talked about focusing on one pitch, and I do wonder, just simplifying is what I take from that. If that doesn't point to the idea that, hey, as this whole team seems to be coming around, this isn't just a complete Astros effort to, when it comes to the staff in getting them going batting wise, and I mean, despite having confirmation on something that we've been talking about, where you lose another rotation starter and get you to a place where you're having to depend even more on some of these guys like Gusto, like Colton Gordon, like Blue Ball, if he ends up working back into this, which is possible or what have you, right? I think that this is one of those things that could be encouraging if you are offensively are going to go the way that they've gone in the month of May, right? I think that could really shift this to where you take some more of that pressure off of your starting pitching and hopefully take some pressure off of your bullpen, because that's the thing that I was worried about yesterday when you were talking about a particular change maybe that could have been happening coming off of last weekend. I'm like, if your bullpen is going to have to have the additional stress that's going to come from having guys that are pitching maybe two out of your 5 guys in your rotation that are pitching that you don't necessarily believe can go 6. Maybe they go 4 or 5. That's going to tax them. But what happens if they're going 4 or 5, but your offense is giving them a nice 5 runs? And I think that switches it. In fact, I think I was texting both of y'all last night some of the things that I was looking at for this team in May, and they're second in OPS.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the month of May, they are 6th in sixth in OPS, second in on base percentage rather. So I think that you're seeing them, even though they're 15th in runs. That's the thing, is actually producing the runs is the thing that needs to come around. But they did that last night. If they can do that more consistently, I actually feel a lot better about where the Astros are, even with the idea that the rotation is starting to become a weak spot. Can you counterbalance that with better?
And because how long has it been where they were stranding runners, they were hitting into double plays, and now it's not just singles anymore that they're getting. They're getting extra base hits to speaking to your OPS and everything else, and not just extra base hits, but timely extra base hits or timely hits. Getting some good breaks. The Crawford boxes have been very, very nice to this squad.
Shout out to Jeremy Pena, just sneaking one in there, baby.
Jeremy Pena hit one 329.5 feet. And it bounced on top of the wall and went over.
That's just making up for the 413 foot long out that Cam Smith hit. That's just evens out,
Yeah. But then there's the other thing, and you can't bury the lead here today with officially getting news that Ronel Blanco is Tommy John surgery. 7 dudes with arm or shoulder surgery in the last 5 years. And that's the most in Major League Baseball. You can't ignore that. You just cannot ignore it. You have to say, is it just a quirk? Is it bad luck? You can't afford to just shrug your shoulders and say, is it training? Is it rehab? Is it approach? Is it the good old fashioned spin rates and velocity that people talk about? Well, then why is it more here? Why do the Astros have more arm trouble than anybody else in Major League Baseball? I don't feel like you can ignore that, because it will catch up to you.
No, in the macro, that's something that needs to be addressed, right? One of those guys, Luis Garcia, Dana Brown was talking about, and his target return date is late July, early August, which seems to be even more of a slide backwards from where we might have been hoping, which again is also another one of those things that has become part of those, seem to kind of deal with these. So man, it's tough, but in the micro, in the here and now, as you are dealing with that, it does feel like you're getting better offense, including one of the guys that you were hoping to handle up in a big way. You do still need Yordan Alvarez, and when it comes to the Yordan Alvarez, this was the update that was given by Joe Espada. He is waiting for Yordan, that is, to say that he's ready to go. Apparently, he hasn't stopped hitting. Sometimes he hits multiple times a day. Once he feels he's ready to go out there and play, I'll pencil him in. What do you think that means? Because really, we were talking about this
Figgy's smiling.
Yordan was talking.
It sounds like he's just chilling.
But that's the thing. Yordan
I'll let you know when I'm ready.
Yeah.
He was playing, but he was dealing with this injury thing that sent him to the IL.
Yeah.
If you're still in this place where whatever the injury is, if it's not just a clear, hey, this is ready to go, this is going to be a pain threshold thing, which I don't know how much I like that.
It sounds like he needs surgery or something. It seemed like the time he waited maybe is not really improving. So
I think you're onto something. He tried to play through it. They put him on the IL. It's now, what was it? I think it was May 13th, so it's 15 days later.
Yes.
It was 15 days past when he could have
had another
his return.
potential IL stint.
Another IL stint. I mean, what does that speak to, especially with this team?
What, the lack of stars aligning? Right?
Yeah.
Bad luck?
Yeah. Surgery.
Are we leading to like a bad luck Bears here situation with the Astros? I don't know. Like, so ultimately, I don't know. Maybe the luck of this all kind of is in the wash in the immediate.
Mm-hmm.
At least I was happy to see a highly offensive team. Like, yeah, man, there's these injury problems that continue to like really knock off on the luck that feels like it's coming around in the way that you want it to offensively. We'll see what it looks like today. It's day baseball for the Astros, and as they finish off a 2-game set versus the A's. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including it's National Hamburger Day. What's the best burger that you've ever had? We'll talk about that. We'll also talk about some other things next.
Payne and Pendergast.
97.3 network.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on a Wednesday here in the Loop, in the great city of Houston, and it is OTA day. The first day he stayed, you heard from D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of the team, earlier, talking about kind of the approach that they have with the offensive line, where they're just kind of mixing it up, mixing and matching, was he said. He said there's a lot of smart guys in there, giving them opportunity to kind of see where those various different places are and see which five works the best by the time they get to that place. I also found it interesting that one of the things he said is that nobody's making the team right now.
Yeah.
Right? So just kind of throwing different things at the wall. Of note within that, the first offensive line that they threw out there, not that this means anything above anything else. However, Jake Andrews, the center that you picked up in the offseason from New England, he was the first guy in there at center. Drew Scruggs did not get any burn early in day one at center. He was at guard. And then Titus Howard, some right guard moves there as well.
Those are probably the most intriguing sort of developments, whatever you want to call them.
O-line-wise.
Yeah, right? Jake Andrews at center and Titus Howard at right guard?
Probably.
Yeah.
Ariante Ursary getting some looks at right tackle as well as a little bit at left where he played predominantly. Those were kind of the things. Notice there, C.J. Stroud didn't throw out there. D'Amico kind of decided not to kind of talk more about that, but, he talked about that guys are on different schedules and routines. For whatever that means, that'll be an interesting place to watch. He was out there, just had his helmet off. Some guys, Joe Mixon not out there. Damian Pierce was, I believe, was in the rehab room along with, as was, I believe, Braxton Berrios and Dalton Schultz. Just some of the things that were coming out of there. One of the things that also came out there entirely unrelated, Nico Collins was talking, and this Nico Collins talking about the idea of flag football here in 3 years.
How about it?
But how does Nico Collins feel about the prospect of playing flag football?
Yeah, for sure. Get a gold medal. Who don't want a gold medal? Awesome. But it's a blessing. It's something I will, I want to be a part of, but if it happens, it happens. It don't, it don't. But it's a goal, it'll be fun. You know what I'm saying? I say Sting too. Hey, he's an athlete now. And I say CJ. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like he's throwing CJ a bone. But,
you think so?
But very serious about Stingley, and I am too. He was one of the lists. I think you were at. We picked our teams. Remember, I think Derek Stingley would be a good one, and Nico's interested.
That's who I picked too.
Yeah,
I actually
that's
picked
right.
Nico.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, you did. This is going to be a real thing. Players are going to really try to do this.
I did find it interesting that when D'Amico was asked about it, which maybe this is just, hey, dog, this is 3 years down the line. I'll decide how I feel about it once we get a lot closer to that. But he said whatever guys want to do, basically in regards to that, which feels like that would not be the way that, I don't know, I imagine if you ask Nick Caserio, I feel like that'd be a little bit different perspective. Like, hey, yeah, whatever you want to do in the offseason, including playing more of the sport that possibly could get you hurt for when we need you to play the sport. Yeah. Right? I think that's interesting. But yeah, I think I'd like CJ in that space. We saw him have to run for his life last year, and that feels like something that is one of those things that I would like you to be able to do in the circumstance of flag football. So I think that he'd be great. Sting does feel like he'd be the best of anybody on the team.
Offense, defense,
exactly.
Everything.
The hands to play offense.
Quick, grab that flag. Here's the interesting thing about the D'Amico, and they're handling it the right way. The D'Amico and Nick Caserio angle on this whole thing, and I think every coach and every general manager in football, your hands are tied. You can't say, well, I'm not a big fan of that. Oh, so you're un-American? I mean, the way people will bash them, for trying to limit these opportunities, you have no choice but to say, sure, Yeah,
I guess you kind of just got to say that at this point, and you'll figure that out later. We mentioned that Ronald Blanco getting Tommy John surgery. That'll end his 2025 season and take a good part of his 2026 season, and we'll see what the ultimate return date is for him. Speaking of guys and return dates, Christian Javier is one of those guys that you're looking at as possibly returning. I think that the timeline that Dana Brown put on it earlier this morning was late July, early August.
That ain't great.
So have to put that down on the calendar with the many other guys that you're looking at, seeing what their return date will be. Spencer Arrighetti is one of those guys, and he actually He played catch yesterday.
Yeah. There we go.
Played catch yesterday. Oh, and just to clean things up, because I mentioned they have by far the most pitchers with arm surgery in the last 5 years, I did find the list that I put together. Ronald Blanco, Hayden Wesneski, Luis Garcia, Christian Javier, J.P. France, Jose Urquidy, Lance McCullers, and Justin Verlander. 8.
It's a lot of names.
8.
It's a lot of names. It's a lot of guys who are dealing.
It's like 8 starting pitchers too, man.
It's crazy.
Yeah, man. That's a lot of guys. They're having to work a lot of depth, but yes. So that hope that means something to you. Some other things that are popping. Amen Thompson, and I know the Rockets are not playing right now. We're watching, conference finals. I believe you're getting the Western Conference Finals again tonight. But when it comes to Amen Thompson, he's still getting love as they're not in. They're not playing. Yeah, a couple days ago. No, it was yesterday. Brian Windhurst said this when talking about what Amen Thompson could be.
Let me give you a name of somebody that you should take and keep an eye on next year, and he's a twin. Amen Thompson from the Houston Rockets. He's not going to win MVP, but he is a guy that you should pay attention to. By the way, his twin brother, Azar Thompson from the Detroit Pistons, should be on your list. Amen Thompson just made first-team All-Defense. He is going to get better offensively. He is a future All-Star. He is a potential future franchise player in Houston or elsewhere, because if the Rockets are going to look to make any sort of major trade, any team is going to want him. So keep an eye on Amen Thompson.
I like what I'm hearing, first of all, but boy, there are two very important things that have to happen for that to happen. Creating shots off the dribble, not just finishing and getting to the rack, and doing it himself, and knocking down shots. Those are two big things, and hopefully it'll happen.
Yeah, he does not do that at a particularly high degree right now. Obviously, we've seen guys develop that. The name that immediately jumps to mind is Kawhi Leonard. He almost Terminator-like added onto his repertoire.
Yeah.
If you can get that, like he does, he would profile like that as it relates to what the Rockets do this offseason and their plan of attack. The question I have, though, is how long does that take, right? Because we're still talking about eventuallys and wanting to see where that develops. But then also, does it develop in a way where the early portion of the development allows you to have an offensive identity? Because I think that's the tough part with this Rockets team. Somebody was talking about it earlier on the text line, and I completely agree. They don't have any semblance of an offensive identity right now.
No.
Like, you could easily say that their offensive identity was miss shots, get boards, put back shots.
Yes.
Like that field, if we're starting with missed shots as the part of the offensive identity, you're in a tough place trying to go and win a championship. So I think that's got to be front and center of what you're thinking about is how do you find an offensive identity early on? And sometimes who is a person that could be a cornerstone or an engine of that offensive identity. But it does feel good that Amen Thompson is getting all that love, including not just from pundits, but also from his teammates. This is Jock Landale on a podcast, and this is why it sounds so Australian. This is him giving love to his teammate, Amen Thompson.
Amen Thompson's going to be an all-star next year. And if he's not an all-star next year, that's on him.
How many years has he been around for now?
2. That was his second year.
He'd be pushing for that most improved player award as well, wouldn't he, next year?
For sure.
You can see he's about to just explode.
Well, you forget that he only started starting, I think, when Jabari Smith Jr. went down with an injury, like 60 games into the year or 50 games into the year. So from there, he just blossomed. And it was like, oh my God. Like, we knew that he was good, but I don't think anyone was like, holy A lot of us at the end of last season were like, this dude's the future of the program.
Yeah, wow.
And then to see that kind of come to fruition, this dude's something else.
Bloke.
Unbelievable guy. And again, I do not compliment this guy to his face. I love to hang on Amen Thompson, and he knows it too. Like, we do this thing every time, we go to give each other a high five, we pull our hands away at the last minute, and we try and like mess with the other person, so I love messing with Amen, but he's a cracking bloke.
He's a cracking what?
Bloke. A cracking bloke.
I want to be a
We'll start
cracking
calling
bloke.
people that.
I want to be a cracking
Good bloke? Like, that was glowing. Like, and look.
He's sincere, right? You can feel it.
That's the thing is, you get guys who they talk about their teammates and you expect them to pump
good
them
guy,
up.
good player.
That felt like above what is just, that guy is my team. He was like, look, I want you to understand, I don't even say good things to his face. So what I'm saying here is different. The idea that in that building, in that locker room, they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Even at the juncture when he started starting, like just the different level of, oh, okay, this is different than we had previously had thought. I think that's kind of impressive. And the idea that he's like future of the program 100%.
Future of the program stands out.
It does.
Because you have to imagine, like, even if they think the projection of him developing these offensive skills and shot and all that, is somewhat of a reach. He's still almost untouchable because of everything else he does.
Right, and that's the thing.
know?
It's like even if you don't view him as, hey, he's going to be that centerpiece, offensively specifically, but just centerpiece overall. You do believe that the idea of him being an all-star next year does not feel far-fetched, right? The idea is not far-fetched. The question that I have is the one that I think we all have is, where do you find consistent offense? And I don't know that it's fair even to put on him, hey, be that guy starting in the 25-26 season.
Totally
agree. But yeah, absolutely love what Amen Thompson is getting as far as love. And also, when we talk about what's popping, it's National Hamburger Day.
It is
Happy National Hamburger Day to you guys out there. Is there a hamburger? Because I feel like there's some foods where you go, oh, I remember the best one that I've ever had of those. Do hamburgers fall in that space for you?
I don't know. Can you pick that was it? Like you can remember the best whatever Italian food you ever had or whatever. By the way, there's a place in New York. Anyway.
Yeah, let's go to New York and try.
I know, right? Like we're just going to go. Yeah, just stop by New York on your lunch break or something.
You worse than somebody posting a food picture, not saying where it's from or where I can get it.
It's in Hell's Kitchen in New York. There's a place, I'm telling you. But anyway, do you go down that road for a hamburger? Like that was the one? I've thought of a few that I just love going there. Hamburgers or whatever, but is that one?
I don't, and that's what I was thinking, because I'm like, I definitely could think of the hamburgers that I go, that's a really good burger versus it was a solid burger.
Yeah.
Which, one of the things I was thinking about as well is how far Whataburger's fallen in that particular, there was a point in time where Whataburger would feel like, hey, you got to do that, and now it's very much to me like it's cool.
The best burgers are not fast food. Is that a hot take?
I don't think so. But then what are we qualifying as fast? Like that where you go?
Well, there are restaurants that specialize in great burgers. There's one.
Like Fuddruckers back in the day?
Actually, Fuddruckers back in the day was on the list, but it fell off dramatically, but it was on the list. What about you, Figgy? Best burger?
I would probably say if somebody was out of town and they was looking for the best burger, the one I could think of is I like Rodeo Goat a lot.
Rodeo Goat's always a good one.
Yeah,
Rodeo Goat's always a good one.
Yeah, like a real good burger spot. It's a restaurant pretty much, not really fast food ish, but they really got some good burgers.
You ever been to Hop Dotty?
I heard
of it. I've never been there. I heard it was pretty
on
good.
My list.
It lives up.
Hop Dotty is on my list for sure.
All right, so maybe more importantly, before we just go out here and name a burger spot, like what for you makes the burger? Like what is it? Is it just like a great bun? Is it the particular cheese that you get? Right? What is it?
It's not a pressed burger. Like the best,
so you're out on smash burgers?
No, smash burger is different because it's thin. But like a lot of people, especially the fast food, they smash they manipulate the meat too much.
Hey, come on, brother. What is that?
You do not want them manipulating the meat. Now, what you do want is like the burger.
You know what you have to do, right?
I'm dead serious. All my burger connoisseurs are going to be right there with me.
It's pause, man.
I'm telling you, the less you put your hands on the meat, the better. Because
this is intentional.
You want it. No. You want it loose. You want it loose. You want it flaky. You want it some air in between the meat. Just barely touch. And that restaurants do. Hop Dotty does that. Like you said, Rodeo Goat does that. You want it kind of.
But the new thing,
what I'm talking about? The burger that has like air, almost like crevices in it.
Yeah, okay.
Those are the best burgers.
But the new thing is the smash burgers, though.
But they're real thin, and I feel that's almost like a different category.
Yeah. Speaking of smash burgers, Bun Slut is pretty good.
I was thinking about that, but I was like, do I want to say that on the air? So I appreciate you saying it for
that's
me.
the name of the restaurant.
Yeah.
Champ's Burger came out a few times. Burger Bodega came up.
Burger Bodega is pretty good too.
That. Burger Bodega is on my list.
I really enjoy when I've gone there. And then somebody mentioned this. There's a few names coming on here besides that. Bubba's Texas Burger Shack is very good.
It's right here. I've never been. I lived right over there for years,
underneath an overpass, and it is.
I didn't even think of going in that place.
Incredible.
That place went viral pretty much because of their burgers.
Me neither.
If you want me to go to a place, a text like this will do it for the 281. Kelly's Country Kitchen in Chapel Hill Sausage. They raise their own beef.
All right,
farm to table burger is kind of, I don't know why, but that absolutely gets my attention.
Yeah.
So there you go. Shout out to y'all on National Hamburger Day. Maybe celebrate, because I think I will now after I've made
now
myself
you're thinking
hungry.
about it, right?
Yeah, it's lunchtime. It's lunchtime.
Yeah.
So now I feel like it's time to go make that shake. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around to the Texans. Is Will Anderson Jr. more likely to hold the key to what this Texas team needs to become than C.J. Stroud? It sounds crazy, but Lopez is going to try to convince you of that.
Live with Stoerner and Hughley. Here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy OTAs as OTAs started day one in the books for the Texans, where we've seen all sorts of things, including a massive different offensive lineman. They're true to this, man. The idea that they're going to move some guys around and find out who the best.
You're a starter. You were talking about.
Yeah, everybody. You're a left guard and you're a right guard and you're a center and you're a right tackle, and everybody's playing everywhere to some degree, except for I think a couple of notable exceptions, which is Cam Robinson stuck at left tackle, Titus Howard stuck at right guard. And those are the main ones. I feel like everybody else had a little bit of wiggle to them in moving around.
Yeah.
And we mentioned that Andrews was kind of situated at center, the center that you brought in from New England. He was in that first lineup of guys. I don't know how much you want to make of that. C.J. Stroud did not throw today, which I think we're both in a place where we're not going to make too much of that, but it is interesting, I guess, in some ways. And as we knew, Joe Mixon not involved with any of these, but also Dameon Pierce dealing with a little bit of rehab today as well. Is he more likely to hold the key to what you're trying to do this year than C.J. Stroud, the man who obviously was at practice but did not practice today? He was on the side. I think he had his helmet. I should have known when I saw a video of him
doing the toe tap.
Yeah, doing like toe taps and like out here just messing around. I was like, oh, you're not actually working today. You're not working today.
Yeah.
And not to say that, like, not to.
I mean, he's there.
Not disparaging him by any means, right? It's voluntary, but like you're not doing the thing that we were kind of coming expecting to see you do. Davis Mills took all those reps going to the one.
That's the franchise right there. So
Davis Mills?
No.
Oh, okay. So we both that was not a joke. We both thought that what you were. That
look like I'm laughing.
Fair enough. Touche. Fair enough. But okay, Lopez, make this case here because I'm interested to see where you're coming from with Will Anderson Jr. Here.
Well, it's good to figure you said, CJ is the franchise. He is absolutely positively.
Yes, CJ.
The franchise. He is the dude. But sometimes you get some thoughts in your mind, and
that's where thoughts live.
They kind of feel, thoughts in your arm. I get these thoughts in my elbow sometimes that you go, it's not. It might sound dumb, but I think you could state the case that, as you put it, who really holds the key to like a big year for the Texans this year? The obvious answer is C.J. Stroud.
Correct.
Because he's the franchise. He runs the whole show. He's going to have more on his plate this year.
That's right.
He's the quarterback. He has the ball. Okay, so that is obvious, right? Right? He's got a lot more questions. And the reason I started thinking about, Will Anderson might be, in that neighborhood because there are so many more questions on the offensive side of the ball that we've been talking about than the defensive side of the ball. And maybe I'm overthinking this. Tell me if I am.
It feels like it early. I'm keep it honest.
I'm glad you said that.
Early on, it feels like you are really, really.
I'm glad you said that because the quarterback position and what C.J. Stroud is going to do this year is much more nuanced. There's a lot more of not only putting up numbers, but reaching another level in decision making, leadership, playing under pressure. The ability to run the entire offense. Like there are so many things that have to happen that he has to do that is nuance, that is not just go get the quarterback. And that's where I'm going with this because one big sack from Anderson doesn't have to run the entire defense. He doesn't have to think for the entire defense. He doesn't have to, and I'm not downplaying, his importance and his role. But what I'm saying is if he gets, and he's, stated, the stated goal is double-digit sacks, and that's more than 11, which is what he had last year. Let's say he gets 15, 16.
Okay, so let's say he possibly leads the league in sacks. Very good.
All-pro Will.
Well, the league leader was, 19?
I think it was 17 and a half, and that was Trey Hendrickson.
But what I'm saying is...
A man who can't get
what's
his
up
team
with
to
him?
give a
How he's doing.
A man whose team refuses
Ain't even
to
worth
give him a
damn contract extension.
Dude, can't
I feel sorry for Will Anderson.
No, what I'm saying is the path to being a next level elite, truly elite, recognized elite player is so much easier, straightforward, not easier, straightforward for Will Anderson. C.J. Stroud's out here going to have to learn the offense, going to have to make some calls, going to have to make sure the ball gets distributed to the right places. He's going to have to put up the numbers, but also make decisions. He's going to have to be a leader. He's going to have to do this. He's going to have to do that. Whereas Will Anderson, if he just reaches that next level, his path, I'll put it this way, to becoming a top 5 player is much more straightforward than C.J. Stroud's.
Okay. That's a different conversation than the one that we set it up as.
And if he becomes a top 5 player, this defense is going to be all world.
Well, would you argue that he doesn't need to be a top 5 player in order for this defense to be all world?
Easily. But what I'm saying, if he is a top 5 player, what's Danielle Hunter going to do? What is the secondary going to do? What is the secondary going to do for him? In terms of Kamari Lassiter, and then we know the drill here, Derek Stingley, all that. And he doesn't have to carry teammates like C.J. Stroud does.
No, I think that everybody has their responsibility, and I think they handle it pretty well. I will, in order to give Will more credit here, when we talk about leadership, that is usually the first name, actually, that comes out of folks' mouth when they talk about leaders on this team because of his personality and the way he goes about it. So I do think that leadership, it shows up. Now, obviously, you could point to the various other leader guys that happen and that show up in big effect on the defense, where you talk about guys like, Danielle Hunter would not necessarily be leader guy in the way that you typically think about it, but he seems to be a lead by example type figure. But you've got guys that have, and now CJ Gardner-Johnson, or CD as he was supposed to refer to him as, like, he seems to come in with a certain level of that, in that he stepped in and immediately you saw him working with Kamari Lassiter, just in some field trying to get his technique together. So I think that, there's some leadership roles in there. What do you need to see from him in order to have that level of step up into a top 5 circumstance? Because Pro Football Focus put out they ranked their top 32 ahead of the 2025 season of edge defenders. And when you talk about edge defenders, Will Anderson Jr. did not come in as high as I might have imagined.
He was 9, wasn't he?
He was 9th. Yeah. He came in 9th, sandwiched between Jared Verse of the Rams and Khalil Mack of the Chargers, behind the likes of Trey Hendrickson, Max Crosby, Aiden Hutchinson, Nick Bosa, T.J. Watt, Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett. Right? What needs to happen in order for him to get into that better space, as you're talking about?
Well, I think that feeds into my point here. Like, not only is his defense better equipped than CJ's offense, which helps, obviously, but it's very straightforward. It's sacks, tackles for loss, quarterback hits, et cetera, tackles. Whereas, if he just does what he's supposed to do, and he's helped by a better defense with Danielle Hunter, with the secondary, with the linebackers, et cetera, I think it's pretty straightforward. And that's why it got me thinking, like, if he just reaches those numbers, and what the numbers are, we'll see. I said 15. That would be next world. That would be top 5 and quarterback hits and all that other stuff. Whereas I think he's not as dependent on things around him as C.J. Stroud. He's dependent, don't get me wrong, because they have to play, but they're also more proven. Like the question marks surrounding C.J. Stroud with the offensive line, with the running back, with who's going to be the other receivers, even though we have some prospects, I think they're more established.
I think for Will Anderson Jr., the question that you're having is, can he play all 17? That's the first thing, right? Like the ankle injuries that he's dealt with. You could talk about that as being a real hindrance to him. 11 sacks in 14 games is what does that look like once you take that up to him playing 17 or 16 and possible, considering that if all things go well and the defense is playing to the level that you expect and the offense has a resurgence, that you're likely not all that worried about week 18, right? What have you. But if he's playing 16 games, what does that look like there? Another thing that I'll point to, though, because you're kind of just talking about the progression of Will Anderson Jr., and I'd love to see him, have his, have that not just the idea that he's pressuring, but like the idea that he, makes this happen quicker, or, and in addition to what you're talking about in just adding the, that particular stat of sacks. How much could you possibly see growth indeed happen there with, the speed rush and like the bend that he has off the edge? Because, that is a dude that he accounted for a 17% quarterback percentage rate, along with Danielle Hunter's 19%. Like, they were, this defense was incredible at pressuring the quarterback. And one of the things that you also, I think that is kind of talked about, is the idea of how defense year to year is one of those things that can be a little defensive. However, reaching the heights that it felt like the undeniable nature of this pass rush last year, is it going to be able to equal that exact same place? And will you be able to even push that to another level, right? Like, do you see another level actually being tangible for him in a way that demonstrates itself against teams. Because where do you go when you're in a place where it feels like you're almost at the ceiling?
And I'm glad you said that too. You guys are setting me up great today, by the way, with all the things I wanted to get out there, because we saw it. We saw the development. His last 5 games of the regular season, not counting the playoffs and the game he was inactive, but his last 5 games, he had 5 of his 11 sacks. His last 5 games, he had 9 of his 19 quarterback hits. He got better at the end of the year. We saw it. We talked about it. The moves he was making, the development in terms of pass rush techniques and things like that. And so, yeah, I think we saw it. And, oh, by the way, in the playoffs, 3.5 sacks, 5 quarterback hits. At the end of the year, he was appreciably better than he was at the beginning of the year. And so that's also feeds into, I could see him taking that step.
Okay, so the idea of just him having the path to that elite level just more clear than what you're even talking about, even with the C.J. Stroud, which makes sense. C.J. Stroud is also dependent on the apparatus that failed him last year, right? He's dependent on, is that apparatus fixed? There's more questions outside of him, which is what you're talking about. Yeah, it just feels like as long as Will is healthy and on the text line, they say put him off. Yeah. That's all you need in order for him to be amongst those guys that we're talking about. Like once the guys that were, the Max Crosby's, Trey Hendricksons, and of course talking about some of the guys even higher, like the T.J. Watts of the world, and and such, Aiden Hutchinson, Nick Bosa, what have you. If you do end up in a place, because you threw out the number 16, Will Anderson Jr. What is that like? Does Danielle Hunter? Do you see a level of decline there? Do you feel like this is just one of those things where they cannibalize each other? Is there a way for them to get even more?
I mean, they would have to a degree, you would think, right?
Maybe.
But Danielle Hunter, what if they have the bookends, that all of a sudden take it to another? And oh, by the way, the other thing that Will Anderson does not have to do that C.J. Stroud does is learn a new system. We just heard DeMeco Ryans, new terminology, new scheme, all this other stuff. Will Anderson is set with DeMeco's system.
Is there any way in which? No, I was going to say, I was like, they just can't see it because DeMeco Ryans loves his rotation. Like, you're going to continue to get some of these other guys in there, your Barnetts of the world, Darrell Taylor who comes in. You're going to get that rotation in. And that's all. And honestly, another thing that's kind of incredible, these guys have been able to be this good with also with how much DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke place on having that rotation in. Yeah, I'm excited to see what this year holds for Will Anderson Jr. And what this means for the money that he'll ultimately come back around. Like, does that all?
That's kind of important too.
Does that all concern you? Because, like, I mean, not that in any way that I want to compare the Texans to the Bengals, but the Bengals are in this place where they're like, hey, we'll take care of you, and then the money got so exorbitant that they started tugging at their collar. Do you have any place where whatever the money is, it's fine, throw it at them, and you'll be good?
I'm confident that they've been planning this since the day they drafted him. He being Nick Cassera, really good at paying these guys early. I would expect him to get paid. We'll see about C.J. Stroud, but I think that he's obviously going to get paid too. But no, I really, one thing about me and the NFL salary cap, it never bothers me unless it's just outrageous, like the Saints or something. People always wring their hands, over the NFL salary cap, and what happens every year? It gets figured out. It gets figured out. There are people in every NFL building whose entire job is to work the salary cap and figure it out.
Well, some of the figuring out is trimming fat. I think for me, the way that I view it is
what I'm talking about. Yeah,
the years in which the way I view it is you spend the money when you're going, right? Like you max out the credit cards when you need them, right? And when you are pushing for something, which just feels like the Texans are, which brings me to the idea of I don't think I'd be worried about it. Do pull the levers, have the void years on the back end. The problem is, and I think especially with like the Saints, right? The thing that they did not do is when you don't have a real opportunity to contend, that's when you pay off the debt.
There are always outliers, and the Saints is one.
Right, and so I think that's how I view it. Is there's going to be instances where you have to use your maneuvers in order to go above what the salary cap actually would be, and obviously not actually above it, but use your different things to push money into future years. And then you actually take your licks in the moments where you go, all right, we had our window, we contended, and now we're in a place where we're not contending as much. When we eat, we make good on those promises. And right now you are in a hardy time where it's time to push. So Will Anderson Jr. excited to see what this year does. I really do hope that he plays so well that you have to change. You have to set the market.
Absolutely.
Like I hope that he play, because if that's the case, I can only imagine what the rest of the teams in this league look at when they go up against and they see the Texans defense on the other side of it.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions, which are presented by the Men's Clinic. We will do that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
That's one of the
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic. On Sports.
These are my confessions. All right, a lot of levels to this confession, Figgy. A lot of levels to this confession, Reggie. You got to pay attention. I did something.
Wait, you think I typically don't pay attention? Is that what you're implying? I don't appreciate
Pay
that.
special attention. I did something yesterday that I haven't done ever in my entire life, and that was I wrote a strongly worded email.
Oh, wow. You're that guy.
I became that guy yesterday.
Wow.
But there's several levels. I think I'm in the right.
Karen Phillip Lopez. All right.
To the city of Houston. I wrote a strongly worded email to the city of Houston. There's this house in my neighborhood behind us that is got holes in the roof, it's got boards on the wall, it's been abandoned. The weeds
Why you keep talking about the Astrodome, man? Come on now.
It makes the Astrodome look like the Taj Mahal. It's got weeds that are 6 and 7 feet high. It's got and the reason I wrote the letter is we've had rats come up by our yard. Remember we had those rats in the attic back
a while
back. We've had raccoons wandering around behind our fence. We've had possums. Snake came into our yard, and that was the final.
Yeah, the snake could do it. Yeah, the snake could do it.
Raccoon's cool. Rat's cool. Snake, nah.
Here's the thing. I wrote this strongly. I have it in front of me.
To who?
To the neighborhoods department of the city of Houston. I wrote a strongly worded
I wouldn't
email.
even know who to go to.
Yeah.
Like, this man looked up who to snitch to. That's wild.
I did. But so, I mean, I thought it was good. I mean, I'm not going to read it, but I thought it was good. And this morning, I got a response. Good morning, Mr. Lopez. I put my name on it. I didn't go anonymous. You could go anonymous, but I put my name on it. Please be advised that no recent inspections or requests have been reported until yesterday. The last inspection on this home was in 2019.
Good Lord.
The Code Enforcement Division will be inspecting it. And please keep an eye out for a yellow placard, which will indicate that the initial inspection has taken place. So that's part of the confession. I did that. The second part is, should I be worried about maybe a little
retribution?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Clearly. What? You have to ask?
Do you think that person on the other side of the email, some guy named John Lopez?
I don't know if they'll do that, but this house has been abandoned for, probably since 2019, but at least the 3 years that we've been there. And it is nasty. It is nasty. And holes in the roof, holes in the little shed. Like I said, all these animals everywhere, the weeds and trees are overgrown. It's nasty.
So what do you want them to do? You want them to tear it down?
Clean it up. Make them clean it up or tear it down. Either one.
Okay.
Yeah. Am I out of line?
I mean, you know what's funny? I was just thinking about the fact that I don't actually think that you're wrong, like in that, man, something needs to be done about that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out if the person was unwilling to like upkeep their house, will they get the notice from the city, and will they actually
They'll figure it out?
Will they? Will they actually figure it out, or will they just be in a place where like I
Especially
do
if
not
the house
care?
look like that,
Right.
Because clearly they ain't trying to fix it up or sell it.
Or where they actually
Boards
are.
I mean, it's collapsing on itself.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you had the time to do that. Because sometimes, like, if I can't find nothing in the first 5 seconds, I'm just like, oh well, it is what it is.
I feel like what Lopez is gonna get is a really big eyesore with a condemned sign on it. I think that's all that's gonna happen.
And then they'll never clean it up.
And then it'll just never happen. And all you did is that you're gonna come back around and have
probably find somebody. Unfortunately, we could not find the owners of this house, so there's nothing we can really do about it.
They have to have a record of it, right?
Sure.
They have to.
Somebody said, dang, J-Lo, you sure you don't live in the hood?
Well, it's in transition. It's in transition.
That's a nice neighborhood. I didn't even know it was an abandoned house over in your neighborhood.
Right behind, well, I shouldn't say that, but behind our house.
Yeah, Lopez, just go ahead and get your money. You know, you got all that money. Just go ahead and buy that up.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Is it a good fixer-upper?
Yes.
Just go ahead and buy that up.
Or is it just tear down and just build $1 million mansion?
It would be Verbo or Airbnb.
You know what it is? I just found Lopez's reality show. You know, what is it? One of them flipping shows. Go ahead and get that. Love it or list it or what have you. Go ahead and do that. Lopez about to be the property brothers in here.
Set it on fire. I don't want to go crazy now.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I know he does not play for this team anymore, but Stephon Diggs is a personality and a half. So Patriots have started their OTAs. All the teams in the NFL, I believe, as of today, have begun OTA. You might be surprised to find out that Stephon Diggs volunteered to not go because he was seen on video, notably.
He wasn't watching tape.
I don't believe he was, unless tape is the name of one of the ladies that he was chatting up on the boat that he was out there with.
Out there keying with him.
Mind you, he seems to have gone public with his relationship with Cardi B. So that was a lot of conversation, and people were like, "Oh, he out here flirting with these girls while he's with his lady." And I actually, I gotta confess, I don't think he was doing nothing wrong. Because first and foremost, in the video that I saw, which again is not the end all be all. However, it's not the end all be all for any of the people that he was saying he was actually flirting. It didn't seem like he was doing anything that I would go to the point of actually stepping out on his lady. It just felt like he was on the boat talking to a group of women that happened to be around him. But I feel wild because this is Stephon Diggs and he has a reputation, and I feel like I am operating opposite his reputation. And if you took his reputation into account, you'd probably say he was probably talking and flirting with these girls.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree with you on this a little bit because I feel like if this is a boat, mind you, Cardi B was on the boat too.
Yeah,
and some of them same girls that he was keying with, they were twerking with Cardi B.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing she was fine with all of the women that was on that boat. It wasn't like he took off without her.
I don't know how many women are fine with seeing that.
I feel like, hey, this is a different type of woman, so maybe she was fine with it, but it was a little crazy that they was all around his neck, and I think they was calling him daddy and all this other stuff. So I was just like,
of course they were calling him daddy.
That was them.
And allegedly they had some pink cocaine.
Yeah, that's the rumor anyway.
Oh, see, I didn't see none of that.
Yeah,
I didn't see none of that.
I seen that, so I don't know who it came from.
Is that why Mike Vrabel, the new head coach of the Patriots, had to put out a statement?
That's what I was going to say. The only pushback I'll have on your point, because you're right, it was Stephon holding court, Stephon being Stephon.
Just an effervescent personality.
Yeah, but you can interpret effervescent. But I'm with you.
He was bubbly for a reason, is what you're saying here? Are you making allegations?
I can understand your confession and be down with it. By and large, the only pushback, the only problem I might have with it is they're having OTAs right now, and he's missing OTAs and posting this video. And Mike Vrabel, as you said, did have to answer a question about it. He said, "We want to make great decisions on and off the field." Can't sit well. Cannot sit well.
Yeah. Now, did he actually post this picture?
Somebody did.
Or somebody posted. Yeah. So I don't think he was trying to post like, "Hey, I'm out here kicking it."
Yeah.
Screw OTAs, but I think they kind of lit up the block a little bit by posting some of that stuff.
All right. So let's do the thing. Let's do the, hey, this is voluntary, but we're still going to see if we judge or not. Are you judging him for not being at OTAs? Because it is worth remembering that he's still on the road to recovery when it comes to this. I don't know.
He looked fine to me.
However, that's the thing that we all do in sports. We go, oh, you look like you're doing the athletic portions of these is different. However, OTAs is for more than just like, hey, getting out here and get your body right, which is getting used to a system. By the way, a one that he is new to, and he is not there. Like
that too.
Do you hold this against him for not being out there?
Yeah, I would probably judge him for this one, man. Like, bro, like if you ain't gonna be here, don't be chilling on a boat like that.
Don't be having vacation during the summer.
No. This is a little
have
rough.
His nose in the playbook.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm just saying. I don't want to see you on the boat looking like y'all having a freak off or something.
Nobody does. It might not be accurate because he may have his nose in the playbook. The entirety of the other 23 hours. But
he been in the league. He been in the league long enough, so I'm sure he know how it go. But damn,
the only bad look that I point to is, hey man, if y'all really did have some booger sugar over there, that's
some pink booger sugar.
That should not show up on the video ever.
Yeah. It was clear as day too. To the point people was like, "Is that pink cocaine?"
That should not. I bet Mike Vrabel was over there like, "Are you for real right now, bro? Are you for real right now?" But yeah, other than that, I don't think he did nothing wrong. Free my man Stephon.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, I don't know if this is a marketing thing or what, but for some reason, I'm on Facebook. You get a lot of the people you may know.
Yeah,
I've been seeing a lot of athletes just randomly on Facebook as like a regular person. Like the other day, I seen Myles Garrett.
Like his real
as a friend.
account?
It looked like a real account. Yeah.
Did you friend him?
I did. And apparently,
I wonder if that's a real account.
It's gotta be a scam.
No,
literally last week I got a text from a friend of mine, and she was like, "Look, Jalen Hurts liked my comment," and I was like, "What?" And I looked at the account, and it had some numbers behind it. I'm like, I don't want to, rain on your parade.
No, this one didn't have
no numbers, like just straight up Myles Garrett.
No, I seen like I seen Christian Covington. Like he had one, and you could tell it was him. But I'm starting. It's like a lot of random. Like I wonder if this is a marketing thing, kind of like what Antonio Brown do with kind of what Antonio Brown do with Twitter a little bit. Because
you mean from the actual Myles Garrett?
Yeah. I wonder if people are like hiring, or players are hiring people to kind of run a Facebook account just to kind of stay active a little bit.
Maybe.
Because it's starting to freak me out a little bit.
I'm leaning towards
because
spam.
I thought Facebook was dying out a little bit, but it seemed like it's kind of popping a little more now.
Yeah.
Somebody said Figgy's showing his age. Here we go. They saying you getting catfished out here, baby.
How much y'all want to bet, man?
I don't know.
Look, I know a lot of scam accounts, but this one it seemed like it's kind of. It seemed like it's like a lot of random ones. It's not like the obvious LeBron James or anything like that, but it's been like a lot of random Facebook people you may know that don't usually pop up.
All right, so I want to take this bet. I just don't know how we actually adjudicate it, right? Like, do you hit the man up on the is it you for real? Like, I don't know how we adjudicate this, but I would take your bet here. Like, I put $20 down.
All right.
I just don't know how we figure. If we figure out how to do this, I will put $20 down.
So if I find one that's legit, then you owe me $20.
One that what you mean one that's the one that you?
No, my confession was I feel like it's a marketing thing behind this because I've been seeing a lot of random NFL players that say people you may know.
I think the marketing thing is people like having accounts that have a lot of people attached to them, so they use a familiar face that people might jump to, which is including athletes.
Another one I seen, Deebo Samuels.
Deebo Samuel, huh?
Like it's random as hell.
Yeah.
Well, you are a little bit of a celebrity yourself. They might just be like, "Oh man, Figgy."
I have no celebrity compared to these guys.
Got to get in on that. You could be invited to a party, man.
From the 281, I got one from Sam Darnold 2 weeks ago. From 713, Figgy's gonna have Nev visiting him. Okay, all right, yeah. So I'm sorry, Figgy. I have to burst your bubble. I don't think that's the real.
You gonna owe me $20?
We'll see.
I think it's a marketing thing behind this.
We'll see. I don't know how we figure it out, but I hope we do soon. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is college football on its way to another massive change because it feels like the answer is yes. Let's talk about that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Does it feel like college football is going to change in a major way once again? Because it does seem like that to us. 713-572-4610. This week has been a very interesting one with a lot of movings and shaking. There's been a lot of conversation amongst the principal actors when it comes to these conferences and the NCAA when it comes to the college football playoff, which is really that's been built up as the singular kind of focus for the football season, and what is going to happen with a portion of this. And I think that this has ended up being a proxy for a level of power struggle for how much power certain conferences, and namely the big ones, when we talk about the Big Ten and the SEC, how much power they're going to be able to lord over the remainder of these conferences, right? There's been conversations about obviously the 16-team playoff and what that would look like, and how you get to that place, but also conversations as to just what the automatic qualifiers would be. I know that in one instance, there's been some teams or some programs rather that have wanted there to be something like a 4-4-2-2-1 circumstance where you have 4 automatic qualifiers from the two kind of most major of the conferences, where you talk about the SC and the Big Ten, then 2 automatic qualifiers from the other of the Power 4 conferences in the ACC and the Big 12, and then maybe 1 from one of these other G5s, and then having the rest of them be at large bids. And there's also been conversations about a 5+11 model that other conferences have been more acclimated to and more inclined towards. And so, I guess, Lopez, for you, what are you looking at when it comes to this power struggle that seems to begin happening in college football with the playoff?
See, I really don't think there is a power struggle. I think the people in power are sort of kind of soft pedaling it, because it's the Big Ten and the SEC and TV. That's the power. The other conference don't have the power. They fall in line and argue if they for their own case as best they can. But the power is the Big Ten, the SEC, and television. I'm kind of in a place right now where let's just stop the charade. And it's maybe charade's a little bit too harsh, but they've gone to NIL. Obviously, that changed the game. They went to the playoff. That changed the game a little more. They expanded the playoff. That changed the game even more. And now they're sort of limiting. They're going to go by rankings rather than automatic conference bids, et cetera. Just go to the 16-team playoffs, because we know what it is. It's the minor leagues. It's the big powers in college football running the show. So why don't you just go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off and go down that road? Because I think what ultimately is going to happen is happening. Like people really want to see a 16-team bracket, and so why hesitate to do that? Greg Sankey talked about it. By the way, the Big Ten meetings and the SEC meetings are going on this week right now.
Yeah,
and I feel like that's a big discussion. Sankey's already floated the idea publicly of a 16-team playoff, and I just feel like if you're going to do it, just go all in and do it. That's what I think.
I mean, I think that everybody's moving towards the 16-team playoff. I think the big hang-up is what is it ultimately going to look like? And I think within that, the power struggle is who is going to accumulate this money? Because just like in the NCAA men's basketball tournament, right? And that's what the revenue is for the conferences. And just like with anything, if you follow it to its ultimate end, it's about the money, right? What is the money that's going to be brought in? And that's why, like, these automatic qualifiers and trying to get, even straight seeding, right, is the circumstance where the outcomes are going to dictate, and the number of teams and the outcomes are going to dictate how much money flows to various conferences. And what's very clear is the SEC and the Big 12, specifically the SEC, as their commissioner Greg Sankey has talked in very dismissive ways and very very strong ways about various different things that point to the idea of they believe that they should be garnering more and more of this money. But this is, what college football had existed for the longest time, especially in the NCAA, as this large group project where everybody's putting in, and we all kind of have this general culture. And it feels more and more like the Big 12, the Big 10 rather, and the SEC more importantly are trying to get to this place where they're boxing out the likes of the Big 12, the ACC, and honestly all those other power conferences to get themselves, or really the other conferences in general, to get themselves to a place where we're moving to where they view themselves as the what makes college football. They are college football, and everybody else can play this other thing.
But see that, it's the reality, and I don't mean to be harsh to the pick your favorite conference, but the thing is, you talk about how they shared the revenue streams, and they all the conferences got little pats on the head and were invited to the party, but they weren't carrying the weight. Look at what games, what leagues carry the weight. It's the Big Ten, it's the SEC. And, to the point where he's also floating this idea, which, frankly, I love. You have to just admit that and realize that it's a power program.
Well, I think that negates how we got to that, right? The idea of we'll just admit that this is where it is. How did we get there was these powers forcing it in this direction. Yes. And then now once you've gotten to this place going, well, we're here, so just deal with it. Well, that's the reason that we're here, is that the likes of ESPN and the SEC and as well, like they've pushed this to where the sport has focused on just these games at the very top, just these teams at the very top, and these particular teams in these spaces where we talk about the SEC and the Big Ten. And then we're pushing away all these other things that culturally in college football had mattered until we've kind of forced this thing in this way. These are the words of Greg Sankey, the commissioner of SEC, saying, quote, "I don't need lectures from others about the good of the game, coordinated press releases about the good of the game. I'm looking for ideas to move us forward," right? And I think that you can look at that and say, okay, yes, he's trying to be, better the game, but he's trying to better the game for a very small select portion of these teams. And I think that it makes it more, I hear you on the idea of like this national spectator sport, but it serves to really push out what has been a large portion of this. And I think college football is not, I think as a consumer product has been, yes, about, the big programs, the Alabamas, what have you, the USCs, the LSUs. But as like to the intimate folks, like if whatever school you went to, your college program meant something to you, right? Like the idea that, and this is not college football particularly, but this is college sports, which is going to affect all of this. The idea that Kansas State just got a huge transfer from Memphis, that meant something to me this week, right? And of course, I can't talk about this on the top end of it, but this serves to, I think, continue to box in college sports is just another professional sport, as all these other professional sports have existed. And I think for me, I understand it's going to continue. I'm not talking about like the existential existence of college football. It'll continue to exist. It'll continue to be interesting. I'll still watch it. So, I mean, maybe I'm hypocritical in this way, but I think the thing that made college football special was that it operated in this different place, like almost like international soccer, where you had your local club and that mattered to you. Sure. And you had different levels of achievement and that mattered to you. And it was just this thing that was quirky and was weird. And in the ways that the SEC and the Big Ten and ESPN and these TV partners continue to push it, we're making it junior NFL, which is fine, but it's I don't think that it is as special as what college football has.
No, there is a somewhat of a sad, frankly, element to it. But I think in the grand scheme, these teams, in the smaller conferences or maybe smaller programs or whatever, they're not being eliminated from the opportunity to compete at that level.
But they are. Effectively, they are.
Effectively, they are in a general sense. But if you put together a budget, if you enhance your program, if you build a team in the Big 12 or whatever conference you want to pick, and they can reach a high level, then they're going to be in that tournament.
How do you put together the budget, Jean Lopez?
That comes to down to the universities. No, that's what I'm saying. Television money from
where's television money come if the powers that are going to continue to rig this is probably strong, but continue to kind of operate this in a place.
Money. U of H, Kansas State, they're still getting television money. Years, pick your favorite school, Cornell, for God's sakes. There are really rich people there that if they commit to the program can elevate it.
But as always, the stratosphere, right? Like we're talking about stratospheres, and those programs have it, but then the big programs have that as well. And if you continue to get to this place where you orchestrate these the playoff, where a majority of this TV money, again, you've concentrated the importance of this sport on the playoff. So the playoff is going to generate even more money. And if you continue to focus it to where, hey, we're going to have a system, right, or a format that then allows more and more of these SEC teams, more and more of these Big Ten teams, you're going to continue to have this money circle around and filter around into this small alcove of the riches, the rich, and the rich will get richer, and then the poor will get poorer, and you'll continue to see that gulf go, that chasm grow, until it really is just the SEC and the Big Ten as college football, and the rest of everybody playing something that
But see, I guess that's where I'm falling on this. As much as these other programs, smaller conferences, smaller programs, you can maybe elevate your game. The reality is you have not carried your weight. And do we, is it unfair to them? Yes, but isn't it also unfair to big schools and big conferences that are carrying the entire, industry and still sending, and these others still kind of feeding off of that?
I mean, I would
like they're paying the freight.
I would push back on the idea of carrying the weight, because I think that when it comes to especially the playoff, again, if ultimately what we're talking about, people gain entertainment from these other programs as well. Like I think that there's a level of entertainment gain, and ultimately, in theory, that is what generates this as an interesting platform. But again, this is kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, because we are the ones that will get into this place where once we're deciding these outcomes, or like deciding these playoff fields, we go, well, who's going to travel? Who's going to make people interested? And the fact of the matter is, good football makes people interested, but then we tell ourselves that people will only be interested in good football if Alabama is in there.
No, that's fair, and that does happen. But there are also teams that can ultimately get into another conference, and that falls on the programs themselves. Washington State, all these others, they dropped the ball. They flat out dropped the ball. It's on these universities to be able to build their own program, build the funds, build the footprint for their program to compete at that level, rather than somebody else carrying the weight for them.
And the fact of the matter is that geography is going to matter, and there are some programs that are bigger than others. I'm not going to pretend like that doesn't exist, but the reality is we're trying to put the onus on the little guy here, when the people that have created the system are the big programs and the big conferences that are ultimately then saying, well, why aren't you doing bigger? It's because you've kind of set up the system in a way to be a self-fulfilling prophecy, and this furthers us towards this end game that I understand. I talk about a lot, right? Because this is something that I've thought about a lot when it comes to college sports. But this college football playoff, automatic qualifier, it really is just what the automatic qualifiers are, but I think it is indicative of a larger push towards this place where we're going to have the haves and have-nots become so much bigger in this sport.
No, but we've always had the haves and the have-nots. They've just always had the opportunity to maybe capture lightning in a bottle and have a big year here and there.
And you're always going to have haves and have-nots, but I think it is necessary to have a diverse kind of field of schools all the way across. And it feels like we're pushing it to where the haves and have-nots will just be the haves and the people who don't exist.
Well, no, I don't see that ever happening. I think there's still going to be other conferences, other opportunities to be able to maybe enter the playoff. But what you are going to lean to is maybe 2 conferences of 32 teams or something like that. That's 64 teams. That's opportunity if you can invest in your own program.
Yeah, but we're dealing with the sport that has been 200 and something teams, and at least a good 80, 90 that have had some level of intrigue to the larger public. I think that's the thing that we lose over the long stretch of things. In the short term, I mean, whether you want a 4-4, 2-2-2, or you want a 5+1, I think people are always going to be clamoring for more college football.
It is coming.
Oh yeah, it is.
It is
because
coming.
Again, you follow the money, and the money dictates that it's better to have more inventory on these games, even though you're going to have kids playing a damn near an NFL schedule, right? All of those other factors of this, the potential amateurism, the protection of the players, all these things continue to fall at the side of, can the SEC, can the Big Ten, can these programs make more and more money? All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio. Texans OTAs. What was your big takeaway from day one? What are you hoping to see from day 2? Let's talk about that next.
Payne and Pendergast. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
OTA's day one in the books for the Texans. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll talk a little bit more about what happened there and what we're hoping to see maybe tomorrow as well from the 832, as we were just talking about college football, and really more in a general sense, I guess, as the 16-team playoff and the struggle that's kind of happening about what that ultimately looks like in practice is kind of continued my quixotic mission to civilize. Somebody said, how many of those 200 schools, all the schools in D1 have won a national championship? It's always 30 or 40 schools carrying college football while the rest play pretend. And I very much vehemently disagree with that, because that talks about this college football thing as if you have the entertaining portion about college football is the team winning a national championship, which college football has been the sport that is very, professional sports, in that the things that make it interesting are not the idea that just had a national championship that was 9-6, and that year was fantastic, not because of a national championship, because of all of the other things that happen. Like, college football very much is a sport where all the other things are the entertainment factor. It's the cultural situations, it's the nonsense, it's the zany, it's the weird. It is the achievements on a small level of a perpetual 6-win team find a way to win 9 wins, and not necessarily winning a championship, but getting to a bowl game that they otherwise wouldn't have. Like, those are the things that I think made college football complex and interesting tapestry. And I think that very much focusing more and more on just the individual championship in the same way that we do in some of these other sports makes it less interesting.
I agree with most of what you said. I still feel you're going to have those things. You're right by and large, but you're still going to have those things on a different level, and maybe ultimately one of those teams, comes up and gets into the playoff and makes some noise. So I think you're still going to have those things and the pageantry as you talked about. But at the same time, the journey of 16 teams is going to be captivating more eyeballs, and that's ultimately what it comes down to.
There you go. So OTAs day one came through, and D'Amico Ryans was talking to the Assembled Media after the practices got done, and one of the things that he was asked about was the offensive line. This is cut 11 here. Is there something specific that's a focus for the O-line group during OTA?
Really, to have our OTA practices be successful, it takes a lot of give and take between the offensive and defensive line, so there is a fine line of just working your technique, but not going too far where you get a bad spot where you want to push a guy in the back, or D-line, you want to finish a guy. So it's a lot of give and take there. And I commend, Cole and Rod for doing a great job of leading their groups to allow us to have a safe, productive practice. But one thing where O-line can benefit, and they've been working all phase 2 on just working really good low pads, like working great pad level, hand placement, footwork, those fundamental, those small details that allow you to be great as an offensive line. That's what you can work here.
Yeah, and that was obviously, and we expected it to be, the big story from OTAs is what was happening along the offensive line, but you could almost hear him give us what the marching orders were to the players, in the off season. Like, we're working on technique, working on pad level, working on making sure you get your hand placement right. But the second part of that is we got a lot of iterations of different offensive linemen trying to play different places.
What's the most encouraging part when it comes to, the O-line to this point, and I imagine, obviously, what we've seen through day one, which is just one day of voluntary OTAs, whatever you can take of that. What's the most encouraging part towards an offensive line that is actually productive for you? Because I think that might have been it, like the detail-oriented nature of getting technique down, which is one of those things that it felt like they failed on last year. Like, I think that is a portion that feels like it would lead to better productivity in the 20.
No, that's it. That is 100% it. You could tell just from what he's saying, and by extension, what happened last year, that was where they fell short of the tech. They didn't have the right structure on the offensive line to be successful. No, I think that's absolutely it.
Some other things that D'Amico Ryans was asked about this. He was asked, and this is cut 13 here, from when you got here now, who are the vocal leaders?
From my standpoint, guys have been the same. The guys when I first got in, Will, CJ, Those guys have been the same. Nico has been the same. Jalen Petrie. That's the one thing I love about our guys. They're steady, right? Nobody has to rise up and do anything different. They're steady. Guys have done a good job of just gelling together as a group. We got a really good core of leaders who are leading our guys. They know how to practice. I don't have to spend a ton of time of teaching guys how to practice anymore. Our leaders are showing these guys the way, so they make it easy on me.
That's the Swarm culture. I mean, that's all. It's established itself, and he feels good about it.
Yeah, I'm also interested in like the leaders that were added to this because he mentioned Christian Kirk and the ways that he's kind of jumped in. Like he said that he's done everything that he can ask, like leading the young guys and all that. Like I'm very interested into what that does for the offense and the wide receiver core because I feel like that role was previously held by who? Like Robert Woods?
Well, I mean. They would have told you last year Stephon Diggs was a leader.
Right, that is true. Stephon Diggs did help. So I'm interested to see like what kind of dividends that pays, especially in a practice setting that probably benefits more the pass catchers as opposed to like the offensive line. In fact, 979, who is our resident high school football offensive line coach, said that padless practice sucks ass for the O-line coach. And I'm sure that they're focusing on technique in this time period so that it's not like wasted time, like making sure that you get down the nuances so that when the pads do come on, that hopefully jumps up. But for wide receivers, I imagine this is a time where you can really ply your trade and work on stuff. And I'm
you're going against first-team DBs.
Yeah, I'm interested to see just how much Christian Kirk affects and helps, especially some of these young guys that you're expecting to be big-time deals, including Jalen Lowell, who feels like some level of facsimile of what Christian Kirk is.
And you have to have that guy. You mentioned Robert Woods before and Stephon Diggs last year. You have to have a guy that is and D'Amico talked about it. Everything that we've seen has happened here and Christian Kirk because Nico Collins he doesn't get often mentioned, but I'm guessing just via production and likability that he's a leader. But you don't have that. You almost hate to call Christian Kirk a hardened veteran or whatever, but in this context, he is. You got to have that guy.
Yeah, no, I agreed. And that's why I found that interesting to be like, okay, Christian Kirk is going to serve to some degree as that guy, and I think that probably does serve to help like a Jalen Noel, a dude who has I imagine will have a relatively similar play style to him. Now Justin Watson also seems like he had an opportunity to profile as that. I don't know necessarily if that's how they view him or that's how he would have served, but he did not. He was not at OTAs today, as were. I mean, there was a group of guys who also weren't there at OTAs. Was there one that kind of hit you? Because I know that CJ GJ not being there, Daniil not being there, Justin Watson not there. That's the one for you.
Yeah, that's the
outside
one
of Mixon, Pierce, Brevin Jordan, Dalton Schultz. Like that's the one that gets you on.
Most of those guys were in the building; they just weren't out there. So clearly, the other thing he talked about is they're all on their own schedule. That's how he answered the CJ Stroud question for CJ not throwing.
But he was there.
But he was there, and the other guys were in the building either rehabbing or whatever. But the one that's just interesting to me is Christian Harris. I mean, we know what happened last year. Nobody's worried. Nobody's angry or gonna throw a tantrum or anything. But man, after the way the season ended for him last year, you would have liked to have seen him out there.
Yeah, Sheldon Rankins, Braxton Berrios, Henry To'o also weren't in there. Although To'o, Berrios, Schultz, and Pierce were in the training room per DJ Bieniemy. So I think that those guys, I guess you give a pass because they were also there, even though it's voluntary, right? But it feels like, especially new guys in the building, you would want there. But Christian Harris is not a new guy in the building. You know the system. It's just about health. So I feel like I actually have a little bit more wiggle room, more give for him. I'm ready to see him and see that he is healthy, though, that he does have good movement, and that would probably trend towards him actually being able to be on the field. Because if he is, we feel confident about who he is.
The one sort of qualifier or caveat on that is it's health. Still, I mean,
I don't think it is. I like that. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I don't know that it is. I don't know anything when it comes to
still. That would be something to certainly monitor.
No, for sure. And then one more that I wanted to get in here. Let's talk about the joint practice insight into the joint practices. This is 15.
We'll be doing joint practices with the Panthers and with the Lions this training camp. So we'll do one day with both teams. Excited to work against those teams. You get different defensive looks from both teams, different offensive looks. You get to do it in a competitive environment where you're not live on the quarterback. So it's the safest way. And I feel like we can get really good work for our starters against other teams. And so I'm excited to go against the Panthers, excited to go against the Lions. Two head coaches who I respect a lot. Dave has done a great job there. So I'm excited to see him. I think they're on the rise. They've done a really good job with what he's had so far. So I'm excited to see that team come in. And we know what the Lions are about. Coach Campbell and his energy, his spirit as a head coach is just second to none. So I'm excited to work with both guys. I think we can gain a lot out of both practices.
So that is scheduled joint practices ahead of preseason game 2, ahead of preseason game 3. One hosted at NRG Stadium against the Panthers, and then one would be obviously in Detroit before the game 3, preseason game 3 versus the Lions. I think I find them interesting because there's two different defensive line, fronts.
Yeah.
And I think that really speaks to would you even wonder if they built these around those particularly?
Oh, absolutely.
The idea of this offensive line particularly getting a couple more looks in the last chances that they have to kind of put it together before the regular season goes and before you go off on the road to face off against a Rams defensive line that ain't bad.
Absolutely, they did that, and I think it's the best way to get prepared for the regular schedule. The preseason schedule is kind of negotiated. You kind of set it up among the teams, and so that is 100%. You want to get a good look against a 5-man front, 4-man front.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see that. I don't know why. I feel like I might be more energized for this offensive line, particularly seeing some of the things that they were willing to do, including like having Andrews, the center that you got from New England, immediately jump up there. Does that give us any level of idea and insight into further what this offense might be? The idea that Titus Howard at right guard was really the interesting one because I was wondering if they would be willing to move him again, ask him again to play a different position, and it seems like they did. Now, again, we'll see what that is, but at least the takeaway is they are willing to have him play right guard in addition to we know that he's played left guard, and obviously we know he's played right tackle. Ariante Ursery having been able to line up at the very least at right tackle, left tackle, showing that they're willing to give him work at both of those tackle spots to see what he has. The most interesting one for me, I think, is probably having the Juice Scruggs really only show up lined up at guard and maybe not at center. I'm interested to see if they view him more so as a guard rather than a center. But all those things are things that we'll get more of
you mentioned,
as we continue.
You mentioned, is it a sign of what this offense will be? I think the big sign is Andrews at center.
Yeah.
I mean, no question about it. We've been speculating, more of a power gap, New England style run game and offensive approach. Well, there's your biggest indicator yet. The dude from New England that came in right away, stepping in at center. Now, Jarrett Patterson got some reps as well, but stay big right tackle. The big rookie right tackle, that's 335 pounds or whatever it is at right tackle with Titus Howard out there, too.
Yeah, Will Anderson Jr., when he was talking to the Seminole media, was just like, that's a big boy. I think he's going to help our team.
That's a big old dude.
And I feel like when you're talking to football players who are constantly playing against big old dudes, when they feel the need to alert you to the fact that, oh, no, he is a big old boy, I can't wait to see, in the flesh what Ariante Ursery is. And I'm hopefully that he will have an opportunity to impact this team this year. All right. I'm super excited to see what it is tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
We'll give you all the information that we can as we get it here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next is typically the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. Before I do that, I do want to highlight the fact that baseball is going. Astros have gotten going against the A's in the second of their 2-game set. Lance McCullers Jr. Handles up in the first inning. No runs on the board. It's 0-0 there in the bottom of the first. But Figgy, what you got going for us in the mixtape?
Yeah, so I want to know what's the most exotic meat you ever eaten? 713-572-4610. And I'm going somewhere with this because I know Lopez traveled the world a lot and you had a lot of different things. But I wonder if you had this before.
Okay.
Huh. All okay. Right. What's the most exotic protein that you've had? We'll talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Where are you now with the Astros?
Inside info and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. We say it was National Hamburger Day.
National Hamburger Day.
National Hamburger.
It's also another day today. It is Happy World Hunger Day.
Okay.
Oh,
so it's World Hunger Day. So shout out. I'm rocking my little.
Yeah, I see you got the apron on.
Yeah, my Kids Meals apron. So shout out to Kids Meals. They actually did like a little rebrand today. So this is like
That's the new. Yeah.
This is the new logo.
Nice.
So yeah, man. So I just want to kind of support, and I've been doing the show in this hat and apron all day long, just giving my support. And if you want to volunteer, man, go to kidsmealsinc.org. And remember, every $2 can celebrate kids out of school now. And
yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, that's
so many
usually
kids get
lunch.
nutrition from
As a parent,
lunch.
usually
Yeah.
you ain't got to worry about lunch because school usually have it covered. But when they out on summer break, you got to spend a little more, and they eat a little more too.
You're darn right.
Yeah, so salute the Kids Meals for handling all of that. Speaking of food, man, Lopez, you've been all around the world and you tried all type of things. What's the most exotic meat you ever eaten?
So two immediately came to mind after you talked about it during the break. I try to eat something unique, at everywhere I went, but the two that are standing out because they were dang good was Bom Jang Jo. I had to look up the name.
Who?
Bom Jang Jo.
Okay.
Which is an eel dish that I had in Korea.
Sure.
And
Okay.
it was outstanding. I had very low expectations. It was really good.
Was it like an expensive type of meat, or is it some kind of cheap?
No, eel is relatively.
Are you asking if it's street meat?
Yeah, no, I'm not sure because I'm sure somebody could come over here and be like, "Oh, let me get some euros or something like that."
Yeah, no, it was relatively common at restaurants, so I went ahead and tried it. It was really good. And the other one was in Argentina when I was there for the Pan American Games in '95. I had blood sausage.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned that before.
And man, so freaking good. I had low expectations on that too. It sounds awful, and it is exactly what it sounds like. It's blood sausage, and it was awesome. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'd say blood sausage, Bom Jang Jo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this question was asked on the Joe Budden podcast. He asked if anyone ever tried hippo before.
Hippo.
Ain't no way.
Hippo. And it kind of, the question, people answered the question and then it just took a wild turn.
Humans don't eat hippopotamus, do they? No. Maybe somewhere. Probably somewhere. Y'all haven't eaten? No. Would you? Yes. No. I'll try it. No. Dad had stumped me all yesterday that humans don't eat hippopotamus.
It's a big beefy.
Who said they don't?
It's a big beefy animal. Like
in some parts of Africa, it is consumed and has been for a long time. Would you try it? Hippo? Yeah. No, but I want to try human.
What?
What is wrong with
my favorite part of the show? Favorite part of the show, dog. I love this part. I need friends that don't get so taken aback by just my normal thoughts. Like, what was wrong with what I just said?
You want to eat? You want to be
What?
You want to try human?
What was right about what he just said?
I hate that he got defensive. He was like, you know what the problem is with this situation, the way you reacted? You were the problem with this. What do you mean? Everybody else reacted in the right way, like as a society.
He just
all
said
understand.
he just said it normal, like, no, I want to try hippo. I wouldn't mind trying a zebra.
He wants to be a cannibal. Let's put it where it is.
No, he just wants to try it. You know what I mean? Like,
cannibal instincts, cannibal-like.
No, he wants to go into the cannibal store and then just get a cannibal sample.
Cannibalism?
Yeah, just a little sample. You know what I mean? He's not sure if he want to buy. You know, he just want to get, like when you go to the ice cream store, just
Like
give me
Costco.
a little spoon.
Yeah.
Just give me a little sample. That's all I'm looking for.
Costco.
Believe it or not, he actually tried to explain himself and went into more detail.
Oh, see,
about
don't
this.
double down.
Do you see individual humans and be like, yo, they might taste I wonder what Sharon tastes like. They somewhere in the world, human meat is being sold on the dark web. And I think that people that have tried human meat, actually I've seen people that have tried human meat speak about it, and they say it's to die for, no pun intended.
Really?
They say that it is some of the best meat you could try. I wouldn't know that because I'm not killing anyone. And I'm not on the dark web. But if one of y'all happens
Well, how do you know these things?
or have some untimely thing happen to y'all, I am going to fry a little slice of you. Eating your own is a little different. Oh, please, put some salt and pepper right on one of you. I'll put some Old Bay right on one of you.
Wow. This is wild. Did he say he wanted to eat one of them?
I don't know. I have no idea. I stopped listening after a while because just like how seriously he is taking it. I will say, I don't think I agree with or I related to anybody more than whoever was in the background that, you know, he's just on his run and they just give a big old sigh. Did you find it?
Let me see if I can find it.
It's just the biggest sigh ever heard.
Was it right in the middle?
Yes.
It is some of the best meat you could try. I wouldn't know that because I'm not killing anyone. And I'm not on the dark web. But
that right there. He's like, all right, dude. I'm so, like, that's a dude who's just like, I'm ready to go home. Because, like,
all right, this is Joe being Joe. That's what it sounds like. Just
Yeah.
Would you end a friendship over somebody that had this kind of conversation?
I might.
Because that was my thought. It's just like,
yeah.
I might have to stop being friends with you if you're trying to have this serious conversation with me.
And he sounded serious.
Yeah, I think my question was, who the hell is out here eating people? Who do
he
you
said
know?
It's all over. Oh, everybody eats people.
Yeah.
What?
Although I do think it is a dark web out there where probably all of this stuff is going on, by the way. I just don't know anybody that do that type of stuff.
And how much of it is real, even on the dark web, or just people trying to, you know?
I don't allow myself to get to any of those thoughts because I stopped well before that. Speaking of stopping well before that, the idea that, you know, people in fact do just Googling real quick if you want to, you know, take any of this for real. Hippo meat apparently is described as tasting similar to fatty beef. And I'm like, I want to know who are the people that found out because hippos seem like the most terrifying animals on four legs.
I just want to see how you taking it down.
That's what I'm saying. Like
somebody got
find out?
Somebody got to hunt it.
Yeah.
So who is out there trying to take down the hippo? Unless you just find it dead somewhere and you do that. But
yeah,
I was like, what was the hippo that allowed the hippo know what human tastes like when you out here trying to get to the hippo. That I know for certain. But yes, he did say Old Bay, not onion or garlic powder. And I got questions for you, 281, as to why you were figuring out the proper way to season up human meat. I got real questions as to all of this. This is why you can't have the conversation. You can't even try and talk them down. You just got to end the conversation because at some point you will be forced to have a serious conversation about something that you should not have a serious conversation.
Hopefully nobody passes away around him.
Yeah,
he might take a slice of a finger.
Yeah, the only thing that was stopping him is the actual act of murder. But if it was a dead body around, he would turn into a vulture.
Take a little sliver.
Take a couple slices of you. Add a little salt and pepper.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. By the way, happy World Hunger Day.
No, why don't put those together? Don't put those together.
All right. So, are you guys familiar with the Scripps spelling bee?
Absolutely.
Oh, it's going on right now, isn't it?
So the finals are tomorrow, and Google decided to look up the top words Americans have to search to spell right.
Are we doing a spelling bee here?
I'm not going to look.
No, what's happening here?
Yeah, no, we ain't gonna do that.
I was like, I'm ready.
Okay, I should have did that.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I should have did that. So, but I do have a list of the words that Americans had trouble spelling. Just some regular, everyday, simple words. Number 5 was camouflage.
Okay.
Camouflage is not that bad, is it?
Well, according to you.
Oh, you.
Okay, my bad.
According to you,
Yeah,
Mr. Words, man. Number 4, amazing.
Really?
So apparently people Google how to spell amazing. Number 3, this one kind of threw me off a little bit. Florida.
What is going on?
All right, so question. Did Google just look up, like, words? Like, because I feel like people just looked up Florida a lot is how we ended up here as opposed to people.
I think Google looked up how to spell. People that search how to spell.
Boy, Florida and their education system.
They always,
not looking very good.
They always
right
find a way to get in some type of crazy news.
Yeah,
they sure do.
Number 2 is appreciation.
I could see that one.
Yeah. And number 1, congratulations.
Oh, because of the T.
Yeah. What words kind of throw y'all? Simple words.
Thank you.
Oh, the word that you should be able to spell that.
Yeah,
ooh, that's
an
a
easy
good
word.
My entire life, as much as I'm a geek about this stuff, I have to think twice when I'm trying to spell tomorrow.
Oh, that's a good one with the two R's.
M's, 2 R's, 2 O's. What is it?
Important always throws me off because sometimes I'll be like, is it important or important? Because sometimes I'll be like, is it important?
Yeah.
That kind of throws me off a little bit.
Yeah.
On the someone said stop saying Google. Someone said definitely whoops a lot of people's keysters because of the autocorrect. People don't typically type it all the way out, so defiantly fills in a lot. People are like, yeah, that's definitely no, it's not.
No, it's not.
That's not the word.
Well, does one get you?
I'm trying to think. I know for sure. Not even close, brother. I think any of those receive, deceive, the I before E situations, I hesitate. I know for certain that there are words that I will Google just to make sure that I know that I'll know how to spell, but I'm like,
it's like me with I always trip up.
I'm like,
you write that word a million times, but I still go, wait, okay, yeah.
But it's funny, it's not the words that typically people bring up, because on the YouTube page, restaurant comes up. I'm usually good with that one. Wednesday, I'm good with, because my grandmother, she tried to speak the Queen's English, so Wednesday was something that she said a lot, and so that always sticks in my head when I'm trying to spell it. Business comes in on the text line. That one I'm good with. But I can't recall, but I know for certain there are words that would make you look at me sideways that I'm like, I'm going to Google that one just to be careful. I'm going to be safe.
Yeah. So some other words that made this list as far as slang words, they did slang words too, because apparently a lot of people spell slang wrong. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Huh.
So number 5 is gnaw. So apparently people spell gnaw wrong. I don't know if they spell it with a G, G-N-A-W, kind of like gnat.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
N-A-H.
Yeah. Number 4 is Tryna, T-R-Y-N-A. So that right there, that's just being lazy at that point.
Tryna.
You trying to say two things at once.
But I feel like with all of these words, if you are trying to send it to somebody, there I go using it. I feel like as long as you get the gist of it, as long as it's not entirely way off, you're usually probably fine.
Yeah, but I guess they just want to show the slang. And number 1, get me, I'm got down. Usually people, I guess they use it as one word instead of 2.
Oh, okay.
Same thing with low key. I guess that's technically 2 words, but I feel like we made it to one word.
I think it's turned into it.
Yeah. Number 1, this one gets me all the time to the point I didn't even know if it was how the hell to spell it, but bougie.
Oh, yeah.
So bougie is B-O-U-G-I-E.
Yeah.
That's the real way to spell it.
Okay.
Right?
A lot of people spell it with J.
Yeah, I don't know why I started. I don't know if it was Migos. I don't know if Migos used the J or, but for some reason I just started spelling it with a J.
I don't know if I don't know if we'd ever come to a consensus on how we spell that. There's some things that we just I'm trying to remember what is one of these kind of colloquialisms that I always have a hard time spelling. And now I've already
gray. To me, gray is always throws me off.
You can spell it both
ways. You can spell it both ways.
Yeah, that is one of the ones that actually does trip me up on which one is the English and which one is the Americanized version of it.
Yeah.
And now I done forgot what I was talking about because I was trying to remember a word that always.
Reggie over there, perfect, man. He don't get none of these words wrong, man.
Yeah.
And you know what? Even if I was perfect, which I'm not, the thing that gets me is I'm a terrible proofreader. So even if you think I'm perfect, I would have typed something messed up and not looked at it. So it would look like I can't spell.
Look at Reggie trying to find something. Yeah. You're like, damn it, I ain't perfect.
No, there's definitely.
How dare you?
Separate is
I'll be
one of those.
messing up on something.
Separate is one of those for me. Separate is
separate.
One of those,
oh, that's a good one.
Trying to remember if it's an E or an A after that. So that is at least one that I can say for sure is up there for me.
Yeah.
All right. Somebody said spellers. How do you spell this? Very good question. Canceled is one, whether one L or two L's. Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Oh no, see, I don't want to start people going from the 832 here that said, do you say GIF with a hard or soft G? It's a hard G for me. It's a GIF.
It's a hard G for me.
It is a GIF, and I don't want to start that argument. But argue to your auntie, argue to your mama if you're trying to figure that out. There you go. Figgy's mixtape every weekday right here at 1:20 p.m. on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig. If you see something out in the world that is mixtape worthy, send it to one of his social media sites. Right now, Lance McCullers Jr. on the mound dealing, man. Like,
what are you looking like?
Breaking ball working.
Yeah, man, that slider looks really, really good for him. I mean, he has quite a few swing and misses. I know at one point he had, let me see if I can double check how many strikeouts he has to this point. And the number is 6 out of he's had 8 outs to this point. 6 of those strikeouts to this point. He is doing his damn thing right now, which is exactly what you need looking at the way this rotation looks right now. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We'll talk to them next.
All right, let's talk about that dream you've had for how long now? Years?
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Thankfully, we're in the final segment of the show. Not because I don't enjoy being with you, but apparently, I don't believe this. Man. However, as soon as I talked about Lance McCullers, who did indeed have 6 strikeouts through eight outs that he had managed to acquire, right? 2 2/3 innings, I guess is the better way of putting that. Then there's a double that's hit into left center field that allows a runner to score, and then there is a ball hit just beyond Altuve off of the out of town scoreboard right there off of the Crawford boxes, and that allows another run to score. And I'll just be like, all right, maybe I should be quiet now. Like maybe I should just be quiet, which is coming here shortly once we talk to the fellas of the drive in a second. But appreciate you hanging out with us all day long here on this Wednesday. OTAs got going, but yeah, man, like Lance McCullers, it seems like he doing really well with that slider in this one early. But Ocho on the text line pointing out something that is probably fair and something that he has to consider, which is you can't just finesse your way through this all the way with breaking balls. You need to have that complementary pitch. It feels like that sinker should be that, right? And he has that at 91. I think he got that up to 93. I saw him throw it. But he has to be able to throw that with a level of conviction, doesn't he?
Yeah, and as much as this is a cliche, even the A's, major league hitters are going to be able to sit on particular pitches.
They got paid too, is what you're going for.
That too. Let's throw that one on top of the heap there. But no, like his, I was talking about it too. I mean, you may have jinxed him, but I was talking about it too.
Wait, don't, no, I didn't jinx him.
I mean, Reggie jinxed him, but I did weigh in. That breaking ball was terrific McCullers stuff. But, as they start dugout, and of course, next time they go through the rotation, you know where that breaking ball, where it's breaking, where to hit it away, opposite field or whatever it may be. They start sitting on pitches. So you're right. And Ocho is right. You can't just be all finesse.
Well, I mean, that's what we were looking for from Lance McCullers. Like, I mean, at this point in his career, and I don't think you ever really looked at him as just like a fireballer by any stretch. So, like, you need him to be a true pitcher. And I think you understand what I mean when I say that. Somebody who is really focused on hitting his locations and, utilizing the stuff that he has. Not to say that, like, his outing is over by any means, right? Like, he can still get out here and do some really good things. And, even guys that are going really well might give up a couple of runs, but yeah, that served as a real slow your roll right there before you you make this one of the best Lance McCullers outings of the year or what have you. So yeah, that was a little disturbing, but 2-0 was a score in favor of the A's, and DeZenzo at the plate action in the bottom of the third for the Astros at this moment. Tonight, back in action is the Western Conference Finals. In fact, all around conference finals, all the playoffs that are going on right now, we got the same series record in all of these, 3-1 in all of these. Whether it's hockey, where you're looking at
Stars are on the brink, huh?
Stars are down 3-1 to Edmonton, and then I know that the Hurricanes are down 3-1. They staved off elimination. They're down 3-1 to the Florida Panthers, and then of course you get to basketball, where last night the Pacers moved it to 3-1. Saw John Hefter down.
They had to stick him in a suite. That was hilarious.
Yeah, they were like, hey.
Stay out of the stand.
You can come here, but we're not letting you walk around.
Stay out of the stand.
And tonight you have an opportunity to see maybe this thing get shut down for the Thunder as they were up 3-1, returning to Oklahoma City to try and be done with the Timberwolves is the word that I was looking for. This one ending tonight?
I think it is. I was thinking about this morning. Of all these 4 teams remaining, let me ask it. Which team is the most fun to watch?
Oklahoma City Thunder.
Not even close.
For me, by far.
Not even close.
I won't say not even close, because I've had a lot of fun watching this Pacers team.
Yeah.
Is that the answer you were about to come up with?
Yeah, and I don't really care for the Pacers, but I'm kind of rooting for them now, man.
Oh, I am rooting for them, and anytime you get a triple-double with 0 turnovers, I think you're doing okay.
Actually, can I speak about that? Because that was kind of a wild stat that was going around last night, talking about Tyrese Halliburton's night. He was the first player in NBA history with at least 30 points, 15 assists, 10 rebounds without committing a single turnover in a playoff game to allow the Pacers to take that 3-1 lead. This is actually Tyrese Halliburton when he was asked about what he thought about that particular stat. Oh, my bad, Fig. I thought you had that one there for you. But here it is for you, Tyrese Halliburton.
I got it. According to some of the research people are doing, the most assists ever in a finals game, conference finals, without a turnover, and also the most combination points, rebounds, assists, steals with no turnovers in a game ever. What is that? Did you know that? And what is that like to do that?
I mean, no, I didn't know that. I feel like we making up stats at some point to make me look better, but.
Well, I don't know if they're making them up. I mean, he did do that.
Okay, so you went to that place because I feel like a lot of people jump to that space whenever we start getting the first player to do this and this and this on a Tuesday and all.
Oh no, that part I'm with you. I think a lot of them are contrived. But that was pretty straightforward. Triple double. I mean, the question was a little disjointed.
Okay, so that's what I was going to ask. Is this a
it's always the 30, the 15,
he didn't
10,
quite know how to place
and 5.
it. Yeah, he didn't quite know how to place it there. But the numbers speak for themselves in what he did. But like just in terms of just fun, the most fun team to watch. I just loved watching Oklahoma City.
Yeah,
a little bit of everything.
I mean,
a little bit of everything.
This is the thing where people will be real upset about the way the SGA plays, but they have the system works around the way that he plays. They play a very particular style of basketball. Their defense really is the interesting thing. And I think this is why I did not give enough credit to the ways in which Anthony Edwards' game need to be better a couple nights ago, and I talked about it as being fine, kind of good. And you look at the box score and you're like, no, actually not that. But it's because that Oklahoma City defense is so strong that I go, yeah, but what you're supposed to do against that? I guess when you're Anthony Edwards, you're supposed to find a way, right? Like that's what we talk about when it comes to star players. But it's because I have such great respect for the way that Oklahoma City's defense operates. So you go ahead and pair that against what it was City under versus Indiana Pacers game, and I'm very intrigued as to what this looks like.
And I think that's what we're going to get.
Can I ask you this here real quick? Because I'm actually okay. Well, then we'll just keep it. No, you know what? You're not my dad. You're not my supervisor. So we get to this situation where we start talking about ratings a lot. And I kind of hate that we're doing this a lot, that in our society, we've done so much about ratings and sales as like some level of, I guess, gauge of if something is good. And I don't necessarily like that. However, I do think this should speak to how much people are taking this in. Game 2 of Pacers-Knicks on TNT on Friday was 6.7 million viewers, which is a little bit higher than Game 1, which is the most watched Eastern Conference Game 2 since 2018.
Okay.
Now, of course, you had some of that, like, hey, we're putting these Game 2 in the Eastern Conference Finals. However, Western Conference Finals Game 2 was average 5.16, so still a pretty good amount of folks. And I think that the question I was going to ask is, when you look at these teams, you probably look up and you go, these are not the teams that we would talk about as marquee per se, I guess, besides maybe the Knicks, but they had not been doing like a lot of winning recently. Does it feel, I had asked this in a different facet, but does this feel like some level of evidence to the idea that people are actually enjoying what they're seeing in this particular playoff?
I think a little bit, but I think a bigger factor is it's something new. It's like anytime there's a particular, like the Chiefs or whomever, people get tired of the Chiefs. People got tired of the Patriots. People were tired of, he's awesome, I loved him, but people always want to see like, okay, what's next? And I think there's a little bit of a factor in that.
All right, what's next? Right
I
here.
don't know about that. No, it is.
Okay, let's have you weigh in. D&M Auto Leasing, appreciate you letting us talk to the
I'm not going to say some people don't feel that way, but I think when you talk about ratings and big numbers, I think many people that are casuals go to what they're used to and go to what's familiar. And I could see down like big sports fans that could say that, but I think when you talk about casuals, Tom Brady's in the Super Bowl and the Patriots, like that gets me there because I know who that is.
No, I agree with that part. But in terms of just like the sports fan at large, it's like I want to see something else. I want them to lose, the Patriots, back in the day, and then the Chiefs now, and then whatever the flavor of the month is in like Astros. People wanted to see the Astros; they want to move on from it.
The hypothesis I was going to put up more was just like the nature of the games that we've been getting all the way through the playoffs, really. Even when the instances of a game opening up to maybe like 20 points, we've seen many of those comebacks to the point where the game isn't over until it's over. And I think that's one of those things that people clamor for in like sports in general, but particularly in basketball. And it feels like they're delivering a little bit better on not as many blowouts when these things get done.
I definitely think it is what was kind of needed for the NBA.
Yes.
Was to try to develop something new, more new guys, and I think that has worked with Tyrese Halliburton, and so I think that has been beneficial and will potentially know and care about Halliburton,
I agree.
especially how far he takes it. But I still think the familiar is what brings the big audience.
I don't disagree, to be honest, but I think that this is a great opportunity to build new familiar where people are learning about, well, to a better degree, SGA, learning about Tyrese Halliburton, getting a feel for Jalen Brunson, and then obviously Anthony Edwards, who might be like acquitting himself the worst of those four. Maybe Jalen Brunson is the one who I put in there as well. But yeah, man, it's kind of wild to see that.
SGA's Tim Duncan, right? Like he's like this is
a good comparison.
He's just he may be the best in the game, but like.
How much do you love looking at it?
Like it's bored. It's bored to watch him.
Yeah.
It's like he may be the best out there, but this is boring. I know there's some basketball fans that will hate. I'm just talking about in general. Yeah. Like we're seeing it, the free throw line merchant. We're seeing all this. It feels like because he also looks like he could have played in Vampire in Brooklyn. Every time.
What made you go with that verse?
I just right there when I see him, I think. Does he go out at night for blood? Was he there with Eddie Murphy? He's got a bit of a vampire look to him. But I don't
think I ever would have thought of that.
Yeah. Every time I see him, that face is kind of sunk in. It looked like the skin is kind of dropped. That's vampire. If you ever seen Vampire in Brooklyn, he's got a real good look. But I think he's Tim Duncan. I think he is the guy that is maybe the best. You don't. I'm not enthused to watch him. Oh yay, Tim Duncan. We're gonna watch the Pistons and the Spurs again. Oh, yay!
I think that's an interesting perspective on it because I do think I tend to enjoy him because of like the crazy body movement, where very much feels like, hey, I am niche guy. I am here looking for the niche thing that makes it interesting as opposed to just doing the incredible. Which he does do a little bit of, but maybe that's knocked off by the fact that he be out here drawing fouls. Clint,
what's good, my man?
Hey, do we got any notes? Any parting notes?
I was at practice today and then running around, and so I missed the notes, man.
I got one.
Sorry, boys, missed the notes, man.
Well, you of the three of us here, you're the one who got that real good look. Anything that you really wanted to throw out there, but as we get going here?
I'll tell you this. I find it really interesting how the team is approaching OTAs.
That's a team.
Let's hear that.
I think the overall messaging is interesting.
Oh, I can't wait to hear that.
What's your note, real quick?
My note. Real quick. My note is, listen, John. I was right with you. I think I sent a text message to all three of you when y'all were talking about. When y'all were all trying to stumble. What do we call Charlie? To Sean, what do we call him?
That's right.
Is it the future son-in-law or whatever? And you said 3 years. I was listening to Sean. Sean said they've been together 5 years, and I was with you. Nah, you good?
Yeah.
Say it. No, Charlie. How long's it been? Damn it! We got 5 years now. He said put a ring on it.
Yeah.
And my question, I almost called it. I wanted to say, John, since you are the only one that has older children.
Yeah, married.
My daughter is 8, so I think she's you and Sean.
Thankfully unmarried.
I'm sorry, you and Seth have older.
But I got 3 married.
And what is the year point that you feel like you got to have a conversation with Charlie? Like if you're Sean,
3.
like we're 5. Oh,
it's 3. 3 was it.
Like at 5 years, do you feel compelled at some? Is there a
5 years?
I'll tell you what.
At 5 years, I'm thinking he ain't gonna do it.
I was going to say, is there an age point where because Clint, you need to listen. I do too. Yeah. Is there an age point where you're like, hey, man,
Yeah.
So what we doing here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I don't mean to get in your business, but what we doing here, bro?
I think three.
You're 27. You're a lawyer. We're living in Boston together.
Yeah.
It's 5 years. What else can she do?
Yeah.
She runs cross country. She's a catch. What we waiting on, boss?
Yeah.
I mean, she was in Harvard and Oregon. What was it?
What we waiting on?
Oregon and Harvard.
Like, what we waiting on, big dog?
Ran track. Huh?
She ran track at Harvard and Oregon.
And
right?
Oregon. They went back to Harvard.
Cross country, right?
Yeah.
I mean, listen. Hey, I'm here.
3 years you asked the question. 5 years he ain't gonna ask the question.
Right? Like, hey, we gotta. Hey, man, let's go out.
Yeah.
Go fishing. Let's go fishing real quick, dog.
I got something to talk about.
I feel like Sean, you do you, boss. But I feel like Sean's in a space of, hey, Ross, hey, Charlie, what we doing here? Now, if we waiting after Survivor, cool, but what we doing here, dog?
Yeah.
5?
I'm going to hear him out, though.
5's a lot.
5.
I'm going to hear him out.
See,
5's a lot.
See, I'm there too.
I'm going to hear him out, but I'm
Because
just.
if either of them aren't ready, they
Yeah, but I would like, but what we
and
like,
if
how
the
much
other one
longer
don't
we
want
got?
to wait the other one out, I'm gonna be honest with you. With my girls, I'm telling them, wait as long as you can. That damn wedding is expensive.
I'm with John. I feel like John's thinking what I'm thinking.
I want
5
one
years.
wedding.
You
5
say
years,
that.
dog. Y'all want to 5 years? Y'all want to live together in Boston? What the hell else?
I said the same thing
to get ready.
I mean, nobody's ever going to marry my daughter, all that stuff, because I got 2 boys and a girl. But once it gets 2-3 years, you're like, all right, let's go.
And no more waiting for this.
Well, I'm assuming she's telling you like that. I'm ready to get married.
Not really.
Well,
no.
I mean, you need to take it up with her first, right?
I don't know,
you
man.
need to talk to her first,
Nah,
right?
he knows his kid.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
He knows his kid. And there ain't very many women out there just saying, I'm going to just keep rolling here for 5 years.
All right, no more wait here. You're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. They're putting a ring on it because right now the drive is live.
The drive is live. I know I got asked at a Christmas. Boy, it seems like everybody's getting rings on their fingers but me. Oh, man. Shoot.
Oh, damn.
We hadn't reached the 2-year mark yet. 5? Shoot, come on, Clint.
Huck to it. Spit on that thing.
Shoot, let Liv be sitting over there. You seeing this dude coming around? They live together over there, and
you better be paying some bills.
They got a crib together over there, Castasita, and you over there just chilling. 5 years, huh? Like just coming over at the pool, grilling.
I'm just saying the conversation's beyond the mail as well. And if the mail looks at me and says, "Hey, man, I just ain't quite ready for that kind of commitment yet." Okay.
Oh, cool. I just want to.
I guess I need to go have a conversation with my daughter.
Yeah, I'm about to say. I would like to hear that, man.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying you got a pressure. I'm just saying, like, hey, man, where we at?
Well, what's the end game? I mean, what's
there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Same thing. Yeah. What's the end game? Yeah. Text line comes in. Well, it depends on what age they started dating. I started dating my wife 7 years before the marriage. We started at 18. Hey, I'm telling you, my man's 27, so I got his age.
You got to perform on your honeymoon.
Hey, man, successful attorney. I listen. 2-timer on Survivor. What we doing here 5 years?
He's got a lot going on in his life.
It does, yeah. Yeah, the moving factor is the other thing that jump starts it for me too. Oh, we gonna live together.
Yeah. No, that I agree. That I agree with.
Not good, Sean.
Living together, baby. What we doing here, big dog?
I'm tell you what. I'm gonna try to respect. I'm gonna let her do her. She's a grown ass woman. She can make her own decisions. Now, don't come to me for advice. Now, you come to me for advice. I'm gonna unload on it because I'm gonna have some thoughts.
You can kiss Tyler, Clint. You kiss every bit of my ass.
I'm just telling you
with advice. You are going to be a come to them advice father. I know you are. That's bull. You're not going to be a just sit and just. I'll wait. If you want to talk to me about it, you can talk to me about it. But I'm not going to give you my thoughts and opinion. Hell with that. You're going to be a. Here, let me. This is something I've observed.
I waited till I was 44, boys. Let's, and I know why. So come on, let's go over here and see why you.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah. You wasn't 5 years in with anybody, but all right.
Well, I don't know. I had 2 long ones that were longer than 5 years, actually.
All right. As we get rolling here, update here on the Astros as they are trailing now 2-1. And by the way, this is a tough one because Lance McCullers has been rolling in this piece today, and he got off to a great start. I mean, he had Tyler rolling. Tyler's in midseason form, to be honest with you. Tyler was cheering so hard in prep for Lance. I was certain he had money on the line.
I do not have money on the line.
Those first 2 strikeouts Lance got, I mean, woohoo! Come on, baby! 2 strikeouts in the first batter.
He's just a McCullers fan.
I need every one of them things now for Lance McCullers Jr.
I'm thinking,
I'm with you, T.
I'm thinking, I got you, but I thought, boy, this was extra on it. This is it. We're still in May. I think it was extra on it.
Oh, I had me a full-fledged baseball boner in prep now.
No, I bet you did. It's tough. Lance is trying to get through 4.
As he bounces 10 feet in front of the plate.
It's all right. He's trying to get through 4.
That old sticky. Had too much sticky on that old curveball, boys.
Lance has given up 4 hits, 2 earned runs. He's got a runner in scoring position right now, but he has 7 strikeouts against one walk. So Lance.
To be fair, a normal-sized human being would have stood underneath the ball that went off the wall in left field that Altuve couldn't jump for. To be fair.
It's just too little.
I mean, Yordan Alvarez could have caught it on his forehead.
There's Lance got his 8th strikeout. So Lance is through 4. If he can get through another inning, that will be.
Bro, he's got 62 pitches. If he can't get through another inning, we are in trouble.
Clint, listen, you're
I know.
Beyond, you think are you beyond landing
in the H?
Q Ocho as he's ready to go through.
He's rolling, baby.
You're rolling.
That damn sweeper he throws up there, sometimes it gets absolutely shellacked.
One thing we've been hearing about Lance, he doesn't have a real good feel for some of his off-speed pitches. He has today. He has had a great feel for his off-speed pitches today. So Lance, if he can, as we said, complete another inning, that will be the most innings he's given the Astros since he's returned back. And as Clint said, in the 60s when it comes to pitch count, he is in good shape to do that. But 2-1, they trail, and Clint's right. It probably should be 1-1. He really got caught a couple of times. You had a ball hit into the gap that I think a normal armed center fielder would have gotten that ball a lot quicker and out on a bounce to Pena, and maybe Pena gets him out, and then. You're right. Not even just a normal-sized human being. I don't know, just a short human being, like a 5'9"er. They have gone up.
Could even be slightly below the average height of,
That ball was not that high, but he still had no chance.
Hey, if I were Altuve, check it out. Like, if you're Altuve in left field right now, I mean, we just got to play anything close off the wall, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like his feet shouldn't touch the warning track. Like if I get to the warning track and the ball's not in my glove, turn around and retreat and just catch it off the wall.
He got like 4 inches of air that time.
I mean, but he's jumping, expecting that wall to be back there, and there's too much of a gap, and the ball hit a foot to the left.
Meant for the lollipop.
Hey man, if he was 30, he'd have caught that, man. That's when he had his hops, man.
Oh yeah, his towards was
he
off.
had his hops,
it wasn't just his timing; his towards was off, man.
He caught that damn thing. He'd have had his hops. By the way,
hit 2 bombs yesterday, though.
I do.
That is a Stro goat.
I do want to get.
We got a goat in Houston. He's just whittle.
Are y'all just seeing how close we can get to throat goat here with everything y'all got to say?
Hey, I'm in a good space.
That never crossed my mind.
Well, when you said it yesterday, I thought that's exactly. What are we doing?
Anybody need any throat coat? I got it for you. Your throat is.
And if anybody's looking for the Stro goat, Tyler's got that one.
He's got it too.
All 4 feet of him.
A little bad news because I do want to get what the hell that means. If you missed it in the crosstalk, Clint, who was out there in the bubble, I wanted to be there, had a 5th grade graduation to go to. Hey, shout out to everybody at Leonetti. Parents, congratulations, not only for you for getting their asses through 5th grade. I know some people are left 5th grade. Hell yeah. But great job of following directions of what was asked. When everyone said, hey, please wait till the very end before you give everybody a round of applause and cheering, I didn't think there was a chance in hell. I've never, ever. That's the first time I have ever been to a situation like that where it was followed.
I've never seen it happen.
It was followed. I mean, nothing.
It's impressive.
Only time my wife laughed really loudly when a kid came out there and said the celebrity that would be most likely to play would be Peter Griffin. And and Courtney did just like that. But out laughing.
That's awesome.
This 5th grader thinks Peter Griffin from Family Guy would be the celebrity most likely to play him. But outside of that, everybody did a good job. But Clint was on the ground, and I do want to get what you said to them. You thought it was interesting, their approach at OTAs. But I do want to pass this along. We wondered this about Ronel Blanco. Ronel Blanco is having Tommy John surgery, according to Joe Espada, the captain. He is going to undergo right elbow surgery next week, which obviously will sideline him the remainder of 2025. And just judging by the amount of guys they've had with this injury, you'd imagine, since we haven't seen Garcia, we haven't seen Javier, and some of these guys, this is probably going to eat into next year as well, if not maybe all of the season. So that is the latest. Blanco feared he suffers the same fate that Hayden Wisniewski did So that's 2 guys here in the last couple of weeks that have gone down with Tommy John surgery. So that is the update with him. But Glenn, I want to get where you're coming from on that. You were there, you watched it in the bubble, got to see him. What does that mean? What are you talking about when you say you thought it was interesting their approach at OTAs today, the Texans?
Well, no, I think the overall, and I know that D'Amico's emphasize how important these things are and not, but at the same time, you got to emphasize that they're not mandatory, right? It's all voluntary. I think he's got to straddle a line there that you don't want to call players out for not being there, but you also want to emphasize how important the actual work is. I think for me, it's we out there today. You're CJ didn't take any reps in terms of throwing the football, which I've already checked on everything there. CJ has been at everything and gotten a million reps and been at every meeting. He's been overly committed to learning this offense and getting where he needs to go. But, you look up, there's no Dameon Pierce, there's no Joe Mixon, there's no Dalton Schultz, there's, the O-line is, for the most part, those guys are there. I would have thought coming into this season, especially on the offensive side of the football, that guys are going to be in attendance.
Real quick,
and guys are going to participate. And if you're not, like C.J. Stroud did not participate today. So C.J. Stroud, not saying he's not hurt, but C.J. Stroud, or as far as I know he's not, but C.J. Stroud was there with his nose in the huddle damn near every time. C.J. Stroud was there with a walkie-talkie in his hand so that he could hear the play call that was being called every single time with every quarterback, every rep of the day. C.J. Stroud was there that when a quarterback missed a read, that the guys, you could tell something was there that we couldn't see. The crowd, they go, ooh, ooh, ooh. When he checked and he talked to the quarterback, hey, man, here's what I saw. What did you see? This route was there. Like that, I expected more of that than I think I saw offensively with some of the guys that weren't there.
Real quick, of the notes of the guys that weren't in attendance, because this was one that I was wondering yesterday a bit, is, we talked about it with, the Laramie Tunsil situation. It seemed like they were trying to kind of push this thing closer to where they want to be culture-wise, and I think they have, but not there today. Joe Mixon, this is according to Aaron Wilson. Joe Mixon, who has been fairly in a walking boot recently, not a serious injury, but that may be a reason why. You mentioned it, Dalton Schultz, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who they just traded from over with Philadelphia, Christian Harris, a guy that his season, let's say, just was weird the way it ended. Jimmy Ward had foot surgery, so there's an understanding there. Brevin Jordan, who had the ACL last year, maybe that's a part of it. Danielle Hunter, Dameon Pierce, you mentioned, and then recently who they got from the Chiefs, Justin Watson, wasn't there. I think maybe, I know you said didn't see this, maybe Henry To'oTo'o, didn't really see a lot of him out there if he was. Braxton Berrios, who was just coming over last year, the punt returner. So, that, to give some thought, there are some guys in there where, listen, we don't know what's going on. They could be rehabbing, they could have been inside or whatever, but I would hope that's the case. Because guys like Christian Harris, those are the ones who really stick out to where you're like, yo, man, it feels like they should be in every. Yeah,
look, I mean, obviously, I'm one that I would expect everybody to be at everything, like no excuses kind of deal. But the interesting part is again, it's clear with DeMeco Ryans. It's been this way all along. I mean, DeMeco Ryans he is going to emphasize every opportunity that he has that if you want to get better, you'll be here. These are opportunities to get better. These are opportunities to get reps. Every rep is valuable. There's no substitute. You can't replicate or duplicate what we're doing here. Once these days are gone, you can't get them back kind of deal. It's clear. If you listen to DeMeco, it's clear where DeMeco is. And now I guess you can look at it and say that all those guys on the offensive side of the football are hurt. And by the way, I don't have any problem with any guys missing on defense. 90% of them have been in DeMeco's system, so you know it. There's some that you'd like to see there, but at the end, like the offensive side of things, there has to be a sense of urgency. That's the one where, boy, you would think that if you could at all be involved, they would be there. And look, I don't know if everybody's hurt or not. I don't know what the situation is, but I know CJ's a guy that, today wasn't necessarily his day to throw, I guess. Maybe something like that. But his ass was in the middle of it.
Yeah, he was there, and
it's just interesting. It's interesting the messaging that you can very clearly hear from D'Amico Ryans, and then when you look offensively, it's hard to locate the veterans that you'd like.
Even more, as you had the chance to lay your eyes on the biggest thing that was talked about in the offseason, and that is the offensive line. We saw where guys were working. We saw the first guys that had the first reps, and we heard from D'Amico Ryans and his explanation on how they're approaching this offensive line. We'll let you hear that and discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
It's every week, though. There's no excuse for that. None.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Where are you now with the Astros post-Memorial Day?
I'm in a really, really good place. I do think they're the best team in the division, and I feel significantly better about that World Series window still being cracked, if not completely open.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. Your report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. On the East Loop northbound at Turning Basin, it's a stall that has a right shoulder block.
presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Texans All Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's a base hit to the right side, being waved around Walker. Here comes a throw by Lawrence Butler. Play at the plate. Safe. Tied up at 2. RBI single for Cam Smith.
All right, that tied the game up. Cam Smith with a 2-out RBI single. Christian Walker scores the run. He was hit by a pitch. And that tied the game up 2-2, and the Astros are now in the fifth. Okay. It is now 3-2 as the A's just – damn it, Lance. Lance is cruising,
so bad,
man.
That was hilarious.
Lance is rolling,
okay.
man. I was just about – this is exactly what I was about to say. They are now – that ties it up. Lance is looking for a shutdown inning and to complete 5, which is the most that he's completed since he's been here, and he's got it going today. First time since September 15th, 2022, that he's had double-digit strikeouts in a game, 15th time in his career. And I was going to say he is now one more strike away from striking out the side, and instead,
oh my God,
he just damn near hit it to the train tracks. And the A's lead 3-2. I mean,
left that one a bit elevated there, Lance.
Wow. Stop me in my tracks.
Hey, when that old sweeper, when it hangs up high in them numbers, man, and the hitter waits on it, it is good night.
Irene.
There you go. I was fixing to say Glorine, but Irene is right.
He still is in here. 4 2/3, 10 strikeouts, and 3 earned runs. So he's facing their most feared hitter in Britt Roker. See if he can get out of this. As he struck out 2 in this inning, 10 overall from Lance McCullers. All right, Clint, the offensive line is the kind of the big thing and the big talk. And that was one of the things we wanted to see at OTAs when the full team was there to get a first look. And you said it earlier. We talked about there were some pieces not there, but none coming from the offensive line. All of those guys were in attendance and dressed and ready to go. Here was D'Amico Ryans with his comments on what we saw from the offensive line.
Yeah, this is our first day of OTAs, so when it comes to finding our best group, it'll be a lot of mixing and matching guys, putting guys in different spots, and seeing which 5 guys work well together. So one thing about the O-line is a lot of smart guys in that room, and they can move around, they can play multiple spots, and so that helps them. But it's just a matter of finding that 5 once we actually can get in training camp, put pads on. Nobody's making the team right now in shorts and helmets.
All right, that's him talking about the best 5. It's early is what he said. Clint, I'll let you tell me what you saw. I'm telling you what reports were. Reports were a lot of competition, but it looked like the first time that they got out there, Clint, it was Cam Robinson at left tackle, Laken Tomlinson at left guard, Jake Andrews was taking the first snaps at center, mixing it in with Jarrett Patterson, and then Titus Howard at right guard today, and then Blake Fisher at right tackle. And those were the first 5 we saw go out. You were there. What did you see from the offensive line?
To be clear, I did not see the run period, I guess, that they're referring to there. I saw both team periods. The rest, look, I can't draw anything from whether there was more competition or there was this or was that. Like when I there was nothing about the offensive line that really surprised me or took me aback. Like I think there were a few things of note. You mentioned one, Titus Howard playing right guard instead of left guard. We've seen him right tackle left guard. It's a natural move for Titus Howard if he's going to be a guard and they're going to commit to him being a guard, which it's obvious now that they are, that he is on whatever side he's most comfortable. It's not an emergency situation where he's got to move inside because you don't have a left or a right guard. This is a planning for the future. Where is he most comfortable, with his right foot back and his right hand down, or left foot back, essentially left hand down kind of deal? Which side is he most comfortable? Clearly it's the right side, which I think makes perfect sense given he's played tackle on the right side. So him at the right guard position, I think was something that we haven't seen, but it makes sense. I did see Andrews at center some, but Jake Patterson was there a good chunk of the time when I saw it. So I didn't take anything from the center position other than Jake and Andrews are the two guys. Patterson and Andrews are the two guys. The other thing in the interior offensive line, it's clear that Juice Scruggs is a guard.
That was going to say
at least he was today. I mean,
he was not working at any center.
I did not see him take any center snaps. I mean, you can only watch so many guys through the backs of huddled half the time. But
that was also the other things reported too, that he was in a guard spot.
He was at guard the majority of the time that I saw him out there, and which look, I believe that. I believe he's a guard. I don't believe he's a center. I think he's a better fit at guard right now. And now that may change tomorrow, like D'Amico said, which by the way I totally disagree with. I hate that approach to offensive line play.
Explain what do you mean?
Well, just that we got a bunch of guys that can play different positions, and it's the best five, and we're going to move these guys all around. Again, we're acting like we've got a top half of the NFL offensive line here that we're just trying to get the best five. I mean, literally, these guys were terrible last year. And the best one was Laramie Tunsil, and he's not here. So, it's to think that, well, we're going to go into the offseason and we're going to take these reps and we're going to just move guys, bounce guys around all over the place just because that's an approach that you can take with offensive line play.
It does seem like the approach, Clint, is, hey, we've got a bunch of guys that we don't necessarily know exactly where we want to put them, but we're going to sit them out there and have them compete.
Here's the deal. If you don't know that, here's the deal. We'll see what happens tomorrow. And because I think, again, I'm going to pay attention to what they do, not what they say. But it makes sense for Jarrett Patterson to be your center and to have a backup center that you brought in Andrews, who Nick Casario is familiar with. Right? It makes sense to me, not a lot of people, but to me, it makes sense that Juice Scruggs play a guard position, and it makes sense that he plays left guard, because Titus Howard is going to be your right guard. So you got good competition at that left guard spot, and Titus Howard is a plug-and-play starter at the right guard position. You look at Ariante Ursery. It makes sense that he plays one of the tackle positions. He finished his senior season, his last season at Minnesota. He started 12 games at the left tackle position. It makes sense for him to be getting reps behind Cam Robinson.
That's the only spot you saw him?
That's the only spot I saw him was the left tackle position. That all makes sense. It makes sense that you bring Andrews in here and he work with Patterson if indeed you're going to make Juice Scruggs a guard. So that way if your center gets hurt, you plug in another center, you don't compound the problem by okay, my center got hurt, now let me move my guard to center, and now let me put another guard in here, and you're mixing and matching these guys around. That all makes sense. Now, we'll see what they do day two. I do not like what we heard from D'Amico Ryans about the offensive line. I do not think this team is good enough. I do not think that this offensive line, I'm talking.
Just to clarify, what do you want? What would you want to hear from?
I would like for him to say, hey, man, we all know we were not very good at the offensive line position last year. We got to get this fixed. We've got guys committed to playing positions, and damn it, they're going to know what the hell they're supposed to do, when they're supposed to do it, and they're not going to go through going and part of training camp going, well, today you're going to play left guard, then you're going to play center, then you're going to play right guard, you're going to play right guard, then you're going to play right tackle. We're going to put this guy at left guard, and we're going to show him the 4-3 front. We're going to show him the 3-4 front. We're going to show him all the different dogs, all the different stunts that you can run. We're going to show him pressure. He is going to understand how to play left guard. We're not going to spend 3 months of training and meeting on and asking these guys to play. And then you can do a game, and you may not be able to communicate it because you've tried to play so many positions. You may not be able to execute the techniques and mechanics that are necessary because you spent so much time playing so many damn positions. I would prefer, if you don't know right now that Juice Scruggs is a better center or guard, then what have we been doing? What is Cole Popovich doing? He's been in the room with these guys. If we don't know right now, like I believe right now, they know Titus Howard is an interior offensive lineman, and they've seen him play both sides of the ball. We know he's the best on the right side.
Yeah, it will be weird if he shows up tomorrow at left guard.
Yeah, we're just not that good. We're just not.
I think they know where him and Cam are going to be, and Blake Fisher too.
Yeah.
And we'll see. I'll be surprised if we get a lot of switching. But if we went out there the ones out there tomorrow, and Juice Scruggs is a center or something like that, then I'm with you. I'll be interested to see if we see a difference.
And think about it. And this is a stretch. But think about it, Ron. I mean, if you have Nico Collins out there and he's pretty good at wide receiver for a few years, this whole offseason, man, we're gonna move him around. We're gonna get a bunch of reps out of the backfield, and we're gonna come back to this receiver thing. Right? Or we're going to move him around and we're going to play him in the slot a bunch. We're going to work the slot all this offseason, knowing damn good and well he's an outside receiver. Right? No, he's where he's supposed to be. He's an outside receiver. You're through it. Davis Mills missed him on a fade today. That's what the hell Nico Collins does. Right? It just, I don't know. It never has set well with me. And it seems like they're really leaning into that best five. And I'm not a big fan of it. But given how
a Houston athlete that I think a lot of people are down on, maybe we should look at things a bit different with him. We'll do that coming up next. But before we do that, fellas out there, you've heard me talk about the men's clinic, guys that have had struggles with ED.
Products features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, I cheated. Cheated on looking at the strikeout totals. Lance is Tyler. I would assume Lance McCullers' night is over.
Oh, it's got to be. That's the first time we've seen LMJ in the 6th this year. I'm guessing that'll do it.
Lance McCullers finishes 6 innings. He just threw his 102nd pitch, which resulted into his 12th strikeout of the game. So 6 innings, by far the most he's gone. 102 pitches, 12 strikeouts, 1 walk, and 3 earned runs.
Look, quality start with 12 Ks, huh, boys?
Bat's got to get him out of this, man.
Yeah.
Bat's got to come to the rescue.
Yeah,
you can't ask for much more than that.
You know, and you asked him, he'll tell you with a little truth serum, he only gave up 2 runs today. But
if only had a taller left fielder,
like any,
like just not real small.
Like I think Craig Biggio goes and gets that.
Oh yeah, center fielder Craig Biggio,
not that tall. I'm just, not that tall. But they trail going to the bottom of the 6th, and I think
He had 2 bombs yesterday.
Yeah. They trail 3-2. If they can push across 2 more runs in this bottom of the 6th, he'll be the pitcher of record. He may have a chance to win, but that was a big time performance from Lance. By far his best performance. So good things looking up for a guy that I think some people have some mixed feelings about it, Lance McCullers. Some people wonder, like, I don't know how I feel about Lance Dollar. He's been a waste, but that was a big performance. But
well, even the ones that are as mad as they could be at Lance McCullers that are out on Lance McCullers today makes that $17 million a year, or whatever it is, makes that a little easier to accept. I'm telling you, man, this is a beautiful thing for just in a vacuum. Lance McCullers being able to get back on the bump and be that guy. Now, I don't know how often he can be that guy. I don't know how often he's going to give you 6. I don't know if he's going to stay healthy. But as a fan, knowing that Lance McCullers, every time he toes the rubber, he has that in his bag, that's big time, man. Especially with all the issues that the Astros have had. Ronel Blanco, Wisniewski, Spencer Aggetti, all these issues they've had with some guys that they expected to at least chew up innings and carry them through the regular season. To have Lance now stepping up like that's big, man.
Yeah, this is a big turn the corner. Like officially got the rust shaken off.
Yeah.
That's a big time.
Well, he's been a different guy since for me since that 39th pitch of the last outing. I mean, it was rough early on with a couple of walks but when it seemed like midway through that second inning, it was he had 39 pitches midway through the second inning. But anyway, he turned it on there, struck out 4 of the next 5. And I mean, I'd like to see.
This was a different look.
I mean, his last 8 innings. Tyler, what's his last 8 or 9 innings? How many strikeouts has he had? I bet it's 16 strikeouts. I bet it's more than that.
He got 12 today. Yeah. I think it maybe
was at 6 Ks through his first 8 outs, but I'll have to check on that the last several innings here.
Yeah, no, I was talking about his last start, not this start, the last one.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Like he rattled off 4. He struck out 4 or 5 from like middle of the second on, and he went on to strike out how many in that game? In that 10? Did he get to 10 in that game? Double digits? Or no, he didn't because you just said it's the first time he's done it since.
Yeah. No, he didn't get to double digits, but he got to 12 today.
Yeah, so he had it's a big number, man. In the last handful of innings for him, it's a big number.
But his confidence looked different today.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's turning the corner after these strikeouts, just walking like he looked like the swagger was there.
It feels huge.
It does, and it is just flat huge, is what it is. So that is the latest there with Lance McCullers. All right, from another athlete that people have had some mixed feelings on and have been down at it on times from Lance McCullers to one that I think people are right now, and that is Jalen Green. And I just want to kind of pose to this. Maybe some people have checked out a little bit of the playoffs, but right now tonight, the Oklahoma City Thunder have a chance to close out the Timberwolves, Clint, at home. And I think the person who we're really looking at, and a national level, a bit similar, not as bad as Jalen Green, is second-team All-NBA performer and a guy that many people thought may take off big time this year, and that's Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards, Clint, has had some odd games. 2 of the games in this series, Clint, he has taken. Game 1, he had 18 points and took 13 shots, and then he also did the same thing in Game 4. Clint didn't take but 2 shots in the first half. Just wasn't aggressive in terms of shooting the basketball, kind of just, hey, I'm going to take what the defense gives me and everything like that. He just had some weird games, and he's had some weird games throughout the playoffs. He got 15 in the closeout game against the Lakers, had some odd games against the Warriors. I'm posing this to you all. Do you feel a little bit different about Jalen Green now that you look at it from another kind of perspective that Anthony Edwards is having some weird games like this?
I can't even. It's hard for me to have these combos. That kind of like I can't.
It's not 7 points, but it was a weird like what's going on.
But I can't even look at Jalen Green through any kind of lens even remotely close to some of these guys. I can't get there. I don't know what's going on with Anthony Edwards. I think it's very fascinating the way the story to me is the more fascinating aspect of kind of how he's been covered.
Yeah.
To your point, he's been inconsistent as hell, but you got Big Perk talking about these other superstars that were married and grounded, and then this guy's obviously not and doing some different, maybe insinuating that his social life off the floor has a little, maybe contributing to the inconsistencies on the floor, which I can relate to with them streets will get you, but I don't know what he's a
person. I think he's a video game, but yeah, it was
whatever it may be, not getting you asleep and kicking it, and whatever kicking it means to you. But yeah, like for me, it's more of the coverage of him that makes him extremely fascinating than it is bringing it back to Jalen Green. I just have a really hard time looking at Jalen Green through that lens, I guess.
Yeah, like someone coming through. Yeah, they're both young players. That's what. I think Jalen's situation's in a different kind of. It's just in a worse category. I mean, this was 7 points. This was weird, but. It is a similar thing from Anthony, but I do think at least with him, like, I don't get the sense that he just is completely checking the hell out. I do think he is being double-teamed and guarded so much, and I think he is in his mind on how to handle it and not knowing, like, should I be aggressive here? Should I be there? Jalen Green at times just, I mean, not only would it not feel like he was on the floor, like, you just looked at him like he doesn't deserve to be on the floor, and Ime Udoka's not putting him in, and there's really no problem about it. Like, he'll go quarters without doing anything aggressive. Like, not just not shooting, but out doing anything aggressive. So it does feel a bit different, and the Jalen Green thing is different because I fully will expect, like I expect tonight, Anthony Edwards to have a bounce back and play in a way that we believe he can play aggressive. I don't know that I would feel that way, or I felt that way with Jalen Green. I thought, well, Jalen about to hit you for another 8, guys. Like he's about to hit you for I don't get the sense of that, but it is really weird to watch. Like tonight, if he comes out here, Clinton, he takes 13 shots. Like that is Jalen Green stuff right there. If he come out there, because obviously their season is on the line. So,
if he
Jefferson can say
shots
it tonight.
And he's on the bench in critical moments, that could be some Jalen Green stuff.
You could say it tonight now, Richard Jefferson. They're playing for their lives right now. Tonight.
Not both teams, just
not
one.
both teams. He might say Oklahoma City is doing it too. He might say OKC is playing for their lives as well. All right, coming up, we'll get you updated here on what the Astros are doing. As they're in a 3-2 game. We'll tell you what's going on next. And Clint was out there, boots on the ground, some of the things that he saw, in particular, Mr. Cayley. What did he see from Nick Cayley today, the new OC? How was it different from rookie minicamp. We'll get into that and discuss that coming up next. Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Payne and Pendergast.
The Astros are 24-4 when
Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, Lance McCullers backed that thing up today, and the Astros are going to try to back him up here a little bit as they are now trailing 3-2 in the seventh inning. Sean Dubin is in the building.
I don't know if that hit quite like you wanted it to.
It hit for me. It's just a personal thing. I enjoyed every bit of it.
That ad up earlier today.
Yeah, he backed it right up on him. Backed it right up. 12 times he backed it right up on him. Lance McCullers, 6 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 12 strikeouts, tying a career high. His first double-digit strikeout performance in a game since 2022, September 15th to be exact, 2022. And this was by far the best outing we've seen from him, the longest he'd gone. He threw 102 pitches. So as we've said, Clint, and I don't think that the pitch count thing has been something. He's been putting together 80, 90 pitches just in, 4 innings or 3 1/3 or something like that. Today he goes 6 and had complete control, just made a couple of mistakes, especially the home run that gave the A's the lead. But he is the story. Also, a secondary story here, Mauricio Dubon entered the game at first base, and that is due to Christian Walker being removed from the game. He did score at the time the tying run to make it 2-2, but they removed him from the game, Clint and Tyler, after him being hit by a pitch in the hand. So he is dealing with a hand issue. So he is in the game right now. So that is some news to look for and look out for. We'll hear from the captain, Joe Espada, when that game's over and bring any new information we hear about that.
Joe finna be put in a bad spot now.
What's he gonna say?
I ain't talking about with his press. I'm talking about you gonna play somebody over there that's gonna start contributing. And Christian Bomb in back-to-back games. There's one in between there. But he was turning the corner. But you gonna mess around and put somebody in there that starts making a lot more noise in that lineup than Christian Walker has.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
And then you're gonna be forced to as soon as that hand gets better.
Dubon been making noise, and he got damn it.
That's what I'm talking about. You got Dubon, you got DeZenzo, they got some guys they can put over there that have been swinging it.
I know. I'm just saying they've been making some noise. Dubon got
we
Brandon.
gotta talk about this.
Brandon Rogers again.
That wall is tearing Altuve's ass, so he keeps jumping early, man.
Altuve has never let his height hold him back from what he wants in life, but today it is a problem.
Clint, listen, it has held him back. But Clint,
oh God, it looks bad. It just looks bad.
Clint, could you explain what we just saw here?
There's a ball hit to left field off that on
a line.
It was on a line. It wasn't quite a pop fly. It was on a line, and Altuve having a hard time getting back and really feeling the wall. He's coming up short and then jumping straight up.
It looked like my damn nephew jumping for the balloon that floated to the top of the roof.
That one was hit. That one was hit a little more flush than the other one. That one it would have been.
That's a tough catch.
But I think a left fielder that's familiar with that wall and everything probably makes it a better attempt at the catch.
Well, I think the point that gets Tyler is
he's jumping at the wall.
Well, one is it was the height of a ball that you think someone would have a decent chance.
Alvarez catches it. There's no question.
I think that's the part of it is Zach DeZenzo. If he has to, Zach's 6'5", so he probably catches it too.
I'm not positive Altuve needed to jump a couple of them.
Oh, I think he did.
I think
he always does. Well, I just think you saw that, and then they're going. And you saw that, and then I think Tyler's like, damn it. Just as he said earlier, regular-sized human being is one that comes down with that and gets you.
That short porch in left field and short porch, tall fence in left field is giving Altuve some real problems.
It's like that ball's hitting. He's saying to himself, "Oh, damn it! Everybody's looking at me. Here it comes again." And as you said, Clint, he might as well just turn around and play that sucker off
I'm
the wall.
telling you.
He played it off the wall, would have been a single.
No question. Look, if I'm Altuve, and I'm being dead ass serious here, the coaching point, if they're not above or below coaching Altuve, when he comes back to the dugout, hey, Bob, here's the deal. You can drift back, you can run back. The minute you hit the warning track, you hit reverse. Back your ass up away from that wall and play it off the wall. Seriously.
The minute he hits
the minute you feel the track, when the turf under your feet changes, you play it off. You play it off the bounce. Play it off the wall. He's not. I mean, he's not an outfielder to go get those.
And now
things.
people want to take shots at Tyler because they're mad.
For what? I'm not short.
Hey, Tyler, what regional are the Aggies baseball team playing? I can't find them. There's no reason. There's no reason for you to just come out of there. He's short. He's a little guy.
Yeah, just play it off the wall, bub.
Does he have some climbing skills? Hold over there and climb and climb himself
up. If he had those skills, he would have used them on one of two or both.
He's got to. I think maybe he's got to practice them.
No, just practice the ricochet.
Hopefully, this doesn't turn into a run. That's. And this Lawrence Butler guy, I ain't gonna lie, it just feels like a guy that's gonna get out. So I think they're gonna.
Feels like a guy that's gonna get out.
It seems like a fella that's gonna get out here. Sean Dubin, hopefully he can get this thing out because it is just still 3-2 in the 7th, and we've known the Astros to start coming back here in games. So that's obviously attainable, but they got to hold this thing down in this quick little 2-game set at home. Again, Lance McCullers, the story of the day, really, really great start, his best start in years, and his best start definitely since he's returned. All right, Clint, this is one thing I wanted to hear. And D'Amico Ryans, the head coach, spoke about his new hire, the man he went and got, Nick Caley, and this is what I wanted to hear because you talked about it during rookie minicamp, what you saw, you were questioning and wondering about it yesterday when talking about things you're intrigued in watching today. This was the first full practice of the whole team, the whole offense. Most of the guys were there. Here was D'Amico Ryans talking about who I think they're depending on to be one of the big fixes for some of the issues with the offense, Nick Caley.
And Nick is the same. It doesn't change from the moment I enter player, him being out here on the field. Again, I spoke about it before. You see constant energy from the guy. He's constantly teaching the guys, trying to help the guys as best he can. So he's done a great job of leading the group, leading the coaching staff, leading the players, and I'm excited to see his growth throughout this process.
All right, there is him talking about Nick Caley. He's excited as he brought him in to replace the tyrant, Bobby Slowick, a.k.a. Hal from Happy Gilmore. That guy, he is in there to replace him. Clint,
anybody else's fingers hurt?
No. Somebody else is going to start to. Maybe Davis. But you said, interesting look, rookie minicamp, and I know you were wanting to see what he looked like. What did you see from Nick Caley today in terms of him as the whole team, the whole offense? CJ's there, everybody's there.
Yeah, a little more offensive coordinator centric today. Kind of hanging around, hovering around the quarterbacks as they did some individual stuff, really more just meeting of the mind kind of deal. Like they were talking about whatever script was coming up next. He's kind of hanging around, having some input there with Gerard Johnson. And then when they all come together, he's obviously the one with the walkie-talkie in his hand, and he's the one communicating with the quarterbacks. And so, yeah, more offensive coordinator centric today, and nothing out of the ordinary. Fully what I expect an offensive coordinator to look like. Now, I don't from where we're at, we can't. I don't hear or feel the energy, the vibe, the bringing the juice kind of deal. Now, I tell you, but Cole Popovich, other side of the field, working the offensive line in individual drills, you can hear him getting after it. I don't know what they're saying. I don't know how Strausser and company was doing it before. I have no idea, don't care. But I can tell you right now, this cat right here, this Cole Popovich cat.
You were impressed by him?
I mean, he's hands on the knee. Like, if there's two guys going right here, he is 2 foot from them, hands on the knees, eye level with them, telling them what to do, getting it all and snapping it, getting the ball snapped and and coaching that drill, coaching that rep, and then he goes to the next guys. Boom, he just steps down and he goes to the next group of guys. There's no standing around and just kind of chit-chatting. There's no standing around and kind of just pointing out a few things that the guys are doing. He is in the middle of it and getting stuff done. Now, he's bringing an energy, you can tell, to that room. That's the one guy. Last time it was Ben McDaniel because he's a little bit closer, and that sucker was getting after it. Today, it was Cole Popovich across the field. Because I had to ask, because they got 2 or 3 different position coaches, like assistant coaches and everything, and I'd never seen Cole. So I said, which one's Cole? He said, the one with that beard right there. And hell, I had a hard time spotting him because he was getting down eye level with them offensive linemen and them drills in the middle of them, right? And so, but once I found him, he was coaching the hell out of them. So the energy they speak of around Nick Caley, I've yet to necessarily see that. I'm not saying it's not there. I'm just saying I've yet to see it. I mean, it's there's a couple other guys out there coaching their ass off. There ain't no doubt about it.
So I figured it would be he'd have a different approach from rookie minicamp. This is the full team, and so it would look like guys looking and seeing stuff I do. And plus, CJ didn't really do a lot today, so there's probably not a lot of on the field interaction between the two of them.
Well, I mean, here's the deal: is I think part of DeMeco, and I think this has probably been the case all along because I think it's in his DNA, right? He is just a cleats in the turf, coach with passion, coach mechanics and techniques. I mean, he just firmly believes in it, and I love that about DeMeco Ryans. I don't know if that plays into account when he's hiring guys. It seems like it has with what he says about Nick Caley and what we see from Cole Popovich, what we see from Josh McDaniels at the wide receiver position. It seems like, that is just who he typically gravitates to in a hiring process is guys that are coaches. Now, we got to get that play call and play scheming, game plan building. We got to get that part of it right. But I just don't. I have very little to no concern that DeMeco Ryans isn't, bringing the guys in here that can coach. Now, you can argue, well, Bobby Slowick clearly wasn't that, and Chris Strouser clearly wasn't that. What the hell happened there? I think DeMeco Ryans is more hands-on in fixing what the problems were last year, and it started with the staff. I think I don't know the right moves, but I think the way he leans is some damn football coaches. Guys that are passionate about coaching the game and not just at the end of a career floating around.
Another thing, and I know here probably coming up at 4 o'clock, Dirty's Daily, we'll get a more extensive understanding of some of your observations. But one thing, and I know you talked about seeing, was kind of the rep count when it came to the receivers, and in particular, who the third rep guy was. One thing you talked about yesterday was, is Higgins going to kind of get the treatment that they gave Kamari Lassiter last year? He'd be put right in at the jump. Jalen Noel, what is he going to look like in the fold? But it was, yes, Nico Collins kind of starting off with the ones getting 1 reps, and then it was Christian Kirk, the new offseason get they got from Jacksonville. But then for you, the third person in this was, and Zach DeCenzo just went deep. These nuts is up out here to tie the game, so Lance McCullers will not lose the game, and the Astros tie it. A big bomb from Zach DeCenzo as it's his second home run. But, Clint, back to it. The third guy that was getting snaps a lot was John Mechie.
Yeah, look, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. It's going to be interesting to see how the Texans handle their wide receiver group. You got 2 guys that you drafted early. Clearly, you felt there was a need there. And how quickly and how committed are they to getting Higgins and Noel, the 2 draft picks, in position to actually impact games and produce? Jaden Higgins, the top draft pick from this year, I saw him standing next to Nico Collins in a wide receiver line, and I did not see him getting any reps in the team period. Not saying he didn't, but I did not see him. Noel got and he's out in the mix. I did not see Higgins. I don't know if it's injury related. I don't know if it's coming off of a surgery after college. I don't know what's going on, but I did not see him. To your point, Ron, I think it is. I think that it is. There is just something with John Mechie that DeMeco Ryans, Nick Caserio, I think CJ is involved in it, and probably at this point, as Nick Caley, gets involved. There's something about it. John Mechie getting every opportunity under the sun to come into his own and prove that he's an NFL caliber top 3 or 4
Where was
guys.
he playing if Christian Kirk was out there too? Because Christian Kirk, we've talked about it. The thought is he is going to be brought here to be the slot guy.
Yeah. Well, it was interesting. It was Christian Kirk, Nico Collins, and John Mechie to start, and Christian Kirk and Mechie were kind of bunched up over to the right, and then Christian Kirk went in motion outside of him, so he ended up in the slot. And then Christian Kirk and Nico Collins were in and out so much that it was hard to really keep on who was who. So I don't know exactly where he's going to play, but I'm telling you, he was in a lot today. And getting, it seems like, opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. Now, we'll see what happens when Higgins gets back, but I don't see that changing a ton, but we'll see. It just, Mechie, you're talking about a cat with 9 lives. I mean, my man just got, he is going to get every opportunity under the sun to come into his own at the NFL level.
Yeah.
Looks like it. Looks like it. We'll see.
Pick that they went in.
Yeah.
And I think they also wanted to be fair with, obviously, the year that he basically lost and then what that meant coming into the next year. I am, though, surprised that, especially something you have been talking about all off season, which the lean was, and by the way, we're still trying to kind of get an understanding of what the offense will look like. But one of the things I know you talked about was it's going to be a much more of a situation of positions, and you know what positions guys play and what they're meant to play, and it's not like, hey, we're going to make you inside as a slot, you're going to play you outside. And I did find it interesting. I could see him getting reps, but I would have thought it would have been him getting reps behind Christian Kirk and not along with Christian Kirk, which means either he is coming inside and bumping Christian Kirk to other places, or he's going outside while Christian Kirk is inside, which you would not think that's where he would be used.
Well, if Higgins isn't going to be in the mix, then you really do have Nico and a bunch of dudes that are interchangeable all over the place. I mean, that's really what you have. I mean, you don't have a true outside guy. I mean, some of the depth players or body-wise maybe are guys that can play outside, but then you all of a sudden get to a bunch of interchangeable guys other than Nico, and so that's leads to a lot of cut splits, a lot of quick motions kind of deal. I'm looking to this team when Jalen Higgins gets rolling for them 11 personnel team, 1 tight end, 1 back, 3 wide receivers, have two true outside receivers with Higgins and Nico Collins, and then the other guys kind of bounce in and out on the inside.
Text line coming through, Kick Rocks. Higgins was there, saw a video of him.
I saw Higgins there. I said he was there. I said he was standing right next to Nico Collins. I did not see, once they started team drills, I did not see him in a huddle going to the line of scrimmage and lining up. I saw the who wears 14, the big kid, Wayne.
Wayne, he was there.
I mean, he got
Hank
quite
Dale
a bit. Noel got quite a bit. I just personally never saw him in a huddle once they started team stuff. He was definitely there. I saw him standing next to Nico Collins, and by the way, I feel very confident about my take on him standing next to Nico Collins. They are the same height. But I'm going to tell you, Higgins is a longer, wirier-looking wide receiver, so we'll see how play style matches up with those two guys.
All right, coming up as we continue here, it is Wednesday, which means 325, we do a little stock up, stock down, and this week will be Conference Finals edition. Conference Finals, stock up, stock down. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. We're going to talk about these cold Coors Light now. It's a little early on this Wednesday, but it's never too early for a cold beer, and it's never too early for a cold beer that's
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort. Texans All Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Every hump day right here on these airwaves, Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610, on what happens to be the number one afternoon drive sports talk program in the great city of Houston. We do a little stock up, stock down, different edition every week. This week's flavor is a little NBA Conference Finals edition of Stock Up, Stock Down right here on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. And I'm going to start with you, Ron the Show, Hughley. And let's start with some positives. Stock up for you right now as we are down to 4 in these NBA playoffs.
I think stock up, and Clint, I think, and Tyler, I think this is the biggest stock up of anybody in the Tyrese Halliburton and his father, John.
The arrow's pointed up.
I would like to connect both of them together. Tyrese Halliburton, that game last night, that hadn't been done since the 70s, something like that. The last person to do what he did in the first quarter was LeBron, 15-5-5 in the first quarter of the game. He came out and he said, "I'll be damned." Like, that's superstar stuff, what we saw. Like, hey, we were up 20. We blew game 3, I believe. And if y'all going to come and win this sucker, y'all going to do it over my dead body. And he came out immediately from word go, aggressive, getting everybody involved. And he ended up with 32 points, 15 assists, 12 rebounds, and no turnovers in 38 minutes of play. And Clint, that is just, to me, the addition to what he's already done. I think he is, now we'll see what this means down the line, but I think he has become the biggest launcher of the playoffs. His status has jumped up. I think a lot of people thought this would be an Anthony Edwards launching pad, maybe even Jalen Brunson launching pad. Now all of a sudden we look at Jalen Brunson, we found out he can't play defense like Luka, and he's in shape. Like, so all of a sudden he's getting picked on like hell, and Jake's about to go deep. Damn it, no he didn't. Right to the wall. But Astros lead 5-3, by the way. But Clint, I think Halliburton has put that last week as that star that no one saw coming. He's got attitude. He's got that kind of secret smile, but he's a bit of an ass on the back end of it. And his dad is a whole thing. I hope if they make it to the finals, he's in Oklahoma City. I hope they allow him to go on road games to bring it. So I think Tyrese Halliburton, his stock is way up. I think the breakout star of this playoff.
I like that, Ron, because I'm gonna tell you, man, he everything about him is unassuming, right? It's like even if you watch, like he does it like on an NBA floor. So this is no disrespect, but on an NBA floor, he doesn't look like one of the more athletic guys.
When you see him,
when you watch him move, it's not like he's more explosive than the guys on the floor or anything, or even in the same category as a guy like Anthony Edwards. And so it's unassuming, and to see him in the biggest moment when the stage is the brightest, step up and arrive. This is what NBA playoffs are all about. This is what, the Rockets hope Jalen Green would have done. This is what the Minnesota Timberwolves hoped Anthony Edwards would do, and is step up in a way that Tyrese Halliburton has, which it's not always been 30-point performances, but his ability to get buckets and his ability to make big-time clutch shots on this stage right now is must-watch TV, and I agree with you, man.
Do you think, not his play, like talent, do you think his star power is past? I'm talking about the way that, like, do more people, like, are more people more apt to come to the party to see him than they are to see SGA?
He's on the verge. I'm not there yet.
Obviously, SGA is the better player, but I'm just talking about the.
Well, SGA is the better player. I mean, you can say because what he's done this year is MVP, obviously. Yeah. But at the end of the day, like I'm still like I like SGA because of his game, and it seems like his game is getting criticized more now than ever in terms of the, what do they call him, the free throw merchant or whatever. Like I think that's like the fact that he doesn't just camp out behind the 3-point line, the fact that he can get those mid-range jumpers and knock them down. I love his style and his game, but from the outside looking in, like the media, it seems like he's getting kind of piled on from a negative light when Tyrese Halliburton is getting kind of not anointed, but lifted up. And so I'm still in the SGA camp in terms of who I'm going to turn the TV on, who I'm more apt to turn the TV on and watch. But Halliburton's coming. He's coming. I like that unassuming, man. It is extremely unassuming when you're watching him play.
It is a little NBA Conference Finals edition of Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Ron just gave you his stock up, which is Mr. Halliburton. Over to you, Dirty Red. Plain Stoerner, stock up for you.
I'm going to go with what we believe the Rockets' team-building approach is here, man. The team-first, cohesive group approach to building a team and committing to that group. I think the stock's up there. Obviously, we're watching OKC, a team that did it that way. The league there in Indiana is a team that has done it that way. So, I don't know, man. I think that approach, in no way, shape, or form am I saying I don't think the Rockets should make a move and get this thing right, but that approach of being patient, building from within, liking your guys and trying to keep them together, keep that core together. Boy, the stock's never been higher with 2 of the 4 teams left that have clearly done it that way.
The quality of depth between those 2 teams is very noticeable in their matchup.
The arrow's pointed up.
So those are your stock ups. If you're just tuning in, this is The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Every Wednesday right around this time, you can catch us doing a little stock up, stock down. Today's edition is focused on the NBA Conference Finals. And then there were 4. We got the ups out of the way. Let's get into the downs. Over to you, Ron the show. Stock down for you with these 4 remaining NBA teams, where we stand in the NBA playoffs.
I've changed my mind on it here. My stock down is, and it's over for TNT, fellas.
Damn.
They are 1 game away. The next time the Knicks lose, I think we're going to see Ernie Johnson crying all over the set.
Oh, they're definitely going to stop traffic and have a
no, they are. Now they are going. Shot. Now they're not done. They're still going to be on ESPN next year. But we're like it is over. As soon as this series is over in the Eastern Conference, if the Knicks lose again, they are done. And it has been like a 40-year run the NBA has been with TNT and Turner. Late last night, I was up all damn night. They did, as soon as the game ended, they did following this last season from start to finish, just the broadcast inside the NBA team. Yeah, it was good. They you could tell Ernie and Emery, Elevator Ernie, is over there getting emotional and stuff. So
one of the best studio shows we've ever seen.
Stock down. Yeah, so good that another network is going to let them continue to produce it.
Buy the whole show.
Just buy the show.
Yep.
So shout out to TNT, not because of they're poor, but it's going to be over when the Knicks lose.
Gotta agree with you. Feels like it.
Let me
stock down for you.
Let me stay right there because you said when the Knicks lose again, boys, it's all over but the crying. My stock down is the New York Knicks. I'm with you. I thought they would win it. I thought they would win the series. I hoped like hell, Ron, you would be right when you said early on, boy, we just need the Knicks to at least make this a series. Like the NBA needs the Knicks in this thing for 7 games and make a series out of this thing. I hope at the very least we get that. We're not even going to get that out of this group.
How much do you think? How far?
I think they're good. I think they're done.
Well, how long do you think they got enough to pull out Game 5 at home and take it to Game 6?
Yes. Yeah.
So you think it ends in Indy in Game 6?
I think Indy, yes, and I think Pat McAfee gets on the court again and ridicules the celebrities that are there.
I hope they let John. They need to let John Halliburton on the court this time.
Well,
take him out the box. I think he's learned his lesson. I'm with you. I'll be honest with you. I was like, nah, man, keep his ass up there.
Well, look, we need to have.
I need him on the floor.
We need to have a man-to-man. If I'm running stuff, we need to have a man-to-man. Like we need to have man-to-man conversation. Like, hey, bro, you get ass off the floor. We sit wherever you want, but stay your ass off the floor, man. We haven't put you up here in a suite like a damn kid, so you ain't close enough to the court to get your feet on the wood.
First game he's gotten to go to.
Yeah. Let's just
the whole next round.
I'm with you, man. But let's talk man to man now. If he comes back with, I didn't do nothing, I didn't say, well, no, okay, then you don't get it. Get your ass back up in the suite.
No, he's shown remorse.
Yeah,
he's already done it. All right, coming up, we'll get you updated. Another big hit to give the Astros the lead, and DeZenzo went these nuts out of the ballpark. We'll let you hear that. And there is an update on one of the important injured Astros, and it's a good update. We'll tell you what that is and who that is coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out now. Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you lived around these parts for any amount of time, you know all about Academy Sports and Outdoors, man. It's the one-stop shop for all things youth sports. We're talking about gymnastics. We're talking about
Astros.com/creditcard.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Now the base is full for Victor Caratini, who delivers a base hit to center. In comes Pena. Here comes Paredes. He will be safe. Astros lead 5-3. Victor Caratini comes through again.
That was a huge, huge hit first pitch, and that broke the 3-3 tie, working with 2 outs, and the Astros have done that a couple of times in this game, scoring runs with 2 outs and coming up with big, timely hits. And they continue to lead 5-3. And this has been a really a good game for the Astros, as I think the big news of the day is Lance McCullers going 6 innings. Obviously, that's the longest he's gone, not just since he's been back, but since 2022. That's the longest he's gone in a game. And that's been the big thing is, yes, he's thrown 80 to 90 pitches in games, but they would come in less than 4 innings. Today, he threw 102 pitches and had 12 strikeouts, tying a career high today. Gave up 3 earned runs, but was really, 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 really good today. And that's a huge, huge sign for this team, Clint, is Lance McCullers doing what he did today. But 5-3 right now, as the Astros are going to head to the 8th inning and see if they can pull this thing out.
Absolutely, man. It just seems like some being freak accidents and others just being this arm issue that Astros pitchers seem to run into here. It's the start and rotation has just been delivered blow after blow after blow to get Lance McCullers back. What is this? Is this 4th or 5th start? 4th, right?
Yeah, 5th, I think.
5th start. Yeah. So you get Lance McCullers back. You give him a couple of games to knock off the rust. Looks like he turns the corner about midway through his last start, pitched 39 to be exact. And he comes out today and is absolutely dealing, man. I mean, you can argue it multiple times. You can argue that a couple of the balls that were hit that ended up being RBIs, should have been caught, could have been caught out in left field near the wall, off the wall. This is just huge, man. All the injuries, the team needed it. You look at Lance McCullers. It is easy to root for Lance McCullers, man. It's easy to root for him. It was easy to root for him before. He was obviously great, and I love the way that he approaches the game. He sits out damn near 1,000 days, and next thing you know, he seems to be back in the saddle and be in a good spot. So yeah, man, today was huge for Lance, specifically as well as the team and me as a fan. Today, Lance McCullers completed 5 innings in a major league game, which he actually completed 6. Correct?
Yep, 6 innings. Yep.
He ended up completing 6, but after the 5th, this is Chandler Rome. Lance McCullers Jr. completed 5 innings in a major league game for the first time since Game 4 of the ALCS, October the 23rd in 2022 against the Yankees. So it's been a long time coming for him to go out there and at least pitch a game at the same caliber level that he was back before the injury. So good to see it, man. Big for all of us.
Yeah, correction. Actually, they are in the 9th here. There's some celebration music coming up potentially soon.
Look out.
As they are in the 9th. Josh Hader's on the mound to try to close this thing out and sweep this little 2-game set over the A's. By Hunter Brown went off as always. He returned. Did you get your money from Hunter?
Oh yeah,
I saw that.
By the 4th inning or something.
I saw 6 strikeouts pretty early from Hunter. And he wasn't playing around, pissed off. They went 11-1. So
that's the one I was going to get on with you, man. Appreciate you having that. You raise that level up, man. You got enough. You got enough experience in your bookie, man. Get that level up where I can still bet when you have a rough afternoon.
I did enough winning last night, Dirty. No worries for us.
I've seen you go on a hot streak before. Now get that thing up so Dirty can get in there with you even when you're down.
If they can,
I'm not a Fairweather Tyler fan now.
If they can hold on to this would be a quick little run where they played 6 games against division opponents and Up to this point, they've only dropped one at home here against Seattle and Oakland. So if they could keep this up, that would be a huge 5-1 stretch against the A's and the Mariners right here, and doing it without some of the guys that you know have been injured. Speaking of that, Clint, one of the guys that you know that's been injured, Spencer Arrighetti, we know he just recently got out of a cast. And according to the captain, Joe Espada, Spencer Arrighetti played catch yesterday for the first time since fracturing his thumb. Played catch. There we go.
Well, that's a step now. That's a step. We're back to flat ground. We're back to just playing catch, man. I never thought about it until about a week ago that Spencer Arrighetti being in a cast obviously cannot throw a baseball. So there's going to be some ramp up here.
Yeah. They said they're going to treat it like a spring training buildup is what they're going to have to do, which it makes sense because it's over a month he just hasn't thrown. And still, this rehab is probably going to take a little bit before he gets from throwing, playing catch, flat ground, all of that stuff. So he is, as you said, making progress and is on the way up in this bad boy. All right, Clint. The NFL schedule has come out. Now, obviously, we discussed it a bit last week, and we're starting to see certain teams. And I think the Texans were, 7th. I saw 6th or 7th when it comes to Vegas in terms of their chances to win the AFC in terms of betting odds. Who do you think was first? Who do you think was the number one team betting odds to win the AFC? Texans were 6th or 7th, somewhere in that range. Them and the Chargers were right next to each other.
To win the AFC. I'm going to go with the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills were 1. Number 2.
I'm going to go with the Kansas City Chiefs.
No, the Ravens. The Ravens were number 2.
I thought the Ravens division would keep them out of that.
The Chiefs division, I think, maybe is keeping them out of it. They're the 3rd ranked team out of the in terms of winning, bets there being placed, odds to win the AFC. The Eagles, who they met, number 1 team, odds to win the NFC. Which team? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in it too, and hopefully the Texans may potentially go through all of these teams. But who do you feel this year, Clint? Schedule's out. You see kind of how these teams are now. We've seen both those teams have lost some players, added. Who do you feel more comfortable about getting themselves back to the Super Bowl? The Chiefs or the Eagles?
Oh, I would say the Eagles. Only because it seems like it's hard to arrive here with Pat Mahomes, but it is. It seems like, let's say both those teams were on the top of the mountain. It seems like Patrick and the Chiefs are coming down a little bit, and it seems like the Eagles are going up. And I don't cover either team, but I haven't seen anything that puts me in a spot that thinks that is going to change. So I would just say the Eagles. I think the Eagles are riding high, a lot of good. I mean, they're re-upping their O-line. They got Saquon Barkley extended. Seems like their defense is intact, and with all them youngsters they have over there, is going to get better.
I think the only thing
I would say Philly.
I think the only thing for them over there is, they did lose a couple of members of the D line, but they still got Jalen Carter. They still got Jordan Davis. They still got Nolan Smith. They got all them damn Georgia players still over there. They lost Sweat and Williams, so those are a big fact. The situation they ran into the last time they went to the Super Bowl, they lost their OC. And we'll see what that looks like. Kellen Moore now going to the Saints.
Who took that job?
I think they're with him, with Philly. I guess
with the head coach being
I think they went with him.
Offensive minded.
That tends to make sense to me. I do think it's a harder route to get in the AFC. Like, who do you think's the second best team in the NFC? The Lions? Is it Washington?
I would probably go Lions. Yeah, I'd go Lions. I would go
Especially,
Lions.
We'll see how healthy they are. They've lost some pieces, but I mean, you got like Hell, the Texans are hungry. But if you think the Texans are hungry, Buffalo is hungry. You think Buffalo is hungry, Baltimore is hungry.
Yeah.
You think Baltimore is hungry, the Bengals are hungry. There is a lot of tough teams to go through. I do think the Chiefs are I do think they are hearing and feel, kind of like the Astros, this thing may be coming to an end. I do think there is some of that. And if there is still a greatness out of, like I'm talking about a greatness that we've seen at a consistent level from Patrick Mahomes, I think this would be the year to see it. I think they've got some healthy guys, and Rashid Rice being back, Hollywood Brown being together, worthy in year 2.
Oh, thank you.
If there is a chance that we see the Chiefs get to a explode the year, if not, then maybe it is completely over with for the Chiefs of being that explosive team. I think their offensive line should be in much better shape than it has been, and they've got weapons. That is, to me, this will be the interesting one to watch, because I think they got their asses handed to them and kicked, and this is one to see how they react.
Well, you said it a couple days ago. Even the games where they won, man, it just seems like it's so damn difficult for Pat Mahomes and company offensively. Even when they win in the end because they're so great, it just seems like it's so difficult. And on the flip side of that, the Eagles seemed, when it mattered the most, it was significantly easier than normal. So I got to go with the Eagles, but I'd never count the Chiefs out, man. Andy Reid, Pat Mahomes. I mean, I don't. Look, you put some threats, like some consistent threats, not just weapons that Andy and Pat can play with outside, but you put some consistent threats, and maybe it's old buddy that got in a car accident in Dallas or whatever, they got injured early in the season. But I don't buy that Kelsey's done. I don't buy that he's slowing down. I mean, he's obviously not who he was 5 years ago, but
we going to Las Vegas.
I think it's just hard for a tight end, an athletic tight end like that, to just constantly be a threat when you don't have guys outside that can take pressure off of you.
Yeah. Now, if their old line is like it was last year, they're going to be shot. They're going to be struggling like they are. What you got coming up at the 4?
We can relate. Texans, speaking of, Texans OTAs, y'all. Should we believe what we see or what we hear? I've got observations from, I like what I see with the O-line moves. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I'm going to tell you about QC Kinetics. Look, the big focus in America today is on your health. And look, rightfully so. More and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Got him! 18 strikeouts for the Astros, and they win 4 in a row for the first time this year. 5-3 final. Hader has saved 15 consecutive games. Astros winning for the 17th time in the last 22 home games.
It is. Them Astros got that in the drive window, that 2 to 6 window, Monday through Friday. Y'all know what happens when the Astros get that dub. 5-3, the Astros get that dub. Let that breathe a little bit, y'all. Celebrate. Winning is fun now. Winning is fun. It ain't easy, but when it happens, it is fun. And it's happened a lot around here with these Astros. And it was a little bit of a slow start this year. But, boy, these Astros have really picked up. They really picked it up over the last 18, 19 ball games. And they beat the absolute brakes off the A's last night. And then they let this game today get a little bit interesting through 7. But they handle their business. The highlights of this game real quick. Lance McCullers is back, ladies and gentlemen. Lance McCullers is back.
Are we ready to announce he's back?
Yes, yes. I think he turned the corner, pitched 39 last week, and what we saw today was the best stuff that we've seen since 22. I mean, the Lance McCullers line today, ladies and gentlemen, he gets you a quality start, 6 innings, 3 earned runs, 1 walk, 12 strikeouts. He did give up a home run that gave up the lead, so he did not end up getting the win. It was a no decision for Lance McCullers. However, you can argue, one would argue, anybody that's not just a diehard Altuve truther would argue that there's a couple of balls that led to RBIs that went off the wall in left field that a normal Major League Baseball left fielder, especially one that's familiar with their surroundings, at least catches one, if not both of those balls. The line drive may have been a little suspect. That one's got to be caught. So Lance McCullers was really, really, really good. Again, 12 strikeouts, 3 earned runs, and that's the headliner today, boys. I'm ready. I'm ready. I think Lance McCullers is back. I think Lance McCullers is back.
I can't say that yet. I mean, we just it's the first time we got out of the 5th inning, or got past out of the 5th inning.
Okay.
So I want to wait a little bit, but this was absolutely impressive. The A's, are struggling a little bit more offensively, but this was absolutely a step in the right direction. This is completely different in confidence, just from him, and obviously what he's done with pitches, pitch count, and how long he's been able to go into games. This is completely different and the best performance we've seen since he's gotten back. So he is definitely getting there.
Barring injury, Lance McCullers is going to be in a 5-man rotation and help this team win ball games moving forward. I'm ready. I'm ready to put that stamp on it. I'm ready to put I'm ready to put that stamp on it, y'all. Lance McCullers was absolute nails today at the plate. DeCenzo, he homers to tie it up. I don't know, 5th, 6th inning, or no. Actually, it was bottom of 6. He ties it up. Now McCullers then comes up. No, it was bottom of 5, because then McCullers gave up the lead pretty quickly, didn't he, with the home run? But anyway, DeCenzo homers today. Caratini busts it wide open with a bases loaded single in the 7th, and it's 5-3 Astros. They take
Abreu bounced back too from his.
That's right. Dubin got a little work.
Yeah, he was good. Yeah.
By the way, we lost Christian Walker today. I don't know what it's going to look like, but he got hit hands on the bat, inside pitch. He got hit on his throwing hand. He stayed in the game to run, ended up scoring, but then quickly was removed from the game. And at the time, Dubon went to first base. A little bit later in the game, Caratini went to first base. Dubon went to second base, and I believe Diaz went to catcher at that point in time. So
96 mile an hour off the hand.
Was it? I was trying to remember what kind of pitch it was, but it was
off the hand. Yeah.
Off the right hand, throwing hand too. So gripping that baseball and being able to throw it is going to be could be a problem for a few days with Christian Walker, but we shall see. Good thing is you got options at first base, right? You got Zach DeCenzo, who's swinging the bat really, really well. He can play first base. We saw today Dubon can play first base. We saw today Caratini, who is swinging it as well as anybody, and one of the only left-handed bats in the lineup, especially with Yordan Alvarez out. He is swinging it really, really well, and he was over there in the ninth inning, I know, maybe even the eighth. So you do have options at first base, and those options have been more productive this season than Christian Walker has been. So clearly you're going to lose a little bit on the defensive end of this thing. Christian Walker is a true first baseman, but you're not going to miss the bat, I don't think, even though there was a couple of home runs in the there was a couple home runs there. Overall, Christian Walker, you're not going to miss his bat because you've got productive bats that can play first base. Defensively, we'll see what how those guys. I imagine they'll be fine, but we'll see. Also today, we were the Texans OTAs cranked up, open to the media. They've been working. They've been getting their work in, whether it's weights or meeting or practice, throwing the football around, whatever it may be. They've been working. And OTAs were open to the media today. I was out there. I did not see them stretch. Y'all, so did not make it in time to see them stretch. But I did see the back half of practice. I saw all the teamwork. And one thing of note, C.J. Stroud did not participate in team activities, never put a helmet on. I never saw him throw a football in team activities in the back half of practice. I have checked. It's not. There's nothing to it. It's just that they're load managing guys throughout the offseason. And today, weird that it would fall on the one day that you're going to be in front, or the first day you're going to be in front of the media. But today was an off day, and no reason to be alarmed. C.J. Stroud has been more locked in and more involved in what's going on meeting-wise, lifting, working out, cardio, all of that stuff. C.J. Stroud has been dead in the middle of it, doing what he needs to do. So no concern there. But he did kind of coach today. When I was there, he was more in a coaching role, which was great.
You didn't get to see him unload?
He didn't throw one ball. He didn't throw one ball when I was there, but I love the way CJ goes about his business, y'all. He's there. He's in the huddle, a walkie-talkie in his hand. He's in practice watching when a backup quarterback misses a read or doesn't get the ball to the right person. He goes right over there and talks to him and says, "Hey, man, what'd you see? I saw this. Why did you not see it?" CJ is now he's a quarterback and it's part of what quarterbacks do, but CJ is exactly what you want dudes to do on their off days, or if they're injured, or when you may not be able to practice but your ass is still there. You're still there communicating, whether you're getting mental reps with a new offense. CJ Stroud's hearing the play called in the walkie-talkie. He's able to repeat it to himself if he needs to, which I would imagine he does. Given that we found out today there is a little bit there's new terminology being learned from Nico Collins' perspective, which surprises me a bit, but nonetheless that is going on. So no C.J. Stroud in terms of participating, but he was there, and no reason to be concerned. Now let's get to what I think is going to continue to be the biggest story in Houston, both locally and nationally, is the offensive line in Houston. We know the lead up to this, we've all talked it to death, and we know the situation in Houston. Today is the first time that we were able to see the entire team, which gives you the entire offensive line. And I believe the only player that was not there participating on the offensive line was Trent Brown. That's the only guy I didn't see. So look, none of this is official. This is just who I did not see. Everybody else was there. Okay, here's D'Amico Ryans speaking after practice about the offensive line. Now, the question is, do you believe what you hear, or do you believe? But here's what D'Amico Ryans had to say about the offensive line after practice.
Yeah, this is our first day of OTA, so when it comes to finding our best group, it'll be a lot of mixing and matching guys, putting guys in different spots and seeing, which 5 guys work well together. So one thing about the O-line is a lot of smart guys in that room, and they can move around, they can play multiple spots, and so that helps them. But it's just a matter of finding that 5 once we actually can get in training camp, put pads on. Nobody's making the team right now in shorts and helmets.
Like nails on the chalkboard for me, y'all. I hate hearing the comments about the offensive line of guys playing multiple positions. Look, communication was a major problem last year. You may have had a bunch of guys that could play multiple positions, which a lot of them are still here, by the way. But you had no guys that could communicate and play together. And I'm just a firm believer in when you've got guys that can do a bunch of stuff but can't do one thing at an elite level, then you got problems. And so I know it's not what D'Amico's talking about. I think these are just talking points that they have decided they're going to use around the offensive line. I just don't think they're good enough. I don't think they have the luxury. I think finding guys that play left guard would be nice. Finding guys that play center would be nice. I understand in football terms, yes, from a depth perspective, you've got to have guys that play multiple positions. Cool, I get it. I understand that. But right now where the Texans have to get better is, damn it, we got a left tackle, we got a left guard, we got a center, right guard, and right tackle. They play those positions, and they are damn good at those positions. They can communicate it all. They can execute all the play that position at an elite level. All this stuff, since Bill O'Brien was here, since I've been covering the team, I've constantly heard about an offensive line with position flexibility and able to play this or play that. I'm over that, man. We got to find position guys that play certain positions at a high level and put them there.
I just don't kind of buy it.
Oh, I don't buy it either because I watch what they're doing, right? Because this is the beautiful thing, right? D'Amico's got to say what D'Amico's got to say. And right now, I understand you got a 5-man offensive line. There's no reason to go up there and commit to a bunch of dudes. They are absolutely going to have competition at a few spots, and they need some of their young guys in particular to step up. But I love what they're doing with the offensive line. Again, I don't always have to agree with certain moves, but I do feel like if I can see the method to the madness, then it's solid, right? I don't need to agree. It's not about me. At the end of the day, Cam Robinson's playing left tackle. I've seen some different reports out there. I watched the team periods, which is the most important ones where you can get the most the most you can take the most from those drills and those reps. And Cam Robinson is at left tackle. Juice Scruggs and Laken Tomlinson are your left guards. Jarrett Patterson and Andrews. Andrews' first name is slipping me.
James?
Jake or James?
James, I think.
James Andrews. Those are your two centers, and your right tackle is Blake Fisher. Now, the couple of questions there. You might ask, where is the rookie playing, right? Ariante Ursery, he's playing left tackle. He's getting reps at left tackle, right? Now, he may swing to right tackle. I'm cool with him swinging around and moving around, right? You might ask, is Juice Scruggs a guard or a center? I've said all along I think he's a better guard than he is a center. It looks like he's playing guard, at least he was today. I'm cool with Jarrett Patterson at the center position. You don't have to be the biggest, heaviest, most athletic player. It helps if you're athletic, but heaviest and most physical player when you're playing center. You're usually getting help or helping somebody. And so I like that guy I'd like him to be a scrapper. I like him to have all the ability you can get, but most importantly, he's got to be able to communicate. I like Patterson there. And then Titus Howard at right guard. I think this is a good sign, y'all, because every time we've seen Titus Howard play guard, it's been from a reactionary standpoint, right?
Middle of the season.
Somebody got hurt, let's move him down there, right? So you end up moving him to left guard instead of right. Right now, I think they've seen enough Titus Howard. They know that he's better with his right hand in the dirt. They know that he's better in a right-handed stance, and they're going to play him at right guard. So that makes the interior offensive line and how they address the interior offensive line, that makes it make a little bit more sense, right? You got Laken Tomlinson, you got Ed Ingram, guys that they brought in here, and then you got Titus Howard, who you know what you got, and you got Juice Scruggs, who you know what you got, and those are the positions those guys are going to play. And then you got Blake Fisher at right tackle. And again, I would imagine Ariante Ursery is going to be a guy that could swing. What's the big boy's name? Henderson? They're high on as well. We'll see him get in the mix somewhere on that offensive line. But Ron, I really like what I saw from the offensive line perspective today, man. I think there's a real chance that this group could, if they work together, that this group could be not just well, C.J. Stroud's better and he's communicating, so this offensive line is better. Like literally could be a better overall unit than expected. Not than last year. Hell, they better be better than last year. I'm talking about better than expected. So I like what I'm seeing. I don't necessarily like what I'm hearing, but I think that's a lot of coach speak from DeMeco Ryans. I think if you look at it, the moves that they've made make really, really good sense up front when you see it out there on the field.
I just hate when I get messages like this from the text line. It's the first day of OTAs, not Super Bowl week. Cool your jets. Who the hell is treating it like Super Bowl week?
Yeah, I tell you what.
They're just grumpy, bro.
Let me tell you.
I don't know if they're grumpy, but who is treating it like Super Bowl week?
Let me tell you what.
What are you talking about?
I drove my ass over there at 9:30 this morning to watch football practice. Ran in the facility in the rain, inside and outside, and spent an hour of my life watching practice. And took the time to put my thoughts together, which I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, so it takes me a little longer than most. If you can't appreciate it, you can kiss every bit of my ass.
Well, he also didn't say the season is done. Yeah. It's over.
No,
what are they doing? What are they doing?
I like what I'm seeing, man. Now we'll see tomorrow, because I think a big telltale tomorrow will be if they come out tomorrow and Juice Scruggs is playing center.
I don't believe they're going to come out there and Titus is going to be playing left tackle.
Titus is in
No, that's when he says, hey, like when he says, because he almost made it seem like, hey man, we're gonna just see what we have here, guys.
Yeah.
We're just gonna see what we have. Just gonna throw people out here, man. Patterson's gonna play left guard tomorrow, and Juice gonna play center.
Yeah.
Darius Henderson's gonna play right. No, I don't think they're gonna do that. I think tomorrow what we're going to see is Cam at left tackle. And we're going to see Lakin at left guard. And we're going to see them two, Andrews and Patterson, rotating at center. And then we're going to definitely see Titus Howard at right guard. And we're going to see Blake Fisher.
Yeah, here's where I see it, Big Ron. I'm a Big Ron. How about that?
Damn,
you lose 10 pounds, and I hit you, Big Ron.
Hey, send us the break on that one.
I didn't yell out the window at you, did I? No, here's what I see. Here's where I see it. I think Cam's your left tackle. I think you got a good competition with Juice Scruggs and Lakin Tomlinson at the left guard position. If Juice Scruggs win it, that's going to be your best bet. I think Jarrett Patterson is your center. If Andrews pushes him, then you might have a slight problem there. Titus Howard's your right guard. I think Blake Fisher's your right tackle. And if Ariante Ursary comes along as that backup left tackle and plays well enough and shows that he can handle it all, I think he'll get over and probably compete on that right side with Blake Fisher. But definitely be a guy that can play either. So I really like what they're doing. I believe the competition. When they say competition up front, I believe there really is. But what they're doing makes perfect sense for an offensive line that's like, hey man, we got to get better.
Yeah. Big day for the Astros. Big day for their pitching rotation, and it comes up big because they got terrible news about one of their important starters. We'll give you the latest on that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, Serta Pro Painters, I'm telling you, man, if you need your
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Thank you guys for bringing us a first-class sports show to the city.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. Tell him, Clint. Ron, take a chill pill. Kick rocks. Ron always reads always be reading the weirdest text. Clint, we appreciate you going out there and reporting back to us. Ron, read this one. No, man, I just read some of you. Hey, don't get mad at me. Some of y'all sent some weird-ass tweets.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Hell, I'm reading it.
Hey, I appreciate you chiming in and just showing a little love right there. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Ron's got some juice to him.
If there isn't anything, Kick Rocks is loyal.
Going to find me on that turd list tomorrow, Kicks Rocks.
I know that's like, man, there's like 7 things. Check that. There's probably about 4 things. Check that. There's probably about 2 things me and Kick Rocks have agreed upon, and that one is one of them.
We are going to be wrong on it together.
I think you're going to come through.
Look,
I think you're going to come through and do it.
There's nothing to come through for.
Well, it's Tyler.
When your name is on something, you got a certain amount of power, and it's nice.
It's going to lose credibility. It's going to lose punch, man. It's going to lose credibility, man.
Yeah, it is. I think you have to.
There's a certain real rawness about it, man, right now. If you go to...
It's impossible.
Let's just be honest. Has he ever put himself on there?
Hell no.
And there've been multiple. I don't think so. I think we've all been on it, but I think there have been multiple times in which I think you've had a chance to have put yourself on it. None greater than this this panty situation that you. I can't say it straight.
I just didn't get it in the bag, man. And it's my turd, so y'all can all suck it. How about that?
The Speedo/panty situation that you came through, I think it was there, and this is it. This is the time for it. All right, welcome back in. Coming up here in a little bit, in about 10 minutes or so, we'll hear from Brandon Scott, Texans Report, as this is the first day of OTAs. If you know it, every Wednesday from here on out, we'll be doing a Texans Report, and we'll shift it. But Brandon Scott, he'll be coming up here in about 10 minutes or so to hear about that. Astros did win today 5-3. Lance McCullers is able to drop his ERA to 5.89 with that performance today in 5 starts, 3 earned, 12 strikeouts, 1 walk, 5 hits, 6 innings. Was big time today. But they needed that, Clint, because once you start to look at where their pitching rotation is right now, and this news that came out here recently, Ronel Blanco to undergo surgery. And not just surgery, he will undergo Tommy John surgery. Clint, and the people, right-handed pitcher Ronel Blanco will undergo right elbow surgery next week, which will sideline him for the remainder of the 2025 season. This coming from the captain, Joe Espada. They do say he is anticipated to return during the 2026 season, so we'll see about that, judging by the history. And Clint, there is a lot of history and a lot of recent history for the Astros and Tommy John surgery. We'll see about 2026. Christian Javier, we haven't heard an update from him. We know Garcia had a setback. We know how long it's taken for Lance. We know how long it took for Verlander. I don't know what Jose Urquidy is doing with his life right now, but I don't think I've heard about him pitching since he had his issue. So we'll see what happens and how long he's out. But this is a big blow to them right now. But it comes up huge with McCullers pitching like this, Clint, because, like, if they get healthy, whenever Arrighetti gets back, who does have a cast-off and has started playing catch, Hunter Brown, Framber, Lance, Arrighetti, and then, like, Gusto, Gordon right now until they potentially make a move. So that's if they're fully healthy. And that's whenever Arrighetti gets back and hopefully nobody else has any issues. That's what the rotation looks like right now.
Yeah, it's going to be rough, right? It's going to be rough because you're down one arm. The Astros are wanting to go to a 6-man rotation, so really you're down 2 arms. And, you're going to have to ask some guys that may not be ready, that may not be able. We don't know yet. We've seen a little bit of Gusto. We've seen a little bit of Gordo. We haven't seen a lot of both of them, so we'll see. The good thing is with the lineup swinging the bats the way that they have swung the bats of late, you can withstand – not a little piggyback game or a bullpen game or however you want to couch those guys. Hell, I don't know if Gusto's a starter or a pen guy. I don't know what the hell's going on. But swinging the bat well, you can withstand the adversity. If not, it could be a major problem. As you mentioned, if somebody has another injury, you're going to be in real trouble. Yeah. So we'll see how the Astros navigate this.
Well, and like you said, man, if Lance is indeed back and – when you say back, like, what do you mean, real quick? Because you did say a guy that
I believe Lance McCullers is a starting pitcher in a 5-man rotation that's going to help the when it comes to barring health, like barring an injury, like assuming he stays healthy. Now that could always be a problem, but right now,
is that even wood?
Watching what he's done the last, I don't know. How many innings did he go? How many innings did he go in that game where he kind of turned the corner in that second inning, that 39th pitch?
I think that was 3 and
4 and a third, something like that.
Maybe 4 and a third.
He went 4 and a third, I think. I'm gonna tell you, man, the last 8 and a third innings, 8 2/3 innings that he's pitched, I bet he struck out damn near 20 people. And it like to your point, you said earlier, walking around, kind of peacocking around the mound. It seems like there's a different level of confidence there. I'm confident, barring injury. I'm ready to say that he's back. I'm ready to say that he's a guy. No, I'm not saying he's the same guy that he was, in 22 and 21, 22, whatever that was. But I believe he's going to help this baseball team win games down the stretch here.
Yeah,
and in the playoff.
Especially if Lance is pitching to like what you just said. You can roll with Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, Lance, and Arrighetti. It's just that 5th spot. And that 5th spot, maybe if Gusto and Gordo, whatever they do there, you can withstand that. I do think they probably add another arm because if you're the Astros, Clint, and you looked at what they've done the last couple of years, Clint, there is no way in hell you sit here and say, yeah, man, you know what, man, these 4 or 5 right here, they're gonna get us through the rest of the way without no issues. Like you just can't, at all go to get some more help with this group because Wisniewski is not coming back. There is no Spencer Arrighetti. The thought is will, but Blanco and Wisniewski, they're definitely not coming back. So you've got to kind of get yourself ready for that. All right, OTA started today, and that hones well for us to go talk to our guy Brandon Scott about that. We'll get his thoughts on this upcoming season and everything we saw. The biggest stories going into the offseason, and now we're starting to see what it looks like on the field. Brandon Scott, Texans Report, coming up next.
All right, look, if you're looking to sell your home now, don't make this one big mistake.
products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love to.
Has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, The Drive is live, and it is 4:40-ish. And that means we get to sit down and talk with our guy, Brandon Scott, Texans report. And this is a big day to have it, right? We always know during the season, Wednesday is usually a big day, usually during the season, the day we hear from D'Amico Ryans, the day we hear from C.J. Stroud, one of the big practice days, the day when we start to see the injury reports come out and get nervous or get, excited. A lot of that happened today. We heard from D'Amico today. You got to see a little bit of a practice. I know you and Clint were there together. Let's start with the head coach, D'Amico. What kind of jumped out or stuck out to you with what he had to say after the first day of OTA?
Well, I thought that D'Amico did an expected thing of playing down the offensive line, because that was the big shocker for a lot of people that were there from the point of them first putting out the offensive line, right? Like after they went through individual drills and they actually put together an offensive line, we saw was pretty surprising. And that was the big thing, was Titus Howard at right guard, right? And then also the center position being a newcomer in Jake Andrews. And look, you don't want to read too much into this. It's not to say the first 5 offensive linemen that they show their starting 5 offensive line going into week 1, but it does feel like it's some insight. And Titus Howard at right guard would just be new, right? Like that would be an entirely new thing. So him trying to downplay that a little bit and just kind of, have people think about it in terms of, hey, we're going to put the best 5 together, as opposed to, hey, we might already have a plan in place for what that best 5 might be, I thought was pretty interesting. But even more than that, even before we get to D'Amico, like the first thing that I noticed or before he spoke was C.J. Stroud. And this is not to throw no alarm bells or nothing like that.
Oh, God.
But the fact that C.J. Stroud, on a day where, Clint, they're not doing a lot out there. Like this wasn't, by a professional athlete standards, wasn't some type of heavy workout. And even on that scale, C.J. Stroud is doing some of the least. They were doing the least amongst the quarterback position. And that's not an indictment on C.J. Stroud. If this is how they got to manage him, then Godspeed and manage him the way that you need to. I'm not questioning that part. I'm just noting the fact that it is, right? That your quarterback in late May is not 100%, and it ain't the end of the world, but it does lead you back to this conversation about the offensive line and the other side of why that thing is so important. It's not just a matter of, hey, you don't have a good offensive line, you don't have a good football team. It's, if you got a bad offensive line, you might have your quarterback banged up to the point of he's not even 100% until right to training camp or going into the season, right? So like that is the other side of the urgency of getting this thing right.
Is this something that's like being talked about or reported that there's something bothering CJ, or are you just kind of taking about what you saw today and him not participating?
It's not even what's being reported. It's more so just the fact that we talk a lot about the offensive line and very little about CJ Stroud and what it means to have your quarterback running around like a chicken with his head cut off, what it's like to have your quarterback on his behind, right? And CJ Stroud did have a hand injury. He was nicked up a little bit throughout the season. He did have a knee injury toward the end of the season, right? Like in the playoffs, right?
I didn't know if he was dealing with something right now.
So no, it's not a development per se. Like we don't know what he did or didn't have over the offseason or anything like that. It's not a development in injury. It's just a reminder of, hey, this thing is important. It's not just a conversation piece for us to talk about on the radio. There are actual implications to getting this wrong and getting this right.
Well, I'll tell you this, B. Scott. I was taken aback by how many guys weren't there. Like we and I know D'Amico's got to send a message in the media, and he's got to answer the questions. I get it, but I feel like on the offensive side of the football, like whether there's an arrogance there is an arrogance or a hey, man, we're a playoff caliber team. We're a 10-win team. We've won playoff games the last 2 years kind of approach to offense. When you look at how they're dealing with the offensive line, not how they're dealing with it, because I like what they're actually doing, but what D'Amico is saying about we got a bunch of guys that can play multiple positions. We're just looking for our best 5. Like, to me, you don't have that luxury. You need to find a center. If you want to create a little competition there, that's cool, but you need to find a left guard, right guard. You need to find a center. Forget this. We've seen this whole thing of multiple guys can play multiple positions, and it doesn't work out. So, or you're looking at, like you're talking about with CJ, like, I mean, CJ, Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce, Dalton Schultz. I mean, it's like, man, offensively, all those guys can't be hurt. All those guys can't be hurt right now. No Trent Brown. All those guys can't be hurt right now, right?
Yeah, well, Trent Brown definitely, because he's coming off the torn patella or the patella or whatever.
Well, Joe Mixon's in a boot, whatever.
And Joe Mixon's in a boot, but I think it raises the same point though. Like, right, like you've got a banged up offense because the guys up front, the guys that are charged with protecting, can't do it. And so, yeah, no, I think it's important. The Joe Mixon thing is another one. Like that is another one that stood out to me. Okay, Joe Mixon's in a walking boot. He's not there. All right, there's another conversation about load management for Joe Mixon, and can you run this guy? Can you afford to run Joe Mixon into the ground and have other running backs that you really don't have as much confidence in, whether it's the scheme or whatever it is, like with Dameon Pierce? Okay, so is it Dameon Pierce resurgence year? Are you relying on that? Are you banking on that? Is Woody Marks actually somebody who I believe can contribute to this offense right away? Are they going to lean in on that? British Brooks is back. You got this conversation about the running back position with the absence of Joe Mixon. What are you doing there to manage that load and to make sure that you're not running this guy into the ground that's played a lot of football and is getting up there in years?
Brandon Scott with the A's again today. He was out there, and I found it interesting, something Nico had to say, and this is something we talked about on here, is how different will the offense be? Because, hey, you've got an entire coaching staff damn near that was all together at least for a year, maybe even some together longer, and then you have a new person coming in Nick Caley, who is the OC. How different was the offense going to be? Nico Collins said today, it's new terminology, it's a new offense. This is something that we are having to all kind of discover and move in and learn. All right, is it looking a lot different? I was wondering if this was going to be a similar offense that they're running now, or it would be something they're having to learn from scratch.
Yeah, it wasn't a whole lot, but it felt a lot different, right? Like it's not a lot to glean from the very beginning, from the first day of OTAs, but some of the clues, some of the like breadcrumbs, if you will, of like Jake Andrews, for example, going back to the offensive line. Why is Jake Andrews the first center out there? Okay, well, that kind of makes sense. That's a Patriots guy. Oh, he didn't work with Nick Caley and Cole Popovich necessarily in New England. Oh, but he did with Cole Popovich back in college, right? So there's that connection. He was a center at Troy when Cole Popovich, that 1 year that he coached at Troy, okay, back in 2022. So it's like there's somebody that could be familiar with the terminology. Yep. Might not make sense to you on the outside, but very much makes sense to those guys that they've hired and empowered to run the offense. It's consistent with what Nico Collins is talking about with different terminology and a whole different new look and feel to the offense.
They learning a whole new offense.
Well, that shocks me, to be honest with you, that Nick Caley would bring in a new language ultimately. That surprises the hell out of me. I'm anxious to hear more about that. And
I got to be honest, I feel better about it. I feel better about it.
I'm a little anxious about it.
Let me tell you what. I feel better about the fact that Nick Caley is coming in and running it sounds like it's running his show and running the offense, and not just walking in here and saying, "All right, here, man, I'm on Bill O'Brien this. I'm gonna learn the offense." I guess the offense.
From that perspective,
like it's his sounds like it's his offense and not Gerard's or not anybody else. I do like that.
I just think back to how CJ was talking at the end of the year, and we all kind of could see the writing on the wall with Bobby Slowick and the job that he had done last year, and how they were going to be justified if they decided to let him go. And then they did decide to let him go. But before that, CJ Stroud did talk about how it is not ideal. I want to say that's an exact quote, how it is not ideal to switch offensive coordinators, and how continuity, at least from that standpoint, is important. And I think, Clint, you could probably speak to that as well. Like it is better for a quarterback to stick with what he knows as opposed to having to learn something new and learn something on the fly. So that part of it is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I just have enough confidence that they can figure that part out.
Yeah, they're pros. Look, I mean, they're pros, and they seem to all be present, at least involved, according to what we're being told. Not necessarily today, but as a whole. I don't doubt that they can pick this. Steve, that takes like the timeline and resets the expectations for your offense. Like if they're changing complete language of their offense, you're going to have a language barrier there along with C.J. Stroud now communicating more, right? Which may end up being a beautiful thing, right? It may be a beautiful thing. I just would have bet big money that there was a ton of carryover from the old offense to this offense. From a terminology standpoint. I know, I mean, hell, there is in every offense, around the NFL, there's a ton of carryover, but I would have thought the terminology would have stayed the same. But that doesn't sound like according to Nico, that doesn't sound like what's happening. So we'll see how far it sets them back.
Well, what would make me feel good about it is if it is at least simplified. Like if you can tell me things are simpler or they're doing less thinking or they get to use their instincts more, like that to me would make me feel better about changing things. If change means, hey, the new thing is actually easier and it's more simple than the old thing, then I can get with that. And especially if that's what they needed, right? If things were a little bit too complicated, especially up front specifically, I can get with that.
My man told me John Mechie was out there getting run, Jack.
He was.
And not getting run with
it's a big year for John.
Like he was getting run out there with Nico and Christian Kirk.
It's a big year.
Yeah, I look at it as, I mean, it's just, again, and I know that it didn't seem like, B. Scott, it didn't seem like Higgins was involved in the team stuff late.
It didn't. And I got that sense with all the rookies. Like, that they were just kind of maybe
Noel was out there doing work. Now, he had a couple catches.
He did have a couple of catches, but I did get the sense that they were just kind of as much into it. He looked pretty good in, like, the individual stuff that they did. Yep. So maybe they're not rushing him into that role, maybe allowing him to develop into it a little bit more naturally. But you got to figure that he's a contender for that opposite of Nico Collins role. I mean, just as good as anybody else.
That's going to be an interesting because he is built in a way that he is a plug-and-play outside guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But outside of Nico, they seem to want everybody to be interchangeable.
Yeah.
Right? He is not – I don't care what anybody says. There's certain guys that you can say, okay, that guy's interchangeable. Diggs was interchangeable. Tank is interchangeable. They're like I would say that Mechie, to a certain extent, is interchangeable. I'd say that Hutchinson is interchangeable, right? But I don't think – they'd be like if they played Christian Kirk and an outside receiver, it'd shock the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Just like if they played Higgins as an interchangeable piece, that big – I mean, he's lanky. I mean, he's a little bit taller than Nico when he's standing next to him, and he's lanky. Nico's got some build to him. That sucker's lanky, man. He's lanky and long.
They got Justin Watson as an option there too.
Yep, I didn't see. He wasn't out there,
and he wasn't out there. So that's another piece of it that I will put a pin in. But to the point of Higgins, I feel like he's somebody that's got to have just as good of a chance as anybody to fill that role.
Yeah,
that's what he was drafted for, second round.
Yep. All right, B. Scott. It's starting. It's starting now. OTAs. We see the first action of this entire team together as this run starts already. We'll talk to you next week as we do each and every Wednesday. You can catch 10.com. He's on every week within the loop.
Hey, I hope we get more action in the bubble, baby.
There you go.
More bubble action.
You like that?
Me.
You like that? That rain done you in. You enjoyed that.
That was good, man.
Now Clint wanted to be out there. He wanted to be out there.
I want to get out in that heat. I don't like running to and from that bubble, man. Not being able to see. I get back there. There's 14 conversations going on between me and the damn action. I got to get over there and find me a hole, man. So
it's a little cramped, but you got to find
you feel
spot,
good in
man.
there, didn't you? Feel good in that heat. All right, coming up 5 o'clock fire. Astros, big win. We'll talk about what Lance McCullers did. A couple of injury notes from the game and before the game. Also, who didn't make it? Who wasn't at OTAs? You'll hear from D'Amico Ryans talking about OTAs, and we'll let you know who wasn't there. Also, NBA playoffs, somebody's season could come to an end tonight. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Payne and Pendergast.
The Astros are 20.
Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Got him! 18 strikeouts for the Astros, and they win 4 in a row for the first time this year. 5-3 final. Hader has saved 15 consecutive games. Astros winning for the 17th time in the last 22 home games.
Well, Astros won today.
Heard it there. 18 strikeouts in this game as the Astros, they win at home. They sweep this little short 2-game set with the A's. They win yesterday. They beat them down 11-1, and they win today 5-3. And a big win right there. 2-game sweep right there, Clint. That little 6-game set they had at home with the A's, and then the Mariners, they go 5-1, and now they are really climbing ahead in the AL West. And this has been a huge homestand. And I still think, Clint, the biggest story, the biggest conversation right now is clearly, to me, what we saw from Lance McCullers. Lance McCullers, one we've been waiting on. When is he going to return, Clint? We've been waiting on, all right, now he's finally back. And will we see at all the guy that we're used to seeing? And today, even though he got a no decision, even though he left the game trailing 3-2, he goes 6 innings, which is the most and the longest he has gone into a game since 2022, and damn sure within his first 5 starts being back. He gets 12 strikeouts against 1 walk, gives up 3 runs on 5 hits. Man, you'll take that and slam the butt every single time from Lance right now. If he puts that together. This was a really big step, by far his best performance. And I'll pose it to you and the people. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Clint said, is Lance back? And I'll kind of couch it more to, are you at a place right now where you're comfortable? And I asked this last week. Are you at a place right now where you're comfortable to say, yep, I feel confident that Lance McCullers is a guy that's going to be fine in the rotation and someone we can depend on in the rotation? Have you reached that point with Lance?
I'm there, man. Lance, to me, Lance is back. Now, again, that doesn't mean he's back to his old form and he's back to who he was, 1,000 days ago. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Lance McCullers is back and is a guy that I believe will contribute in a way in a 5-man rotation to help these Astros win ball games and potentially in the playoffs. Not potentially. I think he'll help the Astros win in the playoffs. Now, that's barring injury, obviously. That's it's not up for debate. But I think what I've seen from Lance McCullers, today, it had like just elite control of his pitches. Was peacocking around with big time confidence. Was to me today, it was again. I know it was the A's. I know it was a struggling A's team. I get it, but the things that we've seen Lance struggle with in that short stint since the comeback, right, with some of the control issues, hitting batters, this that, it just wasn't there today, man. I loved what I saw. I'm confident that he's going to be a guy that wins all games.
Yeah. Today was a huge step, and the big thing is. And we'll get to some of the reasoning for this a little bit later. But first off, he ain't got to look over his shoulder right now, Clint.
That's true.
There ain't no, all right, man, I gotta get in. There was a point there where Lance was coming back, Clint. You're thinking, all right, there is Wisniewski, who they like, who was getting off to a great start. Obviously, the big two and Hunter Brown and Framber aren't going anywhere. Spencer Arrighetti ended his season really well. You're confident, feel good about him. Ronel Blanco was potentially an all-star the first half of the year last year. It was good for you. There was a thought like, all right, man, Lance is going to have to fight for it. Oh, not now, Jack. Not with Wisniewski out for the year. Not with the setbacks of Luis Garcia. We haven't heard from Christian Javier yet. Haven't heard about J.P. French yet. And now, as we'll get to it, Ronel Blanco, the news with him having surgery and being out for the year with Tommy John. Now, Clint, he knows that he's going to get every opportunity, if not all the opportunities, to play. And now maybe he is in a calmer space. This was, to me, the most confident I've seen him, Clint, since he's been back. It looked like the swagger. There was always a feel. I'm talking 2015 with Lance since the beginning. There was always a feel of, man, y'all can't touch me.
Yeah.
Like I'm about to come out here. I'm gonna let y'all know about it. I'll throat slash. I'll smile. I'll look at you. I'll stare you down. I'm gonna let you know about it. That I'm in the building. And I ain't afraid. That was like, it felt like to me, Clint, this was the first time in the 5 starts he's had that we saw more of that and not trying to feel and search, trying to get comfortable and search, not confident in himself. He attacked these jokers. And then, yeah, he gave up a long home run a couple of times, gave up a couple of balls off the wall. And I had a text in earlier and say that ball was halfway up the wall on Altuve. He should have just played it off the wall. That ball was not halfway up the wall. Okay? That ball was not halfway up the wall. And I think
just an optical illusion.
I think maybe anyone else on the team that was playing out there's got a shot. Some don't have to leave their feet to stick their hands up to catch it.
Well, the texture is right on one part of that text. Is his ass should have played it off the wall. I'm telling you, I'm dead serious. Altuve in left field. Anytime he feels dirt
to the track and it's over his head, turn around.
You touch the track, you hit the brakes, and you play it off. That's it. I feel the track under my feet. Yeah, no. Tuve. Hey.
Just play it off the wall and throw that bitch to second base.
Really, really happy.
And you might hold him to a single. And if he tries to run, get his ass. I don't know who's going to be playing second to get the tag, but.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, no, seriously, though. You touch the warning track, just retreat, play it off the wall. Let's play it safe. You're not going to climb the wall. He's not comfortable around the wall, leaping. It was a rough day in left field for Altuve. But he has had 2 games where he hit 2 bombs in a game, though.
Yes. Also, other news in this game, Christian Walker, who scored a run today, he got hit in the hand, 96-mile-an-hour fastball. He stayed in and ran the bases and scored, but he was then taken out of the game. We'll wait to hear more from Joe Espada and company on that. So we'll see what he's dealing with there. But right hand, throwing hand is what hit him 96 miles an hour. And if you missed it, Ronel Blanco indeed does have Tommy John, and will have Tommy John surgery, and he'll have that on his elbow next week. So he's going to miss the remainder of this season. They're anticipating. I would like to move my own words in there. They're hopeful for him to return during the 2026 season. So that is the latest. Big win for the Astros. Big stretch here against these AL West teams. They take on the Devil. Excuse me, the Rays. They've dropped that Devil off, I believe. They take on the Rays coming up, and Dyke Tyler's going to be at the game tomorrow. Apparently, they take on the Rays. So we'll see if they can handle them as well.
What did you mention, T, that the X-rays? I mean, T. Did you mention, Ron, that the X-rays were negative?
I did not. I did not.
Julia Morales. X-rays.
You were called the Rays the X-rays for half a second.
X-rays were negative for Christian Walker, who was hit by a pitch on his right hand. Via Julia Morales' Twitter.
I believe that's so much more coming from Julia Morales, but it probably had to come from somebody with the Astros. So we'll. Hopefully he's good series coming up against the Rays.
Kyle Tucker's shin X-rays were negative at first.
5 o'clock fire.
I'll have a comeback. Texans OTA started.
This is the Astros, people.
Started up today. That you would know. God, I feel like that would usually be me. That would say something like that. But the OTA started up today. You heard us talking a little bit about that with B. Scott. We'll talk about some more here coming up. Coming up here in about 10 minutes or so, you'll hear Clint, who was there, his observations. But D'Amico Ryans, first day of camp, he gave his thoughts on the first day of OTAs. and getting back in it. This is what D'Amico Ryans, the head coach, had to say when it comes to OTAs getting started here as his team finally meets back to get this season going.
First day of OTAs, we're very excited to get on the grass and actually be able to go against each other, compete in a controlled environment. Thought guys did a really good job of handling the way we came out today. And as I told our guys, this is a great first day, great starting point. Now it's just about stacking days and getting better each day. I feel like we have the right guys with the right attitude who will do that.
All right, there it is. First day hearing from the head coach and Clint. The interesting part here is they had pretty good attendance. As you said, CJ was there, didn't throw a lot. We saw Will Anderson there. Derek Stingley was there involved practicing. We saw many of the guys there. Here are the ones who didn't attend. By the way, those of you scoring at home, Laramie Tunsil did not attend OTA's day one.
I thought you meant he did not attend this one.
He did not attend this one, nor did he. I've seen that text come through a lot. Did Laramie Tunsil attend that? Because, yes, I think people would have been smoking hot if he decided to attend the Washington Commanders. No, his ass didn't go to that one either. Him and Marshawn Lattimore and Terry McLaurin went ahead and set that one out. And by the way, if you're wondering, we got people in here over there in Washington a little bit upset about that. Over our sister station, they said they got a problem with Laramie Tunsil skipping.
Imagine
that. Good for them. Maybe they want some action. Go ahead and let us know. We'll jump on and let you know about what you're going to get from LT when it comes to that. But these are the guys, Clint, that did not attend the voluntary OTAs. Joe Mixon, now he has been seen walking around on a boot. This is according to Aaron Wilson, so that may be an issue why there. Dalton Schultz, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, just newly acquired from the Eagles. Christian Harris, Jimmy Ward, who's had foot surgery, so that could be a factor. Brevin Jordan, ACL tear last season. That could be a factor. Danielle Hunter, Dameon Pierce, and then the newly acquired Justin Watson. Now, we don't have any reasonings or understanding why these guys did not make it to camp today. Don't know. I know you said Henry To'oTo'o was somebody you didn't see out there. They could be rehabbing injuries. They could be inside. They could be in the facility somewhere. They could be going and doing work on their own somewhere else. But those are the ones who didn't attend. And again, as I said, don't know exactly the reasoning why these guys weren't there. But I am some of the names on the list here. I am a little bit surprised.
Yeah, look, I understand that it's early. I understand that they've got other things going on, but I find it odd if guys find a way to not be on the field the first day that the media is out there to watch OTA. Seems like an interesting approach. But look, I mean, I don't give a damn what they do on the defensive side of the football. The majority of these guys know D'Amico's system. There's only so much that a defense can do, literally, to be completely honest with you. I'm not worried about C.J. Gardner-Johnson and his ability to communicate and play within the system. I'm not worried about any of these guys on the defensive side of the football. When I look at the offensive side, look again, if guys are injured, unless they're in the hospital and like fresh off surgery and down because they don't want swelling to come up, in my opinion, it would be nice to have them on the field, especially on the offensive side of the football, where you've had you're the X factor or the wild card with this team going to a damn AFC Championship or a Super Bowl. The defense, the defense is in a spot where they're going to be a Super Bowl caliber, deep run caliber type of defense. Offensively, they got to get it together. And so when you look up, there's no Joe Mixon, there's no Dameon Pierce. Your top two running backs are not there. There's no Dalton Schultz, there's no Brevin Jordan. The top two tight ends aren't there. That kind of stuff. Justin Watson, for whatever reason, a receiver that to hear some people talking in the organization, he's a guy they're kind of leaning on to be there. It's an interesting look that those guys aren't there, and those guys aren't. Whether you're injured and you can't go and you can stand behind the huddle like C.J. Stroud did, kind of standing back there watching, hearing the play call. If you're injured, that's fine. Not necessarily participating, but to not be a little bit more on the front line is interesting offensively for me.
Yeah.
And look again, there may have been some guys that were there on the other sideline that I couldn't see. There may have been some stuff that they did earlier on. I got there a tad bit late, but I'm just telling you what I saw. I'm a little bit like I expected from D'Amico.
There's a couple of names on here. Dameon Pierce, I would expect that he would be there. To me, he is somebody that I think loves ball, and I'm shocked.
Well, look, if we're
there's got to be a reason for that.
We're talking a new offense. We're talking a new terminology, is what Nico Collins said. We're talking about new voices. There's a lot of newness, man. To miss the opportunity for whatever reason, to miss an opportunity to get reps within the system, whether they're physical reps or mental reps, is a wasted day. Now, some of them may have justified it. Like Brevin Jordan coming off an ACL tear last season. Like, to me, that's like, hey, man.
Jimmy Ward, broken foot, same thing.
No, but I'm talking about, like, we're at a point now to where I understand you got treatment, I understand you got those things, but I mean, there's
you need to get in.
There's a practice going on out here, and we're installing a new offense. Like, those are valuable, really, really valuable reps. Now, I understand it's not mandatory, so a lot of maybe the coaches, maybe the organization doesn't feel like they can say, hey, guys, get y'all's ass out here on the field. It's where we need you out here. Maybe that's the case. I don't know what D'Amico says, and he is there is no doubt, and I love D'Amico for it. I love D'Amico's take on offseason, by the way, of like, hey, man, these are valuable reps. Once they're gone, you can't get them back. Everybody needs these reps. Everybody's invited kind of deal. He makes it loud and clear, like he wants guys out there. So, I would have expected that attendance to be a little bit different.
The ones that jumped at Schultz, Harris, and Pierce, those are the ones that jump out where it's like, man, you would think in their mind, like, those guys, you would think those are guys that you really would be
not a major deal, but definitely worth noting. You got C.J. Stroud, who for whatever reason can't go, but he is there in the middle of everything, coaching and learning and getting used to the terminology. I don't know why that wouldn't be the best idea for everybody.
And like we said, that there may be honest, real reasons that make sense why they aren't in attendance, but those are the names that jumped out. You're like, oh, I thought them.
Yeah, I mean, we've said this before. I just think we're too lenient on that stuff. Like, unless you are literally down because of swelling in your foot or you've got a family issue that you can't make it. I mean, there's really no, like, I've got treatment, or I had this injury last year, I'm still recovering from this. It's that's really, in my opinion, it's not an excuse not to attend.
All right, let's hear your. You were there. You got to put your eyes on this thing, and those of you just jumping in, let's get your assessment of things, your view. What did you see? What jumped out to you day one at OTAs? That's coming up next, right here.
610 with Pendergast.
Inside info and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Hey, by the way, just letting you all know, I saw some people on the text line wondering about it. Coming up on Friday, as we will get going, stop 9 of our 610 Crawfish Circuit comes to you on Friday on the 30th, the last one of May at the Crafty Crab out in Houston. Come on down and hang out with us. Thank you for the support. And it is supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. You can win prizes each and every hour. You can win the grand prize, which is a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser Bud Light for a year. So come on out, hang out with us on Friday at the Crafty Crab. The Crafty Crab. It'll be a good time. Good time. Come hang out with us.
Always is. I passed one of their locations today. I don't think it's the one that we're going to be at, but I passed one of their locations today, man. Nice. Looks like a nice joint.
Does it? Never been there. Never been there. Fundren Road, right there. Or Foundren Road, excuse me. When I say Fundren.
I think it's
Foundren.
You were close to the first.
Foundren Road.
Fondren.
Fondren. What did I say?
Foundren.
For 2.
A little lost in Foundren.
Foundren. Put a U in there.
It's all right, man.
Fundren.
I got your back.
Fundren.
Fondren.
Fundren.
All right, Fondren.
Fundren.
All right, I can help.
Fondren.
Is that my boy Ron?
No, come out and hang out with us as we'll have a good time coming up on Friday. Crafty Crab should be a good time. Stop 9. I think we'll have a couple more after that.
We got 10, don't we?
10, maybe 11. 10. I know 10 for a fact. All right. What were your notes? What were the things that you saw at Texans OTAs today? Practice 1.
Look, I think one big thing was obviously C.J. Stroud was not getting reps, but I have confirmed that there's nothing out of the ordinary. There's just there's some load management. I think is what's probably safe to based on what I've been told. It was some load management. Don't look too much into guys that aren't necessarily participating on a daily basis, which I don't know how you don't at this point in time with this particular offense and the newness around the players. But C.J. Stroud did. I mean, he was there. I did not see C.J. Stroud throw a ball, but he was there, involved, very involved, getting better, getting mental reps. And so just that goings on, I guess, with the quarterback is I think the first takeaway. The other part of this thing is the O-line. I think the O-line is going to be the big talk point. The Eagles last year, they will continue to be a big talking point moving forward, but now rubber's starting to meet the road. You're able to see some of these guys. It looked to me, and I did not see the run walkthrough thing that they did with the team early on, where you've seen it reports that the O-line was kind of shuffled up. When I was there, what I was able to gather from all the team periods that I saw is you got Cam Robinson at left tackle. You got Juice Scruggs and Laken Tomlinson competing at the left guard position. You got Jarrett Patterson and Jake Andrews competing at the center position. You got Titus Howard at right guard, and you got Blake Fisher at right tackle. And the other offensive lineman of note there, Ariante Ursery, the offensive lineman that they drafted this year, he was playing the second spot at left tackle, getting run over there. So that's really kind of how I saw it playing out. The guard in the center position, who was first, who was second, I don't know. They were rotating in pretty heavy right there. But I like what I saw offensively. I think knowing that Titus Howard is going to play right guard and Juice Scruggs is going to compete with Laken Tomlinson, whoever else they bring in at that left guard position. That all makes a hell of a lot of sense. I mean, if you get what you expect out of Juice Scruggs, which I think he's a better guard than center, which it looks like that's what he's going to do. May change tomorrow, but it looks like that's what he's going to do. If that guy steps up and can kind of take the next step and be your left guard, and you got Titus at right guard, Jarrett Fisher, and Big Cam Robinson at tackle with Ariante Ursery able to swing to right tackle or left tackle, I think you're in a really good spot. So seeing that group on the field, to me personally, I was a little more encouraged than I thought I was going to be. I like Titus Howard at guard. By the way, I don't know. This is just a visual, and I don't know if it's because he was wearing baggier pants than everybody else, but Titus Howard looks like he's put on a little bit of weight. Titus Howard looks like he's to play for this. I don't know if that's weight room. I don't know if that's diet. I don't know what, but it may be just the loose pants. I don't know. He's always been taller than most, but in my mind, he's always looked like a tackle. He today, for some reason, he looked like he was maybe a little bit heavier and be sitting at that at a little heavier for guard. But either way it goes, he's on the right side, not the left side.
Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise to me. I think we figured he'd be playing one of the guard spots.
Mm-hmm.
I think we thought left guard, since that's where he is.
That's where we've been
moved most of the time. But they decided to go to right guard, which, as you said, makes sense. That's the side of the ball he is lined up on.
Well, they've seen enough of him, both on the right side of the football and the left side of the football, to know he's either going to play better right-handed or left-handed. That is ultimately what this comes down to. Where's he most comfortable? Where does he feel the best? Where he can be more effective, and I would imagine that they've seen enough of both to know, hey, it's the right side and it's right guard. So that makes perfect sense. I don't think Juice Scruggs has played enough football at the pro level for you to pigeonhole him either side of guard. Looks like he's going to be the left guard at this point. We'll see how that unfolds.
Yeah. I think him playing on the right side, and Andrews and Patterson being the center.
Yeah.
That being the center option. That one kind of surprised me a bit.
Which, again, I don't mind, right? I mean, I thought Juice Scruggs is a better guard than center. I thought Jarrett Patterson is a guy that they could potentially settle in with as a starting center. And then you look at Jake Andrews comes in. There's a New England background there, so clearly he's familiar with Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator. He's familiar with Cole Popovich, the offensive line coach. Whatever terminology, whether it's small or large, whatever terminology change has been, you would think that Blake Andrews, being a communicator at the center position, Jake Andrews, the center position, would be a guy that would know the terminology, if it is indeed new terminology, which will really help the other guys along the way. It'll help those guys learn it and communicate it and be able to communicate it, as well as, I've said this a million times, man, and I know it contradicts what the messaging you're hearing coming out of the building as it pertains to O-line. I like the fact that you've got centers, you got guards, and you got tackles, right? I don't believe the best case scenario is, boy, if my left guard gets hurt, let me take my right tackle and slide him down there. Now I got a less, in theory, you got a lesser guard and you got a lesser tackle because one guy got hurt. If Jake Andrews is the backup and Patterson goes down, you slide a center that you trust, that can communicate, you slide him into the center position, everything else stays the same. That looks like what they're building here, Ron. Again, it can change tomorrow, we'll see, but it looks like what they're building here is, if a tackle gets hurt, you're going to get a tackle. Now, it may be a swing tackle, but you're going to get a tackle, right? And if a guard gets hurt, you're going to get a guard. If a center gets hurt, you're going to get a center. Like, it's not going to be a compounding, a ripple effect of, boy, you got two lesser players because one guy went down. I think that's the best way to approach O-line play, and we'll see if they can build that. But it looks like that's what the intentions are.
And we'll see if they stick kind of with that. We'll see. Like, tomorrow would be interesting if we see him moving from different positions. I would hope that, all right, Titus, you're going to be at the right guard spot, and that's the spot you're going to take on. I would have assumed Cam Robinson's that too. Ariante Ursery, I thought, would be somebody that had a chance to maybe play right away, but maybe not. You want him to be the left tackle, keep him over there to learn that position. Obviously, there may be some right tackle he may have to play, but I do like the thought of all right, this is the plan. This is how we see things, right?
Yeah.
Because I would imagine I'd be surprised. I know what D'Amico said. I'd be surprised if this was a situation where they kind of moved different things around, tried to find different combinations. I think they have in mind the combination that they want, which I think most coaching staffs do. And I would hope that's what we start to see them try to build.
Is that at each position, look, I believe there's real competition at center and guard, at left guard. At each one of those positions, you've got a player that you know exactly who they are. You know who Jarrett Patterson is,
yep.
Right? You know who Juice Scruggs is. You know those guys through and through. Now, if somebody you brought in to compete with them pushes them to the limit and is literally better than them, then so be it. But I feel like they've got a really good gauge of who those guys are, and again, that holds true at every position, right? So we'll see how those two competitions play out. We'll see how they end up, adjusting tomorrow. If you go out there tomorrow and Titus Howard is at left guard and Juice Scruggs is at center, and
now I'll be like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, Urshery's at right tackle. Now all of a sudden you're like, whoa,
we got to learn new terminology, new offense, and we're about to just. Switch around.
Right. So it'd be hard to make sense of that.
I don't think that's the right. I think they know. See. I think they know.
One other thing, I think on the offensive side of the football, the John Mechie being the guy that gets a lot of run today. I mean, look, it was John Mechie, Nico Collins, and Christian Kirk were out there when they first started. Nico and Christian got subbed in pretty quick, but Mechie stays out there, gets more run with the younger guys. It looks like John Mechie is going to be a guy once again that is going to get just every opportunity to win a spot on his team.
I want to hear a little bit more to that because as you said, he was the third. He was the third receiver we were seeing out there. The third one we were seeing out there. I understand Kirk and Nico, but not John Mechie. We'll discuss that. Coming up next, as well as we'll win you some money, get you some cash here as T-Mill's best bets are coming up next. But before we get there, guys, as America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner, and they're in your corner as well with over $6 billion in business loans and more than 120 business specialists right here in the great city of Houston. They help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local businesses. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Cup World Cup 2025. 2025, Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
The Texans are far from a finished product at the start of OTAs, and that's just how Coach D'Amico likes it.
It takes time, it takes process to get there. We're not just going to line up and be where we want to be the first day. That's not how I want it.
713-828-1476, 713-828-1476, or visit themensclinic.com.
Phil Dowhauser, the Crab Brothers, some of the best volleyball in the world this weekend. Get your tickets now at cbc.world.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Your chance to win a little cash coming up in here in just a bit as Texans All Access will follow us. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They'll get you ready for or get you right in their reaction to day ones of OTAs, their observations, a little news and notes coming from Vandy and John Harris. You know, boy, John Harris, I bet he was out there.
Johnny was in it now. Johnny's in it. I heard him talking a little yesterday after our show on Texans All Access, talking a little bit about what he expects to see. So we'll definitely get observations from Vandy and Johnny Harris, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and also behind them, Area 45 live and local. Sure, we'll hear about the Astros and what they're doing. Also OTAs today as well. I'm sure you hear a lot of the news of the day coming from them as well, as they will bring it to you right after Texans All Access, 7 to 11, the best late-night sports talk show here in Houston. And Sean Creighton and Chris Santiago. And as I said here, coming up momentarily, your chance to win a little cash. Now, Tyler's done pretty well. Made a little cash today with the Astros. He's going to go Western Conference Finals. Do a little basketball for you tonight as OKC takes on the T-Wolves. That'll be a lot to do with a little money making, and he did pretty good yesterday. All right, he had 6 on the table, won 4 of them yesterday, and looked pretty good. So stay tuned for that as he is sitting after one day, short week, 66%. See if he can add to that and make you a little cash on T-Mill's best bets. Coming up next. All right, you said this, which intrigued me, that hey, who's going to be the third person, right? We're sitting there saying, all right, let's see where Higgins is. Let's see. Higgins seems to be the guy that has the body type that makes the perfect sense to be the receiver that's on the outside, opposite of Nico Collins. You sit, Christian Kirk in between them, maybe Dalton Schultz tight end, whatever. But it seems like you got 2 marquee outside receivers. And today, as you saw the 1 reps, Davis Mills was the one pulling the trigger, being that CJ didn't do any throwing. But when you walked out there, right, you said you saw Nico, you saw Christian Kirk, but the third guy was not Higgins, was not Xavier Hutchinson, who you would think would even fit that even more. It was John Mechie. Was out there as the third receiver, which you were talking about a little bit on the other side, but that is intriguing to me because it feels like you have 2 slots out there playing 2 spots, and there's only 1 slot position out there.
Well, we don't have any idea exactly what Nick Caley's offense is going to look like, right? Is it going to be the interchangeable, everybody does everything, or is it truly going to be some outside receivers, and you've got a true slot, and you've got a couple of guys that can handle that duty. Today, it wasn't necessarily slot versus outside as much as just it seemed like John Mechie, of all the veterans, it seemed like John Mechie was getting consistent reps. Nico and Christian were kind of in and out pretty quick, and it just seemed like John Mechie was in the game quite a bit once again. And look, that's fine. To each their own. We'll see how Mechie can take the opportunity and run with it. It just seems like, I think one question going into this year, especially when you draft 2 receivers, 2 of the top 3 draft picks that you have this year, the question is how patient are they going to be with some of these other guys, Xavier Hutchinson's, the John Mechies, how patient are they going to be with those guys, and how quickly are they going to bring along the young guys, right? We'll see. It looks like, based on one day, but it does look like John Mechie, as has been the case leading up the last couple of years, it looks like John Mechie is going to get every opportunity to win a job once again.
Yeah. Well, it's just when you say that, it felt like I wonder how much we will see in game a John Mechie and Christian Kirk on the field together. Like if there are multiple, like how many times we'll see those two. Those two seem like they fill the same role out here, and I know Nick Caserio said that Christian Kirk is a guy that has some versatility, can play inside out. Talked about how he played outside at Arizona and had some success there, but it would seem like when they drafted certain guys, they made sense for fits for this group, and that's why we were saying, boy, John Mechie, it's gonna be a tough sell for him to kind of get through there.
Look, I think if Christian Kirk ends up playing an outside receiver, like enough to where I'm not talking about in hybrid formations he ends up out there, but I'm talking about enough to where it matters, where we notice. It's only because something's missing, right? It's only because you have to. Look, they're taking, or at least what they're saying is they're going to take the best 5 offensive linemen that they can put out there instead of having, hey, we got these guards, these centers, this tackles, this is what we're going to work with. The wide receiver position has been very similar under Bobby Sloak. It's just everything's interchangeable. I would be shocked. Like Nico Collins, again, you can do whatever you want with Nico Collins, but as you look over a larger sample size, Nico Collins is going to be a boundary receiver, period. Right? You look over a larger sample size, Christian Kirk's going to be a slot receiver. He's not. Somebody else is not performing. Somebody else is hurt. You don't have the guys, right? It can't be the case, right? And then you look at it, Mechie is not proven that he can be a starting outside receiver, period, but a starting outside receiver in this game, again, in this league. Again, if John Mechie is having to start outside at the wide receiver position, then it's because Higgins didn't pan out. It's because Xavier Hutchinson isn't a guy that can create any level of separation out there, right? So I gotta believe, I still believe that they're going to go to a more specialized wide receiver group versus just the everybody does everything. But I think a question as we go through the offseason here, as we get into training camp, is what is John Mechie's role? We've seen them be very, very patient with John Mechie. He seems to get more opportunity than everybody else, unless it's Nico or unless it's Steph Diggs kind of thing. And I wonder how long that's going to play out. Yeah, we'll see.
No, that's fair. We'll see how things go. Day 2 tomorrow. Mm-hmm. We'll see how different that looks. Well, hopefully CJ is on the field. Then I will wonder. He talked about Brandon Scott talked about a little injury potential thing. I wonder if we don't if the plan is CJ not throwing at all this week, that will be interesting. Installing a new offense and new parts. All right, Tyler, let's win the folks some money here. Go ahead and to get us T-Mill's best bet.
Sounds like a good plan to me. Started off on the right foot last night.
There you go.
Hit 4 of 6. Hit all 3 of the Astros really like the 4th or 5th inning. But we're going to switch it up tonight. Going to switch over to some hoops since the Astros played some afternoon baseball and got that dub. We got the Thunder and the Timberwolves in action for the Western Conference Finals this evening, and I got 5 bets for you tonight in this game. Very player prop heavy here. 4 of the 5 are going to be player props for you. If you miss any of these, go to the Twitter at @TMillRealDeal where I have it posted. First, I am on the Minnesota Timberwolves with some points. T-Wolves +8. The line's been holding there pretty good all day. I like the T-Wolves +8 tonight. Not saying they win this thing outright, but I think it'll be close. Then I got SGA under 33.5 points.
Ooh.
That one's a tough one. Literally 1 point lower. If it was listed at 32.5, I probably wouldn't have touched it. I know that can seem silly, but just follow the money. Put some in your pocket. SGA under 33.5 tonight. Then the Bald Mamba. The Aggie himself, the great Alex Caruso.
Bald Mamba.
Over 8.5 points for the Bald Mamba, Alex Caruso. That is a lock. I have hit his over points multiple times this season. Last 2 here for you real quick. The stick figure known as Chet Holmgren. Under 8.5 rebounds tonight. We have won money on that if you've been following Best Bets for long. And then lastly, soft-ass Rudy Gobert. Under also 8.5 rebounds for him at a bit worse odds than old stick figure Chet. But those are your 5 best bets for tonight between the Thunder and T-Wolves. Ron Clint, just hate?
I would not even touch SGA. He's just so liable to go off.
That's no fun.
Or I just don't. Boy, that's just a number. You're like, I could clearly see him getting 30